We have a different strategic viewpoint on what we believe is necessary to help target the key elements of Hamas. And our goal is, through this meeting that the Prime Minister and President Biden spoke about on their call, we hope that we'll be able to have an exchange of views and discuss an alternative approach that, like I said, will target the key elements of Hamas, secure this border in the Rafah area, but also not negatively impact the more than 1 million people who are seeking refuge in the area, not negatively impact the important work that's being done to further enhance the flow of humanitarian aid. Anything else on Gaza before I go back to Jillian, who's been patiently waiting on Gaza? Okay, go ahead.
2 quick questions on
Sure.
the aid drops.
Yeah.
Question number 1, U.S. officials have said that the rations airdropped in Gaza are pork-free, but I wanted to ask, was it...
Are what?
Pork-free, like there's no pork products. But I wanted to ask, was it ensured that all of the food provided was halal, including preservatives and such? And then question number 2 is, it also seems that the packaging was labeled in English. Was there any Arabic language material provided in those aid rations?
As it relates to both of your questions, as it relates to both of your questions, I don't have the technical level of detail. I will just say, if we've previously stated that that these rations are pork free, I would have no reason not to say that that's accurate. And in all of these circumstances, we try to be incredibly mindful of the local culture and food customs when it comes to these things, but I'm happy to check with the team if we have a more specific answer we can give you. Jillian, go ahead.
Republican of Florida, Corey Mills, saying today that his office has evacuated 23 Americans out of the capital in Haiti. Wondering if that is something that was coordinated with the State Department, if it's an action that you support.
So look, we are relieved when any American citizen is able to make its way to safety. We, of course, closely coordinate with Congress on a number of issues, but I will just note that operations like these that are sort of done deviating from formal State Department operations, they can be high risk. We're talking about a country that's been a level 4 do not travel country since 2020, and so we want to make sure that we are not that actions that are taken are not further inciting additional risk or putting individuals into harm's way. But again, we find it welcome news when any American citizen makes its way to safety. I will just note, from the State Department's perspective, you're aware of the operation that was conducted over the weekend that was able to facilitate the safe departure of over 30 U.S. citizens. We continue to explore options that we have at our disposal when it comes to American citizens interested in departing Haiti from specifically the Port-au-Prince area, and we'll remain in touch with American citizens who have expressed an interest in staying in touch with the embassy and learning about options through not just our crisis intake form, but Smart Traveler and the other mechanisms we have at our disposal.
Yesterday, you'd said that nearly 1,000 people have registered through the portal, the website. Any update on those numbers, or Americans generally in Haiti?
Let me say 2 things. First, when we talk about individual, the population of people who register, we have to remember not everyone who registers with this form or contacts us necessarily is requesting departure assistance. Some just want to stay in touch with the embassy. Some just want to see what information we have to share with them, advice on how they may be able to remain safely, and to potentially stay in touch if they choose to potentially depart in the future. Like in any country around the world, we do not ask American citizens to register with the U.S. government when they travel abroad. So numbers of how many American citizens are in X amount of country is always, they always vary, and they're constantly changing. But the embassy uses estimates from Smart Traveler enrollments and from other measures to have a rough number to work with. I will note that in terms of our crisis intake form, the number continues to be approaching 1,000, and we'll continue to remain in touch with those American citizens to answer any questions that they might have.
Thank you. Last question. You mentioned yesterday that there was going to be some action today or communication today with adoption agencies. We've been hearing from.
All right, everyone, as you can see, any moment now, the Afghanistan withdrawal hearing will begin. While we are waiting on that, let's take a 2-minute break, get one out of the way before opening remarks at this hearing. We are back for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. As always, we do want to take you out right now to the House hearing talking about Biden's Afghanistan withdrawal. If you remember back in 2021, that was a deadly situation for U.S. troops there. So they are going to be doing this hearing, and it's happening right now, just getting started. So let's go right now live to this House hearing.
His disastrous foreign policy decision. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. On April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the United States would unilaterally withdraw its military forces from Afghanistan. For months before that announcement, the intelligence community and his senior military advisors, including both gentlemen testifying here today, issued dire warnings about the withdrawal's consequences. After the announcement, I, along with other Republican and Democrat members of Congress, urged the president to prepare for the withdrawal and its inevitable fallout. Unfortunately, those warnings were ignored. As the withdrawal date neared, the situation in Afghanistan deteriorated as the Taliban gained significant ground across the country. Yet the Biden administration's failure to plan for their withdrawal threatened the safety and security of U.S. personnel in the country. As a result, in July of 2021, 23 State Department employees in Kabul sent a dissent cable channel to Secretary Blinken warning of their grave concerns for Afghanistan's stability and for their own safety. Yet nothing was done. Instead, our investigation uncovered the White House refused to listen to warnings about the situation on the ground. Disturbingly, we have uncovered that State Department leadership prohibited its employees from even uttering the word NEO, shorthand for emergency evacuation, until as late as August of 2021. too little, too late. Additionally, this committee learned that the State Department did not even request an emergency evacuation until after Kabul was surrounded by the Taliban. As a result, the airport was not secured until August 17th, 2 days after Kabul fell. As the saying goes, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. And fail they did. The next 2 weeks created international outrage and humiliation for the United States. People all over the world watched as babies were flung over barbed wire fence by mothers without hope. Desperate Afghans fell to their deaths from airplanes, and hordes of people surrounded the airport as they tried to flee for their lives. The damage to our reputation and our credibility, the United States credibility around the world, that damage will last for generations. Our service members were forced to watch as American citizens and Afghan allies were beaten and murdered outside the gates of the airport. These brave Americans were told to stand by as terrorists brutalized innocent civilians. And then on the morning of August 26, we watched in horror as reports of a terrorist attack at Abbey Gate flooded the news. 13 U.S. service members were murdered, with dozens more injured. 170 Afghans were killed, with countless injured as well. Some of the Abbey Gate Gold Star families members are here today, and we honor you. We honor your sacrifice here today. To the families here today and to the American people, I say, I will not rest until I get to the bottom of this tragedy. You deserve answers. The American people deserve answers, and I intend to deliver. When the last U.S. military plane left on August 30th, 2021, more than 1,000 American citizens remained trapped in Afghanistan, as were tens of thousands of Afghan allies who risked their lives serving beside our troops and diplomats. Many, if not most, of those allies are still trapped, constantly in fear for their lives. I want to thank both of our witnesses for being here today. Despite current DoD officials actively trying to limit your testimony, you have agreed to appear here voluntarily. And I'm grateful to you, both of you, sirs, for your service to our country and your service to this investigation. I also want to thank the Abbey Gate Gold Star families for joining us here today. And while the president has never publicly stated the names of your children, I will here today. Their names are Darren Hoover, Johanny Rosario, Nicole G., Hunter Lopez, Dagan Page, Humberto Sanchez, David Espinoza, Jared Schmitz, Riley McCollum, Dylan Marola, Kareem Nakui, Maxton Soviak, and Ryan Noss. Those are the names of the fallen. May God bless them. They will not be forgotten. And with that, the chair now recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start by thanking former Chairman of the Chief of Staffs, General Mark A. Milley, and former Commander of the United States Central Command, General Kenneth F. McKenzie, Jr., for testifying before this committee today and sharing, as you did before, the House Armed Services Committee in 2021, key military and policy insights on the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan. I also want to thank you both for the years of sacrifice and service to our great country, and recognize the hundreds of thousands of American service members, diplomats, and development professionals that work to support the United States efforts in Afghanistan over the course of our presence in the country. I want to also recognize the 2,461 American military personnel who gave their life in Afghanistan for our country. And of course, that includes who my heart bleeds for, the 13 brave Americans who were killed in an ISIS terrorist attack while facilitating the evacuation of 124,000 people over the course of 17 days in August of 2021. And as I've previously said, President Biden's efforts to end the 20-year war in Afghanistan and bring our troops home was the right one. And while that decision was in our country's best interest, a number of contributing factors complicated the withdrawal, namely President Ghani fleeing Afghanistan on August 15, 2021, and the resulting collapse of the Afghan government. As we heard in our hearing just last month from former Special Representative for Afghanistan Reconciliation, Zalmi Khalilzad, former President Donald Trump's Doha deal empowered the Taliban at the expense of the Afghan government. The Trump administration's commitment to facilitate the release of Taliban prisoners in the Afghan government, that they were there in their custody, and initiated significant unilateral U.S. troop drawdowns, placed the Taliban in the strongest position since the United States first arrived in Afghanistan 20 years earlier. Continued troop drawdowns, despite the Taliban not fully complying with terms of the Doha Agreement, undercut the United States' leverage with the Taliban. During the transition between the Trump and Biden administrations, it also became clear that the Trump administration lacked a comprehensive plan for withdrawing from Afghanistan, despite the May 1st deadline fast approaching. Upon taking office, President Biden conducted a thorough interagency review and determined he had two options. The president could either continue the withdrawal started by his predecessor or break the agreement and return us to an active war with the Taliban, a decision that would necessitate a significant surge of troops for an undefined time. The Taliban made clear that backing out of the Doha Agreement would result in the resumption of hostilities, which would place our service members once more in their crosshairs. Let me be clear. This is not my opinion on the timeline and facts. This is the picture painted by the Afghanistan After Action report conducted by the State Department, which DOD has corroborated throughout its own internal reviews of the withdrawal. These are the facts outlined by this committee's own investigation, which has been comprised of over 100 hours of transcribed testimony, multiple public hearings, and 11,000 pages of documents produced by the State Department. And I also, again, like to reinforce the importance of broadening the scope of Afghanistan. Proper oversight of Afghanistan requires an honest look back, not just at a few months, but at the entire 20 years of war over 4 administrations. Generals Milley and McKenzie, so I look forward to your continued commitment to truth and transparency today, helping us gain a better understanding so we may learn from our successes and mistakes. And I want to commend the efforts of all who contributed to the successful evacuation and airlift of 124,000 people from Afghanistan. We understand over the course of our interviews and investigations that this was an all-hands-on-deck undertaking, and while I'm thankful such an airlift was successful given the dynamic and chaotic situation on the ground, we must also scrutinize the lessons learned, including from the tragic bombing at Abbey Gate. So I look forward to hearing how the Defense Department, similar to the states Afghanistan's AAR, has taken efforts to assess and learn from our withdrawal so that we do not repeat those mistakes in the future. Let me close just by saying I would like also to make special mention of our previously bipartisan commitment to ensuring special immigrant visas for the Afghan allies who've worked with U.S. service members and diplomats throughout our mission in Afghanistan. Thus far, the Republican leadership in the House is refusing to increase the SIVs to the administration's requested amount. So I know Chairman McCall and the majority of members on this committee agree that Congress must act on fulfilling our promises to them, and I hope to have your support in working with Democrats on getting that done. And with that, I yield.
Ranking Member Yields, let me add to that comment. We are working in a very bipartisan manner to increase the number of SIVs. I think it's vitally important when we talk about Afghan partners left behind to provide the visas necessary for them to get out of there. And I'm pleased to announce, but I don't want to announce the number yet because it's being negotiated, that we will have an agreement. So with that, I'm pleased to have with us here today the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, and former commander of U.S. Central Command, General Kenneth F. McKenzie, Jr. Both generals played a pivotal role throughout the Afghanistan withdrawal, but also a pivotal role throughout our nation's history in many conflicts. And I commend you for your service to our nation. Your full statements will be made a part of the record. I'll ask that each of you keep your remarks to 5 minutes. And finally, as a reminder, today's hearing is subject to the veracity protections of Section 1001 of Title 18 of the United States Code, which makes it a crime to knowingly make any false, fictitious, or fraudulent statements to the committee in the context of this investigation. With that, I now recognize General Mark Milley for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks and members of the committee, and thank you for your efforts and what you're doing. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here with General McKenzie, and my purpose here today is to help you form a holistic assessment of our efforts in Afghanistan. But most importantly, I'm personally here today, voluntarily, to help the families of the fallen, the 13 fallen at Abbey Gate, and the thousands of fallen and tens of thousands of wounded and countless other members who suffered the invisible wounds of war, to help them get answers. I'm humbled to be here today with 3 Gold Star families from Abbey Gate, and I know the other families couldn't make it, but I intend to contact them in the coming weeks. They know my feelings for them. They know that there are no words by me or any general or any politician or anyone that can ever bring back their fallen. But all of us can, and all of us must, honor their sacrifice to protect our country and to be forever grateful that they answered the call to the colors. Each of them paid the ultimate sacrifice on the altar of freedom, like so many before them, in order to keep our nation safe. And we owe them answers. And I am committed to assist in the effort to get them answers. But we should also not be under any illusion. We're not going to get all the answers here today. It's a process that's going to take a considerable length of time. And we must also recognize that much of the record, in fact, is classified and beyond the scope of this open hearing. So over 2 decades, between 2001 and 2021, about 800,000 of us in uniform in the United States military served in Afghanistan, and thousands of others from many agencies in our government. Of those, 2,461 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines gave their lives. Almost 30,000 more were wounded in action, and countless others suffered those invisible wounds. And that includes the 13 from Abbey Gate. We must always honor all of their sacrifice, each of them. Over 2 decades of fighting the Taliban, bringing Osama bin Laden to justice, and ultimately protecting the American homeland. We lost over 200 U.S. and international troops and many more wounded in action in units that were under my direct command in several tours and multiple years of combat in both Iraq and Afghanistan. And every commander who's ever served in combat knows that we personally issued the orders that gave the task, the purpose, the place, and the time of that soldier's death or wounds. And we also know it was the enemy that killed or wounded them. Combat's an unforgiving environment, and those of us who have served in the brutality of ground combat live with that dark reality every day and every night. And we'll live with that for the rest of the days of our lives. There's no military leader who's lost troops in combat who does not know that feeling. So this is personal to me. And I will do everything in my power to ensure that these families and all of our veterans and families know the truth and have the answers. At the peak of our military commitment in 2011, the United States had just over 100,000, or just under 100,000 troops and about 20,000 DoD contractors. That same year, the United States began to steadily draw down troops, close bases, and retrograde equipment. Nothing we're going to discuss today happened overnight. It was a process of withdrawal that spanned a decade. The outcome in Afghanistan was the cumulative effect of many decisions over many years of war. And like any complex phenomena, there's no single causal factor that determined the outcome, but multiple factors in combination. In the fall of 2020, as I previously testified publicly, my analysis, my personal analysis, was that an accelerated withdrawal would likely lead to the general collapse of the Afghan security forces and the Afghan government, resulting in a large-scale civil war reminiscent of the 1990s or a complete Taliban takeover. In November 2020, DoD received orders from the White House to reduce troop levels to 2,500 by January 15th, 21. When the current administration took office in January 21, there were, roughly speaking, 2,500 U.S. troops on the ground with about 22,000 NATO troops and contractors. Beginning in February 21, the National Security Council conducted a 10-week interagency review of the Doha Agreement, and various options were presented and debated. In previous public testimony, I noted that at that time, my analysis, based on my assessment and the recommendations of the commanders, to include General McKenzie, and the consensus of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, was that we needed to maintain a minimum force of 2,500 troops on the ground, mostly special forces, with allied troops and contractors, in order to sustain the Afghan National Security Forces and its government until the diplomatic conditions of the Doha Agreement were met. Without this support, it was my view at the time that it was only a matter of when, not if, the Afghan government would collapse and the Taliban would take control. Again, I previously publicly testified, and I consistently supported a negotiated end to the war, but only if there was a reduction in violence leading to a permanent ceasefire, and there were Afghan-to-Afghan negotiations leading to a power-sharing agreement between the Afghan government and the Taliban. And it was my view that absent those conditions, I was not in favor of a unilateral withdrawal of U.S. forces because of my assessment of the associated costs and risks. The fundamental tension facing the president, in fact, two presidents, was that no one could satisfactorily explain when or even if those conditions would ever be met. And if we stayed indefinitely, an open war would likely begin with the Taliban again, with increased risk of additional casualties. On 14 April 21, President Biden made the formal announcement of his decision to honor the Doha Agreement with a military withdrawal while maintaining a continued diplomatic presence. The Department of Defense understood that our mission was to conduct a retrograde of the remaining U.S. military forces and equipment while leaving a small contingent to defend the American embassy while diplomatic outcomes were negotiated. On 14 August, the non-combatant evacuation operation decision was made by the Department of State, and the U.S. military alerted, marshaled, mobilized, and rapidly deployed faster than any military in the world could ever do. It is my assessment that that decision came too late. The deploying forces quickly took operational control of the airport with significant elements of the 82nd Airborne Division, Marines, National Guard, and Special Forces, along with our CIA partners and selected NATO forces. Additionally, we set up multiple bases to process evacuees in other countries throughout the Middle East, Europe, and CONUS. In short, the United States military performed one of the most incredible evacuations under pressure in recorded history in an extremely difficult, dynamic, and dangerous environment. That performance is due to the individual bravery, competence, and compassion of every private to general who had any role in this NEO. At the end of 20 years, we, the military, helped build an army, a state, but we could not forge a nation. The enemy occupied Kabul, the overthrow of the government occurred, and the military we supported for 2 decades faded away. That is a strategic failure. But the military also provided hope for 20 years to the Afghan people. We provided unprecedented opportunity to millions. And in the final days, we gave 130,000 people their lives and freedom at very high cost. And most importantly, we protected the United States from terrorist attack from Afghanistan, which was our original mission, and that mission continues today. There are many lessons to be learned from 20 years of war and the 10-year drawdown of forces and the final evacuation. And Mr. Chairman, I have a lengthier paper for a written testimony that I would like to submit for the record with your permission.
Without objection, so ordered.
To the American people, the most important lesson I think to learn is that your troops, the United States military, from private to general, did all that bravery and duty could ever do. Your military defended you successfully for 20 years and continues to do that. And for that, every American should be eternally grateful. To all the veterans of Afghanistan, hold your heads high, and I know there are several in the room today. Know that you did your duty. Each of you did what your country asked of you under extreme circumstances. Many of you, like Congressman Mass, lost limbs and were grievously wounded. And you did it selflessly with professionalism, courage, compassion, and with great sacrifice. And finally, to the Gold Star families that are here with us today and those that couldn't make it, there's nothing that I can say or do that's going to fill that gaping hole in your heart. But as I've told you before, I'm committed, and I will honor that commitment to get you the answers, to get you to the truth. And I will personally, and I know everyone else will as well, honor your sacrifice and the sacrifice of your loved one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, General Milley. I now recognize General McKenzie for his opening statement.
Chairman, thank you, and I'd like to ask that this opening statement
Microphone.
be submitted for the record. Got it. I'd like to ask that this opening statement be submitted for the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, distinguished members of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, I'm here to voluntarily testify today about the military component of our withdrawal from Afghanistan. Before I begin, I'd like to recognize the Gold Star families that are here today. I hope that what we discuss today will reduce their pain. Like General Milley, I am humbled to be in their presence here today. As you are aware, in September 2021, I provided over 10 hours of open and closed testimony on this subject to the 2 congressional committees charged with oversight of military operations, the House Armed Services Committee and the Senate Armed Services Committee. Much of my testimony will of necessity mirror that earlier transcribed testimony. As a theater commander, I will confine my opening remarks to those matters that were under my direct operational control, specifically the withdrawal of U.S. military forces and the subsequent non-combatant evacuation operation, or NEO. These were 2 distinct and separate operations. We had detailed, constantly updated plans for each of them. We executed both of those plans, although separated in time. And thanks to the valor and dedication of thousands of men and women in harm's way, we completed both missions, but not without loss of life. We honor the 13 brave Americans who died at Abbey Gate, joining the over 2,400 other service members who lost their lives in this 20-year campaign. Their sacrifice stands with those of our coalition partners and, of course, the Afghans who fought beside us for so many years. I briefed President Trump on a plan to completely depart Afghanistan on 3 June 2020. This plan envisioned the complete withdrawal of all our forces and our diplomats and citizens. It also contemplated the possible withdrawal of Afghans who had served with us. The plan had a number of options, but it was the framework for everything that followed. Ultimately, President Trump selected a branch of the plan that maintained 2,500 U.S. military personnel in Afghanistan by Inauguration Day in January 2021. We had branches to that plan to complete a withdrawal by May of 2021 had we been so ordered. On 11 April 2021, I received orders from President Biden through the Secretary of Defense to execute a full military withdrawal by 11 September 2021, a date which was subsequently modified to the end of August. This decision did not include the withdrawal of our embassy, our citizens, and at-risk Afghans. It's important to understand that we had a complete plan to execute that task as well, but were not ordered to do so. The President's decision was to maintain an embassy to not require our citizens to leave, and of course, to not expedite the extraction of at-risk Afghans. This was not a military decision. We substantially accomplished the military withdrawal by 12 July 2021, when I relieved General Scott Miller as the commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. My orders then were to retain a military platform of 650 personnel solely designed to provide security for the U.S. Embassy and Karzai International Airport. During this period, and with minimal to no support from us, the Afghan security forces, and more importantly, the government of Afghanistan, crumbled in the face of Taliban pressure. Orders to commence the non-combatant evacuation operation, bringing out our embassy, our citizens, and at-risk Afghans, were received on 14 August. These dates are important because I believe that the events of mid and late August 2021 were the direct result of delaying the initiation of the NEO for several months. In fact, until we were in extremis and the Taliban had overrun the country. As you are aware, the decision to begin a NEO rests with the Department of State, not the Department of Defense. Despite this, we had begun positioning forces in the region as early as 9 July, but we could do nothing to commence the operation, the evacuation, until a NEO was declared. Our operations at Karzai International from 14 August through our ultimate departure on early 31 August were both heroic and tragic. This was a combat operation of the most difficult sort, carried out in contact with the enemy. We eventually put 5,784 U.S. troops, almost 2,000 more coalition and other forces, 8 U.S. maneuver battalions on the ground at Karzai International. I'd like to talk a little bit now about Abbey Gate. It was a tragic event, one of many that have occurred over our 20-year engagement in Afghanistan. It remains my opinion that if there is culpability in this attack, it lies in policy decisions that created the environment of August 2021 in Kabul. Culpability and responsibility do not lie with the troops on the ground, who perform magnificently. It does not lie with the platoon, company, or battalion commanders, or the flag officers who oversaw operations on the ground in Kabul. The simple fact is this: on the battlefield, even with good planning, tremendous execution by brave people on the ground, the enemy sometimes has success. To ignore this fact is to ignore the fundamental reality of the battlefield. If there's fault, it lies in a policy decision that placed the joint force in this situation and exposed the force over time to the possibility of these kinds of attacks. We did not rely on the Taliban for our security. We used them as one tool among many to beef up our defensive posture. We avoided a number of potential Abbey Gate attacks, and I'm proud of the commanders and troops who prevented them. This is small comfort to those who lost loved ones, and I realize this. Nonetheless, what's remarkable about Kabul is not that the tragedy of Abbey Gate happened, but that many other attacks did not happen. I'll end my statement with this observation. I was the overall commander, and I alone bear full military responsibility for what happened at Abbey Gate. Thank you, Chairman. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you, General McKenzie. I now recognize myself for questions. We have Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews here today. I want to thank you, sir, for your service and your courage for testifying before this committee almost a year ago to the day. He was a sniper at Abbey Gate and testified to us that he had the suicide bomber in his sights, that was identified on the Be on the Lookout. He sent the sniper photos and other related documents to his commanding officer for permission to engage the suicide bomber. Yet that warning was ignored. He never heard back. I and the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, after that testimony, sent a letter to the Department of Defense requesting that these documents and sniper photos be delivered to the Congress, produced to the Congress by this document, this letter request. To date, that has been ignored. The Department of Defense has refused. We've also requested the testimonies of General Chris Donahue and Admiral Peter Vaisley, who were the commanding officers on the ground during the Abbey Gate disaster. To both of you, to General Milley, do you think that these documents should be turned over to the United States Congress? And do you think that both General Donahue and Admiral Vaisley should testify before Congress?
Sure, I absolutely do. I believe transparency. You're the board of directors for this corporation called the American government, and I believe that you're entitled to those within the bounds of classification. Absolutely. So whatever documents are out there should be turned over to the appropriate committees of jurisdiction and oversight, and whatever witnesses are needed to establish truth and transparency within the bounds of classification should absolutely happen. Absolutely. That's why I'm here.
Thank you.
Chairman, I
McKenzie.
agree with General Milley, and I associate myself with his remarks.
So also on accountability, I've asked the State Department officials who was responsible for the catastrophic emergency evacuation. Not surprisingly, they point their fingers at the Department of Defense. But I want to set the record straight. While the DoD helps conduct the emergency evacuation, it's a State Department that is responsible under law for developing the plan and leading the evacuation. Is that your understanding?
Yes. The State Department is the lead federal agency for planning and execution, oversight of the execution of the non-combatant operation. And the Department of Defense is in support of, and other departments are in support of the State Department. The State Department's the lead federal agency for NEOs. That's correct.
General McKenzie?
I agree with that.
And it's a State Department responsible under law, again, for requesting the emergency evacuation. Is that correct?
That is correct, and I think that's done at the ambassadorial level, to tell you the truth. I'd have to check the law, but I think the ambassador can make the decision to execute a NEO, but typically it'll be him or the Secretary of State.
And did the State Department, specifically Embassy Kabul, have an evacuation plan for Afghanistan?
So, Chairman, every embassy has an evacuation plan for Afghanistan, and Embassy Kabul had a plan, had what we would call an F-77 list, which is the list of U.S. Citizens and their families that are in the country, and we struggled to gain access to that plan and work with them over the months of July until we finally got a decision to execute the NEO, which, as I've already mentioned, occurred on the 14th of August. Now, we worked with the embassy before then, but we didn't have authority to move out and do the things that you have to do to make a NEO happen until the 14th of July, or correction, the 14th of August. And as I noted, we were in extremis at that point.
And August 14th, just days before the fall of Kabul and the evacuation of the embassy, August 14th is when they finally put forward this plan?
Now, that's when we got authority to execute the plan.
That's when you got authority to, and you urged the White House and State Department to put pen to paper to develop a plan to get Americans and our Afghan allies out of Afghanistan, correct?
Yes, I did. In fact, I was concerned by the middle of July. I was concerned about the different pace of Department of Defense planning as compared to Department of State planning. And I took an opportunity then to make representations to the Secretary about my concern over that, the fact that we were moving pretty fast on this. They were not moving fast, and I was concerned that we were going to arrive at different locations just based on it. And I went to the Secretary. We spent some time talking about that, and actually followed up with a written idea on some things that we could do. Sent a letter with 10 recommendations to the Secretary of Defense on that.
And is that your recollection, General Milley?
Absolutely. The without breaching things like executive privilege, et cetera, my assessments at the time, and Frank McKenzie submitted assessments, Scott Miller submitted assessments, the general consensus of the military, up through and including the Secretary of Defense, was that the embassy should be coming out, roughly speaking, at the same time we should be coming out. And then after the decisions were made to keep a diplomatic presence there, as the situation deteriorated through the summer and the fall of the provincial capitals, et cetera, we were clearly pressing for early calls to execute a NEO.
And they did eventually develop a plan?
Well, go ahead on the planning.
So they had a plan. Like I said, it's a requirement to have the plan, but it's one thing to have the plan. It's a second thing to do the actual coordination on the plan, to talk about the specifics of execution. So having a plan is one thing, preparing the plan, vetting the plan, coordinating the plan with the people that are going to actually carry you out, the Department of Defense, that's another set of tasks completely.
And that was too little, too late.
It is my judgment that it was far too little, far too late.
Was that your assessment, General Milley?
It was, and I would broaden it a little bit by saying it was a pretty consistent assessment by me and other members of the uniformed military, up to and including the Secretary, that the withdrawal of the military forces and the contractors and the NATO forces that went with it would ultimately lead, as I said in my opening statement, to a general collapse of the ANSF and the government. And as I mentioned, the tension was, when would those conditions be made? It was also our assessment at the time that keeping an embassy open in a war zone, which Afghanistan was, and to do that without the presence of the U.S. military and the contractors, NATO, et cetera, that embassy would be untenable.
And that was your advice to the State Department and the White House?
Well, as you know, because of the requirements of executive privilege, et cetera, I can tell you what my assessments were at the time, and those were my thoughts at the time.
Do you
So
believe
I'm a
that
pretty
their
candid
failure to plan timely created the chaos at HKIA Airport?
I think the call to execute the NEO came too late, and as General McKenzie mentioned, it was officially logged in on the 14th. At that point in time, the Afghan government senior leadership was preparing to depart, and they departed the next day on the 15th. The thousands of Afghan civilians were gathering at the airport. The Afghan security forces were collapsing in the various provincial capitals, and although there were some still in and around Kabul. So the general situation at that point was 750 U.S. soldiers in and around the embassy. The Turkish troops were required, along with some ANSF, to protect HKIA. They melted away. So you had a situation with the U.S. Embassy and 750 troops when that NEO was called. And now we had leaned forward. So I think it's the 9th, 10th, or 11th time frame. We had already put forces on alert, et cetera. But in essence, we alerted Marshall deployed 82nd Airborne Division, Division Ready Brigade, and the MU out of Saudi that was underneath General McKenzie's control. They rapidly deployed along with special forces to take control of that airport. It took two to 3 days. That's where those videos come from. But they eventually wrested control of that airport. And
General McKenzie, you agree with that assessment?
I do. That reflects the opinion I had at the time and the opinion I had now.
Yeah, I believe the accountability ensures mistakes of the past are not repeated. But from where I sit, the President and this administration refuse to acknowledge their failures. There's an inscription at the National Archives down the street that reads, "What is past is prologue." And I launched this investigation to make sure that the mistakes made in Afghanistan never, ever happen again. With that, I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by saying thank you. You are you're here voluntarily, is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct, sir.
Although you did receive the threat of a subpoena at one point. Is that also correct?
Received.
A threat of being subpoenaed to come today.
Chairman McCall mentioned that he wanted us to appear and that there are compulsory measures, which I took to mean subpoena, sure. But look, that wasn't necessary from the beginning.
I know you came voluntarily, but I just want to get the point out that there was something in regards to, a subpoena to come, correct?
I was not subpoenaed.
I said the threat of a subpoena to come. From when you were in uniform and testifying to what you've testified today, has there anything that you didn't testify to before that you're testifying to now? Is there any change of thought of what took place today from what you testified to previously?
In general, for me, everything that I testified before is still true and accurate today, and in open testimony that would be correct. I have learned more about Abbey Gate because of the investigations. That wasn't available during previous testimonies. For me, it wasn't. But I have since read those investigations and been briefed on them, but they weren't available the first time.
So your testimony today is still basically consistent and transparent to your testimony?
It's totally consistent.
General McKenzie?
That's the same for me.
Right, so there's not really anything new that was learned today because you've testified to it before, right?
I'll leave that to y'all to determine if there's anything new.
I'm just asking you,
before.
from your testimony and from what what has been made public and what has been public,
Sure.
is basically, this is not something new.
So, Ranking Member, as I mentioned in my opening statement, much of what I say today is going to mirror the 10 hours of
That's my
testimony
point.
I gave
This
earlier.
is not anything groundbreaking or anything that, is being discovered newly. This is something that has been out in the public from the time that you testified back in 2022, right? Nothing groundbreaking here. Fact of the matter is, let me ask this question. I think maybe it was you, General Milley, said that the framework for what took place during the 20 years, because I think that we should be looking at, if we really want to figure out what went wrong, what we need to fix, we need to look at the entire 20 years of being in Afghanistan, not just the last few months. Would you say that's correct?
Yes, and I said that before as well in previous testimony. Now, in the written remarks that I'm submitting for the record, I've elaborated on what I think are, say, top 10 lessons learned, but there's many more. You're not going to learn all the lessons of a 20-year war in short sessions, but I think there's a huge amount of lessons to be learned over the course of 20 years. You know, should we have gone after bin Laden in 2001 in that winter when we had him more or less from an intel standpoint? We thought we had him located. Should we? Could we have? Yes. Should we have? I think yes. In hindsight, that would have changed the trajectory of the whole war. And there's a whole series of lessons along the way. Specific to this hearing and to help these families, I think the focus is more recent relative to the withdrawal itself and the Abbey Gate and the Neo. But you're correct. A holistic view, absolutely, I think, but that's going to take a considerable amount of time.
Would you say that the Doha agreement that was done under the Trump administration had some connection to the conditions on the ground when Joe Biden became president and leading on up into to what took place at Abbey Gate? There was a nexus there. Is that not correct?
Yeah, I think that the end game, if you will, the final, months, I think the framework of that is set by the Doha agreement, absolutely.
So if we're going to study to find out the findings of what we should do, we should be talking about what happened during the Trump administration as well as what took place during the Biden administration, because they are connected. They're not separate. And so if we're serious about trying to figure out what took place and why it took place, we should be looking at both what took place under the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and is that not correct?
Sure. As you point out, 4 presidents. I think there's half a dozen secretaries of defense, half a dozen secretaries of state. There's half a dozen chairmen of Joint Chiefs of Staff. There's another 4 commanders in Afghanistan. So yes, there's absolutely lessons to be learned through all of this. And the end game, using the Doha agreement, if you wanted to say that was the start point, sure, there's a lot to be said about that as well. And there is a continuum. As I mentioned in my opening statement, there's no phenomenon like the end of a war.
My point is this. If we're taking a serious look at this, you can't just take a peek at one little segment of it and say this is the reason everything happened without looking at what preceded it, because you'd have to look at it in its entirety. Isn't that correct? If you're serious about trying to figure out how we're going to make sure the mistakes that may have made and the things that we did right, you can only do that in a serious investigation if you take all of it and you look at all of it and you examine all of it, not just piecemealing that. Would you agree with that?
Of course. I mean, I said that in my opening statement. I said in previous testimony that a holistic look at the whole war in order to really determine outcomes, et cetera. And anything as complex as a war is not the result of a single causal factor. There's multiple factors and multiple decisions. So yes, in general, I agree. But I'm here for these families to try to get them answers and to try to get answers on the immediate issues that are at hand.
So I know the chairman went, so I just want to do the same amount of time that he had. I don't want to get cut off there. So let me ask this. With the conclusion of the Doha deal, the Taliban stopped attacking U.S. forces inside Afghanistan. Is that correct?
Well, yes, lethal attacks. They committed to not doing that. There were some attacks, but they committed to not conducting lethal attacks. And by my memory, I don't think there was a lethal attack on U.S. forces.
So let me ask this, because we're running out of time. I saw the chairman finished about with 5 minutes there. So, and when the United States committed to the Doha deal, that was to withdraw, and I quote, withdraw from Afghanistan all military forces of the United States, its allies, coalition partners, including all non-diplomatic civilian personnel, private security contractors, trainers, advisors, and supporting service personnel. Is that correct? That was the Doha deal done under the Trump administration. Is that correct?
As I recall, I think there was 7 conditions that the United States signed up to and 8 conditions that the Taliban signed up to. And I think you rattled off most of the key ones. It was a very explicit thing. It said you had to go from there were 13,000, more or less, 13,000 U.S. troops when Doha was signed, and then it was you had to go to 8,600 in 135 days.
Let me just do this. I want to make sure. And so, therefore, the withdrawal was well underway in January 2021 after President Trump withdrew U.S. forces, notwithstanding concerns about the Taliban's behavior. Is that correct?
The withdrawal was absolutely underway. The drawdown of forces was underway. That's correct.
So I don't have time, but I would like, because I would like to do a complete investigation. That is what I think that our committee has the responsibility, so that we can really be transparent with the American people on everything that took place in the 20 years in Afghanistan. Not just one piece, but everything, if we are serious and not playing politics with this issue. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I will say the Afghanistan Commission has been commissioned to look at the last 20 years. The purpose of this investigation is to examine the evacuation. I will hold the members accountable at 5 minutes under the rules discipline so that we can get to every member on this committee who deserves to be heard. And we thank you for showing up. And with that, I recognize Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for calling this important hearing. Thank you to the 2 generals for your distinguished service to our country. Thank you so very much for that. General Milley, you mentioned how you had suggested a minimum of 2,500 troops to remain. Who rejected your advice? Was it the president? Did you ever get a written or oral feedback as to why they rejected that advice?
Well, again, I can't say, the president said this, president said that. That's beyond the scope of the law, actually, with executive privilege. But it's obvious that the president made the decision, and the president made an announcement on the 14th. And our recommendation was, as I mentioned, or our thoughts at the time was, as I mentioned. And every president has a right to make those decisions. He's looking at things from a much wider angle than a military angle. Our military assessment was keep 2,500, and with them, it's not just 2,500, it's 2,500 plus the NATO plus the contractors.
Right.
And the contractors are key here. And then that, we thought, our assessment was, that would keep the Afghan government, the military, stable until such time as a diplomatic outcome could occur in accordance with the conditions set in the Doha Agreement.
In retrospect, would that have made the difference?
I mean, we'll never know, I guess, because it didn't happen. So I do think, though, that I believe that the Afghan government, the Afghan security forces would not have collapsed in August of 21 had we maintained that posture. Those were high-end special forces capable of defending themselves and conducting operations as they had been for a while. And I think my assessment, probably moderate to significant risk on U.S. forces, but is that worth that risk? Again, the Doha Agreement had conditions, but here was the problem. For 2 presidents, nobody that I recall, nobody, zero, could coherently argue how it would end or how those conditions, the diplomatic conditions, were going to be obtained. Not a military problem, but how are those diplomatic conditions going to be obtained?
Let me just ask you, I asked Secretary of State Blinken on September of 2021 about the infamous phone call with Ghani. And Reuters did get a copy of that phone call, about the transcript and apparently an actual verbatim. They listened to it. And in it, he said that there's a need, whether it's true or not, this is our President of the United States saying this, whether it's true or not, there's a need to project a different picture about the Taliban's capabilities. General McKenzie, you talked about how there was no plan to get U.S. citizens out. And then there seemed to be a bewilderment on the part of the administration why Americans weren't flocking to leave. They didn't have many ways of doing it anyway. And I'm just wondering what you thought of that phone call. I mean, I asked Blinken, he said, I don't talk about something that's been leaked. Well, is it true? Did he say that? You know, lying like that to me, when you give the false impression to a whole group of Americans who never then got out, that's very, very serious. Secondly, just let me ask, because I will run out of time, how many Americans were left behind? And again, I thank you that you did everything you could to make this policy work, but you were given a policy that was egregiously flawed. But how many Americans were left behind? How many of our allies? And what has happened to them? Have they been beaten, killed, tortured? And secondly, about all the weapons that were left behind, there are reports that some of it has found its way to Hamas. I don't know if that's true. I know you did everything you could on the way out to destroy them, but many were intact and left in the hands of the Taliban.
I can't speak to the phone call. I don't have any personal knowledge of that. Number of Americans. This was always an issue. The number of Americans, as General McKenzie said, an F-77 report is supposed to, every ambassador in every country of the world keeps an F-77 report, and they're supposed to track the Americans, where they're at, the phone numbers, address, et cetera, in the country. That was always a difficult number for us in the Department of Defense to get a hold of, and I think it's true at the tactical level and operational level as well. And I'll be candid, I don't know the exact number of Americans that were left behind because the starting number was never clear. Same is true of at-risk Afghans, SIVs, the commandos, other Afghans that serve with us. Those numbers varied so widely that they were quite inaccurate, as best I could tell at the time. I would just say I'm not sure, even today, about the accuracy of all those numbers.
Are they in jail, dead, some of them?
I think some were killed. Afghans. I don't know about the Americans. I don't think the Americans were, but I think some of the Afghans were tracked down that worked with us, and I think some of them were killed, and I'm pretty certain some of them in pretty brutal ways. Some were managed to escape through various means. Others have just laid low and keeping their heads down.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Sherman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I wish we were having a hearing with these excellent witnesses on what's on people's minds, which is what's going on in Gaza, where we could discuss the incredible difficulties of urban warfare and how the top expert on urban warfare at West Point has said that Israel has done at least as good a job as any other military in minimizing civilian casualties, given the incredible difficulties of urban warfare. Instead, we have what appears a highly politicized hearing trying to blame Biden. And this hearing began with the title, Biden's Strategic Failure. It's my understanding that our witnesses refused to testify with that title. In any case, they should have. We've now retitled the hearing, but we haven't repurposed it. It continues to be politicized. But a highly partisan hearing shouldn't be held if you're in the party that made most of the mistakes. Let's put this in context. We had a real dispute as to whether we should leave 2,500 or so American servicemen there for perhaps this decade and the following decade. The dissent cable argued for that. A lot of the foreign policy establishment argued for that. But Trump promised the American people every single American soldier would be out. And from that point, we had no bargaining position. That's why the chief negotiator, said that it was well known by 2018, by the end of 2018, that we are hell-bent to get every person out. And so what kind of agreement did we enter into in Doha? Supposedly by the best negotiator in the world, then President Trump. It is an agreement that says it's okay for the Taliban to treat 12-year-old girls like sex slaves. No provision prohibits that. Nothing prohibits the Taliban from killing people because they're part of the LGBT community. Nothing prohibits them from killing someone because they convert from Islam to Christianity. All they're required to do is talk to the Afghan government. They talked, perhaps, and then they assumed total power. And we could do nothing about it because we had promised the American people that absolutely every soldier would be out. And of course, right before the election, Trump promised to have them all back by Christmas of 2020. The Trump administration lost 59 of our servicemen, 152 of our contractors, accomplishing absolutely nothing. We surrendered in 2020. We could have surrendered in 2017. But perhaps the most extreme partisanship has arisen when so many members of this committee have attacked President Biden supposedly for not bringing back the, quote, $85 billion, I think it's closer to $8 billion, of equipment that we left behind. Now, this equipment was in the hands of Afghans who had plenty of use for it. They could keep it for their own defense. They could sell it to the Taliban. They did not choose to bring it back to us and return it. So I'll ask General Milley, was there a way for us to go all around Afghanistan and demand the return of our equipment? This is assuming, I realize that at the time we hoped that the Afghan armed forces would use that to resist the Taliban. But if we had realized that they were going to cave immediately, could we have taken that equipment away from all these Afghans with no casualties?
No, of course not. So
we would have incurred very substantial casualties if we had done what so many on the other side of the aisle have suggested, and that's somehow get back our equipment. Now, how does our withdrawal from Afghanistan compare to our withdrawal from, well, actually, I have another question. Biden came in January 2021. Was there a comprehensive plan at that time to both withdraw absolutely every one of our servicemen, because that was the promise Trump had made to the American people, while withdrawing in an organized way with no American casualties? Was there a complete plan ready to go at that time?
So 2 points, if I go back to the equipment just very quickly. As I recall, and I think it's laid out in the Seagar's report, the special IG for Afghanistan, there's about 80 some odd billion dollars worth of military aid total. That's everything from food and building barracks and uniforms and boots to include equipment over 20 years. Right. And then he cites, I think it's 7.2 billion of military equipment, U.S. manufactured military equipment that is with the Afghan security forces. That's Afghan-owned equipment, not American equipment. Every piece of American equipment that the American military owned came out with us with Scott Miller, or he destroyed it on site. And that's a fact. So the idea that the American...
So this attack on Biden for not taking the equipment back is total
Chair
bunk.
recognizes Mr. Wilson, South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I ask for unanimous consent to submit 2 reports from the George W. Bush Institute of February 2024, the captured state on human cost and on corruption.
Objection so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And indeed, generals, we appreciate your service, and but we just have to learn from what's occurred, the appeasement in Afghanistan. The Biden decision to appease is the worst foreign policy national security decision, I believe, in the history of the United States. It led directly to the encouragement of dictators who are ruling by gun to invade the democracies of rule of law. We saw that on February 22, 2022, when war criminal Putin invaded Ukraine. We saw that on October 7, 2023, when the regime in Tehran, through their puppets of Hamas, invaded Israel. We see it today as the world's largest military buildup is being conducted by the Chinese Communist Party to threaten Taiwan. The global war on terrorism continues, and indeed with open borders, the American families have never been at greater risk of attack. And I especially appreciate the military families who are here today. As a 31-year veteran of the 218th Infantry Brigade, I visited 4 times with our personnel, with the Adjutant General Bob Livingston, our troops serving in Afghanistan, and I saw them serve with their Afghan brothers, just as you did. And due to encouragement by my wife, I'm particularly grateful. My oldest son, Alan, received a CAB in Iraq. My second son, a doctor at Baghdad International Airport. My third served at the southern border and also served in Egypt. And my youngest son served under your command a year in Afghanistan. And to me, the Biden decision that led to the 13 deaths of the persons at Abbey Gate, the service members, is just inexcusable. And I actually felt assured, generals, knowing that your competence and capability, particularly a Citadel graduate, but I am very concerned that you were blamed on August the 26th, 2021 by Mr. Biden. He specifically said that the 13 murder, the withdrawal of forces was a decision as determined by the military, and he said he had letters that indicated that you had said that there should be an immediate appeasement. I sent a letter that day to the president asking for copies of the letters, and every couple of months I'll send another request. It has not been provided. And so there are no letters. And it's the responsibility of the President of the United States, his decision that resulted in what occurred, putting American families at risk. With that, and indeed the Doha Agreement, each of you, was a violation. It was conditions-based. And were there violations by the Taliban of the agreement?
I'll let Joe McKenzie give the specifics, but yes, the Taliban violated every condition of the agreement except lethal attacks on U.S. forces from the time they signed the agreement all the way to the end. Yes, they were in violation. They didn't renounce al-Qaeda. They didn't do Afghan-to-Afghan negotiations. They didn't, there's a whole series of conditions in the Doha Agreement that they didn't do.
No, that's correct. Every condition except the one narrow condition about attacks on U.S. and coalition forces. And in particular, actually, they stepped up intensely attacks on Afghan forces during this period because we had agreed to actually withdraw substantive air combat support from the Afghan military during this period of time, and they took advantage of that opportunity.
And I appreciate that President Donald Trump has indicated it was conditions-based. The conditions were violated, and that would have led to his view of maintaining the Bagram base. What is your position?
So my position on Bagram was it linked to my recommendation, my position then and now, that we should have held at 2,500. At 2,500 U.S. forces, if you also assume that will allow the Afghans to stay in the fight, you can maintain a viable base at Bagram. And
indeed, Bagram would be critical. Protecting American families. And hey, as we conclude, we still have a president making bad decisions, and that is that we had 7 weeks ago, 3 young Americans were killed, Army reservists from Georgia. And this was a decision of the President, Mr. Biden, who did not follow through on trying to stop these attacks on our troops by the puppets of Iran. And we've lost 3 service members, over 40 injured. And the President needs to take this seriously. We're in a conflict for existential of our country. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Milley and General McKenzie, for your service then and for coming voluntarily to testify and provide really important information to the committee and to the Gold Star families. And I join you in extending my condolences to the Gold Star families for making the ultimate sacrifice, a debt that certainly we can never repay, but we are trying the best to get answers for you. And I also want to extend my condolences to the over 2,400 other Gold Star families who weren't able to join us here today, whose families also made the ultimate sacrifice over the 20 years of this war. My criticisms of the withdrawal, the missteps and the problems are well documented. There were certainly issues that have to be addressed, and I've been very clear about that, and I've endeavored to get answers with my colleagues. But I also want to provide some really important context, and that is ending wars is never easy. And ending wars is never clean. And in fact, as you all know better than me, retrograde operations, withdrawal operations are some of the hardest and most dangerous things that we ask our military to do. So I wanted to provide some of that context. Chairman Milley, you said in your opening that the Doha agreement that President Trump and his administration entered into with the Taliban required the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces and diplomatic. That was the agreement that the Trump administration entered into. You said that had we not complied with that agreement, that there would be, quote, open war with the Taliban, right? That they had kept their agreement not to attack U.S. forces, which allowed us to withdraw and reduce our footprint. So here today, had we not withdrawn and not ended the war, would we be at open war with the Taliban?
I think the probability is greater than not that the Taliban would have reinitiated combat operations on 1 May or 2 May. The Doha Agreement says all force out by 1 May. The current administration, the State Department negotiated with the Taliban to get that extended, Zal-Khalilzad did, to get that extended until September, I guess it was, to buy some additional time. But there's little question in my mind that had the United States, that either president's agreement to withdraw, if we didn't withdraw 100%, then we would have been back at war with the Taliban. That's right.
General McKenzie.
I generally agree with what General Milley said, but when we always thought about keeping 2,500 beyond, we thought it needed to be coupled with an aggressive negotiation program with the Taliban, one that was perhaps had a few more sticks and not all carrots. So I think you needed to change your approach to negotiation if you decided to stay. We'll never know. You'll never know. I think I agree with General Milley. It's very possible that we could have been fighting the Taliban, but that's just a counterfactual that we won't know the answer to.
Okay, thank you. On the issue of a NEO, I actually was one of those voices that joined you and called for an earlier NEO. That was something that I thought would have been better and could have led to a smoother evacuation, but not a perfectly clean one. Because NEOs are hard, and one thing I want to talk about is this issue of who we evacuate, right? You talked about getting counts on U.S. citizens, but the simple fact of the matter is the United States nowhere ever requires its citizens to register with the State Department. So in no instance do we ever fully know what Americans are on the ground in any situation. Is that correct?
I think that's 100% correct, and you'll see it playing out today in Haiti. You saw it in the Sudan. You saw it in Ukraine. You saw it in many other places. Very, very difficult. It's a voluntary thing. People are encouraged to register with the embassy, but I don't know of any compulsory requirement to do that.
And also, when we evacuate American citizens in Afghanistan, many of those were in fact dual citizens. Is that accurate, General McKenzie?
That's correct, yes.
And many of those folks actually had non-American citizen family members. Is that right?
That is correct.
So many of them, not until the last moment, wanted to evacuate until they knew that there was a crisis because they didn't want to leave their family. Is that accurate?
I think you are absolutely correct.
So even if we had started a NEO earlier, that doesn't mean at the end of the day there wouldn't have been a rush and a crisis as the Afghan government and security forces collapsed because people finally realized they needed to get out. That probably wouldn't have changed even if we had started the NEO earlier.
Hard to know, but that's certainly a possibility.
Last piece is the part of the story that is not yet written, and that is our partners, our friends, our Afghan allies who are still there. We have an obligation to get them out. There's a bill called the Afghan Allies Protection Act, a bipartisan bill. I want to thank Mr. Baird over here, who's a co-sponsor of that. And I would encourage all my colleagues who are here, who are not yet co-sponsors of that bill, to sign on, because we can still do right and save lives by passing this bill and providing a pathway for our friends to get out. With that, I yield back.
Yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Perry from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for your service. We honor the Gold Star families and the service members here today. General Milley, General McKenzie, was the ROE, were the rules of engagement at the time of the Abbey Gate incident sufficient for service members like Tyler Vargas to protect themselves?
So it's my judgment they were, and we went in with what we call the standard Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff ROE with supplements for Afghanistan. There's three main components to it. First of all, the inherent right of self-defense. A U.S. service member anywhere in the world at any time has the right to defend him or herself against a threat. It does not have to be an action that you're defending against. It can be intent interpreted. So we're operating under that threat, under that ROE. At the same time, we had extended what we call collective self-defense to our friends, partners, and allies that are there. So you could take actions to defend the Brits, you could take actions to defend your Afghan partners. The third component of that was we used what we call direct action authorities, which allowed you to strike people that were not in direct contact with you, particularly in relationship to Kabul if they posed a self-defense threat. So the last point I would say is we exercised self-defense with lethal effect 3 times during the defense of Kabul on 16, 20, and I believe 22 and 26 August.
Okay, so sticking with the Abbey Gate incident, General McKenzie, you said there was no specific attack attacker intelligence or no specific intelligence existed and that there was nobody on the bolo that fit that description. Does that remain true today?
It does.
So were you aware, after the Abbey Gate attack, were you aware that service members at the gate had requested the ability to service the target, so to speak? Were you aware of that?
No, I would not be aware of that.
And it's understandable that a combatant commander might not be aware of what service members right on the line are aware of. But post that circumstance, were you concerned about the intelligence you were getting regarding the action you were about to take on the would-be attackers and that network?
Sure. So on or about the 26th, we were tracking 4 broad, very active, very concerning threat streams. We were looking at the threat of a vehicle-borne
Right.
IED, a person-borne IED, which actually was the modality of the Abbey Gate attack.
Right.
We were looking at indirect fire, rockets and
Right.
mortars, and we were looking at an insider attack, someone who gets in and blows himself up in the terminal.
Right.
So we had dozens of, and
But you had nothing fitting the description of what your service members on the gate, on the line
we had a lot
had.
of descriptions of men and
So when the service member on the line is looking at the attacker based on the description and he's got the rules of engagement, but the rules of engagement at that point require him to check with his commander, go up the line, and he does not get approval. That's exceptionally concerning. I understand the fog of war. I get the circumstance you're in, but there's a man sitting here that's been blown up because he couldn't get the answer that he needed. So on Thursday, August 26th, the Abbey Gate attack happens. 3 days later, on August 29th, the drone strike occurs. Now, you said that we had up to 6 Reapers following this car around for 8 hours. And that, I think, up to 60 pieces of intelligence that proved that these were the people that had just attacked the Abbey Gate.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Well, that's what I've got here for open source reporting. Okay, maybe some of that's not correct, but regardless of the fact, on the 29th, the drone strike occurs, kills 10, 7 of them children. 5 days later, the Pentagon admits there was a mistake. 5 days later. General Milley, when did you know that the drone strike was a failure?
When did I know that the
Drone strike on the civilian taking water to his family was a failure?
No, I remember. When did I know it?
It was 5 days before the Pentagon said it was a mistake. When did you know?
Probably day 4, day 5, in that range. I didn't know it right away, if that's what your question is.
And who did you tell when you knew?
Well, I think it came up through me to the Secretary of Defense. I don't
And then again,
remember the
from
exact-
you to the SecDef?
Well, it would have come from General McKenzie would have called me. I don't remember these specifics, but General McKenzie would have called me and said, we have an incident that...
Does anybody else in the Biden administration know at that point that it's a failure?
I honestly don't know.
Because the whole time they're telling us secondary explosions, we got the target, lying to the American people, not having a clue. Who did you tell?
I tell the Secretary of Defense, and of course, if we have a principals meeting, we go through the details of the strike. But I guess I'm trying to. If you're saying, did I tell the President of the United States or whomever, other than the Secretary of Defense, that there was a mistake? I think, and I'm doing this from memory, I think Frank McKenzie, General McKenzie, would have called me, and I would have informed the Secretary of Defense, or he would have called the Secretary of Defense, which is his chain of command, and I might have been in there at the time. I don't recall the actual date time group, nor the individual that I mentioned to. But for several days, it was my impression that the procedures were executed correctly and that we struck a target that we thought was an enemy. There was a mistake made. It's a tragic mistake.
It's huge.
Of war.
And we lied to the American people for 5 days and all these families who
We were
thought.
lying, though, Congressman. Lying implies we were intentionally trying to deceive. That is not what, I know that's not what I was doing.
It's a pretty big mistake, sir. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. I ask unanimous consent to allow Representative Miller Meeks of Iowa to sit on the dais and participate in today's hearing without objection. So ordered, the chair now recognizes Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and General Milley, General McKenzie. like my colleagues here, I want to thank you for your distinguished service to our nation. We're very grateful. I personally share your compassion and gratitude and extend my condolences to the Gold Star families here and all those who lost loved ones, the more than 2,400 who made the ultimate sacrifice over the nearly 20 years of action in Afghanistan, as well as the thousands wounded, both with injuries that are visible and those that are not. Paraphrasing some of the things that I've heard today, no single factor determined the outcome, is I think something you've said. 20 years of decisions, actions, successes, and failures all contributed to what ultimately happened in Afghanistan. You said there was a whole series of lessons along the way. And if I come to something, General Milley, I think if I got it right when you were talking with my colleague, Ranking Member Meeks, that the start of the end was the Doha Agreement in 2020. Is that fair?
I think that's a way that an historian could look at it. You could also start it in 2011 when there was a decision by the Obama administration to begin the drawdown. It's a 10-year process of drawdown. The end game itself, I would probably peg it at Doha because it's a continuum of unbroken cause and effects from that moment to the end.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's hard to put one point, but what were your thoughts at the time of the signing of the Doha Agreement in 2020?
Well, the military was not consulted on the Doha Agreement, nor would I necessarily expect to be, but that was a State Department operation that was done under Secretary of State Pompeo with Zal Khalilzad as the ambassador to do the negotiations. I was not consulted. It was an 18-month process, so it actually begins before I became the chairman. It begins under General Dunford. So that process goes on. I don't know what General Dunford knew, but I don't think he knew much about it. We knew there was a negotiation going on, the specifics of which we didn't know the terms of the negotiation. I found out about that from Secretary Esper after the fact, and then it was then, and then a week or two later, we found we were given the classified annex to the Doha Agreement. But no, we didn't participate in the development of the terms nor the negotiations.
And when the decision was made to draw down to 2,500 troops by, I think you said Inauguration Day, did you see that as something that was sustainable, get to the ultimate goal, or did that put U.S. forces at undue risk?
My assessment at the time was that 2,500 U.S. troops, and again, these are high-end Special Forces troops, 2,500 U.S. troops with the contractors with NATO was the min force necessary in order to buy the time to ensure the conditions were going to get met and result in a satisfactory negotiated settlement with the government of Afghanistan and the Taliban. Obviously, that didn't happen. But
at any time between the Doha Agreement and January of 21, when we were at 2,500, or even April and ongoing, was the government involved in the negotiations? Was there evidence of progress being made in the negotiations between the Taliban and the government that would give confidence that we could achieve the conditions that were laid out in the Doha Agreement?
I don't actually know that. I think that's probably a question for the State Department because they would probably have better visibility. I don't think, I'm almost positive that there were no substantive negotiations between the government of Afghanistan, the government of President Ghani, and the Taliban. Now, there may have been some back channel stuff. There might have been some stuff that I'm not aware of. But I am not aware of substantive negotiations between the government of Afghanistan. And in fact, the Doha Agreement, that's one of the requirements, one of the conditions is that one of the conditions is a reduction in violence for a specified period of time. I think it was 90 days, if I remember. And then that was supposed to lead to a permanent countrywide ceasefire. And then that would lead to a negotiated settlement between the government of Afghanistan and the Taliban. Obviously, the Taliban didn't adhere to those conditions. They blew through those, but that was part of the Doha Agreement. And that, I think, and I know you had Dr. Khalilzad here before, I think that's kind of what he was trying to make happen, but it never happened.
I understand I'm almost out of time, but the goal was to have that negotiated agreement. The Taliban quickly, I think, recognized that they didn't need to negotiate with the government. The government was weak, and they could achieve their goals by other means. At what point, if any, and this is to both of you, would you mark the tipping point where the outcome was all but certain? It was probably long before August of 2021, I imagine.
I would say 2 points. One is the Doha Agreement, because it was negotiated between the government of the United States and a State Department designated terrorist organization, the Taliban, and it was a bilateral agreement, that kind of pulled the rug out morale-wise from both the Afghan security forces and the government itself, because at that point they knew with certainty that there was a date certain now.
Right.
So I think that probably had a significant effect. We'll have to, historians are going to have to figure out exactly what that effect is. The actual observable tipping point of the collapse of the Afghan military, et cetera, that clearly is in July. As you start looking at when provincial capitals start falling. The first provincial capital falls, I think it's 6 August, and then in the next 10 days, the rest of them start falling all the way to the capture of Kabul. But it's at the end of July, sort of right at the beginning of August, it becomes evident that the Afghan security forces are crumbling, and we are in it, and that's where the whole NEO thing comes up.
Thank
but
you.
that's about the timing.
All right, Chairman McCauley, thank you for the extra time. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wagner.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for their time and their service to our country, recognizing certainly our Gold Star families that have joined us and those that have not today. One of the 13 lost at Abbey Gate was from my community in Missouri, Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. And I also want to remind our viewers and our colleagues here today that the title of this hearing, of this particular hearing, is an assessment of the Biden administration's withdrawal from Afghanistan by America's generals. Even today, 2.5 years after the Biden administration's botched withdrawal, after countless hearings, roundtables, and briefings, the incompetence that led to the abandonment of Afghanistan absolutely astounds me. The administration ignored the advice of allies, experts, and military leaders, blowing past warning sign after warning sign as it allowed Afghanistan to collapse. The total betrayal of our U.S. military servicemen and women, of our allies, of Afghanistan, and the subsequent chaotic, shameful withdrawal has seriously damaged our credibility as an ally and a leader. And because of the Biden administration's actions, American communities are less safe, and the world is much more dangerous and unstable. We are paying the price now, with conflicts roiling every corner of the globe. And yes, General Milley, those responsible must provide answers, as you've said over and over, but also they must be held to account. General Milley, General McKenzie, I ask the following questions not just as a member of Congress, but also as a mother of an Army Ranger who served under your command in combat in Afghanistan. So let me ask both of you, General Milley, General McKenzie, did you engage with our NATO allies and other allied nations about the withdrawal plan before President Biden announced his decision to go to zero in April 2021?
Absolutely, sure. That was fundamental. And then the NATO slogan at the time was in together, out together. So we coordinated multiple times with our NATO allies.
Did our allies with troops in Afghanistan recommend not going to zero prior to or after President Biden's April 2021 withdrawal announcement? John McKenzie?
Yes, they did. And it was my actual belief that had we stayed at 2,500, we would have had probably 5,000.
Yours and
NATO
everyone
forces.
else's.
Maybe more than that.
Including the Trump administration. Did our allies with troops in Afghanistan inform you that they would withdraw if the U.S. went to zero? General Milley?
Yes, they said, we'll be aligned with you, in together, out together, we'll be aligned with you, and that they would follow our lead.
General McKenzie?
Yes, because of the unique capabilities that the United States brings, they couldn't have stayed without our presence.
General Milley and General McKenzie, with the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan was nearly complete by mid-July, more than a month ahead of the August deadline. Why was the drawdown executed so quickly? And did you at any point believe the process was moving too fast?
I'll take that. So it was by design. from the very beginning, we wanted to get out as quickly as we could because we believe speed brought safety, and it would also give us a cushion in case unanticipated problems
And what
arose.
objectives, threat assessments, or orders were driving the speed?
Concerns about the Taliban attacking us, concerns about ISIS being able to carry out attacks, but also a desire to have room at the back end in case we had trouble, we had weather problems, we had aircraft problems that slowed us down in case that did not happen.
It's now clear, sir, that the Afghan military and some of our allies, for that matter, were not ready for how quickly the U.S. Withdrawal occurred. Did you ever consider or advise that the pace of the drawdown slowed to ensure the Afghan military was able to successfully transition? If so, why was such action not taken?
So the Afghan military was read in from the beginning about the pace of the withdrawal. And frankly, ma'am, I don't believe that waiting another 30 days would have had any material impact at all.
One quick other question, and I thank you so much. General Milley, General McKenzie, has the Taliban been carrying out a campaign of retribution, reprisals, and revenge killings against the Afghan allies that we left behind?
I believe yes.
Absolutely, systematically.
Systematically. I yield back.
General yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Milley, General McKenzie, thank you for your sacrifices. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have served in uniform, thank you for yours. To all of you in this room who might have served, I'm grateful. And particularly to the Gold Star families in the room. If you might just raise your hands, those of you here are representing loved ones. Okay. I'm one of you, and thank you for holding that up. I'm one of you, and I know how you feel. I've been looking for answers my whole life after having lost my father in Vietnam. You can imagine the questions I have to this very day. With the help of Chairman Milley's office and the chairman himself, I was able to go back to Vietnam for the first time in my life in March of last year. I went to the very dirt where my father took his last breath. And I can tell you from that experience, it is where I took my first. And when I came home, I recognized two things. First of all, one of the answers is this little piece of plastic. It's the voting card that we use in the House chamber in the Capitol. It's where we make decisions that can make life and also take life. It's true in the White House. It's true with our generals. It's true with our armed services. And the weight of that is something that changed me forever. But what I also recognized is how remarkable the hospitality of the Vietnamese were when I was there. The People's Army, our own people in Vietnam, how gracious, how hospitable, how kind, how caring, and how meaningful they saw my return. And my question to you, General, both generals, is this: what do we need to start doing today in Afghanistan to ensure that families here and families of the 2,400 others that lost their lives can one day return to Afghanistan and have that same blessing that I had to visit the dirt where my father was killed?
I'll be candid, Congressman. I don't think there's anything immediate. It will take years upon years upon years. In my view, this personal view, I believe the Taliban is still a terrorist organization. I still believe that they conduct incredible, horrific retribution inside their own country, and I would not recommend to any family member at this time to return. There is probably some diplomatic initiatives that could be done in the years ahead, but the Taliban...
And that's my question, sir, is you know, my return was 54 years later.
Exactly.
What do we need to do now?
It'll be
10,
many
20,
years.
30 years to plant the seeds so that people can return?
I've served several tours in Afghanistan, lost a lot of people, to include these 13, and I have a problem reconciling with the Taliban. My father had a problem reconciling with the Japanese. Wars are horrible, terrible things, and I'm carrying that with me, and I'll probably go to the grave with it. So I don't know how many years it's going to take, but it's going to take a long time.
I appreciate it. General McKenzie, any thoughts on what we need to do, this institution, members of Congress, the White House, what do we need to do now?
Well, I think,
or 50 years from now, others can go back.
Frankly, our principal concern with Afghanistan right now should be the fact that al-Qaeda and ISIS have the opportunity to gather strength in ungoverned spaces with clear desire to attack our homeland. So I think we should begin with concern about that. And
Let's talk about that. What should we be doing on that account? It's more difficult now than it was before, obviously. What should we be doing now?
So I think we need to continue to resource U.S. Central Command so they have the opportunity to do surveillance into Afghanistan. I'm out of that picture now. I don't know what they do, but I think we we need to keep an eye on it. I think that's very important. In the long term, I believe it is decades away before there's going to be any rapprochement with Afghanistan, particularly given their unusually and specifically horrific treatment of women, children, human rights issues, and they seem to embrace that. I agree with the chairman that the Taliban is a terrorist organization. They themselves don't have a desire to attack us in our homeland, but they do harbor entities and organizations that do have a desire to do that. And I think right now it's hard for me to get beyond that relentless focus.
I understand, but I have about 50 seconds left. The U.S. has a history of making war, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. We also have a tradition of making peace, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. But looking to success and prospectively, we've made a lot of our former enemies our dear friends and allies. Are there things that we should be thinking about right now as it relates to making former enemies our friends?
Well, in the case of Afghanistan, it's hard to find common ground with them
Understood.
right now.
And that seems to be the theme, and I
It is difficult for me to, I'm probably not the right person to ask.
Right.
You might ask someone from the Department of State
to
come in and talk to you more about that, or USAID, because there are some opportunities there.
I get it.
But from my perspective, I tend to focus on the security issues. Okay. And frankly, sir, the security issues are profound.
I get it. Well, gentlemen, thank you. And to the Gold Star families, rest assured my mission now is to ensure someday you can go back, because there's nothing more meaningful and powerful. God bless you all. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair now recognizes a veteran of Afghanistan who made dear sacrifices to his nation and to Afghanistan as well, Mr. Mast.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, generals, for your attendance and for your answers today and for putting on a uniform in defense of this country. I think any of us that put on a uniform want the next generation to wake up every day and be able to say this country's still worth it. America is worth the fight. And it's one of the most important reasons that we have these hearings and that we do these oversights, so that everybody can wake up and say, yeah, this is a place that's worth it. I want to ask some questions about targeting. I've watched your all's interviews from in uniform to leaving uniform. As you can imagine, it's of great personal interest to me and, of course, to the Gold Star families as well throughout the war. We left on August 30th, 2021. We lost 13 service members on the 26th of 2021. And moving behind those dates, can you recall when the last time it was that America targeted somebody specifically for the purpose of termination on the 25th, on the 24th, on the 23rd, wherever, whether it be ISIS-K, whether it be Taliban, whether it be Al-Qaeda?
Sure, on the night of 27, 28 August, we targeted an ISIS-K bomb maker in Nangarhar province.
Prior to the 26th, General. I know that we made a mistaken target.
That was the 29th. That was 2 days later.
Prior to the 26th, prior to the Abbey Gate.
It had been quite a while before we had actually struck any deep targets. It had been a lengthy period of time. I couldn't give the exact date, but it was probably a matter of many weeks since we had struck a target that you would develop and strike as a personality target or a deep strike target. Our strikes were during the period, particularly after the Doha Agreement. We were more in direct self-defense of Afghan forces, and that became increasingly difficult to deliver as our aircraft were repositioned out of Afghanistan as we drew down. So our strikes became increasingly limited. Now, the Afghans struck, and they'd struck not only close defense targets, but deep targets, but we had very limited visibility on those targets, and I do not believe they were necessarily effective in those strikes.
And I want to get to that a little bit, General McKenzie. And one of your interviews was with Fox, and you said this specifically: there were a wide variety of targets the U.S. military told the Taliban to look at. And it's that I really want to get specifically to. When did that envelope change for America, and what did it look like? Which targets were we choosing to give to the Taliban to target, and which targets were we keeping for ourselves? What met that threshold of saying the U.S. is going to hit this, but we're going to give this off to the Talibs?
Sure, so I'd prefer to talk a little bit more about this in the closed session, but we passed the Taliban information on targets that were in close proximity to Kaya, places where we thought ISIS-K was gathering, ISIS-K might be preparing to strike, and there were about 18 of those targets that we passed. And they took action on some of them. I can't tell you if they took action on all of them because we didn't have visibility on them. Now, when I say they actioned them, they didn't strike them with a drone, obviously. They drove out, looked at the location, may or may not have taken action. But I can tell you that we did that, I believe, 18 times during this period of time. And by that, I mean after 15 August until we left the country.
after 15 August, or you said it was several weeks before we had since we had targeted somebody prior to the Abbey Gate?
Correct, and we were not targeting before 15 August in any number in Afghanistan. But specifically, I was answering your question about the Taliban, because the relationship with the Taliban was a direct, highly transactional relationship based on our withdrawal between 15 August and 30 August.
And here's the reason that timeline, that looking at that is important to me. As I said, I've looked at your all's comments, your interviews, things that you've said, and speaking on a different subject, you were speaking about Iran, the failure of the Biden administration in taking Iran off the target list. Not that we should drop ordnance on them tomorrow, but that they should be on the list just so that there is deterrence, just so that they know they can't act and not have a response by the United States of America, and that is a failure. And you used specifically the terminology that to take Iran off the target list was to give Iran aid and comfort, were the exact words. And it is my opinion that if we are ceasing to target Al-Qaeda, ISIS-K, or the Taliban in those days leading up to August 26th, then just as you looked at a lack of targeting Iran as giving the enemy aid and comfort, I would look at giving that enemy, I would look at those lack of actions as giving that enemy aid and comfort. And in that, General, my time has expired.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to both of our witnesses. General Milley, as an American, I want to thank you for your service and for how you've conducted yourself in that service. America owes you a debt. You come from my hometown of Boston, just outside Boston, if I understand it correctly. Your father fought in World War II in the 4th Marine Division in the Pacific, is that correct? And your mother was a nurse who served in the U.S. Naval Reserve during that same war, is that correct?
She worked at a hospital out in Seattle, took care of the wounded, that's correct.
And you had an uncle who served in the Korean War.
I had two uncles that were also in World War II, one in the Philippines and one was landing at Normandy when my dad was at Saipan, and another uncle that was in the Korean War.
So it'd be fair to say your family really answered a call to serve its country, including bearing arms to protect this country and to deter its adversaries and enemies. Is that correct?
That's correct. And two uncles in World War I and cousins in Vietnam.
Even going further.
That's right.
And then you yourself deployed in Somalia, Panama, Haiti, and multiple times as brigade commander to Iraq and Afghanistan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You're proud of that service?
44 years. Proud.
Are you proud of that service?
Absolutely, 100%.
And then a retired Colonel Ross Davidson, who served under you in Baghdad, recounted one incident where you ran across a booby-trapped bridge at night in order to prevent a pair of U.S. tanks from blowing up and thus save lives. Is that incident accurate?
It's correct.
General Milley, on a Truth Social post on September 22nd of last year, Donald J. Trump said, talking about you, quote, "This guy turned out to be a woke train wreck who, if the fake news reporting is correct, was actually dealing with China to give them a heads up on the thinking of the President of the United States. This is an act so egregious that in times gone by, the punishment would have been death," unquote. And a member of the other side of the aisle on this very committee called you a traitor and said, I quote, "In a better society, Quislings," referring to the leader of Norway during World War II who collaborated with the Nazis, "like the strange," I won't use the words used by our colleague, "General Milley would be hung," unquote. General Milley, what's your reaction to those statements about you, especially given you and your family's long service, distinguished service to the United States of America, as we're discussing patriotism and protecting troops? I wonder how you respond to the kind of slander I've just read attributed to two prominent political figures.
Well, let me just
And
say,
if you could move the mic closer so we can hear you.
So obviously I don't agree with the comments, but it's a free country and people can say what they want. But with all due respect, Congressman, I'm here for the families of Abbey Gate, and I'm here for the families of those that served in Afghanistan. And I'll leave those comments, as much as I don't care for those comments, I don't agree with them. They have a right to say them, but I'd like to stay focused on these families if with respect.
I think that's very much in keeping with the honorable tradition you've set in your own career and your own good name. But as a member of this body, I want to let you know, I find those comments inconsistent with the honor we're trying to bestow on those who lost loved ones, who have served and served nobly their country. You deserve that honor and respect too. And those kinds of comments are dangerous and unbefitting anybody, from my point of view, who serves or seeks to serve public office. And as a member of this committee, I want you to know I renounce them, and I have a very different view of your service. Thank you for serving the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
And we are watching U.S. House hearing on the deadly Afghanistan withdrawal. It will continue as more House members will be doing their questions to their two retired generals that are fielding the questions from the members of Congress. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Always great to be with you. We are going to take you back out to the in-demand House hearing featuring two retired U.S. generals as they are talking about the Afghanistan withdrawal. And it was a deadly and chaotic one. And we are going to be listening now to more members of Congress questioning the two retired generals.
Right. To withdraw U.S. forces.
Well, General McKenzie, if I could ask, you stated that DOD and state were operating at different speeds. Do you believe that if state and DOD were on the same page, that Bagram could have remained a viable option for the NEO?
The key point the chairman made is this, sir, it's once you go below 2.5K for U.S. forces, you can't hold Bagram. At 2.5, I was enthusiastic about holding Bagram. Scott Miller was enthusiastic about holding Bagram.
Understand, but neither one of you recommended to go below
I recommended not, my position then and now is stay at 2.5K.
And that's right.
General
But once
Milley,
the decision is made.
Right. Understand.
Yeah, presidents make decisions, and once that decision is made, we execute.
But the point here that I'm trying to make is that the refusal to abide by the recommendations that both of you made would have preserved the option to maintain Bagram and execute the NEO from Bagram. My question is, would Bagram have been a preferable strategic exit versus HKIA?
So there are problems with Bagram. It's 30 miles away from Kabul. All things being equal, you'd prefer to have Bagram at 2.5K. There's a lot of reasons why you'd want that second air base. And yes, it would have helped the NEO had you been doing it at the force level that would have allowed you to man it.
Yeah. So it was really the fact that the resources weren't there, the troop levels were not there to actually carry out a successful NEO. General McKenzie, did you ever make a request to re-seize Bagram either before or after August 15th?
We had plans, and I'd prefer to talk about them in a closed session, but we had plans to do a variety of things.
My time has expired. I think your advice to the political leadership was the correct advice, primarily because we lost a key strategic asset in the counterterrorism fight. And now, in retrospect, looking at the fact that we have competition with China and we don't have an air base there, huge strategic blunder in my judgment, without a yield.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Dean. Miss Dean. It's the second time I've done that.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Touche.
We need a laugh here today. Thank you, Chairman McCall. Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks, for holding this hearing.
That was good. That was a good comeback.
Thank you, General Milley. Thank you, General McKenzie, for your extraordinary careers of service to this country and the sacrifice that both you and your families have made for the service of our country. I also recognize the very faithful service members of all of our military, some of whom are here today, but over the 20 years of the conflict in Afghanistan, the more than 2,400 who gave their lives for this country, for this democracy, for the rights that we prize here. I also recognize the Gold Star families who are in the room. You know I care desperately that you get the answers that you need, and I appreciate that both of our testifiers here today have talked about that it is a comprehensive look that you deserve. It is not about a single day or a single month. You deserve the answers to what went right with this war and what went wrong. To the Abbey Gate veterans and families, and I see veteran Sergeant Vargas-Andrews and your family, thank you for being here yet again. I wanted to start quickly with the testimony before the House Armed Services Committee in September of 2021, where Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said of the timing of the evacuations, as for when we started evacuations, we offered input to the State Department decision, mindful of their concerns that moving too soon might actually cause the very collapse of the Afghan government that we all wanted to avoid. I wanted to ask both of you, what role did the sudden, just almost instantaneous collapse of the Afghan government play in the events following the continuing evacuation and withdrawal? Can you speak to the utter collapse that seems to have surprised most people?
So operationally, the collapse meant that at HKIA, we depended upon Afghan support to hold the perimeter. They melted away. And that was probably the most significant immediate operational effect of the collapse of the Afghan government and the attendant collapse of the Afghan military. Now, we had a plan for that. We saw it as a possibility, but that's why we had to put in 6,000, almost 6,000 U.S. forces to replace those Afghans that had melted away. We would have been able to hold HKIA with a far smaller number of U.S. forces had the Afghans remained. But when the government collapsed, they went away. So that had a profound and immediate effect on everything else that followed.
General Milley?
Yeah, I think with respect to what General Austin was saying, that was a concern of the State Department, but there was a general consensus that with complete withdrawal of U.S. military force was going to lead to a collapse of the government and the ANSF. The issue is timing when that would happen. Most of the assessments indicated, the intelligence community assessments, were 12 to 24 months sort of thing. The military actually had a tighter assessment, and we estimated that the earliest time of complete collapse could be in the fall, maybe around Thanksgiving, something like that. Nothing indicated August per se. Having said that, though, I think that we certainly were advocating for the parallel withdrawal of the embassy personnel and the American citizens with the military, prior to the events of August.
And what role did President Ghani's leaving town?
I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back. I think it was collapsing anyway, but at that point in time, I don't want to make comparisons, I suppose, but, you got Ghani and Zelensky, right? Zelensky stays, and his military stays in Kyiv, and you got a nation at war, and they're fighting tooth and nail. And then in this particular case, President Ghani, his entire cabinet, less one went up into the Panjshir Valley. The rest of them got on airplanes and took off out of their country. As soon as the ANSF saw that, they literally took their uniforms off, put their weapons down, and it collapsed. It was very, very quick.
As to the drawdown, if I could ask you both, and maybe it's more appropriate to General Milley, but I might be wrong. Under the Doha agreement, the drawdown to 8,600 troops by June of 2020 was required. But my understanding is subsequent withdrawals were at President Trump's discretion. 4,500 by November of 2020, 2,500 by January of 21, as a new administration is about to take place. It didn't seem ideal by defense officials. On what basis did President Trump order the troop withdrawal to 2,500 in January of 2021?
Well, to back up, the requirement to go to 8,600 was 135 days after the signing of the Doha Agreement. And that was executed. Secretary Esper was the Secretary of Defense. Then Secretary Esper submitted a recommendation, and I concurred with it, to withdraw to 4,500 and hold at 4,500 until all the conditions were being met. Secretary Esper was removed from office on the 9th of November. On the 11th, the 12th of November, I was handed a piece of paper with the president's signature on it, which had two sentences. One was withdraw all forces from Somalia by the 15th of December, and then withdraw all forces out of Afghanistan by the 15th of January. We went, the acting Secretary of Defense Miller and I and others went over to the White House to confirm that order because we had not been consulted on that. So we did, and that order was then subsequently rescinded, and on the 17th of December or November, another order was received, signed by Robert O'Brien, the National Security Advisor to the President, which directed at that point to come down to 2,500. 2,500 was always given as the min force required by the military as a recommendation to two consecutive presidents.
And yet momentarily the president, the former president, placed an order to withdraw everybody.
Well, it was a draw down to zero, and then you may recall, I think somebody had mentioned it, that there was kind of there was some discussion of everybody's home by Christmas, that kind of thing. But the actual formal orders is what I just discussed.
Again, I thank you for your service, and I thank all the military families.
Gentle lady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Miss Young Kim.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Mix for holding today's hearing. I want to thank General Milley and General McKenzie for coming before our committee with your testimonies. And I do also want to welcome the Gold Star families and veterans. Thank you for your service. Following the chaotic withdrawal of from Afghanistan, President Biden stated that he owes no apologies for how the withdrawal was conducted. I disagree. To this date, we're still unclear on how many Americans were left behind in Afghanistan and remain there, not to mention Afghan allies that helped our service members with translation services and intelligence gathering. That could have been prevented if the withdrawal was not carried out in a way that was dismissive of advice coming from the DoD's top leadership. President Biden also promised in an ABC News interview just a few days after the Taliban takeover of Kabul that if there are American citizens left, we're going to stay until we get them all out. Well, that's not happened. So General Milley and General McKenzie, did you consider this promise an order from the president?
No, the ABC interview, I wouldn't consider that an order. We receive orders from the White House in formal ways. It has been like this for decades. Typically, they are signed by typically the National Security Advisor to the President, and then that's transmitted to the Secretary of Defense, chain of command, and then the Joint Staff and the Chairman will take those orders, turn them into military orders to transmit to the combatant commanders. So I wouldn't consider an ABC interview or any other means of immediate communication as a quote-unquote an order.
General McKenzie?
I think General Milley described it exactly correct.
Was there any contingency planning with the State Department to ensure that no citizens would be left behind?
After we departed at the end of August.
Asking prior to the withdrawal, was there contingency planning with the State Department?
So we always plan for capacities. For example, from the very beginning, CENTCOM worked with a number of about 150,000. That's how many people we thought, that goes back to June of 2020. That was the number that we thought would have to come out. So the Department of Defense's responsibility there is to make sure you got the airplanes to move them, you can process them. But it's up for the Department of State to say who's coming out, how you're going to categorize those people, how you're going to sort them, and how you're going to get them there. And that's when I would talk about the velocities, the different velocities of the two departments. We were pretty straightforward with our ability to do that, but we're dependent on the Department of State actually to make those decisions that turn our ability into actual movement of human beings.
Sure. So we talked about how President promised that during that ABC News interview, but when did you realize that President Biden's promise would be broken?
I'm sorry, just help me with that.
When did you realize that President's promise of getting every one of the American citizens left in Taliban will be left? I mean, we'll get them out. When did you?
I would say by mid-July of 2021, I was concerned, given events in Afghanistan, about the state of Department of State's planning and their ability to execute a NEO. Now, I never thought we'd get everybody out. I always thought there would be some, you're never going to attain perfection there, but you'd want to get that number as small as possible. So I knew there would be people left behind. We weren't going to be able to get everybody out, but you wanted to get as close to zero as you can.
Were you told by that same administration just days later to leave Americans behind if it meant getting out by August 31st?
No, I was never told that, but I would share with you my advice in late August was we needed to get out by the 31st. If we did not leave by the 31st, it was clear to me from our intelligence reporting and a number of other sources, we would have been fighting the Taliban. So I thought, you want to get out by the 31st and then resort to diplomatic means to bring your citizens that don't get out by the 31st out. Otherwise, you're going to have to pour thousands more forces into Afghanistan just to stay there and permanently impair your opportunity to get citizens out, not to mention the tens of thousands of at-risk Afghans that you would like to get out that are actually, of course, at much higher risk.
Let me ask General Milley my last question. You previously testified that during the NEO, you and General McKenzie both recommended against keeping U.S. forces in Afghanistan past August 31st. So why would you recommend this, even with hundreds of Americans and tens and thousands of Afghan allies left behind?
Well, for the very same reasons that General McKenzie just outlined. I think to keep them past the 31st, you're already at a very small number. You would have had to increase that number by tens of thousands in order to stay there and continue fighting now what would be the Taliban. As far as the American citizens, it wasn't clear then, and it's still not clear to me what those numbers are or were. And that was never clarified by anyone in the State Department, exactly how many, where they are, who they are they out in Herat, are they down in Kandahar? We can't, unless you put tens of thousands of troops in there, we cannot be bouncing around a country that's at war and trying to look for this person and that person. It's just not realistic. It's not a feasible course of action. And by the end of August, especially after the 26th Abbey Gate, absolutely not feasible. So at that point in time, your choices are extend well into September, October. You could look forever because you don't even know what number you're looking for, and you don't even know where they're at. So those weren't feasible or acceptable courses of action at the time, although I do understand the human desire, but didn't know numbers, didn't know necessarily where they were, and so on and so forth. So not a realistic option.
Got it. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. His time's expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Moskovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Generals, for your service to the country. And echoing comments of my colleagues, I want to obviously extend my condolences to the Gold Star families here and that were here earlier and paying the ultimate sacrifice for our country. I also want to recognize the sacrifice of our colleague Brian Mast for his service. in Afghanistan. A lot of people on this committee do a lot of great things in service to the country. I want to thank our colleague Corey Mills, who just over the weekend helping getting people out of Haiti. And I hope, Mr. Chairman, we can soon get a classified briefing on the situation going on there. This obviously is a very important topic today on what happened with the withdrawal from Afghanistan. Why it did not go according to what the experts in the Pentagon and in our intel community believed. I think we need to know what gaps existed. I think we need to know how that happened. I need to know the lessons that were learned. And most importantly, how do we prevent something like this from happening in the future? We had soldiers die over the 20 years of war, and we had soldiers die on the withdrawal. And I think multiple things can be true. A lot of times in this town, we like to, it's an and or kind of deal, right? It's either Trump was responsible or Biden was responsible, right? I actually think in Afghanistan, it's an and, quite frankly. I think there were mistakes made in the withdrawal. I think the American people think there were mistakes made in the withdrawal. And I think it's okay to admit that. I mean, what's the opposite of that? That the withdrawal was perfect? Everything went according to plan? General Milley, do you think mistakes were made in either the planning phases, things that we thought were going to happen that didn't happen, or things on the ground that unfolded that we didn't plan for? You think mistakes were made in all of that thought process?
There's zero doubt in my mind there were mistakes made, and that's the point of the after-action reviews. Identify those mistakes and develop solutions to implement them in the future. And I think the fundamental mistake, fundamental flaw, was the timing of the State Department call of the NEO. I think that was too slow and too late. And that then caused a series of events that result in the very last couple of days. There's a lot of other mistakes that are made along the way. I try to cover them in a written statement to submit to you guys. But I think that was, germane to this particular hearing. I think that was key. I think that was fundamental.
Yeah, and reading the dissent cable, which I won't discuss here, but I mean, do you think some of the intelligence that you all used, our military leaders used?
I think for the intelligence, we pulled off in the summer of 20. So when we went to 8,600 in accordance with the Doha Agreement, and then you drop from 86 to 45, you're pulling advisors off the so-called Kandaks, the Afghan battalions. What that then means is we don't have a fingertip touch for what's going on in the Afghan security forces. We couldn't see. We blinded ourselves when you pull those advisors off. So we relied on electronic means or technological means in order to be able to see what's happening with the Afghan security forces. But technology can't read a person's heart. They can't see the negotiation that's going on locally between the Taliban and the local Afghan. So we lost our ability to really sense that environment with a degree of granularity that could make better predictions than what was turned out. And I think that's true of the intelligence community, and the military writ large, et cetera. So I think that was a major gap, was our ability to see into what was happening on the ground because we pulled our advisors out. And that's going to happen when you pull advisors off.
And there's no doubt that mistakes were made by multiple administrations over 20 years that I'm sure we can point to when the full after-action review is completed. You think it was a mistake by the previous president to invite the Taliban, which you call a terrorist organization, to Camp David?
I won't comment on that. It's a political act, and I'll stay out of that. But on mistakes, I think one of the key ones, to be very candid with you, is the development of the ANSF writ large, which begins, of course, in early 2000s. And I was part of that, Frank's part of that, and many of us were part of that. The number of security forces were too small. We, the military estimated we needed 600,000 to 700,000. Decisions were made by the bond agreement to field them at 350,000. Half of those were police, and they were completely not designed well for a counterinsurgency type of environment. So you're looking at about 175,000 Army, and the Taliban had fielded about 100,000 Taliban. So your force ratios, your correlation of forces between the insurgent and the regime forces was always balanced more in favor of the Taliban. And then they had a sanctuary over in Pakistan. These were decisions from 04, 05, and 03, that kind of thing. But they have second and third and fourth order consequences to the outcome of this war. So by the end of the day, the Taliban or the ANSF, there was mirror imaging going on. We tried to build a conventional army. We didn't build their commandos and special forces till late. There's a whole series of these that go way back in time that ultimately end up in a collapse of the Afghan security forces under intense pressure by the Taliban in the summer of 21.
Thank you, General. My time has
expired. Chair recognized.
All right, as more members of Congress continue to ask questions to the two former U.S. generals, we are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to take a listen here of the U.S. House hearing on the deadly and chaotic Afghanistan withdrawal. Let's continue to listen on Live Now.
He was an interpreter with the Army. He was able to escape Afghanistan. He's a U.S. citizen now. He is here in the States. His wife was not as fortunate. Her first 2 attempts at entering HKIA, she was beaten almost to death by the Taliban. Now, there was a little problem. The U.S. Embassy had her passport and had all of her information. Guess what they did? They destroyed it all. They destroyed it all on the retrograde. So they printed off, she had to print off a letter to that she could then show. Guess what that letter proved to the Taliban? Where she was going. And so after the second beating, she left. We were getting literally phone calls into the office. A woman, Beatrice, in my office was literally talking to her in the middle of the night. The third time she went was when the explosion at Abbey Gate happened. Fortunately for her, she was not one of those 170 Afghans that were killed. And fortunately for my constituent, Jose, he wasn't one of the 13 Americans who was killed. We welcomed her home to the United States this past weekend. Finally. If that is not an indication of a broken policy and broken system, I don't know what is. I know she's dealing with the literal physical and psychological scars that this government has put on her. Very quickly, General McKenzie, what information about American citizens did the U.S. pass to the Taliban?
very limited information, and you'd really need to talk to state because they were the agency that did it. But it was designed to get them through, typically in convoys into the compound. But you'd need to go to the Department of State to get good information.
Are you aware of those claims, even by some State Department employees, that the Taliban was beating up American citizens and others like my constituent and his wife, who were green card holders?
I'm aware of those claims.
Are you aware of the claims that the Taliban beat up or even killed Afghan allies outside the gates of HKIA?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chairman, we had the sniper who had the bomber in his sights here in front of our committee before, and that was run up the chain of command, and he was denied the ability to take that sniper out. That's a breakdown. And I believe that the security control of Kabul contributed to this violence. I know my time is up, and I've got a few other questions that I'm going to put in writing through the chairman. But at the end of the day, this was a shameful situation all the way around. I appreciate your willingness to work with these families and meet and talk with them now, but we must have accountability. We must. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Gold Star families here. As a Gold Star family member, my uncle being killed in action, thank you for being here. Condolences are your loss, and gratitude, eternal gratitude for the great sacrifice and courage of those we loved. When I was first elected, I visited our troops right away in Iraq, then in Iraq. And I came upon a Marine, and I asked him, you know, in conversation what his opinion was of the war at that stage. And he looked at me and told me one of the most important lessons I learned. He said, well, sir, I'm here to serve. Those kind of decisions and those questions you're asking, well, those are yours. Those are political decisions. And I think what we have this morning, in effect, is a little bit of the replay of that conversation. We're asking two generals I deeply respect and thank for their service to comment on political decisions that thrust on them. And much of what we have should be turned around. We should be out there, and maybe they should be up here asking the questions. But nevertheless, it's where we are. I just want to comment on one title of this hearing, and that's the fact that the last section of that is the Taliban takeover. There's like a sequence that's there. I just want to correct. Not one decision led to the Taliban takeover. And many of the decisions we had here clearly wouldn't have resulted in the Taliban not taking over. Is that correct, General Milley?
I think, as I mentioned several times already, there's a series of strategic decisions that set the conditions, and those decisions are made over the course, frankly, of 20 years. And then, of course, there's a series of decisions at the end that impact this very specific withdrawal and NEO. But yes, it's the cumulative effect of multiple decisions.
I couldn't agree more, and that's the way we should view this. Although I think there was a linchpin to today's testimony that helped underscore something, too, as we're looking at things. That's when General McKenzie was talking about the fact that keeping 2,500 more troops at Bagram Air Force Base could have been helpful, assuming the Afghans stay in the fight. And one of those key decisions, frankly, that got us to where we were at the end of this was the decisions that surrounded the Doha Agreement in that sense. Now, General Milley, I mean, I think one of the critical things was excluding the Afghans from those discussions. Could you comment on that at all?
Well, I mean, it's a historical fact that the Doha Agreement was made between the United States and the Taliban. It's a bilateral agreement. The intent was, you'd get a better answer out of Ambassador Khalilzad or Secretary of State Pompeo, but I think the intent there was for that to occur, the U.S.-Taliban negotiation, in order to set the framework for an Afghan-to-Afghan negotiation. And the Afghan-to-Afghan negotiation never happened, and there was supposed to be a reduction in violence, and then a ceasefire, then Afghan-to-Afghan negotiation.
And former Ambassador John Bass said our main policy efforts didn't reinforce each other. They were contradictory. There were contradictory signals amplified by President Trump's periodic statements supporting rapid force reductions, and taken all together, they undermine the Afghans' confidence in the U.S. security. I mean, that was a critical point as well. But we could point to so many critical points in this whole process. This is a 20-year look back, which we should. We're looking back to learn lessons. This is a 20-year look back, and, you know, 4 different administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, 2 decades. These are decisions that culminated in the final occurrences that occurred, and that's the way they should be viewed. We can dissect them. We can go back and classify it after this and learn more in detail. But we're going to learn this, that we're working for the one thing I think any family member would want, so that no other American family has to go through what they went through. It's important to look back at the past, but it's important to look for the present. Here's my final point. I can't sit here on March 19th knowing what's going on in Ukraine now, knowing that we have an Article 5 responsibility and that Putin has put in his sights NATO countries as the next target after he gets through with Afghanistan, with Ukraine rather. So I just ask everyone here on this side, the political side, when we have a supplemental ready to give support to the Ukraine government, we must act on it now, because failure to do that will jeopardize in the future the lives of other brave American men and women who are there under a treaty of Article 5 to defend our word in this world and defend democracy in Europe, the same democracy that my uncle died for. So I hope and just implore everyone here, put the bill on the floor for a vote. The present is important, the future is important, and saving the lives of courageous young American men and women is important. I yield back.
I agree with that assessment. Chair recognizes Ms. Radhawagen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Milley.
All right, you're just listening into this House hearing on the deadly Afghanistan withdrawal. Of course, they are switching up committee members, so this is a perfect time for us to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. Let's take you right back out to this in-demand hearing on the Afghanistan withdrawal. Let's listen into it live, raw, and unfiltered.
They also drew back considerable, not 100%, but 99% of their attacks against us. And most of their attacks against us were probably low-level Taliban commanders who didn't get the word. On the other hand, their attacks against Afghan forces increased in ferocity and didn't come down at all, and they began to hit them very hard during this period of time. So it is my judgment that the Taliban grew better and bolder during this period of time.
Do you believe the State Department was on the same page as the U.S. military in April 2021?
I'm just trying to, let me think about that for a minute. And I would say, I think that the intent of the Department of State was to maintain a diplomatic platform in Afghanistan, even after we withdrew our military forces. I did not believe that was a feasible action, in that I didn't think that the government of Afghanistan would be around to be the partner for our diplomats once we removed our military capability. It was a divergence of opinion. And that divergence of opinion lasted until August, when we actually began to withdraw our embassy.
Well, what was your assessment of the State Department's planning during the retrograde and in the lead up to the non-combatant evacuation operation?
So I felt they were moving at a slower pace compared to us. We felt the immediacy of the problem. I felt the state was, just for a variety of reasons, not moving quickly. I felt strongly enough so that mid-July, I took my concerns formally to the Secretary of Defense and outlined them. And I felt it ranged everything from the number of potential consular officers that we could use to process visas to what we might or might not do for lily pads across the region if we had to pull people out, to detailed plans from the embassy itself, a variety of things that concerned me, and also particularly the requirement for closer collaboration with the embassy and our State Department partners as the situation on the ground began to get worse and began, in fact, to accelerate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yield back.
Gentleman yields, or General yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank you, Generals, for your presence here today. Hopefully it provides us guidance in how to take as many lessons learned as we can from this horrible and largely preventable disaster in Afghanistan. So far, this administration, the Biden administration, has presided over the evacuation of 11 embassies. I think that's a record. General McKenzie, you highlighted that the State Department makes the decision on when we need a non-combatant evacuation operation. So there's a civil-military interaction there. The State Department makes the call. It's their decision. But where does the responsibility for execution become the military's?
Well, ultimately in a NEO, that the ambassador in country is the ultimate representative of the government of the United States for the execution of the NEO. That's policy. That's actually what we follow. Now, we support them, so it's our responsibility to, get the aircraft together, get the security together, do all the things that have to happen. But the ultimate decision-making authority on when we come out and who comes out and how we come out, even to some degree, is a Department of State responsibility.
Yeah, so a long time ago, when I served in the Ranger Regiment, we trained non-combatant evacuation. I never had the experience of executing one of those, and it seemed inconceivable to me that the State Department would ever make the decision that let's get the military out and then count on some path afterwards for some of the civilians to get out. How did that decision evolve, that we were going to get the military out knowing that there were still American citizens behind?
So it remains, it was my opinion then and my opinion now, that particular decision was the fatal flaw that created what happened in August. The alternative was, of course, as we began to draw down in mid-April, to begin to bring our embassy, our
But I mean, even as in August, when the decision was unwinding and Joe Biden had foolishly picked a date certain instead of a condition certain on the ground, no matter what, hell or high water, we're getting out on August 31st. You knew that you were going to leave American citizens behind, but as that date approached, was it really still the State Department that said, no, we're going to stay here we're going to get the civilians out some other way, but the military's got to go?
Absolutely.
So that's the State Department's decision. So that's a foreign affairs decision here in Congress. So we need to provide some accountability for them. And that's part of the goal of this hearing. One of the other problems that the State Department had for the whole execution of this war on terror has been rules of engagement. So could you explain the role of the State Department in working with the Department of Defense on rules of engagement?
Sure. So at my level, the combatant commander level, I had no input from the Department of State on my rules of engagement. My rules of engagement came from the chairman, the standard CJCS ROE, and existed solely within the Department of Defense. So there was never a crimp or a pressure on the rules of engagement that we gave the force in Afghanistan or Iraq or anywhere else in the Central Command Theater as a result of Department of State.
So that wasn't the State Department then?
It was not.
So
Rules
how
of
did it break
engagement belonged to
down?
defense.
How did it break down? So between the time the rules of engagement that apparently you all felt no need to change, must be working well, how did it break down that Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews couldn't get a commander to make a decision?
So
I mean, frankly, it seems like the sniper should have been trusted with a decision, maybe a call to a platoon leader, company commander, but even up at the battalion commander, he couldn't get somebody to make a decision. What was broken?
So that's a tactical question at a very low level. I don't know the exact details of that, but I can tell you this. The first principle of any rule of engagement is if you see or if you feel a threat, if it's intent or in action, you always have the right to defend yourself.
Well, over the years, the big problem was that you held the junior enlisted guys accountable for a lot and the officers and civilian accountable for almost nothing. Now, I'll admit every now and then a general got fired and they put a different one in, but they didn't go to jail. They didn't lose everything. They just left Afghanistan. That's not how the junior enlisted guys were treated. So you really think that they felt empowered to make those decisions?
Sir, I can only say that in the defense of HKIA, we employed these rules of engagement 3 times with lethal effect under conditions exactly as we're discussing. So yes,
a lot of that sounds like you're blaming the guys on the ground for not making a decision. I really don't think that's what happened. Personally, now, I wasn't there, but I do think that crosses over into HASC. And we got our divisions here in Congress on that. But when I look at the civilian side, when I look at the foreign affairs, the public policy side, the side that frankly a lot of people here in this body are supposed to make, Congress is supposed to declare our wars under our Constitution. They don't generally get around to doing that, but they also set a mission. They work with the National Command Authority to set missions. And for a long time in Afghanistan, we had something along the lines of, as much as it takes, as long as it takes. We had a previous witness that come in and he had written op-eds and going all the way back to 2004, overseeing operations in Afghanistan. General Milley, is that an acceptable mission statement for anyone wearing a uniform?
No, of course not. There should be a defined end state, and you should have the ways and means to achieve that end state. And you should understand the purpose of what you're doing, the constraints and restraints, and you should understand that end state. And the end state in Afghanistan, starting in about 2011-ish, 2012, became a negotiated settlement between the Afghan government and the Taliban in a power sharing agreement. That's how the policy was.
And at the time, the question there, my application of that is to say that when we decide that, I think we should expect a better mission statement. And we could serve everyone from the combatant commanders all the way down to the Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews on the ground by providing clearly defined success. And that applies across the board, whether you're talking Afghanistan or Ukraine or anywhere else. I wish I had longer to talk with you all, and I look forward to reading your additional submissions, and would be happy to collaborate in any way.
If I could, Chairman, just our mission statement, and you know this well from being a Ranger, and I know many others in the room as well. Our mission statement, U.S. military mission statement, was to prevent an attack on the United States of America from the territory of Afghanistan. That mission was accomplished for 20 consecutive years. You accomplished your mission. Every soldier, sailor, airman, and Marine accomplished their mission. This country was defended for 2 decades.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes our Vietnam veteran, Mr. Baird.
All right, you're just listening in there to this hearing, continuing on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute break.
Session. And, you know, I want to add my condolences to the Gold Star families. As the chairman mentioned, I did my time in Vietnam, and I can appreciate the sacrifice that those families and those soldiers made during that war. So I also appreciate the generals, General Milley and General McKenzie, for both of you being here and willing to talk to us and see if we can find some answers to help these Gold Star families. So I really do appreciate that. And you know, I guess I want to go to the point of also mentioning that one of the 13 service members that were killed during that evacuation came from my district, and that was Corporal Sanchez. And so I expressed my condolences to that family as well. In fact, I attended the funeral, and it's always unfortunate when we lose service members. But I guess I want to, in that same vein, I want to change my focus a little bit to the fact that we left about $7 billion worth of military equipment and weapons that was intended for the Afghan military. However, it was abundantly clear that prior to the shutting down the Bagram Air Base, that the administration knew that the Afghan army was destabilized and demoralized. And it was just a matter of time till the Afghanis would fall, leaving these weapons in the hands of the Taliban. So last year, these weapons started to pop up in other conflicts, including Kashmir region, and this was left a war chest of weapons in the hands of the Pakistani-based military group that are designated by the United States as FTOs, foreign terrorist organizations. So General Milley, did the Biden administration have any advanced knowledge that the U.S. weapons and equipment left behind would not be used by the Afghan military and would be seized by the Taliban? And so when was this decision made to notify the Afghan military about these new possessions of these weapons?
Those weapons, as you mentioned, were part of the foreign military sales or assistance over 20 years. So that $7 billion is over 20 years. How much of those weapons were throughout the whole country? I mean, they were spread out all over the place. So there was no specific indicator that I can recall that said this group of weapons is going to go over to the Taliban or anything. We knew that the Afghan military had those weapons. Those were out there. These are weapons. These are night vision devices. These are wheeled vehicles, et cetera. But there was nothing that was specific to say this unit or that unit is going to hand off their weapons to the Taliban or any of that kind of stuff. The general, but I think an important point here is the United States military did not leave that equipment. That equipment was given to the Afghan security force. So when we gave, in Vietnam, the war you fought in, when we gave equipment to the South Vietnamese army, the ARVN, and the North Vietnamese overran South Vietnam, the Americans didn't give that equipment to the North Vietnamese army. That's the ARVN, that's the South Vietnamese army doing that. So the same thing is true, say, in Korea or anywhere else. So I want to make sure that, you know, it's not a U.S. decision on that equipment because that is Afghan-owned equipment at that point in time. And it's completely impractical. Frankly, it would have been quite dangerous for us to try to go out and try to police up that equipment in the summer of 21. It wasn't feasible. We had 2,500 special forces guys, and that kind of wasn't their task and purpose. The Afghan government collapsed, the Afghan military collapsed, and the IG, the Special Investigating IG, estimates $7.2 billion worth of U.S. manufactured equipment, not U.S. owned equipment, ended up in Taliban hands. And I do believe, I think there's probably some reporting out there that indicates some of that equipment has been sold on black markets, et cetera. And I have zero doubt that some of that's in the hands of people who have nefarious objectives towards the United States.
I thank you, and my time is expired, so I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the witnesses for coming in. I got to tell you, Mr. Chairman, the more I listen to this hearing, the more infuriated I get. And I know the Gold Star families sitting here have to feel the same way. I know every veteran watching today has to feel the same way because it's not about us. It's about them. And I think what upsets them most, General Milley, General McKenzie, are some of the statements from the president during this evacuation, including an interview that the president gave on national television during the withdrawal on August 18th, saying the generals never advised me to leave 2,500 and the only air base, Bagram Air Base in the world, sandwiched between China, Russia, Iran, and a platform to stay after counterterrorism. General Milley, is that an accurate statement that the generals never advised him to leave a stay-behind force to keep a lid on half the world's terrorist organizations?
I will tell you what my thoughts were at the time, my assessment.
Well, let me just say, you've testified today, you both testified repeatedly that you advised the National Command Authority we should leave a stay-behind force, including the base.
Plus NATO, plus
That's
the
right.
contract. That's correct.
Did President Trump leave that stay-behind force despite his stated desire to get everybody out because the Taliban didn't meet the conditions?
When the administrations changed hands, there were 2,500 soldiers, and that was a
Did you then, and you've stated today you didn't advise Biden to pull everybody out. You advised him to stay.
That's correct.
So that's an inaccurate statement. But let's go down the list here. Let's go back to July of 2021. President Biden, there's a likelihood, there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely. Does that comport with your knowledge at the time? In fact, you just a few weeks later said Kabul will be surrounded in 30 to 60 days.
My assessment at the time was if we went to zero in U.S. military forces, then there was a high likelihood of a collapse of the government of Afghanistan and the ANSF with the Taliban taking over.
Would collapse.
But I thought it was going to be, I personally thought it was going to be in the fall, somewhere around Thanksgiving. The assessments vary widely.
We're talking within months.
Within months of our withdrawal, that's correct.
The next one, there's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy in an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable with Saigon. I think this picture proves that not to be the case. Fair enough. Joe Biden, July 8th, 2021. Next one, Americans should understand we're going to try to get it all done before August 31st. And if you're an American, if there's American citizens left, we're going to stay to get them all out. Was that your understanding of the operational planning at the time, to stay beyond August 31st, or were you planning to get out by August 31st?
We plan to get out by August 31st.
Last, but perhaps the most egregious. We believe about 100 to 200 Americans remain in Afghanistan with some intention to leave. You both testified today, you just testified, General Milley, that it was impossible to know the number. In fact, is that accurate? It was very difficult to know the number.
Very difficult, and I don't think the numbers were accurate.
Nearly 1,000 Americans left behind. Look, in July of 2021, Bagram is closing. We're withdrawing our four-star commander, General Milley. Ghani is visiting President Biden, practically begging us to at least leave our contractors and some little bit of air support. General McKenzie, you've testified that you were so concerned in July of 2021 that you put up recommendations, including lily pads to get our allies out, putting pieces in place to process our SIVs faster, putting measures in place to get our American citizens out, to get our allies out, and to take care of what American military should do, which is protecting all Americans. You were so concerned in July of 2021, you put those recommendations forward. That's what you've testified today.
That's correct.
And in fact, also the diplomats on the ground, Mr. Chairman, sent a dissent cable. 23 diplomats saying if you continue down this road, disaster will ensue. Was that dissent cable shared with either of you? This is a formal channel going to the Secretary of State himself. Was that shared with you as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs? Was that shared with you as the commander?
I've never seen it.
I didn't see it at the time, and I haven't seen it since, and I would like to see that dissent.
I think the American people would like to see that. Chairman, here's my question for you. Do you know where the Secretary of State was on August 13th? The day before Kabul fell? Do you know where the Secretary of State was? Despite all of your concerns that State Department wasn't planning fast enough, we weren't getting our people out. According to the Washington Post, he was in the Hamptons. He was in the Hamptons on vacation. Secretary of State Blinken. I don't know, I can't even imagine how that makes our Gold Star families feel. Look, here's the bottom line, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence. I'll close with this. The State Department, to use a military term, had its head up its rear. It wasn't planning. It, in fact, thought we could just have an embassy and the good Taliban terrorists will take care of the bad Taliban terrorists. I mean, that's essentially what happened. And because of that, we didn't get our people out. We didn't get our citizens out. We didn't have the force posture. We didn't have the basing. We failed, and their loved ones are dead because of it. I apologize to you, to my Gold Star families. Your government failed you. There is a difference, gentlemen, and I know you both know this, in taking responsibility and accountability. A lot of people have taken responsibility. No one has been held accountable, and they deserve but better. Your government failed you, and I'll give you an opportunity in my time remaining, Mr. Chairman, if there's anything you all would like to say publicly on the record.
I'll give the witnesses time to respond, but the time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentlemen's, they have a right to respond.
Well, I'd like to take you up on that offer. I've talked to these families.
And I thank you for that.
I've met the other families, and I have committed to them, and I will do so again publicly to all of you, that I will work with them to get you the answers, to make sure that accountability, transparency is established. And I'm going to do that till the day I go in the grave. That's what a soldier does. And I'm not going to turn my back on these families or any other Gold Star families. There are other Gold Star families in this room right now. Jane Horton's in this room. I've been working with her for years. There's many others. And they know who I am, and I will work with them forever.
They deserve accountability, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, General Milley.
I agree 100%. Chair recognizes Mr. Kane.
All right, you're just listening there, retired General Mark Milley there addressing some of the Gold Star families. Some of you are going to see our final 2-minute break of this hour.
The Gold Star families who are joining us today. General Milley and General McKenzie, you have mentioned today with some frequency about the impact and lack of coordination regarding the withdrawal of U.S. troops and its impact on U.S. contractors, advisors, and logistics. What impact did that have on the Afghan military?
So the pulling out of contractors and advisors had a profound effect on the Afghan military's ability to operate. General Milley's already talked about when we came off the Kandax, to use a term of art, when we lost our ability to see down in the combat formations back in the summer of 20, that was a major blow. But then when we made the decision to go from 2,500 to 0, you're bringing out all your people that actually make sure the Afghan logistics system works. Let me give you an example very briefly. So before we went below 2,500, if a box of mortar rounds went at Afghanistan, you'd drop it on the ramp at H-Kia or maybe Bagram. There'd be a contractor there. You'd tag it. You'd have visibility on it as it went down through the Afghan system to get to the Kandak it was going to. Once you pull out that capability, you drop the mortar rounds off on the ramp and you have no idea where those things go. No idea at all. They could be going directly to the bazaar. They could be going to the Taliban. You just don't see it. So that capability is gone. But more perniciously, perhaps, is what it meant to Afghan aviation, the one sort of asymmetric advantage that they had. So we wanted to keep our contractors in there as long as we could, but they had to come out. We tried desperately to come up with schemes to help them. We looked at long-distance televideo maintenance, which has been tried by airlines in the United States with indifferent success in a technically literate population. So we knew we were swimming upstream with this. So it's difficult for me to overestimate the negative, synergistic, pernicious effect drawing down these capabilities had on the Afghan military.
That was obvious for people to estimate in advance, and it was obviously what happened on the ground.
And this was foreseeable. This was not a surprise.
Yeah. And so did the U.S. ever come up with a plan to properly make up for the loss of these key capabilities?
We tried, what I'd call heroic measures. We had a forward, over-the-horizon, security cooperation office in one of the Gulf countries, but it just doesn't work. You have to be there. You got to be with your partners. And the degree to which you're not with your partners, it doesn't mean you're fighting for them. You're not doing that. What you're helping them do is manage complex logistics systems and ensuring that graft and corruption isn't overwhelming. But you pull that all off and you lose that visibility and you lose the ability to help them as well. And so I think that's a significant factor in the collapse of the Afghan military in 2021.
Was there any long-term planning for how the U.S. would be able to continue to support our longtime allies in the Afghan military at all?
We did, but again, so you work under the conditions that you're given to operate, which is there's not going to be anybody on the ground. So, you're going to, ideally, in a perfect world, there'd be 650 U.S. forces guarding the embassy and a handful of people in the embassy that might be able to do some limited form of security cooperation. But nothing at the ministerial level even, and certainly nothing at the corps or the formation levels that's there. So really very hard to see a way forward.
Was President Biden ever informed that the U.S. military hadn't yet figured out how to provide logistics and maintenance support for the Afghan military?
That's a question I can't answer. I just don't know the answer to that.
General?
Yeah, I think there were plans presented. They certainly weren't optimal, as Frank just pointed out, but he was witting of the contractors coming down and the potential impacts, and that the mitigations, the over-the-horizon mitigations and remote maintenance, et cetera. But I think everybody recognizes general consensus that nothing's going to replace the contractors on the ground. You're looking at about, if my numbers are correct from my head, I want to say there were about 20,000 or so over the summer of 20. That comes down to about 10 maybe into 21, and then you start glide pathing into maybe 8 or 9. But there's still a significant contractor capability there until we come out in July, or in the first or second week of July. And that's when it basically goes to zero. And the contractors aren't going to stay unless there's American military forces to protect them. And these are DOD contractors, U.S. persons, right? And then there's contractors from Europe, and then there's contractors that are local. So the number of the contracting pieces is a really significant factor to the collapse of the ANSF, in my view.
Given the amount of time that's passed since the American withdrawal, in retrospect, are there any actions that you wish that you would have taken that may have prevented this catastrophe?
I think for me, the biggest thing is to synchronize the withdrawal of the U.S. military with the State Department. And I'm an advisor, not a commander sort of thing. And it's I mean, we said it over and over and over again. There's probably other things, I guess, that could have been done. That's my biggest regret, is I go back through all these meetings, et cetera, on that whole issue of the State Department coming out with the military in July, really, is what we're looking at.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I yield back my time.
Mr. Self. I apologize. Mr. McCormick from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations to both generals for your retirement. Hopefully you're enjoying that somewhat. And congratulations to Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews for his retirement. Hopefully you're enjoying it as well. Thank you for being here today. Listening very intently to your testimonies today, General Milley, when you and I were together last time at the House brief, we went back and we talked about some of the things that happened to create the collapse and kind of the predictability about it. I thought it was interesting that General McKenzie talked about knowing that this was going to be a total collapse of the government pretty early on, when you could see how the withdrawal was working rapidly against us. The interesting thing you talked about, we sustained the mission. You very clearly stated just a second ago, was to make sure that forces were not being trained and deployed from Afghanistan to harm Americans, and it was successful for 20 years. I would agree. When I was there in 2016, there were very few American casualties. It was a relatively peaceful place. I mean, the Afghanis were still paying the price. There was a lot of violence, but they weren't training bad guys. But after spending $2 trillion, 20 years, 2,462 lives, 20,700 plus casualties, plus the years away we all spent away from our families, we then lost it during the withdrawal. And now, how many billions of dollars were left behind for them during that withdrawal? How many billions, gentlemen? 7.2 billion left behind for the enemies to use. And how many training bases are over there now training enemy combatants against the United States? How many bases, approximately?
That I don't know. It would be an intelligence question for the intelligence
So
community.
the non-classified brief is about 27. So $7.2 billion worth of military gear, some of it brand new, and 27 bases to train enemy combatants now. So I'd say we failed our mission, and we'd already paid the price. That's what irks me, is my friends, that are no longer able to come home, my friends who have lost lives and limbs and time away from their family, the money that we spent, the time we invested just to give it back to an enemy that now we're not fulfilling the mission we set out to do. And we did fail miserably, in my opinion, especially on that one day, the withdrawal. To hammer that home, the example that we had, which Sergeant Vargas-Andrews so succinctly said during his testimony, is that he testified before about the Kabul airport bombing. In his testimony, he informed the committee that his team was tracking a suspected terrorist who aligned exactly with descriptions given by intel and is believed to be the Abbey Gate bomber. He further testified that after being denied initial permission to engage the suspect, he elevated the issue to his battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Brad Whited. According to Vargas-Andrews, when asked if they had permission to kill the suspect, Lieutenant Colonel said, "I don't know." He's now a colonel. I don't understand where we've gone wrong, that we don't have a mission statement that allows a lieutenant colonel in charge of very capable people to make decisions that would save lives and limbs, and then they get promoted for it. I don't understand where our accountability went, not only in our mission, but our withdrawal, and even a mission statement for that very day. Can we speak to that, please? Because if we don't have accountability, then why are we here? Because if we didn't learn our lessons from what we did wrong, why are we here? And if we're not answering to the people who lost lives and limbs, why are we here?
I can speak to the rules of engagement piece. General McKenzie's already spoke to it. The standard rules of engagement that you're familiar with and that Corey Mills is familiar with, and former Colonel Self and everyone, Colonel Waltz, et cetera. It's positive ID, hostile act, hostile intent, you pull the trigger. You don't have to ask permission of anyone. Every single soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, ship's captain, or fighter pilot has the right to self-defense. And if you perceive, if it is your understanding in that moment in time, whether it's Afghanistan or anywhere else, by the way, except continental United States, if you perceive those conditions to obtain, then you are fully empowered by law to use lethal force if necessary. So having said that, I can't speak, and I don't actually know the specifics.
Well, so you don't know, but here's the funny thing, sir, is that neither did the Lieutenant Colonel. I don't know. And I would say that if I was Sergeant, and I'll finish my piece, sir.
Congressman, I know the rules of engagement.
So do I.
No, I don't know the specific incident.
Well, let me tell you what I'm telling you what the testimony was. And here's the problem is, in our litigious society where I've seen soldiers and sailors and Marines get in trouble for making the wrong decision, when they ask their commanding officer, they expect a clear answer, not I don't know, that costs people lives and limb. And I'll yield with that. Thank you.
My guess is that Congressman Waltz, when he was there, my guess is that perhaps then Sergeant Mills or others that are on this committee engage the enemy with lethal force and we're not asking permission. I don't know the specifics of that particular case, but I know the rules of engagement are clear and they're trained. And I would have to personally interact with Sergeant Vargas, which I have not done yet and I want to, or Colonel Whitehead, I think his name is, or the company commanders, et cetera, to find out what did break down. Obviously something broke down. If Sergeant Vargas had a positive ID on a known enemy target, and that enemy target was hostile act or hostile intent, the rules of engagement allowed it.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Self is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here and your testimony. General McKenzie, before I go there, I was going to ask the question on the ROE because we've had several conversations and I was still unsure as to who had the ultimate authority. Thank you for that answer. One has to wonder, though, if he had taken the shot. In ROE, in my experience, my 25 years, deployments on 4 continents is absolutely crucial. If he had taken the shot in today's military, one has to wonder what would have happened to our young sergeant. But General McKenzie, my question to you, on August the 26th, at a press briefing, and I'm trying to sort through the dates here, exactly what your intent was. You said that you had a common purpose with the Taliban in the evacuation. That was on the 26th. Now, you've testified here today that you were also telling people that we had to get out by the 31st or we were going to be fighting the Taliban. Can you just walk me through those 5 days later? You thought we would be fighting the Taliban from a common purpose on the 26th to full-scale combat on the 31st. I'm trying to, what was your intent between those 5 days?
Certainly. Let me just briefly talk to the ROE question for a moment. So between 16 and 26 August, 3 teams did take lethal shots with this ROE, and nothing happened to the individuals that took the shot. So let's be very clear when we talk about this. 3 people applied the ROE with success and with lethal effect. So we had an agreement with the Taliban. We were going to be gone by the 31st of August. That was, we negotiated that at a very high level. That was not a military decision, but it was rather a policy decision by the president. We were going to be out of Afghanistan. And it was clear, based not only by voluminous intelligence reports, that if we remained beyond the 31st, not only would we be fighting ISIS-K, but would be fighting the Taliban as well. That was very clear in the intelligence reporting that we were seeing. So when I talked to the Taliban in Doha and in the days afterwards, it was clear they wanted us to leave. We wanted to leave. Those are the orders we had, was to get out. So we did have a common purpose, and that common purpose was leaving Afghanistan. The non-combatant evacuation, by definition, is an operation where you're leaving. So yes, we shared a common purpose. I don't trust the Taliban. I don't like the Taliban. It's a highly transactional agreement, but it was designed to let us get out. And I will tell you that we certainly did not outsource our security to the Taliban, but I am confident that we would have had more Abbey Gate attacks had we not negotiated these limited agreements with the Taliban for some of the external security that they provided.
Yeah, I was going to ask the two of you your assessment of the Taliban, because most people just refer to it as Doha, but I always want to bring to people's attention the formal name of what we refer to as Doha. The agreement for bringing peace to Afghanistan between the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which is not recognized by the United States as a state and is known as the Taliban, and the United States. That's the formal name of this agreement. I have a copy here, and I've been following your testimony closely as you've done it. I use the term naive with the Ambassador Khalilzad when he testified before this committee just several weeks ago. I think the entire agreement was naive. I think it was poorly negotiated, and I think the two of you, along with General Miller and others, were put in a horrible position by that agreement. I've heard the words here from the other side of the aisle, highly partisan hearing. I will tell you, I agree with several of my colleagues here that have said we are still paying the price for that go-to-zero decision. We are still paying the price around the world. Putin started moving troops within 2 months. We now see the Red Sea in its current condition, Gaza, Hezbollah standing ready. I will tell you, I think, and I'm going to, I think what we engaged in, General Milley, was not so much defending our nation, because I believe the mission of the United States military is to go and break things when our national interest requires it. 20 years there, we should have said, we're leaving. If you do it again, we'll come whomp you again. We'll break things in the interest of the United States again. And my last point is, I'm glad that one of you mentioned the sanctuary, because that was our fatal mistake in Vietnam, the sanctuary across the border in Laos and Cambodia. And it proved a fatal error in Afghanistan and Iraq as well. There was a sanctuary, a cross-border sanctuary. Last question, real quickly. Qatar is now playing a part both in Afghanistan, getting our folks out of Afghanistan, and in Gaza. Was Qatar a part of any of your discussions before this? Did it play a part?
It was principally where we went to negotiate with the Taliban. It's where they hosted them. They did not have a significant effect beyond that. I will say, as we left, they began to flow. They flew people back into Afghanistan. Qatar does a number of things across the region, as you're aware. Right. They walk a very tight, thinly defined line between a number of competing interests, and they were certainly active in that at the very end of the Afghan engagement.
I don't think the line is as fine as you make it. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Hill.
All right, you're just listening in. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break for some of you as they switch up lawmakers, different congressmen asking questions here on Live Now.
In uniform to this country, the country that you love. And to our Gold Star families, we're here for you. We're here to conduct oversight in your name to get to the bottom of this disastrous outcome after 2 decades in Afghanistan. And for me, it's a source of great disappointment because I do think our nation is less safe the way we exited because of the precedent that set and the signal it sends to our adversaries around the world. And I think it was a mistake by the president to exit in his method also as it relates to our ability to support our allies in that region. General McKenzie, I was really struck with your opening comments. And this follows lines of Congressman Sherman's questioning about playing a little bit of the game between the Trump administration and the Biden administration. But you made a very good point in your opening comments. You said that you briefed President Trump in June of 2020, and that there had been I took it to be a DOD and state comprehensive exit. So military exit, State Department exit, our strategic Afghan partners exit, and then obviously American citizens exit. Is that true that took place in June of 2020?
The plan I briefed on 3 June 2020 to President Trump accommodated the number of people that were at the embassy, accommodated the number of citizens that we knew were in Afghanistan, and projected number of Afghan at-risk people. It was not a plan that was coordinated with the Department of State.
Right.
But it did reflect the capacity to bring those elements out.
So that got me considering, and that was from DOD's perspective, what it would take to accomplish those 4 goals. Good. So then subsequent to that, between June 2020 and the inauguration of President Biden, did state and DOD work to fine-tune a joint approach to accomplishing the goals of the June 2020 brief?
No, nothing substantive was done. They maintain a NEO plan that we've talked about before. We continue to refine our plan going forward to account for the reduced numbers.
Right, and of course, General Milley just testified to that a few minutes ago about his conversations with Secretary Esper and coming down to the Christmas and then January number on the military side. So that implies then that upon being sworn into office, that President Biden and his advisors took the decision to get out completely. When was the first time, General Milley, that you were told that the president taking the decision that we're going to exit completely from a planning point of view, not the date you agreed to, but just from a planning point of view?
Yeah, that was, well, he announced it on the 14th. If my memory serves me right, I think I was informed on maybe the 11th.
Right.
Something like that, but it's just prior.
So upon that announcement, would you say that the Department of Defense and State began a coordinated effort to accomplish the goals of the June brief to President Trump? Or was there no effort to get, as you both talked about today numerous times, both departments, State having the preeminent role on exiting the nation and DOD a subordinate role?
It was a coordinated effort, coordinated interagency effort led by the National Security Council. And we did what's called a TTX, or rock drill, a rehearsal of concept drill on 8 May. And there were several of these type of things. There was tons of coordination being done. But the fundamental flaw, the fundamental principle was to, or the decision was to leave a diplomatic presence, leaves the embassy there. And that is leaving an embassy in a war zone while simultaneously withdrawing your military forces. We strongly thought at the time that the embassy should come out and that it was not tenable to keep an embassy in a war zone. So we thought they should be coming out.
Thank you for that. Let me switch subjects to this subject of equipment owned by the Afghan National Forces. At any time during that planning, from the early Trump planning in June 2020 until spring of 2021, was there a contingency plan to, as you saw the situation could deteriorate, to also disable the fixed wing, rotary wing, or larger artillery pieces that were belonged to the Afghan government?
I'll let General McKenzie speak to the specifics, but yes, we disabled as much equipment that we could prior to departing.
But on U.S. equipment, I'm talking about the equipment belonging, you testified a few minutes ago, the distinction between, also Afghan government?
Some of it. Yeah, I'll let Frank talk to the details on it.
So the Afghans were using that equipment. So we, in order to allow them to use it, we didn't disable it. I would tell you at places like Kia, at the airfield, where there was Afghan equipment there after we established the perimeter, we did in fact destroy all that equipment. It'll never be useful to anybody.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen, yields. I just want to announce the White House and congressional leaders have agreed to grant 12,000 special immigrant visas for Afghan nationals who assisted the United States. It will be in the State Department Foreign Operations Funding Bill. I think that was certainly supported by me and the ranking member as well.
I just want to say thank you, because it is something that we both support and we're working on. That's what I was talking about.
Can't say, hey, we left them behind, but we're not going to give them a visa to get out of there, right? Chair recognizes Mr. Mills. And thank you for your service getting Haitian Americans out of Haiti.
Well, it's an honor to be able to do this, to be able to help Americans out of Haiti, as we did with the 255 that we got out of Israel, and as we did with the Americans out of Afghanistan. So there is a pattern of abandonment that has existed throughout this administration that I'm going to call attention to immediately. I want to thank the Gold Star families, who I consider to be friends at this point and who we've had many long-standing conversations with. And I can tell you, Steve, that many of us will be looking to get all charges dropped, which never should have been levied against you to begin with, for a grieving father who lost both of his sons, who understandably would be upset when there's still been no accountability. Responsibility, people's taking a lot of responsibility. Oh, it's my fault, it's my fault, it's my fault. These same individuals are continuing to get promoted. These same individuals are continuing to serve. These are people who are allowed to serve after making critical errors that cost lives, but people who refuse because of religious and medical exemptions are being purged out of our military who are willing to serve. Think of the irony of this. Now, I do want to thank both of you for your service. I'm going to ask a series of rhetorical questions, but they're needed in an effort to try and base a context of my further questions. Mr. Milley, can you tell me exactly kind of what your description of your job was as chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff?
I mean, it's codified in law that chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is the senior military advisor. He's not in the chain of command, military advisor to the President, Secretary of Defense, and National Security Council, and by extension to Congress. And his job or her job, and it's to be the senior military advisor of a group of people called the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We are all the chiefs of the individual services. You represent the Joint Chiefs, and you represent their advice to the President and the Secretary of Defense. And if there's any dissenting advice, you give that as well.
But traditionally, your role is an advisory
It's an advisor.
Role. And advisor General McKenzie, your role as commander of CENTCOM is actual Ground Force Operation Command. Is that correct?
Joint Force Operation Command.
Joint Force
I'm in the chain of
Operation
command.
Command.
I'm responsible for
Which
everything.
means at the end of the day,
that
whatever happens on the ground, the buck stops with you, correct?
That's correct.
So I'd like to ask a question, because I understand the advisory role, and I think that General Milley's made it very clear the direction in which he had advised, and it was very different than what this administration has done, and I think that you have testified to the same. But I do have some issue with some of the things that was said. I think that when you look at the Secretary of Defense, he has made comments before this committee to say that there was no actionable or credible intelligence that was provided that could have led to the understanding of when the suicide bomber was going to do this. However, I think you've all read the day-to-day intelligence reports, as have I, in a classified setting, that would speak very much to the difference of that, even to the extent and the clarity of saying, moving into this location of this city, planning is commenced, planning is finished, execution is imminent. And these are the day-to-day data logs that we all saw, which will prove that there was credible intelligence that could have been rendered on that. Not to mention the fact that there was in the State Department, who I put a tremendous amount of responsibility on, and have requested multiple times for Anthony Blinken to go ahead and step down, the 23 dissent cables, which warned early on what would occur in this. Now, my only real severe issue that I've had as of late, General McKenzie, is that you've made multiple comments in the media and otherwise to the extent that a brave hero, in my opinion, who has sacrificed his limbs for this country, Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews, that his recollection of the events that took place on August 26, to quote you, sir, that he was not recalling this correctly. And secondly, you said that you claim there was no BOLO that would even meet the description. Now, this is the rhetorical part of this. Where were you on August 26th, sir?
Tampa, Florida.
Well, I can tell you where Sergeant Vargas-Andrews was, and he was sitting at the gate. And I would trust on-ground information far more than someone who's sitting 9, 10, 11,000 miles away, who's potentially watching from ISR and potentially being briefed by the commanders on the ground, that his testimony, which has been corroborated, by the way, by multiple Marines who have testified before this committee, that the events that he has actually made common and made clear actually did take place. And we're fortunate enough, General McKenzie, that the gentleman who actually endured the most from this, who was on the ground, and ground truth matters, as we all know, is sitting right there. So would you like the opportunity to tell Sergeant Vargas right there that he is not recalling the incidents that occurred on August 26th correctly, that he and his fellow Marines are not actually the ones who said there was a BOLO of this description, that he is incorrect and his assessment, which is putting into question his integrity. Do you want to face him and tell him that before him now?
I don't want to face him and tell him that. I want to say that the battlefield is a very complex place. There are a lot of threats that were flowing around out there that day. I honor his service. I regret he was injured.
Have you spoke to him since then?
I have not spoken to him since
So you
then.
obviously haven't honored him, nor has anyone else come to even question him about what took place, even after our committee a year ago.
I
so the
believe
bottom
that
line,
you are
sir,
wrong.
I'm still
I
talking.
believe he has
sir,
been questioned.
General, the bottom line is that he deserved that respect like these Gold Star families deserve that respect. And to question his integrity, to question what took place on August 26th that he observed from his own eyes and sacrificed his limbs for, that you're unwilling to actually face him and actually tell him the same thing that you were willing to say to MSNBC and all the rest, which is that his recollection is incorrect and that there was no such thing, it's shameful. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. My understanding is the two generals have met with the families, that they are willing to meet with Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews. And you deserve that, sir.
Yes, you do.
With that, Chair recognizes Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on my colleagues' questions here. General McKenzie, when did you retire?
1 April 2022.
Okay. And General Milley, when did you retire?
I came out of my duty position on the night of the 30th of September, and I officially retired 1 November.
Okay. And so at any point between the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan and to today, have either of you spoken with Sergeant Vargas-Andrews?
I have not personally spoken to Vargas. I want to speak to him, but I have not. That's correct.
Okay. He testified before this committee a year ago. Are you both aware of that?
I am.
Did you watch his testimony?
I did.
I did not.
Did you get a report on his testimony?
Yes, I did.
And at no point did you feel the need to reach out to him or ask for a meeting based on his testimony?
For me personally, that would be inappropriate because while I was in uniform as chairman, there's an active investigation that was going on. Sergeant Vargas was part of that. And it'd be very inappropriate for me to meet with any of the potential witnesses during an active investigation.
And from your standpoint?
And the CENTCOM investigation has actually been reopened, so that's still an active investigation. So no, it would not, I would not have.
Okay, so based on an active investigation, how are you going to meet with him today if
We're
that's
not
the
on
standard?
active duty anymore. So
That CENTCOM investigation's been closed. It has not yet been briefed to the families, but that investigation is no longer active.
Okay,
Plus,
so
we're
as of today, you're both going to seek to meet with him?
yes, but also we're in different statuses now. So we're no longer on active duty. He was a commander, I was a chairman. And you don't want unlawful command influence on an active investigation. So that's while in uniform. Now we're not in uniform, and I want to meet with Sergeant Vargas.
Okay. With respect to the decision by President Biden to announce September 11th as the deadline for full U.S. military withdrawal, was there any tactical or military reason for that date?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I know.
Okay. So was it purely political and from the standpoint of a symbolic date from your understanding?
I'll be candid. I don't even know where or who made the decision of the 11 September thing. I frankly thought it was actually inappropriate at the moment in time, but it was very rapidly changed to the end of August.
And you were never involved in the decision to do that?
Not to pick the date, no.
Okay. General McKenzie, you stated in your opening statement that you and you alone are responsible for the military operations that occurred during the withdrawal. Again, I asked, did you set the date for the withdrawal?
No, I did not.
Did you make the decision to bring our troop level to 0?
I did not.
President Biden is the commander-in-chief. Did he make those decisions?
Yes, he did.
So is it your position that he bears no responsibility for the aftermath, that you are the only one that bears the responsibility for the military operations?
So I was responsible for military operations. The commander-in-chief is responsible for those and all the other operations, to include those of the Department of State, all the other appropriate cabinet agencies. But you
report to the commander-in-chief?
I do.
Okay, so at the end of the day, is he responsible for the decision to set the date and to set the troop level to 0?
Yes.
So he bears responsibility, not just you?
That's correct.
Okay. General Milley, you told the Senate and House Armed Services Committees in September of 2021 that one provision of the Doha Agreement the Taliban adhered to was the most important one, which was do not attack us or the coalition forces. You said that the Taliban did not attack U.S. and coalition forces. Didn't the Taliban carry out at least some attacks against U.S. and coalition bases in 2021, including indirect fire attacks?
There were, but the Taliban themselves, the senior leaders who were part of this negotiation, they would deny that. The Taliban's a very amorphous organization. You know, you never can be certain if they have total control over their individual units with indirect fire. There were some attacks. The issue was a lethal attack. Really, that's the fundamental piece. And there was also some specifics about no VBIDs in the cities.
So in other words, it depends on the definition of it? I mean, what do you mean?
Not at all. So it says no attacks on, and I think Congressman Self has the agreement. I don't have it in front of me, but I think it says no attacks on U.S. or coalition forces. I can tell you in conversation with Zal Khalilzad, what they're talking about here is lethal attacks, really. But also, there's some specifics, I believe, and I'm doing it from memory without a document in front of me, about no VBIDs in the cities, no mass casualty attacks, those sorts of things. Now, the problem is they did adhere to most of that. There were some attacks. They weren't lethal. But they did pick up the pace on attacks on Afghan security forces. And that's really significant. By my memory, I think we're looking at somewhere between 30 and 40,000 attacks. It was like the peak of attacks on Afghan security forces occur in 20 and 21. It's a very significant amount of attacks on the Afghan security forces, leading obviously to the summer of 21. But the idea of not attacking coalition or U.S. forces, I would say largely that was adhered to by the Taliban.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Moreno.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Both gentlemen, thank you so much. Both of you gentlemen have made statements calling for transparency and understanding regarding the withdrawal from Afghanistan, and I agree with those statements. I want to pause also at the beginning and recognize and thank the Gold Star families that are here today in this room, and to convey my condolences for their loss, their deep loss of their loved ones. I also want to recognize Sergeant Tyler Vargas-Andrews, who's here, and thank him for his dedicated service to this country as well, and for his testimony last year. It was very insightful. But I want to come back to you guys. Thank you both for being here today and undertaking this pursuit of truth. That's what we're here to do. I know you've had a long day. We're just about done, just a couple more of us left. But the American people certainly deserve the truth, and the families who lost loved ones most certainly deserve it as well. So I want to ask both you guys a question I don't think anybody's asked today, and that's generally if you have advice for this committee as we look forward into the future as to how do we look towards additional transparency and accountability in this regard. What further witnesses should we interview as a committee to better understand what happened wrong with the Afghan engagement and the withdrawal, and how can we do better next time? So that's my first question to you is, what additional witnesses does this committee need to engage with?
Well, I mean, I'm not obviously in Congress or any of that. There's rules in Congress, and there's for you to get an accurate tactical picture of what occurs at HCI at the time of the NEO, et cetera. It seems to me you'd have to ask the tactical commanders, you'd have to get them, you know, this is General Donahue, this is Admiral Vaisley, this is General Sullivan, but you're not the Committee of Oversight and Jurisdiction on the military. That's the House Armed Services Committee. So I don't know how you do that, but if you're going to get an accurate picture, you're going to have to, obviously, you've interviewed with Sergeant Vargas and others. There's lots of people along the line that will need to be discussed. Second thing is documents. And Chairman McCall, I think, mentioned it up front. There is a lot of documents. The vast majority of them are classified and many very highly classified. And how that would work between, say, the Department of Defense, Department of State, CIA, et cetera, and the various committees. But to get a full, comprehensive, holistic picture, you're going to have to get documents and all that. That's going to take a long time, and there's rules that govern all that, and I think you guys know those rules. So the documents and the witnesses, but the specific military witnesses, I think that would have to go, I don't know the rules 100% here, but I think that has to go over to the House and Senate Armed Services Committees, not this committee.
General McKenzie, let me just ask you about after-action reviews. As you guys went through after-action reviews after the evacuation, who was involved? When did those first ones take place? When's the last one that you participated in took place? And excluding any kind of executive privilege discussions, would you talk about what were the top frustrations that were communicated during those after-action reviews, and maybe top two of the consensus positions of what we could have done better or what we should do differently next time?
Sure. So the after-action reviews begin pretty quickly after an operation's over, because you want to capture people's remembrances while they're still very strong, and before they go on to do other things. So we had a series of those at every level. Every unit does it. Some of them come into CENTCOM's level, some don't come to CENTCOM's level. But if I were going to pick a couple of things that I think I would hit on, I would be, first of all, the requirement to absolutely be better integrated with the Department of State. And I think it's been a common theme today. We're only partially responsible for that, but I think that's a very key thing. The second thing would be, and it's not a bad news story, but it's just a story that you need to continue to work on, is you need to understand your strategic lift requirements, what's going to be required to get out of some place, how you want to scope and scale that. I think those are a couple of things that are absolutely very important as you take a look at it. If I were just going to pick two, those are probably the two I'd look at first.
And then last topic, yes, sir, General.
I was just offer one more thought there. One thing that you may take a look at is the law on lead federal agencies with respect to non-combatant evacuation operations. Who has decision authority, ambassador, or a combatant commander, Department of State, Secretary of State, or the Secretary of Defense. Right now, the law is ambassador and Secretary of State, but that's something that might be taken a look at, because command and control and the decision authority and who is in charge matters. And when you make these calls matter. So I think that's something, I believe it's codified in law, actually, about the Department of State. I'm not positive about that, but I think it is.
Quick question about chain of command. When the team on the ground was seeking authority to take out the prospective bomber, and they saw somebody that matched the description, they were told, quote, leadership did not have engagement authority for us, do not engage. Did we ever figure out what happened in the chain of command there so that the folks on the ground did not ever get the authority to engage with who might have been the bomber that day?
I don't have personal knowledge of that. That's one of the reasons I want to talk to Sergeant Vargas. I don't have personal knowledge of that set of asks or denials. I know the rules of engagement, what it authorizes, but I don't have personal knowledge of those conversations back and forth.
Okay.
Gentleman's time's expired. Let me clarify for the gentleman from Texas. We are working with the Committee of Jurisdiction over DOD, that's Armed Services, to get a document production, including the sniper photos that Tyler testified to, that he handed over to the commanding officer and the command center. In my opening statement, that has yet to be produced. We expect that to be produced. In addition, these two gentlemen are at a very high level. The COs on the ground are Admiral Vasely, General Donahue, and we have requested through HASC as well that they testify before the Congress. We will vigorously pursue this, and if we have to do it with a joint hearing, which has been done before, of armed services and foreign affairs, that is our plan, and we're not going to give up on this till we get the answers. And we do have a classified briefing, I want to say, after this. So I want to get through this. We have Mr. Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like you, my father was a World War II veteran. Dad was a Marine, and he told me the only thing generals ever gave him was a hard time. So I fully expect to get that from you all. You don't need to write that down, but that's just me personally. This is for either one of you.
Marine, World War II, and he said the same thing.
Do what?
That my father was a Marine in World War II with the 4th Marine Division.
That
Said
was
the same
1st
thing.
Marine Division. His colonel was Chesty Puller. So thank you. This is for either one of y'all. The Taliban was in violation of the Doha Agreement. Why did we remove our troops?
I think that's a question for policymakers, not for either of us.
So you all, I guess what I want to get at is y'all weren't involved in the consultation of that.
We absolutely were involved in the consultation, and we pointed out repeatedly that the conditions were not being met.
That's what I wanted to know. Can you explain why the arbitrary deadline of August 31st was chosen as the date of removal from Afghanistan? And was the State Department or Department of Defense the ones that chose this date?
Didn't choose the date, but I can tell you some of the logic and thinking that was going behind that. So the date of May 1st is the Doha Agreement. Right. This current administration, the Biden administration, comes into office on the 20th of January. And then the first week in February, actually, I think the first meeting is either the 3rd, 4th, or 5th or something like that. But the first week in February is the beginning of a 10-week deliberation that was quite rigorous, actually. Lots of meetings, lots of readers, et cetera, by the National Security Council to include the current president. And then the decision or the guidance to the State Department was to get additional time, work with the Taliban, postpone them 1 May. And I think the most that the State Department could get was, I think, whatever that is, 6 months, I think it is. And so that then bounds your problem from time of decision, 14 April, not going to go with 1 May, and it takes you out X amount of days. I think it was whatever that is to the end of August, September. But that was the backstop, and that was because of negotiations between Zal Khalilzad and the Taliban as to how much he could push it to the right.
13 Americans, including my constituent, Staff Sergeant Ryan Knaus, and 170 Afghanis were killed at Abbey Gate. Do y'all consider this withdrawal a success?
Well, as I said in my opening statement, and I've previously said in several previous testimonies, I think the whole thing is a strategic failure. I've said that openly several different times. But at the same time, I want it really clear that the United States military did its job, and the United States military did what was asked of it, and that anyone who served in Afghanistan, or any family of the fallen, or any of the wounded, every single one of them did their job, did what bravery and courage could ask of. They did it with professionalism, they did it with dignity, they did it with courage, and they did it with compassion. So I believe the United States military executed its mission, and I think that they did so with great professionalism.
And my dad had another saying, I'm sure he stole it from somebody, but old men make decisions and young men die. And that, as a parent, that's what happened here, and those old men being at the State Department. Would it have been better to choose a measure of operational success rather than a date when deciding your all's date of withdrawal?
I think one of the lessons, if you want to call it a lesson, I suppose, is don't put date certains on things like this, and don't announce them, and don't put date certains. That's basically, you lose whatever leverage you might have had if you're involved in some sort of negotiation.
It seems to me that we've never learned that lesson. We always announce these dates, and then whether it be Vietnam or some other debacle, and it just seems to always end the same way. General McKenzie, you're not getting enough airtime, so I want to ask you a question, if that's all right, brother. What was CENTCOM's official assessment of the ties between the Taliban and other terrorist organizations, and do you agree in hindsight with those assessments?
So I think we had a pretty consistent assessment that the Taliban was opposed to ISIS. They had theological disputes, and the Taliban, given an opportunity, would push ISIS out of Afghanistan. And they tried to do that on a couple of occasions, but had limited success. On the other hand, their ties with al-Qaeda were deep and profound, and there was no way, in my judgment, that they were ever going to separate from al-Qaeda. And so those are the two major organizations that you see operating in the region. So ISIS, yeah, given a choice, they'd just as soon be rid of them. Al-Qaeda, they're not going to take that action. Now today, ISIS-K probably is the more potent of the two threats, but it's difficult to project into the future.
All right, I've run out of time, but I'm just like to say to the families, I hope you all find some peace in your life, and I hope the Lord blesses you all. And thank you for the sacrifice. Mama lost her brother in the Second World War, and to the day she died, and they played that national anthem, she teared up. And I hope you all have some real peace in your life. So thank y'all. Mr. Chairman, apologize for going over.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Wright.
All right, you're just listening in here to different lawmakers make these comments. This is a perfect time to slide away for a quick 2-minute break for some of you here on Live Now from Fox.
I was looking over your long, distinguished careers, and what I noticed was you were both on active duty just before I left active duty. General Milley, you were promoted to first lieutenant in 18 months. I didn't get that lucky, and I wasn't that good. You said something, General Milley, that I think was profound. You, in fairness to the United States military, there were no military mistakes while under military command in this case. And that brings a couple of questions. First of all, both of you during the day have said we should see more, we should hear more, and so on. If I could point out something to see if you've seen it, they've distributed it to you. The question is, here's a public log that shows a vast amount of a video that I haven't seen. I've not been made aware of it. Some of it is redacted, but most of it you can read what it says. And the timelines are pretty pronounced. Do you believe that, I mean, obviously that exists. This was a FOIA. Have you, either one of you, seen any of these videos, and do you think we should see them on the committee as a whole? General McKenzie?
So I've probably seen most of these videos at one time or another. I should certainly see no reason why you shouldn't see them.
Okay, it won't surprise you, we haven't. So when we became aware of it, I wanted to ask. I want to point out 211, 214, 217, and 223, General McKenzie. Do you recognize those, and are they of particular significance? Also 212 and 213.
I read the title, I understand what it says. I just can't associate it with a video.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll see them. General Milley, during your career rising through the ranks, I had 4 careers. One of them was here in Congress. So I do want to correct one thing you said, which is very unusual for a nobody private or captain to do, but we do have the jurisdiction. And you said it very well in your own statement, and I'd like to point it out for the Gold Star families that are here. This committee could, all or in part, change the question of who is in charge, Title 10 or not, in the case of an armed withdrawal. We could decide whether the chief of mission continues to be accountable to somebody back in Foggy Bottom, or whether you would have been in the direct chain going back to the Pentagon. We could put primary responsibility on the amount of forces necessary in each and every, and General McKenzie, you know your Marines and what they do. You know how many more we have after Benghazi. You know what happened because of Benghazi and what General Amos did. So for the Gold Star families, this committee does have at least most of the jurisdiction to decide whether or not a State Department that in our own investigation clearly made decisions that were counter to the safety of Americans there, counter to the safety of our allies, but not necessarily counter to their own safety, although in fairness, the decision not to move the embassy either out of the country or to the military base instead certainly contributed. So, General, both of you, General, and look, I have nothing but respect for your service and for the tough situation you both found yourself in this withdrawal. But I'm going to ask you to basically answer as much of a yes or no as you can. If you had had the authority to determine the continued presence, would it have been dramatically different from a standpoint of safety of American personnel?
Good.
Let me make sure I understand the question. You're talking...
If you'd been told that we were withdrawing,
right,
would you have done it differently as a military man rather than the way it was done?
I would have begun sooner.
Would have begun sooner.
That's probably the principal thing I would have done. I would have begun much sooner than when we actually did.
And I would have, I would have brought the embassy and the State Department out with the military by the middle of July. That is what, if there was one thing, a do-over, you don't get do-overs in this stuff, but if there was a do-over, that would be it. And that point was debated and discussed and so on and so forth. But that is a, yes. To answer
Last question, Mr. Chairman, if I may just, if you had been given the opportunity to determine that you wanted Afghanistan to stay free and independent of the Taliban, would that have been possible during your chairmanship?
Well, I think that if you kept 2,500 as your men force, and it wasn't just any 2,500, this was a group of 2,500 that were very, very highly talented special forces. I think that group of 2,500, plus the NATO forces, plus the contractors, I believe to this day that the Afghan security forces and the Afghan government would not have collapsed. But I also believe, and I believe it would have happened, is that the war with the Taliban would have reopened. And that could have possibly meant another increase in forces. So if your purpose, the political strategic purpose made by policymakers is to withdraw, then the idea of keeping 2,500 with the possibility of even increasing is obviously at cross purposes.
So if I could surmise or summarize what you said, if we had had the same attitude in Afghanistan that we have till today in South Korea, that in fact, if there is an adverse combatant force that is unrelenting, you keep sufficient forces in order to prevent them from prevailing, even if it's more than half a century.
Well, I think that if your intent, your strategic intent is to prevent Afghanistan from becoming a platform for terrorism to strike the United States, and to do that, you've got a means, the government of Afghanistan, the Afghan security forces, and if you withdraw, they're going to collapse, then I think you either accept the risks of that collapse, and if you're going to do that and withdraw completely, then I agree 100% with what General McKenzie said earlier. You're going to have to withdraw quickly, fast. That includes your State Department folks, or make a decision to stay. It's a binary choice there. There's not a lot of gray in between. And I think that if you decide to stay, there's risks associated with that, and the likelihood that war again would start with the Taliban.
And the Marines concur with the Army in this case?
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Miller Meeks is recognized.
Oh, I didn't realize. Thank you.
We've been keeping a 5-minute
I thought it was...
I'm going to call for the opportunity to waive on this hearing today and to our witnesses for testifying before the committee and for the Gold Star families that are here. The reason I wanted to be here at this hearing is that I'm a 24-year military veteran, Vietnam era veteran. My brother served in Vietnam. My husband is a 30-year Vietnam era veteran as well. My father was career Air Force. 6 of his 8 children served in our military. The botched withdrawal from Afghanistan in August of 2021 was the single worst foreign policy disaster of the United States that has not been witnessed since the fall of Saigon. And I mentioned this at a Homeland Security hearing in June of that year. This completely preventable catastrophe resulted in the deaths of 13 U.S. service members, one of which, including Corporal Dagan Page, grew up in Red Oak, Iowa, and 170 Afghans. When President Biden took control of the White House, the world was at peace and our enemies on guard. Since the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan showed our weaknesses on the world stage, Russia has invaded Ukraine, China has dramatically increased its aggression in the South China Sea against Taiwan, and even the Philippines. Hamas has launched a horrific attack against Israel, and the Houthis are launching attacks in the Red Sea, openly attacking U.S. and allied service members in the Middle East. You both previously testified that you recommended maintaining a small force in Afghanistan instead of a full withdrawal. General Milley, you have also previously stated that the withdrawal was a strategic failure. Was it less problematic to defend Bagram Air Base than HKIA? And why was the decision made to give up Bagram Air Base, for which we could do counterterrorism and better to protect than in the middle of an urban area?
I'll let General McKenzie talk the specifics of Bagram, but Bagram was not a feasible course of action to keep open once a decision was made to withdraw U.S. forces below 2,500. And Frank can talk through the numbers, but to maintain security, to maintain Bagram as an open air base would have required a brigade combat team. You're looking at 5,000 plus a battalion to patrol the 30-mile road between Kabul and Bagram. So now you're looking at 6,000, and then you're still going to have to take care of HKIA, which in the end ended up being 6,000 Americans, 2,000 internationals and others, so about 8,000 for HKIA. So you're looking at 15, 20,000 people. If your strategic purpose is to withdraw from 2,500 to 0, it doesn't pass the common sense test to then increase to 15,000.
I'm going to reclaim
That's
my
the
time.
fundamental issue.
Can either of you provide U.S. intelligence? It was woefully inaccurate in predicting how quickly Afghanistan would fall to Taliban control. Was this willful neglect of the Biden administration, the State Department, if you advised them that their potential for a fall would be rapid?
We, the United States military, consistently indicated that there would be a likely collapse of the government and the ANSF upon a full withdrawal of the United States military. And we estimated that that would be months, not in August, months. We thought, at least I thought, it would be sometime in the late fall, Thanksgiving, Christmas. I extended that out to maybe spring, could get past Christmas and into spring. The intelligence community estimated anywhere between 12 and 24 months after the full withdrawal of the U.S. military.
And was there a recommendation to the Biden administration, the State Department, that there would be a strategic intent and benefit of keeping Bagram Air Base and troops within Afghanistan?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Was there a value to maintaining a presence in Afghanistan and Bagram Air Base?
Well, I thought that you'd have to have at least 2,500 if you're going to keep Bagram. So I thought, personally, I thought at the time, my assessment at the time, and I've said this publicly before, that keeping 2,500, the value was to buy time to achieve the conditions of Doha and a negotiated settlement between the Afghan government and Jeroa. Presidents are in positions to make very difficult decisions. And I'm looking at this from a military standpoint. 2 presidents in a row, much wider angle of view, taking in much more factors than I do as a general. They both decided the same thing, just with different timelines.
Well, General Milley, with all due respect, even as a nurse in the Army, I had to push back against majors and lieutenant colonels and colonels and generals who were recommending things that were in our patients, not in their best interest, and would have cost them their lives.
Right.
We expect to have pushback from the military when a State Department or a commander-in-chief is doing things that are not in the best interest of this country and in the best interest of our service men and women.
For many heated, lengthy
let me
discussions
just
and debates.
end here with recruitment down. Will we have to wait until November or January 2025 to finally get accountability for the disastrous
We have to go to a
withdrawal?
classified briefing. Please make this short. It's been a long day. Wrap up your question.
I'm sorry, I just did, Chairman. I just said, will we have to wait until November or January 2025 to finally get accountability for the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan? With that, I yield back. Thank you.
I'd like to recognize the ranking member for a closing statement.
Again, I want to thank former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and General Mark Milley, and former commander of the United States Central Command, General Kenneth McKenzie Jr., for testifying before Congress again and providing vital insight as this committee continues to use its oversight authority on Afghanistan, including its withdrawal, but including our oversight. Your testimony, I think, reinforces the need to have bipartisan, good faith oversight for our 20 years in Afghanistan. I believe that the American public and our service members and those Gold Star families, the 13 at Abbey Gate, but also there's over 2,461 that lost their lives at our 20 years, during our 20 years in Afghanistan. The American people deserves nothing less. And I would hope, and I would join, and I will say to those Gold Star families here whose hearts I really feel that I will stand on to make sure that we do the 20-year investigation so that we can get and find out what we did right, what we did wrong, for the benefit of everybody in our military. And I think in order to do that, we need to do it not in a political way, but in a bipartisan way. And clearly from the testimony of the generals here, it is investigating what took place during the Bush administration, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and the Biden administration. And then and only then will we be able to make that account to the American people in a thorough and non-political and bipartisan way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank the ranking member. We did establish the Afghanistan War Commission on the National Defense Authorization, and it's a board of highly esteemed people, just like Ambassador Ryan Crocker, who knows these issues probably better than anybody. This is not a partisan group. I look forward to their recommendations. With respect to this investigation, we are focused on the evacuation. And so I do look forward to working with my friend on lessons learned and legislative recommendations to move forward to ensure that this never happens again. I think as we've heard today, it was the lack of a plan by the State Department and the failure to timely execute the plan that led to the chaos at HKIA and led to the suicide bomb or the Abbey Gate terror attack. That truth will come out. We will get the commanding officers before this committee, and we will get the production of the sniper photos that Tyler took, and we will get it soon. And so with that, we're going to stand in recess as we move to the classified space to have the classified portion of the briefing. I apologize if I was a little impatient. It's been a long day. I appreciate your patience, but we really need to get into the classified space before the votes. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
All right, you're just listening into that extended hearing here on Live Now from Fox on the deadly Afghanistan withdrawal. You're hearing there from CENTCOM leaders, but also our retired Mark Milley as well. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. A live picture outside at the White House here, or at the United States Capitol, excuse me, here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring into the conversation to understand more of this, because that was a very long hearing, and we want to know kind of more of what was the takeaways, the biggest highlights. We're going to be joined right now by Ken Gray here on Live Now from Fox, the retired FBI special agent. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for sticking with us as we were waiting for that hearing to end. Maybe what was the biggest takeaway? What was the biggest thing you took away from that hearing? I think you might be muted here, Ken, real quick. We've been sitting here for a while, so I don't blame you.
Sorry about that. It was muted because of the length of the hearing. Thank you for having me with you for this. The thing that I was shocked the most about was to hear that the State Department in a war zone determined how to extract people out of that war zone. I thought that would have been under the Department of Defense. That would have been the battlefield commander's decisions. And to hear that they had to rely upon the State Department to set up the schedule to try to extract people, and that the State Department had decided that they would remove the military personnel first and then remove civilians after that were still left behind, because they were going to have an active embassy in this area that had been a war zone. That was just shocking for me to hear. So if nothing else from this hearing, the accountability of that, making that a highlight of this this lack of clear-cut chain of command in a battlefield for the battlefield commander, that was shocking.
Yeah, to say the least as well. And of course, we were hearing there maybe not necessarily about responsibility, but accountability. That was kind of the phrasing by a lot of those congressmen and lawmakers there about this. And they were talking a lot about the date certain, the date that they did pull out as well. And you heard there from Mark Milley talking about how maybe they wish they didn't have an exact date certain. Can you talk a little bit more about that and maybe how that would have given a little bit more leeway to make the withdrawal maybe a little bit more successful in so many people's eyes?
Yeah, so the decision to come out of the country, the United States finally withdraw, that was something that was agreed upon by both the Trump administration and by the Biden administration. It was just a matter of when they were going to do it and what plan to do that on. By fixing a specific date, by saying that we're going to be out of this country by this date, that put us under the gun of having to get everything set up ahead of time and getting people out, moving ahead of time to get them successfully out of the country by when that date would arrive. And that did not happen. The State Department was moving at a different rate of speed for putting together the plan and for extracting people. And because of that fact that they were up against a hard deadline, they found themselves in the position of having to do just like we did in Vietnam, of fleeing out of Saigon there with people hanging off the helicopters. We were in the exact same position with people running in and trying to get on board those last flights. So the fact that they had put a firm deadline on when we were going to get out, it meant that the Taliban were going to take over whether we were out of there or not, and that we might have found ourselves having to fight the Taliban and that it would restart this war on terror. Let me point out also, though, the fact that this was a 20-year war, the longest war the United States has been engaged in, if you don't count the Cold War, and that the war was going to end at some point. So President Trump had thought that the war had gone on too long and he wanted us to get out of there. And President Biden definitely decided that we were going to get out of there. So it wasn't a matter of when, it was of if, it was a matter of when. But the decision to set that hard deadline of August 31st, that ensured the fact that it was going to be a disaster.
Yeah, and of course we're talking about the date certain. Of course, Mark Milley also said it potentially could have been condition certain depending on when they pulled out there as well. And House Republicans, they were hoping to have this to be damaging for Biden. In that regard, potentially was it?
So I know that you very much are observant of the political aspect of all these things. I think that this is very much a political matter, that this House hearing may be looking for accountability, but the accountability may spill over into being a political chip being played at this time. And that's a shame, because we really do need an answer. We need some answers about why this disastrous withdrawal happened the way it did, but it's being done so to become an issue on the upcoming political election coming up. So I think that that damage was done through this, even though there was call for this being bipartisan. Nonetheless, you could see that this is going to be turned against President Biden, that the decision of withdrawing the way it was done made this, I think the words deadly and chaotic was raised. And this was both. It was deadly. 13 Americans died there at Abbey Gate. 170 Afghans died there that did not have to die if we had had a better plan in place. And so those deaths will weigh heavily upon this with this upcoming election.
Yeah, there were so many, a confluence of factors into this as well, from both the Trump administration before it to the Biden administration. So many factors involved. And of course, looking back in hindsight on it, you can look at it through a different lens as well. All right, Ken Cray, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time here as always on Live Now.
Thank you for having me.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Great conversation. Let's take you right back out, though, to the State Department briefing. Not necessarily more so into this Afghanistan withdrawal, but other international headlines. Let's listen into this here on Live Now.
In Hong Kong, there's the approval, but the legislature of the security law. Some rights groups have said that this will further clamp down on free expression, on media freedom. Does the United States even have a reaction or any preview of things it might do as a result of this?
Certainly, Sean. We believe that these kinds of actions have the potential to accelerate the closing of Hong Kong's once open society. We're alarmed by the sweeping and what we interpret as vaguely defined provisions laid out in their Article 23 legislation. We think that this was fast-tracked through the non-democratically elected Legislative Council after a truncated public comment period. We also believe that a lot of the phrasing and crimes that are outlined are poorly defined and incredibly vague. They use phrases such as external interference, which is incredibly vague. So we're analyzing this legislation, and we are taking a look at what the potential risk could be to not just U.S. citizens, but other American interests that we might have.
Sure. I just want to follow up on that.
Yeah.
There have been calls, particularly from the Hill, for the U.S. to stop treating Hong Kong entirely as a separate entity that's been more integrated into the PRC. Is there any policy change you think that'll happen as a result of this?
I don't want to speculate or go down any rabbit hole of a sort of potential outcome, Sean. But what I can say is that we're not going to hesitate to call out those responsible for the erosion of Hong Kong's promised autonomy. And when we see things like this that happen, we won't hesitate to not just use our voice, but should the circumstances require it, use other actions that the United States has at its disposal. But I'm not in a place or to announce any policy change or anything like that.
Sure. Let me switch to Gaza, unless anybody else wants to talk about Hong Kong. A few things, but the UN Human Rights Chief, Mr. Turk, said today that Israel may be using food or lack of food as a weapon of war, which of course would be a war crime. Does the U.S. have a reaction to his remarks?
So let me just say that is not something that we have observed or witnessed, but we continue to be deeply concerned about the report that's indicating that famine is imminent in Gaza. This report makes clear that the amount of aid reaching the people in Gaza is insufficient, and that more needs to be done. We need to redouble our efforts to ensure that aid can get to the places that it needs to go, both you heard me talk about this a little bit yesterday, via land routes, via airdrops, and this forthcoming maritime corridor as well. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that this kind of aid can get to the kind of places that it needs to go. I will just also add, though, Sean, that yesterday we saw 69 trucks enter via Rafah. In response to, I believe, Simon's question yesterday, I spoke about an 18-truck convoy making its way from the south to the north, and we've also seen reports of 182 trucks entering yesterday via Kerem Shalom. These are all helpful metrics and good steps in the right direction, but to echo again what I said yesterday, more needs to be done to help address this stark and devastating reality in Gaza right now.
Just to follow up on that, of course you mentioned things that are being done to include by the United States to alleviate the situation. Well, why is it that the U.S. disagrees with the assessment of Mr. Turk that it's being used as a weapon of war?
Because we're seeing aid and food and these kinds of provisions enter Gaza. They're not entering at the rate or clip that they need to be. They are not entering fast enough. They're not getting to the places that they need to go. And that's why we've called for more. But I'm not in a place to offer any kind of like legal or geopolitical assessment. And it's certainly not one that we have seen or characterized.
Just one more before I turn it over to colleagues, but I was wondering if you have any follow-up on the conversation we had yesterday about the UNRWA chief, Mr. Lazzarini. Do you have anything more to say? Yesterday you said that you basically deferring comment on it. Does the United States see anything abnormal about him not being let
So as it relates to the specific incident, I will let the United Nations and Israel speak to that specifically, but to just say say more broadly, all regional governments need to do what is necessary to enable the humanitarian response. And this, of course, includes allowing the free movement of international staff and the freedom of this movement to help with that kind of response. Commissioner General Lazzarini and UN staff, our belief is that they should be able to visit UNRWA's fields of operation, including in Gaza. And we're going to continue to work with the government of Israel to rapidly approve all requested visas for UN and NGO workers in an expeditious fashion.
That actually sounds really specific. I mean, is there a call for Israel actually to rapidly approve Mr. Lazzarini's entry?
Again, I don't want to speak to that situation in specificity because I'm not aware of the circumstances of what transpired and why he was specifically denied entry. But I will just echo again that we believe that the free movement of international workers is a key part of the humanitarian response, and Mr. Lazzarini and his staff, we believe, should be able to assess their operations. And so we're going to continue to work with the government of Israel and other appropriate interlocutors to push for that to happen. Simon?
If we can come to so the call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, obviously that's the White House, but this speaks to broader U.S. policy. So you've sort of talked about what's been talked about from this podium, that the offensive in Rafah would be disastrous, and that seems to be the warning is even made even more strongly on this call yesterday. But Prime Minister Netanyahu said today they're determined to complete an elimination of the Hamas battalions in Rafah. There's no way to do that except by going in on the ground. So, do you have any response to basically this pushback to what U.S. government is trying to tell the Israelis?
It should come as no surprise that when it comes to this, we are just squarely in a different place and have a different viewpoint than our Israeli partners. You saw National Security Advisor Sullivan speak about this a little bit yesterday. But I will also note that in this very same call, President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed to have their teams meet, for them to meet soon here in Washington to exchange views and discuss alternative approaches that would target the key elements of Hamas, help secure the Egypt-Gaza border, and do so without a major ground operation in Rafah. We continue to feel quite strongly that such an operation in Rafah, where there are more than 1 million people seeking refuge, a region that continues to be a key conduit for the entrance of humanitarian aid, that doing something like that without a credible and clear plan, something that without a plan that also doesn't address for the various humanitarian pieces, would be a disaster. And we hope that through this mechanism, our officials will be able to discuss some of these issues in greater detail and find a path forward.
So in that mechanism, there will be, what you're saying is the U.S. will have some suggestions of how basically Netanyahu is saying it's not possible to do it without a ground operation. You're saying it is, so you're going to give them ideas.
I don't want to get ahead of the process here, Simon. We'll have an exchange of views with them and discuss approaches that we think are in line with our shared objective of degrading Hamas and ensuring that October 7th can no longer be repeated, while simultaneously also being cognizant, mindful, respectful of the more than 1 million people seeking refuge in Rafah, and being mindful of the important conduit that Rafah continues to be for humanitarian aid.
Are you able to say when that meeting's going to be?
I don't have any scheduling updates at this moment. Thank you. Yeah. Camilla?
Thank you. Also, just going back to what National Security Advisor Sullivan was talking about yesterday, he implied that there hasn't been a response from Israel on the President's National Security Memorandum. I was wondering whether you could confirm whether or not Israel has responded with a letter to that effect, and if you could give us a bit more information on the what next.
Sure. So as it relates to individual countries and their communications with us, as it relates to the National Security Memorandum, I will defer to those other countries to speak to those pieces. I don't want to get into those details on an internal processes from here, nor do I want to speak for other countries. But as you all recall, this was signed on February 8th, and as laid out quite clearly in the text of the National Security Memorandum, there are 45 days for countries to offer an assurance via a letter as it relates to the provision of U.S. Lethal assistance. And in that time, after receiving that assurance, the United States also, through close coordination with the interagency as well as close consultation with our relevant embassies and consulates, will take a look at that authorization, that certification that is provided to us.
Can you confirm for whether or not Israel has responded?
I'm just not going to speak to individual countries as it relates to an entire memorandum. Go ahead, Julian.
Haiti, couple questions.
Can I see if anybody else has anything on Gaza, and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just following up on what Sean was asking on the famine.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying you don't see that famine is imminent in Gaza.
That is literally not what I said, Saeed.
Okay.
I think in the very first thing I said in response to Sean's question is that we are.
Maybe I couldn't.
The question was you can actually just read the transcript if you want to see what Sean's specific question was, but let me just echo again. We are deeply concerned about the report that indicate that famine imminent in Gaza.
Thank you. Because there was actually a report by Samantha Power saying that, it is imminent. So
I think it was a press release.
Clarified that. I have a couple other questions. The Wall Street Journal reported that Israel is going to expropriate or steal, as they called it, 16% of Gaza for a buffer zone. Is that something that you're aware of, or is that something that would be acceptable to the administration, considering that the administration said time and again that Gaza should not be reduced in size?
That's absolutely right. You have heard me and the Secretary and Matt be very clear that there must be no reduction in territory of Gaza, that Israel needs to comply with international law and any measures it takes to defend itself.
All right, you have been listening in here to today's State Department briefing, touching on a variety of issues there. Thanks so much for tuning in with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich here on the desk with you now. We have a lot more to get to over the next couple of hours while I'm here, as well as later into our programming on yet another primary night. Of course, we've got you covered here with all of that coverage and much more. In the meantime, though, we want to continue on with more top stories, particularly international headlines. And there's a lot that we still want to show you here after bringing you live coverage all day of the hearing on the Afghanistan withdrawal. We want to bring you this next conversation, this one having to do with the ongoing violence and chaos in Haiti. My colleague Andy Mack spoke with Fox's Brian Yenis, who's reporting in the Dominican Republic, about what comes next.
Developing story ongoing in Haiti. And of course, exactly a week ago, the Prime Minister, Ariel Henry, announced his resignation. But in that week since that announcement, it didn't seem to quell the violence there in that country. We're going to be joined on the ground by Fox's Brian Yenis in the Dominican Republic, just across the border. What are we seeing and how much has it developed over the last week there?
Hi, Andy. Well, yeah, I'm at one of the main border crossings between Haiti and the Dominican Republic. You can see right now these are Haitian migrants at the border. Some are allowed to come in a controlled basis. This is also an avenue of escape for many Americans. In fact, immigration officials here tell us that some 359 Americans have used this border crossing to escape Haiti, to leave Haiti, since March 1st, 64 at least in just the last 5 days or so. We spoke to a woman from Miami and another man from Fort Lauderdale who were making their way out. One woman came from 6 hours away to get to this border crossing. The State Department says they are looking at all available options to get the remaining about 1,000 Americans who have reached out to them saying that they are stranded in Haiti. One of those options is perhaps to fly Americans by helicopter from Port-au-Prince to Santo Domingo. I say by helicopter because we've spoken to other nonprofits who say that that is the best route and the best way to travel, given the fact that the airport in Port-au-Prince is completely controlled by gangs. So that's the situation from the U.S. side. Over there in Haiti, though, for the Haitian people, the violence continues. At least 12 people were killed just yesterday in two wealthy neighborhoods of Port-au-Prince. You have continued violence, schools and hospitals and buildings ransacked, looting of humanitarian aid, and you have the displacement of over 360,000 Haitians, with over 5 million in need of some of that humanitarian aid. So it is a dire situation, the United Nations says. We've spoken to many Haitians who say they are in need of a ton of help internationally, and that they are for an international police force led by Kenya that is on standby, waiting for a new government to be put in place, that they are for that force going in there and taking care of those gangs. Andy?
Yeah, a very dire situation. I do want to put up some video yesterday because you were riding along the border, just kind of seeing this crisis. And of course, they were talking about constructing a border wall to potentially keep that safe region as well. Maybe how have you seen that yesterday, and what was that experience like to see it right there up close and personal along the border, riding there between the Dominican Republic and Haiti?
Well, Andy, I'll show you right now. Actually, this is the border wall in the Dominican Republic between Haiti. It's 12 feet tall. It was built by the DR beginning last year. The president says that they have about 100 miles done, and they want the entire stretch of the 240-mile border to have this border wall. It includes drones and cameras and towers, and it'll eventually all be a smart security fence, as they put it. The DR says that this is vital to secure the country, given the prevalence of the gangs and violence in Haiti. And back over here, I'll show you, we've seen all day, every day, we see deportation trucks that come by and drop off dozens, sometimes even hundreds of Haitians that are in the country illegally. They are dropped off and they walk right back into that country. The United Nations has criticized the Dominican Republic for continuing to deport Haitians, Andy, despite the fact that there is a dire humanitarian crisis there. The Dominican Republic says they have the right to defend themselves. And protect themselves.
That is very, very interesting. Of course, we're hearing chartered flights from the State Department of trying to get Americans out as well. And I think a lot of people back in the States concerned about the humanitarian crisis, obviously, but also about a potentially...
All right, you've been listening in here to this conversation between my colleague Andy Mack and Fox's Brian Yennis, speaking about the ongoing violence in Haiti. We do want to step away from that conversation here just for a moment, as we do have President Biden, who just stepped up moments ago, speaking today in Las Vegas, talking about lowering costs for American families. Let's listen in here, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Latricia, excuse me. There she is. Was able to buy her first home with a $15,000 down payment by the American Rescue Plan, which we wrote. All she needed was a fair shot. She found a good paying union job. She took home ownership classes to raise her credit score. She did her hard work, and now she owns a home in paradise with her 16-year-old daughter, a straight A student. Stand up, kiddo. We're fortunate to have great partners in Congress here today who are helping make these dreams possible. Representative Stephen Horsford, a great leader of the 4th District and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, who works every single day to reduce housing costs and close the racial wealth gap, which is happening. Representative Susie Lee, who's a driving force to cut red tape and build more affordable housing all across Nevada. Representative Dina Titus, God love you, Dina, your old friend. You've always had my back, and I've had yours, and you had people of this country and this city back. Housing is so much more than just a word. It's about people's lives. You know, you can't be here today because there are votes in Washington, but I also want to thank your outstanding senators, Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen, for their leadership in making housing more accessible and affordable. I also want to thank all the housing advocates here today who are doing God's work. All the housing advocates, stand up. I really mean it. Doing everything. You're doing a great job. And by the way, you know, I won't go into it, I guess, but look, folks, when I came to office, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. Nevada was especially hard hit as tourism took a dive, a gigantic dive. Before I came to office, unemployment had reached 30% here. And we're turning things around today because of the profile I just talked about. And Nevada's created 274,000 jobs, bringing back lost jobs of the pandemic and adding another 129,000 jobs. Things are on the move. Unemployment is down dramatically, with more Nevadans working today than ever before in the history of Nevada. And thousands of cities across all of America are seeing this great comeback story. You know, my American Rescue Plan, which I might add, not a single solitary Republican voted for, provided $350 billion to state and local governments, including funds for every city, county, town, tribe in this state. And your state put that money to good use. You put cops on the beat, teachers in the classroom, kept small businesses on their feet and families in their homes. And that's not all. You can't have the best economy in the world, which we do now, if you don't have the best infrastructure in the world. My predecessor promised, remember, my predecessor kept talking about infrastructure weak for 4 years. We didn't build a damn thing. You all think I'm kidding, I'm not. I propose and sign the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations. And now we're going to have an infrastructure decade. So far, 47,000 new projects modernize Americans' roads, bridges, ports, airports, public transit, and so much more is happening, creating jobs now and jobs for the future as well. $3.4 billion in projects right here in Nevada. $3.4 billion. When I was writing this and talking about it, all I kept thinking about was Harry Reid. We're connecting the entire state to affordable high-speed internet by the end of this decade. Every single part of the state will have high-speed affordable internet, and we're already saving 276,000 Nevadan families as much as $75 a month on their internet bills. And I know our friend Harry's looking down and saying, damn proud of it. The airport in his name is getting an upgrade as well. Couldn't do one without the other, you know. He's so proud of building America's first high-speed rail line that to take folks from Las Vegas to Los Angeles in 2 hours instead of 4. You know, that's going to create 35,000, first major high-speed rail line in America. 35,000 good-paying jobs. Take 3 million vehicles off the road and reduce pollution significantly. It's also taking the most significant, by the way, it's going to cut the time in half. Now, I don't know why anybody want to get to L.A. in half the time, but I know why y'all won't come here. All kidding aside, it really is incredible. It's a gigantic project, and by the way, it's encouraged California and Central California to build a high-speed rail as well. You know, the idea that we haven't had one single high-speed rail built in America up to now is ridiculous. And so, you know, Chinese have a rail system that goes 130 miles an hour. Anyway, 230 miles an hour, I should say. But look, we're taking the most significant action to fight climate change ever. My policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investments from companies that are moving clean energy, factories and jobs back here in America where they belong. For example, in Reno, Redwood Materials is going to invest $3.5 billion, $3.5 billion, one of the country's major electric vehicle battery recycling and manufacturing plants, creating thousands of jobs here, thousands of jobs. Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow in Arizona, we'll be talking about America invented the semiconductor chip, the tiny chips the size of the tip of your little finger, which powers everything from automobiles to smartphones to weapon systems. We invented those chips. We made them better. And then we lost the market because a lot of the corporations said, let's send the jobs overseas where they're cheaper and bring the product home, which is more expensive. We don't do that anymore. We make it here. We keep the jobs here and we send products overseas. But the reason I mentioned, we've been able to bring the chips manufacturing back home. We attracted $240 billion in private sector investments to build chip factories here in America. And by the way, they're creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, both in construction and manufacturing. And the average salary in one of those, they call them fabs, the factories, is $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree to get that job. Across the country, folks have filed a record number of new business applications since I took office. The fastest growth of Latino-owned businesses in more than a decade. More black small businesses starting at the highest rate in 30 years. In Nevada, since I came to office, we've seen 195,000 small business applications. And every one of those applications is an act of hope. It's critical because small businesses, and the reason I keep talking about small businesses make up half the GDP, half the economy of America. Half of all the economy in America is generated by small businesses. But here's the deal. As more folks move to Nevada for good paying jobs, we need housing that's affordable. The depth of the pandemic, and in the depth of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan delivered funds to keep 8 million families in their homes nationwide by preventing foreclosures and evictions. And here in Nevada, we use those funds to keep 50,000 people's rent be able to be paid. Hundreds of first-time home buyers be able to make a down payment. You invest more in building and renovating affordable homes than almost any other part of the country, any state in the country. For example, here in Clark County, nearly 1,000 brand new affordable units for seniors are under construction today as a result. 8,000 homes total for families, seniors, and veterans. And across the country, more people own homes now than before the pandemic. We're seeing fewer foreclosures than any time in decades. But we have a lot more to do. For too many people, the dream of having a good home still feels out of reach. I get it. Look, here's my plan. But, you know, everybody thinks because I was president, I was probably born wealthy and come from a significant background economically. Well, I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I got a phone call. My wife was campaigning up. I was campaigning up in New Hampshire back when that statistic came out in the 90s. And she called. I used to call one because the kids were little when I was away. I say, "How's everything going?" I got this, "Fine." But you know you're in trouble when your wife or husband says, "Fine." And I said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Only elected officials, husband or wife, could understand this." She said, "Do you read today's paper?" I said, "They don't have today's paper. Wilmington paper, Delaware, up in Nevada, where I'm with Leahy, up in Vermont." And she said, "Well, let me read it. Top of the fold headline: Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true?" I thought, I don't know what the hell is true, but it turned out it was true. But here's the deal. My new budget works to lower housing costs for owners and renters alike today. I was raised in when Scranton, where I was born, and in my early years were raised, when Scranton went dead in terms of the economy, we moved down to a little place called Claymont, Delaware, where my dad had started off as a kid. And we couldn't afford anything. We lived in a duplex called Brookview Apartments, which became public housing years later. And my dad kept trying to figure out how we get the down payment to get the first home. Well, we rented and we saved, he saved, and we were able to buy a 3-bedroom home in a new development because of these areas they were building 40 and 50 homes at a shot. We had 4 kids, 3 bedrooms, and a grandpop living with us. And we weren't poor, but we never had anything at the end of the month. And so what my dad used to always say was that the way you build equity in your home is the way you build wealth. So when you build enough equity in your home, then you have enough money to borrow to get something new and move and so on. And that's how everybody makes it. Everybody in the middle class makes it there usually through equity in their home. Well, look, it works. What we've been doing works to increase housing supply and keep costs down in the future. First, for homeowners, if inflation keeps coming down, and it's predicted to do that, mortgage rates are going to come down as well. But I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down to put toward their mortgage when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space if they come from a middle-class background. They come from a family that's well under $200,000 or less. We're also making it more affordable to refinance your home by eliminating title insurance fees on federally funded mortgage-backed mortgages. That's going to save folks as much as $1,500. The federal government can afford to do that. In addition, last week, the National Association of Realtors agreed for the first time that Americans can negotiate lower commissions when they buy or sell their home. On a typical home purchase, that alone could save folks an average of $10,000 on a sale or purchase. I'm calling on realtors to follow through on lowering their commissions to protect home buyers. And folks, we're also working to end the legacy of discrimination on the basis of home valuations. It's exacerbated, as you know, it's exacerbated a racial wealth gap and held back black and brown families. And it's simply wrong. You know, if you build if a developer came along and built 20 homes on one side of a highway and 20 homes on the other, and the one side had people with black and brown backgrounds, and the same exact home was built in a white neighborhood, guess what? The day you bought that home, that black home was worth 20% less than the white home, or the Hispanic home is worth 20% less. It's wrong. Second, my plan goes to work so we can bring the rents down. My administration is cracking down on big corporations who break antitrust laws by price fixing to keep the rents up. That's how they work it out. Landlords should be competing to give folks the best deal, not conspiring to charge them more. We're also going after what I call unfair rental and junk fees. You know, like the ones you charge when you move into an apartment. One of those surprise convenience fees that aren't convenient at all. You can add up to hundreds of dollars. And so some of you have been stuck with that. Folks are tired of being played for suckers, and I'm tired of letting them be played for suckers. We're also expanding rental assistance to over 100,000 more low-income families since I took office, the biggest increase in 20 years. My new plan would help hundreds of thousands more, including foster kids, as I mentioned earlier, aging out of foster care. So they have to move out, living on their own for the first time. It's also going to help thousands of veterans afford the rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served this country. And folks, we know affordable housing has been a challenge for a long time. To solve it long term, we have to increase supply, because when supply is down, demand is up, costs rise. The bottom line to lower housing costs for good is to build, build, build. And that's why, to help your congressional delegation, I've cut red tape so more builders can get federal financing for the new projects. A record 1.7 million new housing units are under construction nationwide right now because of it. In fact, today my administration reported that single-family housing starts are the highest level they've been in nearly 2 years, and my new plan would create 2 million affordable homes, including tens of thousands right here in Nevada. You know, and we're doing this through what they call the neighborhood home tax credit to build or renovate affordable housing. And, you know, and we do it by expanding the bipartisan low income. It's called the low income, sorry with all these titles, but that's what these bills are. The low income housing tax credit to build affordable rental units, which are supported by lenders, builders, families, and housing advocates alike. Look, my plan will also establish an innovative program to help communities build and renovate housing or convert housing from empty office spaces into housing, empty hotels into housing. My plan would provide $8 billion to fight homelessness and move people into homes and off the street. And I'll say it again. In the United States, no one should have to live in the street. No one. Folks, altogether, experts are calling these measures, quote, the most consequential housing plan in more than 50 years. But let me be clear. It's not only my plan, it's fully paid for. And while I'm paying for it, we're also reducing the federal debt at the same time. You know, the Republicans talk about, you know, big tax and Democrats. Give me a break. Come on. I've already cut the federal deficit by $1 trillion since I took office. The last guy increased the deficit by a larger margin than any president in American history in the 4 years he was president. I signed the bipartisan budget deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. For example, because of the law I signed, finally, Big Pharma, the pharmaceutical companies, and we finally beat them, giving Medicare the power to negotiate the prescription drug prices they pay for seniors like they do at the Veterans Administration. The VA says, I need this for veterans, but I'm not going to pay you more than this for this amount of money. Well, it doesn't just save seniors money, it's already saving taxpayers money. The one thing we've been able to do is when I did that one thing of making sure that you're going to be able to have insulin for $35 instead of $400 a month. Well, guess what? That cut the deficit by $160 billion. $160 billion. And there's a reason for it. Not only saves seniors a lot of money, when I first wrote it, it included everybody. The Republicans knocked out everybody and left the seniors in. They couldn't lose that one. But here's the deal. $160 billion over the next decade because Big Pharma doesn't have to pay out the $400 a month. They're paying out $35 a month to Big Pharma. My plan would double the number of drugs able to be negotiated to save another $200 billion a year. This bill has already been passed. Here's the deal, folks. You know, right now, we cut the deficit by even more by making the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. But here's the deal. If you're going to deal with Medicare and you want to make sure you're going to be able to save money, well, guess what? Many of you know seniors who have cancer drugs that cost up to $35,000, $15,000 a year, $15,000 with all their other costs. Well, guess what? Already passed a law beginning in 2024, January 2025. No matter what the total cost of prescription drug costs for a senior are, they will not have to pay more than $2,000, period. $2,000. It's going to save another $200,000. Anyway, I get really. If we drove out to the airport and put you on Air Force One, you said you had a prescription you needed filled, and it was an American company that made it, I'd say, okay, let's fly to Toronto, or to Berlin, or to London, or to Rome, or any major city in America. I'll get you that same prescription filled in those cities for 40 to 60% less than it costs you at a pharmacy here. It's wrong. But look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make $1 million, great. Just begin to pay your fair share of taxes. In 2020, 55 of the largest Fortune 500 companies made $40 billion in profits. They paid zero in federal taxes. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies now have to pay a minimum of 15%, but that's still too little to have to pay in federal. Wouldn't you all trade that? You'd pay 15% instead of what you're paying now. But look, it's time to raise the corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. You know, before the whole thing with COVID, there were 750 billionaires with a B in America. Today there are 1,000. You know what they pay in average? What would the average tax for billionaires in America? 8.2% federal tax. Anybody want to trade them with the billionaire tax? I'd take 8.2%. It's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower tax than a teacher, a sanitation worker, a nurse, anybody busting their neck. And that's why I'm proposing, if I'm reelected, we're going to get it done, to a minimum tax of 25% for billionaires. That's not even the highest tax rate, just 25%. You know how much that would raise over 10 years? $500 billion in 10 years. $500 billion if they just started to pay that. Imagine what we could do. We could cut the federal deficit even more. We could invest in things that make America great again. Child care, a whole range of things we could do. And we'd all be better. Affordable home care, housing, all of which help families grow our economy. And by the way, every one of these things I propose, I asked the Treasury Department to do a study for me. because I'm a pro-union guy, and everybody, I've been the most pro-union president in American history. And here's the deal. And people say, well, that costs a lot of money. It saves money. The study they done points out that union labor and contracts raise everybody's income. Everybody's income. And they have the best in the world besides. Like I said, when I got that $350 billion invested for computer chips, I was with Samsung in South Korea, convinced them to come here. I said, why would you come here? He said, you have the best workers in the world, and my safest investment is in America. Folks, there's so much we could do. But my predecessor has a totally different view when it comes to fair taxes. He said, and he said this to his friends in Mar-a-Lago, quote, it's on the record, I know plenty of you, this is his quote, you're rich as hell, and we're going to give you tax cuts. That's what he says out loud. When the president enacted a $2 trillion tax cut that overwhelmingly benefits the very wealthy and biggest corporations, he exploded the federal deficit, as I said. He added more to the national debt than any president has in one term in all of American history. And he wants to do it again. He's committed to another $2 trillion tax cut for the wealthy and biggest corporations. He also proposed cutting funds for affordable housing, not building them, cutting the funds for them. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? I don't know. You don't really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax cut, do you? Well, they're doing pretty well. I sure in hell don't. Look, I'm going to keep fighting like the devil to make sure the wealthy pay their fair share, to make the tax system fair. And under my plan, to make sure I wasn't able to be at the other end of his demagoguery, I made a commitment when I got elected, and I've kept it. No one earning less than $400,000 a year, which is a lot of money where I come from, will pay an additional penny in federal tax. Not one single penny. Not one penny. But everybody else is going to start paying their fair share. Let me close with this. As I travel the country, folks often tell me how back in 2020, they were down. They lost their business. They lost faith in the system. But then, the laws we passed, the work we've done together got them back on their feet. We created 15 million new jobs in 3 years, more than any administration has in history. We're keeping millions of people in their homes. We're creating a new cycle of hope and pride. Pride in your hometowns, making a comeback. Pride in America. Pride in knowing you can get big things done if we work together. I've never been more, we have a lot more to do. A lot more to do. The reason this election is so important is not about me. It's about the future. It's about the future. He wants to undo every single thing we've done if he gets elected. He stated it straight up. But there's so much more to keep and to do. I'm never more optimistic about our future. You just have to remember who in hell we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing, I mean, think about it, nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. We're the only nation in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went in, every time when we work together. And with your help, we're going to get people working together in a way they haven't for decades. So ladies and gentlemen, God bless you, and may God protect our troops. Let's get this done.
All right, President Biden speaking here in Las Vegas, talking about lowering costs for families here. I wanted to show you some of his comments. He also spoke a little bit ago today as well, also in Nevada, though, the first time he was in Reno. We're going to slide away for a quick commercial break. We still have much more to get to. We also heard from former President Donald Trump, who cast his vote in Florida today. More to come on that as well still to head here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We still have much more to get to today. In the meantime, I want to turn your attention to a health story, an update that we're following as more than a dozen states have reported measles cases this year. According to the CDC, the agency now making a big push to get kids vaccinated ahead of summer vacations. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri brings us the latest.
As spring and summer travel get underway, public health officials are warning about a sharp rise in measles cases around the world. In a health alert issued Monday, the CDC urged doctors to vaccinate babies as young as 6 months old if their families are traveling to a measles-affected country.
It makes me very nervous as a physician. Most of us never saw it. We've never seen measles.
The highly contagious infection was declared eliminated in the U.S. in 2000, but it slowly reemerged due in part to low vaccination rates during the COVID pandemic. According to the CDC, there have been at least 58 confirmed measles cases throughout the country this year, the same number of cases seen in all of 2023. More than 90% have been linked to international travel and mainly involved children 1 year or older who had not been vaccinated. Symptoms to look for include cough, running nose, fever, and a rash.
Literally, if someone's sharing the airspace of this building with measles and they're gone for 2 hours, this area for 2 hours is still contaminated.
Public health officials say unvaccinated people have a 90% chance of becoming infected if they are exposed to measles. Children who are not traveling internationally should receive their first dose between ages 12 to 15 months old. The CDC recommends isolating for 3 weeks if your kids are unvaccinated and have been exposed to measles. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you. Let's give you a live picture here. This is out of Clearwater, Florida. A lot of people heading to Florida for this spring break season. And although it is Florida and you typically think of the warm weather, some folks are trading in swimsuits for sweatshirts, as one popular spring break beach is a lot cooler than usual for this time of year. We want to bring in Fox's Bowen Kadrovich. He joins us live from Panama City Beach. Bowen, at least you're wearing a short sleeve shirt. What are you seeing out there today?
Hi, Lexi. Well, yeah, this is the busiest week for Panama City Beach for spring break, but you can take a look over my right shoulder. There is hardly anybody out on the beach or in the water, and that is because these college students tell me that it is just too cold for that today. But we do have the sun keeping us a lot warmer right now, but it is a little chilly still. Now, you can see earlier this afternoon that there was hardly anybody on the beach. Many chairs were left empty or put away. Temperatures are expected to be about 10 degrees lower than average. During the same time last year, Panama City Beach was again on the cooler side. Normally, temperatures here in the afternoon are in the mid-70s. Many students I spoke with tell me this was not what they had in mind for their vacation in the Sunshine State. Instead of catching a tan at the beach, some tell me they are planning to stay inside.
Definitely was not what I was expecting coming to Florida, but we'll make do of it and see how it goes.
Definitely will not be on the beach. I would probably just be shopping and then at the house in the hot tub.
It's snowing back home, so anything's better than that, I'm not gonna lie.
And some students tell me they do believe the crowds have been smaller so far this week, but believe it'll start to pick back up once it warms up. Lexi?
All right, Bowen, thanks so much for that update. Hope that people are enjoying the weather despite it not being as hot as usual. And like that one guy you talked to said, at least it's not snowing.
That's right. Yeah, he's actually, he goes to school in Illinois, so probably still a lot different from what you'd get up there.
Yeah, yep, my home state, that's for sure. Bowen, thanks so much.
You bet.
All right, let's slide out to our next commercial break here. We still have a lot more to get to as we near this 6 o'clock Eastern hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us here. I'm Lexi Petrovich as we near this 6 o'clock Eastern hour. Well, it is primary night in 5 states, and President Biden, as we saw, is out west to try to win over some of the swing voters in some of the battleground states. Meanwhile, lawyers for former President Donald Trump say he can't post bond for his New York civil fraud case, which he's required to do in order to appeal. Here's Fox's Caroline Shively.
President Biden headed out on a 3-state campaign swing Tuesday, scheduled to make stops in Nevada and Arizona, followed by fundraisers in Texas Wednesday and Thursday. The general election is set to be a rematch of the last election, and Biden is going to have to put up a fight in Arizona, where he won in 2020. He trails former President Trump there in a Fox News poll for the general election.
He's going to get out there now as like some moderate guy, like a unifier, a man of the common people, and kind of try to like repeat the 2020 act.
Trump is making headlines this week.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars if I get elected. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Every time he gives one of these freewheeling speeches, there's going to be so much cleanup that has to be done and parse through what he said and what he meant to say.
And Trump's lawyers say he can't find an insurance company to underwrite the bond on the $454 million civil fraud judgment against him in New York.
They want to make sure that they get recompensed, and the way that you're confident that you get what you're laying out is it's cash or something that's a cash equivalent rather than real estate values, which can really fluctuate.
5 states head to the primary polls on Tuesday, although both leading candidates have already amassed enough delegates for their party's nominations. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thanks so much. Meanwhile, we just heard from President Biden speaking in Las Vegas moments ago. He also spoke in Reno earlier today. We also, though, heard from the former President Donald Trump casting his vote in Florida today. He spoke briefly after that with some reporters, answering a couple of questions alongside his wife, Melania. Let's play that out for you here next.
Mr. President, will you pardon Peter Navarro?
Good man. He was treated very unfairly. Peter was treated very unfairly, a great patriot, a great negotiator for our country. He did a tremendous job with respect to China and trade, and they treated him very badly. The Biden administration treated him very, very badly. It's a shame, but that's the way it is. They treated him very, very badly.
Will Paul Manafort come back to your campaign, sir?
I don't know anything about it, but he was another person that was treated badly, and he was a patriot. But we'll see what happens with that. We have a lot of people involved in the campaign that have done a tremendous job, and you know, based on the polls, we're doing extremely well. Extremely well.
Hi, Mrs. Trump, are you going to return to the campaign trail with your husband? Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Are you confident that you can pay the $464 million?
I built a great company, one of the greatest companies anywhere in the country, especially when it comes to real estate. Have some of the greatest assets in the world. And this is a rigged trial. This was a rigged trial by a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general. And we're fighting it out with them. We have a lot of cash and we have a great company, but they want to take it away, or at least take the cash element away. Billions of dollars in value, billions of dollars in properties, but they'd like to take the cash away so I can't use it on the campaign. And this is just a corrupt group of people. It's election interference, and we'll see how the courts rule on it. And I'll be guided. Excuse me. I'll be guided by the courts.
President Trump, do you think Jewish people who vote Democrat hate their religion? Do you think Jewish people who vote Democrat?
I think that the Democrats have been very, very opposed to Jewish people. That's true, and to Israel. All you have to do is look at Senator Schumer. What he did with Israel is a disgrace. And I think Israel will probably not forget it very soon. It's a very sad situation.
Do you think a 16-week abortion ban is smart? Do you think
Say it what?
What's your reaction to the Vice President saying that he can't endorse?
Oh, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. We need patriots. We need strong people in our country. Our country's going downhill very fast, very rapidly. Millions of people coming across the border, coming from jails, from prisons, coming from mental institutions and insane asylums, terrorists. We need strong people in this country. We don't need weak people.
Do you think a 16-week abortion ban is smart?
We'll be talking about that soon.
How soon?
We'll be talking about it very soon.
Are you a Jewish voter, Mr. President?
Well, we're doing very well with the Jewish voter, it looks like, and we should do very well. If you look at all of our presidents, they're saying Trump was the best for Israel, by far the best for Israel, and we're doing very well with the Jewish vote, as you can see in the polls.
Do you think the Biden administration should continue?
Would you use the Insurrection Act to close the border to the rights out?
They have to close the borders. Our country is dying. Our country is being overridden. This is an invasion. Our country is being invaded by people nobody even knows who they are, where they come from. Millions of people, I predict 15 million people within a short period of time, probably have 15 million people already. That's bigger than most states. And these people come from the wrong places. They're coming from very bad places. There's no checks, there's no balances. It's a disgrace. What's happening to our country is a disgrace. We have to close the border. Let people come in, but they have to come in legally.
Mr. President, how will you conduct a mass deportation?
Say it?
How will you conduct a mass deportation?
That'll be very evident. It'll go very quickly. I will tell you that. It'll go to deportation. We're going to get the criminals out of our country right away. Our country is being invaded, and many of these people are criminals. They're criminals. How can anybody do this? There's never been a president that's done such harm to a country as this president has done to our country. He's the worst president we've ever had, and I'm looking forward to November 5th. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Who did you vote for? What are you trying to prove?
I voted for Donald Trump.
All right, former President Donald Trump there answering a variety of questions, speaking about the Israel-Hamas war, also touching on Senator Schumer's comments last week, saying that the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu lost his way, talking about the border as well, and then at the very end saying that he voted for Donald Trump, in case that comes as a surprise to anyone. In the meantime, we want to take you out to another event from earlier today. We still have so much more to get to here, so thanks for tuning in with us. As former Trump advisor Peter Navarro, who Trump also spoke about at the beginning of his comments, they are reported to prison today in Miami following an order from the U.S. Supreme Court. Navarro is attempting to appeal his contempt of Congress conviction, but the court refused to postpone his imprisonment until after the appeal is concluded. Here he is speaking right before that. Let's listen in.
And that keeps getting worse. So let me walk you through those two stories. And again, I'm hoping as journalists, you will do some background, some research. I'm asking you to fact check everything I say today, and write the bigger stories here, which I think are the important ones. So let's talk about some facts here. I am the first senior White House advisor in the history of our republic that has ever been charged with this alleged crime. And I say alleged because for hundreds of years, this has not been a crime. And for 50 years, the Department of Justice has maintained the principle of absolute testimonial immunity. And it was only with my case that somehow that has changed. And here's where the homework is, because the big constitutional separation of powers are these. Can Congress compel a senior White House advisor, what they call the alter ego of a president, to testify before Congress? And executive privilege goes back to George Washington and his remarks to the Congress regarding the Jay Treaty. And he said very simply and clearly, succinctly, elegantly, that to write to the Congress, he said, I cannot command you as members of Congress to come to me. You cannot command me to come to you. And the reason is the constitutional separation of powers. And as the legal doctrines have evolved, and the Supreme Court has been very adamant about the sanctity of executive privilege, that privilege has extended to what's called alter egos of the president, which is what I am as one of his highest advisors. And the principle here related to effective presidential decision-making is simply that if a president does not have the ability between and among his advisors to get confidential information in the sanctity of the Oval Office, he will make poor decisions which will harm the republic. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. And as this case has worked through the legal process, there are a number of big issues that we will be going through on the appeal that Mr. Woodward in the back there will lead with Stan Brand, two of the finest scholars in this area imaginable. So the issues, again, please do your research. It's, can Congress compel someone like me to testify? The answer has been no ever since George Washington said that to the Jay Treaty. What constitutes executive privilege? Is it presumptive? If not presumptive, what does a formal invocation look like? In my case, I had an evidentiary hearing for the first time in history. I presented just a mountain of direct testimony and circumstantial evidence related to emails, correspondence, phone calls, and visits with the president and his top aides. And at the end of that day, the judge made the novel choice to say privilege had not been invoked. And it was absurd. It was probably the most absurd element of this case. So the appeals court and then the Supreme Court will ponder that issue, and it's a really important issue. A third issue has to do with the fact, and this should chill you, okay? If you're ever in my position and you have to go to trial, it should chill you to know that the judge has the discretion to strip you of any defense before you ever get to a jury. How can that be? That can't be the law. And the way that happened in this case was through the misapplication of an antiquated, misapplied precedent of the lower court that had no bearing on anything related to cases involving executive privilege. It was absurd. And in a related case with Stephen K. Bannon.
All right, you're listening in here to former Trump advisor Peter Navarro speaking in Miami as he reports to prison today. We're going to step away. I wanted to show you some of his comments there as well as we get ready to go out to our first commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be going out to Dallas, Texas to get an update on the U.S. Supreme Court today extending a block on Texas's controversial immigration law, Senate Bill 4. A live report coming up here on the other side of this break. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. I'm Lexi Petrovich. Live picture here out of Dallas, Texas. The U.S. Supreme Court today ruling that a law allowing Texas police to arrest people suspected of illegally crossing the Texas-Mexico border can take effect while a legal battle over the new state law empowering local law enforcement plays out. That decision comes a day after the High Court had extended its temporary block of the law. Joining us now is Fox 4's Sean Robb. He brings us the latest here. And Sean, this legal case is far from over.
Far from over, and the actions of the Supreme Court today eyebrow-raising for many observers, because just yesterday, Justice Alito issued this indefinite stay preventing the law from going into effect. Less than 24 hours later, the High Court turns around and allows the law called SB 4, the Texas immigration law, to go into effect. Now, the White House immediately issuing a statement saying it fundamentally disagrees with the Supreme Court's order, calling the Texas law unconstitutional, saying that, in essence, it's going to make Texas communities less safer, increase the burden on law enforcement, and create confusion and chaos at the southern border.
I'm shocked. It would be an understatement. I'm honestly very shocked.
Dallas immigration attorney Belinda Arroyo shocked at the 6-3 split Supreme Court, allowing for now the contentious Texas law that gives police powers to arrest people suspected of crossing the border illegally.
I think you had some that were clearly for it, some that were clearly against it. And in the middle, they said, well, procedurally, we're just kind of going to bat it down and say, you know, the Fifth Circuit needs to deal with this, and we'll get involved when it's time.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton and Governor Greg Abbott taking to X, the governor who calls the surge at the border an invasion, posting in part, "We still have to have hearings in the Fifth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, but this is clearly a positive development." The law giving state and local police arresting power based on probable cause, with misdemeanor charges to be decided by judges who can then order those convicted back to the border for expulsion. Austin immigration attorney Crystal Gomez.
My fear is that it was a 6-3 decision with the conservative judges ruling in favor, and that that's gonna be the decision if it gets to the Supreme Court later too, that they're gonna say that this isn't unconstitutional, that Texas can, you know, be a cowboy in enforcing their own immigration laws, despite the fact that this is usually the federal government's domain.
Constitutional law attorney David Cole.
It allows Texas to go forward with enforcement of this new law, and that's going to open up a number of other questions that we're going to have to confront very quickly.
Like what?
Where are you going to put these people? If the state has authority to arrest people and to deport people, how? I mean, the federal government has a system to do that. The immigration courts, criteria for deportation, places they send people when they're being deported. I'm not sure what the Texas arrangements are for that.
The majority justices did not issue an opinion. Among the dissenting, Justice Sonia Sotomayor writing, "This upends the federal-state balance of power that's existed over a century."
We have the interaction of federal immigration law with Texas now attempt to regulate immigration. We're going to see a lot of confusion and inconsistencies, and I think that's the most shocking part for me.
So the law goes into effect without delay, but it's really not etched in stone. It's more like drawn in clay. Here's why. The Biden administration has sued Texas over SB 4, the Texas immigration law. April 3rd, it goes before the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans, a 3-judge panel. What happens there, they'll answer the question, did the federal judge David Ezra get it right when he said this law was unconstitutional? Or could we have a new constitutional paradigm settled at the Fifth Circuit and then back to the Supreme Court for a final word? We know whoever loses in April at the Fifth Circuit will certainly appeal back to the Supreme Court. And they'll have to answer this question whether they want to or not.
Yeah, Sean, thanks so much. What a great report and great explanation there. I know sometimes it can be confusing following all of the back and forth here, but really well said. Thanks so much for your reporting. As always, we appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, and more to come on that coverage as well throughout our programming tonight. We're going to go out, though, to another quick commercial break. Live picture here again out of Texas. Stick with us. Much more in store. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to bring you that major update out of Texas with our team at Fox 4 reporting there. We also want to take you out to another event from earlier today, hearing from the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, as he makes an announcement on semiconductors. Let's listen in here next on Live Now.
For education in our state, but for another in particular, what they do concerning the devotion to both educating students in the broad area of technology, but also working with the private sector. So we have a public-private sector involvement and engagement to make sure that we as a state and UT Dallas as a university are working in collaboration with our employers, especially in the high-tech arena, to ensure that those employers are going to have access to the very best educated and trained talent in the United States of America. But that's why we're here in a way. We're here in a way to connect the dots between higher education, technology, and in particular, advancements by the state of Texas in the area of semiconductors. And I want to express my gratitude for people who have been involved in helping Texas take this next step. They include speakers here today, which includes Speaker Phelan, Dr. and Representative Greg Bonin, Dr. David Daniel, members of the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium. And I have a note passed on by Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who wanted to be here and strongly supports the initiative, but had another obligation and could not be here with us today. But wanted to highlight, as you would recognize, the role that Senator Joan Huffman played in making sure that we got this legislation to the finish line. To be succinct, today is an historic day. It is historic as we announce the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium Executive Committee, as well as detail how the new Texas CHIPS Act keeps Texas in the lead among states in the United States of America for semiconductors. Texas, as many people know, is the birthplace of the semiconductor at Texas Instruments. And we remain the #1 state in America for semiconductors. We're home to the colossal fabs like Samsung and Texas Instruments, in offices of Dell, AMD, Oracle, Tesla, and so many others that are on the cutting edge of using semiconductor elements, especially as they tap into it for purposes of AI or artificial intelligence applications. In Texas, we provide a young, growing, and educated workforce for innovators, as well as unparalleled infrastructure to ship completed chips across the entire world. A lot of people don't know. Texas ranks #1 in the United States for exports of technology for 10 years in a row. We also rank #1 in the United States for exports of semiconductors for 12 years in a row. We are going to use that infrastructure that we have and use it in a way to benefit the semiconductor sector unlike any other state in the country. The Texas CHIPS Act, it creates the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium, as well as the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Fund. It will leverage federal CHIPS Act money to promote microchip production. It will tap into the expertise of colleges and universities as we expand workforce training. It will attract public and private investment for the semiconductor industry in Texas. And it will maintain Texas's leadership in semiconductor research, design, and manufacturing. Our future already is filled with microchips, and we are just getting going in that process. They are already in your cars, your watches, your refrigerators, medical devices. Basically, everywhere you turn, you are engaged with something that has a microchip in it. That is just going to accelerate in the coming years. With the leadership of Dr. David Daniel and the hard work of the consortium, Texas will lead the way in research, design, and manufacturing of microchips for generations to come. Now I'd like to turn to the Speaker of the House, Dade Phelan.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, UT Dallas, Dr. Daniels, everyone for being here. I told there was a chip party, and the governor was supposed to bring queso. I brought boudin dip. It goes well with chips as well. But hey, he talked about the numbers, and the numbers don't lie. We are #1 in manufacturing in this nation. We're #1 in exports in this nation. We're #2 in jobs, 45,000 jobs here in Texas. And we're not satisfied with being #2. And that's why we have the CHIPS Act, and that's why we have this consortium. We want to be #1 in jobs, too, and we will be. I want to thank the partners in higher education who are here. You're a vital piece of this consortium, and as we go forward, the blueprint for the future of Texas and this industry. $1.4 billion, I believe, Dr. Bonham, has appropriated this past cycle specifically for this purpose. I got to meet Dr. Lynn from Beaumont, Texas. I represent Lamar University. Dr. Lynn, thank you for being here. Universities across the state of Texas will benefit from what we did this past session. I also want to thank Senator Cornyn and Congressman McCall for what they did at the national level, realizing what's going on between China and Taiwan. That is not a mistake. Whoever controls the chips controls the future of this world, and Texas needs to control the future of this world when it comes to this technology. This is about national security. It truly is. There's a reason why you couldn't buy a car for a year at one point, just a couple years ago, because they have about 1,000 chips in them. We need those jobs. We need that technology right here in the state of Texas. Dr. Bonin, I appreciate Dr. Bonin and his efforts. He led the charge in the House, of course, Ms. Huffman in the Senate, and the whole legislature and the governor, and the governor's appointment to the consortium, and my appointments. Thank you all for being here. This is the future of Texas. We're sending a very clear message that Texas is not going to, we're not satisfied being the leader in this nation. We want to be the global leader in this technology, and it starts today. So it's a beautiful day here in Dallas, beautiful day at UT Dallas. Thank you again for having us, and I'm really looking forward to the future of this industry. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Dr. Greg Bonin.
Thank you, Governor. And I want to thank the Speaker for his leadership, which was unwavering on what is really an issue not only important to Texas, but it's important to the United States of America. We went into session understanding that at the international level, we have a vulnerability when it comes to the manufacture and production of semiconductors. And Texas is the leader in this area. Our federal partners made a huge investment to try to address what was a real strategic concern in addition to an economic concern. And that's what led to the formation of the Texas CHIPS Act. And when you look at what we did in the last session with the governor and the speaker and the lieutenant governor, there were huge steps that were taken forward. The whole idea here is that, yes, we lead the nation, but are we doing the best that we can? And the answer is we can do better. And that's why we put this organization together to form a strategic plan to look at our strengths, our weaknesses, the opportunities that we have, and also the challenges that we face. And having a strategic plan, we will then be able to go into future legislative sessions knowing what action items the legislature needs to make. And so often we have people doing really amazing work in this state, but maybe they're not communicating. Maybe they're siloed or working in parallel. And they can come together and find synergies that make everyone stronger and everyone better. So I'm really excited about the work that this group is going to do, because this is a beginning. And what we'll end up with is an organized, focused plan for the semiconductor industry and research and training in the state of Texas. We have some of the most expert leaders in the world in this state when it comes to the private sector and when it comes to higher education. And to have them partnering and sitting together in the same room thinking about how we keep Texas and the United States of America #1 is an awesome thing. Again, I thank the Speaker and Governor Abbott for your leadership and your support on this, and it is a great day in the state of Texas.
Thank you very much. And now, Dr. David Daniel.
Thank you, Governor Abbott. First of all, thank you very much for appointing me to the Executive Committee of the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium. I want to thank my fellow committee members standing behind us all for selecting me as their chair. It really is a privilege to work with such a distinguished group of individuals. I also want to thank the Governor's Office of Economic Development and Tourism, and specifically the Executive Director, Adriana Cruz, for their support as this committee gets going. They've already done a ton of work to help us roll out smoothly and quickly. I, too, thank the University of Texas at Dallas for hosting this event. It's an extraordinary institution with superb research, education, and a commitment to support the North Texas semiconductor enterprise and the broader community as a whole. One of the characteristics of this industry that strikes me is its complexity and the fact that it's such a globally competitive industry. The complexity is in part technical, advanced materials, research, design, nanoscale measurements, machine learning, just huge numbers of complexities. But at the same time, there are other key elements like supply logistics and work that touch everyone, not just the geeky scientists in the clean room such as the ones behind us. In other words, the work we're doing, I think, has the potential to touch everyone's lives. And as was mentioned, semiconductors, Governor, are part of everything. Our phones, our watches, which just adds to the complexity in terms of manufacturing chips to meet needs that cover the full spectrum of microelectronics, an amazing array of usages, and even the way semiconductors are assembled or packaged turns out to be extremely important as to their utility. And on top of all that, success cannot be achieved without exceptional people. Exceptional people from PhD level to technician and everything in between. We know that Texas has the people to succeed today because we are succeeding, but as these industries grow in Texas, we're going to need thousands, maybe tens of thousands of additional Texans contributing to the success of the semiconductor research and manufacturing enterprise. And we'll need to figure out how we're going to meet those specific job needs in order to make this vision a reality. So I think one of the challenges for the executive committee will be to recognize these myriad of contributors to this ecosystem and figure out strategically how we can take the resources that the legislature has made available to us and put them to work in a way that maximizes the benefits for Texas and Texans and helps us build the future that we all want to see. I would just say that I'm very excited about the opportunity to do that, particularly in light of the enormous expertise represented in the group of people behind me. I mentioned that this is a complex enterprise. Well, this group of people has expertise in the details of almost every element of that enterprise, and also the years of experience to see and understand the big picture so that the dollars are invested wisely. The executive committee's next steps are to meet this afternoon right after lunch and get to work. Our key action items are hiring an executive director, developing criteria for deciding on which projects we're going to fund, and working collaboratively with our consortium members to develop a strategic plan so that the investments will be consistent, logical, and effective, and will lay the groundwork, hopefully, for many years in the future to help us succeed. We know that the competition is keen, but the executive committee is committed to moving forward as quickly as possible and doing our best to help Texas win. Thank you, Governor Abbott.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, for your expertise and your leadership here. And in a way, I realize today is a beginning as you have your first meeting and you go about the process to implement everything passed by the legislature. But also realize you're getting a running start. Because Texas does have such a leadership position in this, not just nationally, but internationally. And because we have both a massive hub for semiconductor manufacturing and shipping, as well as the technology that goes into it. And because the advanced platform that Texas is operating on, it ensures that, you mentioned the word competition, ensures that Texas will not only be competitive, but will succeed in that competition, whether we're competing against other states or other countries. Because we know, as Dr. Biden put it very profoundly, we know what is at stake in this race. And what we will do is ensure that we win this race. Thank you all very much.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott there making an announcement having to do with semiconductors. Wanted to bring you some of his comments there earlier today in Austin, Texas. And tomorrow, President Biden, today he's in Nevada. Tomorrow he will be in Phoenix, Arizona. He'll be touching on a similar topic as well. So, of course, we'll be looking ahead to that event for you and bring it to you live as soon as it comes in tomorrow. Let's slide away for a quick commercial break. We still have a lot more to get to. That, of course, includes tonight being primary night in several states. When we come back, though, we'll be going out to the Chicago area. Live picture here. Thanks to EarthCam for this shot as we give you a look at one of the key races there. More to come. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Live picture here, a gorgeous shot out of the Windy City. Thanks to EarthCam for this one here. Of course, tonight is primary night in several states, and we've got you covered as we track results across the country. We want to go out right now to Chicago, though. That's where we find Fox 32's Dane Placco. He joins us live with a look at one of the main races there, and that is the 4th Congressional District. Dane, thanks so much for joining us here. What are you watching for tonight?
Well, we are on the southwest side right now of Chicago outside a Union Hall, that brick building you see behind me. Doors opened about an hour ago. This is the election night headquarters of Congressman Chuy Garcia. He is not here yet, but is expected to arrive sometime after 7 tonight. Now, Jesus Chuy Garcia is running for his 4th term in Congress, representing Illinois' 4th Congressional District. He was first elected back in 2018, but this is the first time he's had to face a challenger in the Democratic primary. Garcia is 67 years old. He has a very long political resume, including stints as a Chicago alderman, a Cook County commissioner, state senator for Illinois. He's also run for Chicago mayor twice, but lost both of those elections. Garcia has the backing of most of Chicago's big labor unions, which is important here. He's also spent more than $400,000 on this race so far. That's nearly 10 times what his opponent, Alderman Raymond Lopez, has spent. And he has another $100,000 to spend in the bank as well. 2 years ago, Garcia won this district in the general election with 68% of the vote, but the district boundaries did change after the 2020 census, reaching further into the suburbs where the voters are considered to be a little more conservative. Garcia is very much a progressive Democrat here in Chicago, supporting the sanctuary city designation for Chicago. He's also accused his opponent, Lopez, of fear-mongering over the migrant crisis. Again, the doors will be opening for people to begin arriving around 7 o'clock this evening. The polls will be closing at 7. We're expecting the votes to be coming in fairly quickly. They usually do a pretty good job of turning them around quickly at the Chicago Board of Elections and the Cook County Board of Elections. We should have a sizable number of votes in by 8 or 8:30 this evening.
Yeah, Dane, thanks so much for that update. For our viewers on a more national scale, can you talk to us a little bit more about the different leadership styles of each of the candidates here?
Yeah, Garcia is very much a very progressive, very liberal Democrat. Has always been that and has always succeeded with that political cloak. Lopez, on the other hand, another Mexican-American candidate, as is Garcia, is much more conservative. In fact, one of the more conservative members of the Chicago City Council. He has been very much against the crime, very outspoken about Chicago's crime problems. He's been very involved in more conservative issues in the Chicago City Council. Normally, that would be kind of a strike 2 and strike 3 in a fairly liberal city like Chicago, a blue city like Chicago. But as I mentioned before, the district boundaries have pushed further out. This 4th Congressional District used to be called the Hispanic District. In fact, was shaped like a pair of earmuffs to kind of capture Chicago's Hispanic communities on the north side and southwest side. Now it has been pushed out into the suburbs where there's more of a conservative vote. So that could that could turn out to be something of a factor in this race. Although at this point, most people believe Congressman Garcia has the upper hand. We'll have to see how the votes come in. We're hearing the turnout here in the Chicago area and Cook County very light so far, because that could also be a factor.
All right, Fox 32's Dane Placco joining us live from Chicago. Dane, thanks so much. We appreciate your reporting. Talk soon.
Sure.
All right, so a lot that we'll be following here tonight, and we always appreciate coverage from all of our teams, including Fox 32 there in Chicago. We want to slide away for another quick commercial break. We still have much more in store for you. My colleague, though, Andrew Kraft, he'll be guiding you through more of this election coverage, followed by Austin Westfall. So a lot more still in store for you this evening. Coming up, though, pretty soon here, we're going to be getting into some other topics as well, and that includes out of Nashville, Tennessee, the search for a missing University of Missouri student continues. The family of Riley Strain holding a news conference today. We'll be getting a live report here coming up in the next couple of minutes. Welcome back. Thanks again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this primary night. Well, we're bringing you a lot of different coverage. We were just in Chicago. We want to look back out west again, though. That's where President Biden was today. He was in Reno and Las Vegas. Tomorrow he'll be in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to give you an update here on some of his campaign push as of recently. Here's Fox's Connor Hansen. He brings us the latest.
President Biden on a three-state swing out west this week. Today visiting Nevada, making stops in Reno and Las Vegas.
Last week, Donald Trump and I clinched the nominations. We're going to beat him again.
The campaign putting a special focus on the economy. Even though inflation is easing, housing costs remain high. Biden announcing a number of new initiatives, including tax credits for sellers, a push to lower closing costs, and more assistance for first-time homebuyers. The president also trying to shore up support with minority voters. In 2020 exit polling, Biden dominated with non-college educated voters of color with 72% support. A New York Times Siena poll shows that gap is narrowing considerably this time around, with Biden leading just 47% to Donald Trump's 41%. In Nevada, around 1 in 5 eligible voters is Latino. The campaign tapping its co-chair, Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, to lead its Latino outreach.
The stakes could not be higher, especially for Latinos.
They're also increasing their efforts to reach out to black voters with a new ad buy set to run during March Madness.
As bad as Trump was, his economy was worse, and black America felt it the most.
After Nevada, Biden will head to the border states of Arizona and Texas. When asked about the immigration crisis, the White House said it continues to call for Congress to pass a border deal. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thanks so much. We want to show you some of President Biden's comments earlier today as well. We already showcased live what he had to say in Las Vegas. Let's play out a little bit, though, from Reno earlier today. It's been very busy. We haven't had a chance to play out a lot of other events that have come through in the midst of other news. So let's take a listen here for a couple minutes.
Kids rule, so don't worry, okay? No, I'm serious. And they want to let them run around. That's good by me as well. Look, the bottom line is, when you think about it, all of us in this room have one fundamental difference between us and Trump. I mean it sincerely. We have a different value set. It gets, to me, you know, I've been campaigning around the country and been in this job for 3 years, and it's, you know, it makes it, the more I thought about it, it's just fundamentally different. You mentioned vets. Well, you know, this is a guy who said when he wouldn't go up to visit a cemetery of veterans that they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was one of those losers and suckers. You know, it's just, I've never heard a president say the things that this guy has said. But the difference is he means them. He means what he says. With your help, we got elected the first time around. And this county and this state is really, really, really critical. Number two, my campaign manager here, she's had enough. She doesn't like all that noise either. Look, last week Donald Trump and I clinched the nominations. We're going to beat him again. We not only have this office, we opened up 4 offices so far in this state. 4, and there are going to be more. And folks, you know, we're going to keep making the case for second term by lowering the cost and creating more jobs. You know, we have grassroots support. You know, so far this campaign, we've had more than 1,300,000 people have contributed under $200 to us. 1,300,000, and 500,000 of those people are brand new from before. And folks, you know, the fact is that the support around the country is real. I mean, it's not just for me, it's for Kamala, it's for the Democratic Party. The third thing is, we've already created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs right here in this state as well, by the way. Clean jobs, clean energy jobs. Trump lost millions of jobs, millions when he was president. It's amazing how the nostalgia for a lost 4 years was. I mean, look, Trump passed a tax cut. Here's what he said. He said in Mar-a-Lago when he passed his last tax cut, which increased the deficit.
All right, Biden speaking there in Reno earlier today. He then went to Las Vegas, where we heard him speak on lowering costs for families. And now he is on his way to Phoenix. We're hearing that he is expected to land in Arizona very soon here. In the meantime, we want to step away from that event and bring you out to another conversation on this primary night. Of course, we've got you covered in a variety of places. It also includes, though, one election that we've been talking about for a while, and that's out of California, District 20, which we have been following very closely as well, and that is for former Speaker Kevin McCarthy's seat. I spoke with one of the candidates, Mike Boudreau. Here's that conversation. Voters in 5 states will head to the polls today, and even though California held its primary back on Super Tuesday, there's another race there tonight for U.S. House District 20. Check out this gorgeous shot out of Central California right now, and that's former Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's old seat. California State Assemblyman Vince Fong and Tulare County Sheriff Mike Boudreau have both advanced to the general election for that seat in November, but the race tonight will decide who will fill McCarthy's seat for the remainder of the term. One of the candidates that we just mentioned there, Sheriff Mike Boudreau, is joining us now to talk about his district and what's happening tonight. Thanks so much for coming on. It's great to see you.
No, thank you very much for having me. And that is our district. It's a beautiful part of California, and I've lived here, was born and raised right here in this district.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to talk about here. And, the 2 races that you're in, for some it might be confusing. Has it been difficult to explain to voters how this process works?
It is confusing. The voters are confused. Quite frankly, in the beginning, I was confused. I understand the confusion. I think we could have done a better job here in California explaining the process, making sure that people understood what the separation in elections were. I think as of today, we're having about 25% turnout when it comes to the special election. That's incredibly low. I've talked to many, many people who just didn't realize that there was another election taking place. And so as we move forward from here, there's going to be maybe 1 more, if not 2 more, as we move on through this process. But yes, people are confused.
Well, in your experience talking with voters so far, are people typically casting their votes for the same candidate, or have you spoken with anyone who maybe voted for you on one and Fong on the other?
I've heard from both sides. I heard that there's people that voted for Fong on the 5th, but actually have changed their mind and going to vote for me on the 19th. I don't know if that same be true on the other side. Obviously, I'm only hearing my side of the fence, and it's positive in that regard. Vince, he does carry a large percentage of the district in his home territory, which gives him a slight advantage in that regard for the area of Kern. But the district is big. I mean, there's close to 900,000 people in this district, and from the top of the district to the back end of the district, it'll take you about 4.5 hours to drive. So there's a lot of people in this district, and we'll just see how the voters turn out. The voter turnout today for the 19th appears that it's going to be lower, but many people received their special election ballot on March 5th. So I think many people will fill those out and turn them both in at the same time. That's some of what we have heard so far. And hopefully the numbers don't change very much.
Sure. And can you talk about your relationship with Vince Fong as well? For viewers who may not be familiar with California District 20, if he wins the general, you would still have to work with him as sheriff of Tulare County.
Yeah, I'll still have to work with him. And quite frankly, that's what our democracy is about. We've got 2 strong quality Republican candidates going into this race. And I think people and voters having options for the experience level and what the separation in that experience level is. For me, I'm a law and order candidate. I've been with the sheriff's office and working in law enforcement up and down the state of California and along our border for the last 38 years. Vince has a little bit different background and experience, and I think it's good. I think it's good for our democracy, and I think it's good for voters.
Yeah, and you already touched on results a little bit, turnout as well. Trump, though, threw his backing behind Fong. Do you think that that had any impact on Super Tuesday?
Oh, I think it did.
All right, listening in here to my conversation with the Tulare County Sheriff Mike Boudreau here. We'll bring you the remainder of that. We do have to step away for just a moment. And thanks so much for sticking here with us as we always navigate through a bunch of different live events, major stories that are happening. And we'll go back out to that one in just a minute. We do want to bring you an update, though, right now and switch gears entirely here. Go out to Nashville, Tennessee. That's where the search for a missing University of Missouri student, Riley Strain, continues today. We also heard from the family speaking in a news conference as well. And we want to bring in Fox 17's Kelly Avellino. She joins us live now with the very latest on the investigation. Kelly.
Strain went missing. Detectives today of his bank card separated from his person and his wallet found along the riverbanks of to elevate this to a criminal investigation. That said, investigators say they will not stop going through the hundreds of tips and leads that they're getting in every day. After a stunning discovery by two young women on TikTok.
And my stomach dropped.
Riley's bank card, found on a riverbank near where he was last seen, is now being analyzed for fingerprints.
How many people have looked at that particular scene and been on it, and it took those specific young ladies to find that card?
But Chris Dingman, a family friend working daily with Riley's parents on any leads, tells Fox 17 News there are concerns over how Metro Police are handling the search. We sent police a list of questions, including why just today this officer body cam video.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Showing Riley in his last known location by the James Robertson Parkway Bridge and the river was released 9 days after it was captured. We asked.
All right, listening in here, this was the update from yesterday, speaking on that bank card that was found. But we want to bring in Kelly again to give us a better update here of, again, what we know so far in this investigation. Kelly, what more did you learn today?
Well, today detectives just bank card that criminal investigation. That said, Metro enough resources and that they've deployed everything within to help in the search for clues to find Riley Strain. His family dedicated, as are an army of volunteers, Navy helping coordinate ground volunteers. This effort is next help this family find answers. I'm Kelly Avellino in Nashville.
All right, Kelly, thanks so much. We appreciate your reporting. Well, we appreciate everyone tuning in with us, too. We know sometimes there can be technical difficulties. Unfortunately, today we've had a couple coming out of Nashville. We'll definitely be checking in with our team at Fox 17 there, though. They've done an incredible job covering this very serious investigation. Apologize for some of the audio and connectivity issues here today. But in the meantime, we still have so much more to get to, and we've been jumping around kind of all over the place. So thanks for sticking with us as we guide you through all of these different top stories. We will bring you the remainder of that initial conversation that I was showing you right before I spoke with Kelly with the Tulare County Sheriff Mike Boudreau. That'll be coming up a little bit later here. In the meantime, though, let's stick with this story out of Nashville. Let's bring you that update from the family of Riley Strain. They did speak today on the search. Let's listen.
Today, with everything that's gone on in the past few days, we've been reached out to, and we've spoken with Dave with the United Cajun Navy. We feel that we need the extra resources to come in and help us as we try to get more organized for our family and see if we can't bring some more clues to light. We're very grateful for everyone that's done everything so far. We ask that you continue. We ask that you work and help with us to become more organized, because we don't want individuals out there alone without us knowing, so that We want to make sure everybody's careful. Safety is the #1 priority. We appreciate more than you'll ever know the outpouring that we've received from the community, from the press, and everyone else involved. Our goal is still to bring Riley home. We feel that is still a very pliable goal. We feel like Dave and his team and the volunteers that he knows are very skilled and will help bring this for us. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dave and let him kind of bring some information to light. If we have questions at the end, we'll be more than happy to address, but I do ask that we have a little bit of courtesy for what we're going through right now and give us just, a few questions, and we'll again meet as we have more information, okay? Thank you. Dave?
Thanks, sir. My name is David Flagg. For those who don't have the spelling, last name is F like Foxtrot, L-A-G-G. And I am the National Director of Operations for the United Cajun Navy. Those of you who may not know, people who are in the audience that may not know, we are a disaster response organization. We respond to natural disasters, all over the country. We're formed during Hurricane Katrina when New Orleans was flooded so badly. We had just a bunch of good old boys that had boats and took it upon themselves to go out into the waters of New Orleans and start rescuing people, taking them supplies, et cetera, et cetera. Fast forward to today, our organization has been to almost every major natural disaster in this country, to include Hurricane Michael, Hurricane Ian, the Texas wildfires. We have people there now. The fires in Maui. So that's kind of an brief overview of what we do. We also obviously get involved in missing persons cases. We do search and rescue and focus on providing supplies of whatever nature the people might need them, food, clothing, etc. To touch on the reason that we're here today, we were contacted by Riley's family and asked to step up and provide some more resources to this search activity. And we have been pretty much involved from the very first day that we heard about it, which I believe was on Monday, would have been the 10th, 11th, whatever day that was. We've had an airboat here on the river. We've had people involved behind the scenes and following this and understanding what's been happening here with regard to the search efforts of individuals. We felt that it was probably a real good idea for us to step in and organize a structured and organized search activity for this. We also have, today we have a hovercraft coming in and a pilot to run that craft. If he gets here early enough, we will be on the river today. And if not, we'll start early tomorrow morning and spend a good bit of time on the river here, assisting in that search. We had an airboat here, and that individual will be returning, I believe, Friday, possibly Saturday. I would reiterate what Riley's father said. Our main focus, obviously, is to find Riley. Our secondary focus is to ensure the safety of the people who are out here searching. If we have folks just out on their own on these very steep and treacherous terrain on the riverbank and other treacherous aspects of this search, we don't know. We don't know what's going on with you. It's not safe. It's real dangerous. So I would encourage any volunteers who have been here and are searching to please come under the umbrella of the United Cajun Navy search. We will be putting together a structured and organized ground search at some point in the near future. I don't have the specific information on that yet, but I will make that information known once I have it. If you do intend to come out and search with us or to continue to search on your own, there are some safety aspects that you need to know. Number one, you need to be wearing some sturdy shoes. You need to have some heavy gloves on and some nitrile or rubber gloves as well. There's a lot of garbage and debris and needles and bodily fluids of one kind or another that are on these riverbanks that you really don't want to be exposed to. So that's what I would ask of you, just for your own safety. And I would also reiterate what Riley's father said. If you all do have questions for the family, please be very, very sensitive about the nature of this incident. As you can imagine, those of you who have children or don't have children, I guess the best advice I could give would be don't ask a question of the family that you would not want to be asked yourself. That's pretty much all I have to say. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, we wanted to show you this. We have not gotten to this yet, but this is a major story that we have been following out of Nashville there. That is a representative from Nashville law enforcement, and behind him are the parents of 22-year-old Riley Strain. Strain still remains missing at this point in time. And remember, he's a University of Missouri student who has been missing since his spring break. Remember, some of his personal effects and personal items have been found, but the search for him continues, and you just saw there how distraught his parents are. It's a story we're going to stay on top of. We've really been relying on Fox 17 Nashville for their reporting as well, and so it's one we have to keep an eye on. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Well, if it's a Tuesday in 2024, it's probably a presidential primary night in several different states across the country, and that is the case on tonight, this Tuesday night as well. We're talking Florida, Ohio, Illinois, Kansas, and Arizona. So we're going to be guiding you through the next several hours, talking about these contests, monitoring and bringing you the results as well. Remember, it's not just, I always say this, it's not just a presidential election year, but control for the House and the Senate is in question as well. We're monitoring a major Republican Senate primary in the Buckeye State as well. We also are monitoring President Biden's travel. He is out west. He was just there in Nevada moments ago. He is en route right now to Arizona, and we have a LiveNOW look there at Sky Harbor Airport. That's a live picture there. So once we see Air Force One, we'll definitely bring you that picture. It's always cool, no matter your political preference, to watch Air Force One land on the tarmac. It is a massive, massive plane here. But in the meantime, let's talk about one of these states. I believe the first state's kind of polls to close tonight, and that is the Sunshine State of Florida. We're going to do that with our friend at Fox 13 in Tampa, Craig Patrick. He's standing by, and he joins me. Craig, good to see you. Happy primary day here as well. You know, I think maybe the viewers might be confused because last Tuesday at this time, we brought them the fact that both Biden and Trump have already secured the requisite number of delegates to be the presumptive nominee for their party. What are we doing tonight, Craig? What do you have your eye on?
Well, states still have to allocate delegates. So in a certain sense, this is kind of like the garbage time in a football game where you know what the outcome is going to be. The Gatorade has already been thrown on a coach's head. There's already celebrations, and yet there's still some clock to run out. And with that, you still have a contest. You have to decide whether or not you will still hold a primary, if voters will come out to vote, or if you won't. Now, different states have handled this in different ways in years past. Florida Republicans have decided, as these other states have, to carry on with primaries, even though the conclusion is foregone because what's the alternative to not have voters come out at all? Well, maybe that would save some money, but it also may not energize Republicans as much in the fall. That's something the Republican Party is thinking about. They want to get as many people as possible to come out and cast a ballot for their presumed nominee, President Trump, former President Trump, which, by the way, is a distinction this year from Florida Democrats, which are not holding a presidential primary. Instead, the party is making the selection of President Biden instead. That has the potential to backfire if Florida is a competitive state. It's not as much of a swing state as others, but still perhaps competitive. That could backfire in the sense that if you don't get your voters engaged and cast a ballot before, it's always statistically possible that some at least may not turn out in November. That's where there is a sharp split between the parties. You also have a lot of municipal races in Florida that may not be of particular interest to other parts of the country. They are to Floridians, but see, it's disproportionately Republicans who come out. And while these are officially nonpartisan races, nonpartisan candidates who happen to be Republicans should have a distinct advantage in that respect. So we're watching all of that, and we're also watching some significant political changes in Florida that we've seen, particularly the past couple of years. We can get into those if you like, and what impact that could have in the returns in terms of the numbers of Republicans who come out, number one, and number two, what percentage will cast the votes for the presumptive nominee, former President Trump? Will it be the 97% we saw in Hawaii? Will it be perhaps a little bit lower with Governor DeSantis, even though he's dropped out of the race with his name on the ballot and he is the incumbent governor? Those are the kind of questions we're looking at as the returns come in tonight.
So, Craig, I think a lot of viewers might be interested. What has Governor DeSantis been up to since he suspended his presidential campaign? Is it business as usual there in Tallahassee? Has he talked about the campaign's successes or failures, so to speak, and his support for former President Donald Trump? Has he brought any of that up since he has dropped out?
Yes, but not to a significant extent. It's something that he hasn't dwelled on, because after dropping out of the race, we were already midway or nearly midway through a legislative session, so he had to jump back into the process and was not as deeply involved, at least on the start of session, as he had been in prior years. So I think there was some catching up to do, and for that reason, combined with the fact that he didn't do particularly well in the race, right, and did not meet expectations, certainly compared to where we were this time last year, it's not something I think the governor particularly wanted to talk about. It was kind of old news, frankly, especially when you had a lot of hot-button issues, including some that a Republican legislature and a Republican governor didn't necessarily agree with, and there were but a few weeks to try to come together and close out the session. With that in mind, the governor has focused on business as usual, but having said that, he ruled this state and the legislature, I would say, with an iron fist to a certain extent. Certainly last year, got everything that he wanted. This time around, there was at least a little bit of push and pull. Perhaps that's because the governor's standing nationally and his political stock is not what it was this time last year, and also because he may not have been as directly involved in the legislative process, at least in the beginning phases.
All right, so Craig, we're watching right now Air Force One land at Sky Harbor in Phoenix, Arizona. Biden was just in Nevada. He's now landed there in Arizona as well. Let's talk about Democrats. Let's talk about President Biden, not only when it comes to some of these swing states like Arizona, you know, some would consider Nevada still a swing state, but also Florida. Help us make sense. So you mentioned President Biden, the Democrats, they're not necessarily holding their own presidential primary tonight in Florida. Reiterate that for us. Why?
Well, because the party determined that with an incumbent president, there wasn't a contest, not any contest really to speak of, that it wouldn't be competitive, and therefore the state Democratic Party decided to move forward without such a process. Now, it was a different situation, at least when these decisions were being made for Republicans. There were several candidates, and Trump had not run away with the race at that point. So you do have to bear that in mind. But like I said, there's the potential for this backfiring on Democrats, because getting your base out to vote generally is a good thing, whether party bosses may think the conclusion is foregone or not. And the state of Florida has gone through some significant changes in terms of voter registration. We've gone from a state in which Democrats outnumbered Republicans by hundreds of thousands to now a situation in which there are hundreds of thousands more Republicans in this state than Democrats. And it happened in a relatively short period of time, and we saw that change especially accelerate, and it started before this, but really take off during the pandemic. There are a couple of reasons for it. Part of it, the age of telecommuting. A lot of people from the Midwest and Northeast Middle Atlantic states, not as bound to living in the cities in which they work. Many of them had freedom. Many of them chose to come down to Florida. You may say, well, okay, but from the Northeast, wouldn't they be generally Democrats? No, because a lot of these people, not all, but a lot of them disproportionately happen to be Republican voters who were disenfranchised with the way that their states or that their cities were run. They had the flexibility to move to a red state in Florida, and they did so. At the same time, the Republican Party has significantly out-hustled the Democratic Party, particularly in outreach to Latino voters, and it showed in a big shift in returns, especially in South Florida. And not the current Democratic Party management, but prior management going back for years has been in significant disarray, and that's putting it mildly. And for that reason, the Democratic Party had suffered. And then along come Georgia and Arizona, swing states in their own right, critically important. So a lot of national Democratic money that would come to Florida then goes to those states. The absence of competitive races in Florida relative to those states, not just a presidential race, all of that takes money away from the Democratic Party. So Florida has become increasingly Republican year by year, and we're not seeing any, we're seeing some, but we're not seeing any significant indications that that is something that's going to change this year. It makes Florida, as I said earlier, a competitive state, meaning it would be close. Trump won by a little over 3 percentage points, 3.3% the last time around. You might expect something like that, and if that's the kind of return, well, yeah, that's reasonably close, but it's not the swing state that Florida used to be, unless there are significant changes that we can't anticipate.
Yeah, you know, Craig, while we have you, we just want to remind the viewers we're watching Air Force One right now. This is what we do here, and this is I always say it's so cool to see Air Force One. Doesn't matter if you're an independent, Republican, or Democrat. That plane is massive. It's on the tarmac there at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Yeah. Craig, you brought up the Hispanic vote. I think it's going to be a huge through line, plot line this election, because you are seeing in some polls Republicans gaining ground on what has long been held to be a Democratic, solid Democratic constituency. You're in Florida, a large Hispanic population there. We're in Arizona here, a large Hispanic population. What is going on, do you think, with that subset of the American electorate?
Different things, and it's not just some subset in the state of Florida, because you have people who come from many different parts of the world. You have some, in fact, many in Florida, especially in South Florida, who are coming from Cuba. You have others who are American citizens who come from Puerto Rico. They come to the state of Florida with very different political thoughts statistically. So some tend to vote Democratic, some vote Republican. They tend to vote on different issues. Collectively, they are focused on pocketbook issues from what we're seeing. They're concerned about the economy, perhaps in some cases more so than immigration issues. So I think that people across the nation may not fully understand that and may misjudge the Florida electorate based on the diversity of our Latino voting population here. Yeah. Something else that's also happening, and I mentioned it briefly, is that the Republican Party has spent significantly more in recent years in reaching out to Latino voters compared to the Democratic Party, and it's paid off. And let me clarify that. When I say reach out, among other things, I mean running a blitz of negative ads attacking Democrats on Spanish language airwaves and Spanish language social media in a way that Democrats either just weren't aware they were doing it, or they didn't have the money, or they just didn't emphasize it. For whatever reason, keep in mind, a lot of negative ads have been run in the state of Florida, presumably other states too, but I focus on Florida. Such a blitz of ads that have gone unanswered. Well, what happens if you are only hearing one side and the other side is missing in action? You may be more inclined to adopt a Republican point of view, especially when I say negative ads, that many of them have likened in the past, at least, have likened previous ads, have likened President Biden to socialist dictators of Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, for example. And because of that, I think that a lot of people who came to this country fleeing, or their families fleeing those countries, may ultimately be, frankly, afraid of the Democratic Party based on the negative ads that they have seen bought and paid for by Republican interests that Democrats have not effectively answered in any meaningful way. And I think that's another reason, in fact, that the needle has moved in Florida, and especially going back to 2016 and certainly in 2020 and beyond.
Yeah, you know, this has been such a privilege for us here at LiveNOW to talk to you, Craig. We know you have so much knowledge, so much reporting there in the Sunshine State. And we wanted to use this because we knew this was happening, kind of the similarities, differences for both Republicans and Democrats in Arizona and Florida, key states really in any general election. Craig, we're waiting for President Biden to step off Air Force One there. Final thoughts. I know I said and I asked what you had your eye on tonight. What about the rest of the week, the rest of the cycle? What are some themes that you're going to be following?
Well, themes the rest of the cycle, and even this week, too, with the changes we're seeing in national ad buys, is that the Democratic Party and the Biden campaign in particular has currently, at least, has an advantage in money over Team Trump. That could certainly change. That could easily change if some wealthy benefactors step up for former President Trump. But for the time being, there appears to be some disparity. So look for the Biden campaign to ramp up. Now that we know and have known for a few days, if not more than a couple of weeks, what the matchup is going to be for President Biden and Democrats to very harshly attack former President Trump in many different ways. One big wild card is going to be the status of the criminal trials, and that could work to former President Trump's advantage. Now, it's really weird to say that if you go in criminal trial, it can help you politically, but this is different for a couple of reasons. First off, we've seen it in the primaries. It fires up the Republican base. That's what helped carry Trump in the early going of his surge past DeSantis and the others, because a lot of Trump's base, the Republican base, feel that he's being treated unfairly in the courts, whether he is or he isn't. That's the perception. And that certainly helped him in the primaries. It stands to help rev up his base, the level of passion of his base, and their commitment to Trump, certainly in the general election, too, without any outcomes. Now, if there are outcomes in the trials, that's very different. But see, we only expect one trial, and it's the one that's been pushed back, but only slightly, the one in New York, to actually play out before the election. And that's the one where Trump is most likely to be found not guilty, because you've got to get into his mindset in terms of what he was thinking, what his motivations were, and any type of payments to Stormy Daniels. And that's going to be extraordinarily hard to prove. Not impossible, but you know, the odds may take you in the direction, based on everything we think we know, that there's a better chance Craig, that he would get.
There we have President Biden there. Yeah, there we have President Biden disembarking Air Force One. Craig Patrick, as always, there at Fox 13 in Tampa. Craig, thanks so much. We'll chat soon.
Sure.
I know this is going to be a busy year. Yes, thanks so much, Craig. All right, we do want to kind of put up this audio here briefly. Let's see who we can listen to. It's always kind of dicey, but let's listen here. There on the tarmac, President Biden in Arizona.
In this motorcade, President Biden adjusted.
All right, so we have as well. We have one of our great reporters from Fox 10 in Phoenix, kind of narrating as well for Fox 10. So President Biden there on the tarmac. We also have a shot as well to one of these stops that he will be making to a Mexican restaurant in Phoenix, Arizona, where I'm told it's called Portal. El Portal, actually. And so you can see there, I'm going to go out. We just have a brief live picture there at El Portal. There you see Latinos con Biden Harris as well. We also are going to tell you who is on the tarmac greeting President Biden. Let's listen. All right, and we have also, you might recognize if you're from the Arizona area, Democratic Congressman Greg Stanton there from Arizona. Biden getting into the beast. He's going here, I believe, first to meet with supporters, to talk about his agenda, his policy, as we are now in the general election phase. All right, so there you see the beast. President Biden is inside, and he will go to his first stop here in Arizona. So I'm Andrew Kraft here. Wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. We have to step away for this because remember, all throughout the night, all throughout the evening, we're going to be previewing some of these races from all of these states that are holding contests tonight. It's not only there in Arizona. It's not only there in Florida. It's also in Illinois. We want to go out to our friend there, Fox 32 Chicago reporter, Casey Cronus. She's monitoring some of these down ballot races and primaries tonight, and she joins me with the latest. Casey, good to see you. I know we spoke late last night. You have your eye on some of these races. Which one today? What are you following?
Hey, Andrew, good to see you as well. That's right. We are following the race for the 4th Congressional District seat here in Illinois. Tonight, I will be monitoring the votes as they come in from the south side of Chicago at Alderman Ray Lopez's campaign headquarters for tonight. He will soon be joined here by friends and family as he hopes to oust incumbent U.S. Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia, who is now running for the 4th time. This would be Chuy's 4th term if he were to win. Now take a look at this video. Earlier today, Alderman Lopez was making one final campaign push to get votes at the Orange Line Western Avenue station to greet CTA riders there. He also made other stops around the district. Now, if he succeeds in taking the seat from Congressman Garcia, Lopez says he will bring common sense back to the 4th district. It's a campaign slogan he's been using since announcing his candidacy last fall. Lopez this afternoon took aim at some of the issues he feels Garcia has not addressed and that he says he will if elected.
We've had a migrant crisis hit the city of Chicago and many of the suburbs, and he's been nowhere to be found. We see generational gang violence using high-capacity assault rifles, and he, again, is nowhere to be found. We see inflation eating away people's paychecks, and again, nowhere to be found. We need someone who is out there fighting with the people, fighting for these issues, and can articulate what they are so that we can start working with not only with the Democrats, but with Republicans to address them. That's what people want to see. That's what people want to hear, and that's what I'm going to deliver.
Alderman Lopez is holding his campaign watch party at a local pub here on the southwest side. This is the very neighborhood that he was born and raised by a single mom. It is also the first time that Congressman Garcia is running opposed in the primary election. So tonight will be quite interesting to see as votes come in. The party here tonight has not started. We are expecting folks to come on in the next half an hour to an hour.
Casey, I'm just kind of curious. I mean, what does the recent polling suggest? We know, Chuy Garcia, he ran in the Democratic mayoral primary in 2022. He came up short as well. Are some of the Garcia folks somewhat nervous about this challenge, or is it Lopez's to lose?
You know, it's really hard to tell at this point. Lopez is very confident, optimistic, and said he is excited for a victory tonight. We haven't seen very clear polling numbers prior to primary day here in Illinois, so it will be very interesting to tell kind of where things stand. Garcia is the more progressive candidate. Both are Democrats, but Lopez falls more middle of the road on many different issues. So it'll be up to voters today to see if they want to make a change and bring Lopez in or stick with what they know.
All right, interesting one to watch there in Chicago. Casey Cronus, as always, can't thank you enough. Talk soon.
Talk soon. Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we did a lot of politics there for the first half of the hour. We're going to do that, though, throughout the course of the evening. If it's a Tuesday in 2024, you can bet that it's a primary night as well, just like in Illinois, just like in Arizona, and in Florida as well. A gorgeous LiveNOW look there. I believe this is over Clearwater Beach in Florida, not too far from West Palm Beach. We heard from former President Trump today. He and the former First Lady, his wife Melania Trump, went to go vote at their polling location, not too far from their residence there at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. We'll be showing you some of those comments as well, in case you might have missed them, just to hear how former President Trump is doing, even in the midst of all of his legal troubles as well. We also know, let's move from Florida to Arizona. We know President Biden will be making a campaign stop there at this Mexican restaurant, El Portal, in Phoenix, Arizona. You see there some of the signs, Latinos, poor Biden-Harris. So Biden has just landed there in Arizona. So like I said, it's going to be a lot of politics tonight. We thank you for being with us. We do want to take the opportunity to take our first commercial break here. A lot more where that came from in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Happy primary night here. We're just getting started. So like I said before the break, while we wait for President Biden there in Arizona, he's going to address some of his supporters. Let's show you something the former president today, Donald Trump, voting with former First Lady Melania Trump there in the Florida primary. Of course, he is on the ballot there. So he made brief remarks after he was done voting. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Mr. President, will you pardon Peter Navarro?
Good man. He was treated very unfairly. Peter was treated very unfairly, a great patriot, a great negotiator for our country. He did a tremendous job with respect to China and trade, and they treated him very badly. The Biden administration treated him very, very badly. It's a shame, but that's the way it is. They treated him very, very badly.
Will Paul Manafort come back to your campaign, sir?
I don't know anything about it, but he was another person that was treated badly, and he was a patriot. But we'll see what happens with that. We have a lot of people involved in the campaign that have done a tremendous job, and you know, based on the polls, we're doing extremely well. Extremely well.
Hi, Mrs. Trump, are you going to return to the campaign trail with your husband? Stay tuned. Stay tuned. Are you confident that you can pay the $464 million?
I built a great company, one of the greatest companies anywhere in the country, especially when it comes to real estate. Have some of the greatest assets in the world. And this is a rigged trial. This was a rigged trial by a crooked judge and a crooked attorney general. And we're fighting it out with them. We have a lot of cash and we have a great company, but they want to take it away, or at least take the cash element away. Billions of dollars in value, billions of dollars in properties, but they'd like to take the cash away so I can't use it on the campaign. And this is just a corrupt group of people. It's election interference, and we'll see how the courts rule on it. And I'll be guided. Excuse me. I'll be guided by the courts.
President Trump, do you think Jewish people who vote Democrat hate their religion? Do you think Jewish people who vote Democrat?
I think that the Democrats have been very, very opposed to Jewish people. That's true, and to Israel. All you have to do is look at Senator Schumer. What he did with Israel is a disgrace, and I think Israel will probably not forget it very soon. It's a very sad situation.
Do you think a 16-week abortion ban is smart? Do you think a
Say it what?
What's your reaction to the Vice President saying that he can't endorse?
Oh, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. We need patriots. We need strong people in our country. Our country is going downhill very fast, very rapidly. Millions of people coming across the border, coming from jails, from prisons, coming from mental institutions and insane asylums, terrorists. We need strong people in this country. We don't need weak people.
Do you think a 16-week abortion ban is smart?
We'll be talking about that soon.
How soon?
We'll be talking about it very soon.
Are you a Jewish voter, Mr. President?
Well, we're doing very well with the Jewish voter, it looks like, and we should do very well. If you look at all of our presidents, they're saying Trump was the best for Israel, by far the best for Israel, and we're doing very well with the Jewish vote, as you can see in the polls.
Do you think the Biden administration should continue?
Would you use the Insurrection Act to close the border to get the rights out?
They have to close the borders. Our country is dying. Our country is being overridden. This is an invasion. Our country is being invaded by people nobody even knows who they are, where they come from. Millions of people, I predict 15 million people within a short period of time, probably have 15 million people already. That's bigger than most states. And these people come from the wrong places. They're coming from very bad places. There's no checks, there's no balances. It's a disgrace. What's happening to our country is a disgrace. We have to close the border. Let people come in, but they have to come in legally.
Mr. President, how will you conduct a mass deportation?
Say it?
How will you conduct a mass deportation?
That'll be very evident. It'll go very quickly. I will tell you that. It'll go to deportation. We're going to get the criminals out of our country right away. Our country is being invaded, and many of these people are criminals. They're criminals. How can anybody do this? There's never been a president that's done such harm to a country as this president has done to our country. He's the worst president we've ever had, and I'm looking forward to November 5th. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Who did you vote for? What are you trying to prove?
I voted for Donald Trump. Yeah. Did somebody just say, who'd you vote for? Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump. Thank you.
All right, former President Trump there earlier today with former First Lady Melania Trump after they voted. They talked about a number of different things. Melania Trump was asked whether or not she's going to be on the campaign trail. Also, Donald Trump commented on the case and the legal saga of his former trade advisor, Peter Navarro, who reported to prison today after just yesterday the Supreme Court denied his emergency application to stay out of prison pending his appeal. On his conviction, you'll remember, brought up on those contempt of Congress charges for defying a subpoena rendered and brought by the now defunct House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. So you're going to hear from Peter Navarro. He made comments right before he reported to prison. In just a moment, we're going to take a quick commercial break right now. When we come back, we're talking about yet another state holding its presidential primaries today. That, of course, is the Buckeye State, Ohio. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. Beautiful Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. Well, a Senate primary is key to determining who might control the Senate after November 5th, 2024. We want to talk about some of those Senate candidates there on the GOP side in the Buckeye State. Bernie Moreno, Matt Dolan, Frank LaRose. What we want to do right now, though, is to bring in the conversation the Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, the Republican, John Husted. He joins me. Lieutenant Governor, thanks for being with us here. I know you're following all of this very closely. I guess I got to ask you first, have you endorsed in the Senate GOP primary? Of course, we know Governor DeWine endorsed Matt Dolan. Who did you endorse?
I didn't endorse anybody. I'm ready to get going tomorrow, working for whoever our winning candidate is. All three of them are great people. They're great candidates. I think all of them are capable of beating Sherrod Brown, and I stay focused on the general election.
Okay. So I think for viewers who don't live in Ohio, they don't know the politics of Ohio, Sherrod Brown, a Democrat, has been in the Senate for 3 terms. He's seeking his 4th. And Ohio is, I would argue, and maybe you agree with me, it's really no longer this kind of battleground purplish state. It is solidly red right now. Why does Ohio have a Democratic senator in such a red state? Help us make that make sense.
Well, Ohio is a red-leaning state, although Democrats can win if they run a good campaign. The challenge you have with Sherrod Brown is he's been around forever. He's been elected statewide many, many times, and he's a formidable candidate. He's a very good politician. He acts one way in Washington and a different way when he comes back to Ohio. And so we're going to have a battle on our hands. I would ask this of everybody who wants Republicans control the U.S. Senate, because I really think the Ohio Senate race could determine whether Republicans or Democrats control the U.S. Senate. Whoever wins in Ohio, the minute that election's over, go to their website, sign up to be a volunteer, donate, because they're going to need all the help they can get in beating Sherrod Brown, because they'll have the money from the coasts. They'll dump it in Ohio. They'll try to recast the liberal progressive that he's been in Washington as a champion of working people in Ohio, and he's just not that.
You know, Lieutenant Governor, if Bernie Moreno falls short and Matt Dolan ekes out a victory tonight, Moreno was endorsed by former President Trump. Would that be a blow, so to speak, to the MAGA movement if Moreno comes up short tonight?
I don't think so. President Trump is going to win Ohio. He's going to be a force. He's won Ohio twice by 8 points. I think he could win by more than that this time. But it is, I don't think that it's a blow to the president or the MAGA movement. I think that that the MAGA movement is alive and well in Ohio, because that's how the majority of voters think. But you know, it's a close race. A lot of money was spent from a lot of sources. My concern is, no matter who wins, that we have to understand that a majority is made up of many voices. It takes MAGA voters, it takes Reagan voters, it takes Bush voters, it takes all of them to get to a majority. Frankly, it's going to take a few Democrats to help us get across the threshold in November, and I fully expect that we can do that.
I want to talk about the issues there in Ohio that matter to Ohio voters. You know, we followed earlier this year these ballot referenda on the issues of abortion and marijuana that were overwhelmingly passed by voters there in your state. I also want to talk about, you know, some of former President Trump's stated plans for the economy, especially in a state like Ohio that has numerous automobile manufacturing plants, about Trump's stated plan to tariff imports to the tune of 50 to 100%. Do you think that's going to go over well with Ohio voters who work in some of these plants? I mean, you know very well, a tariff is a tax that ultimately trickles down to the consumer.
Well, I think what President Trump was talking about is taxing Chinese imports that are made in Mexico. But made in America is going to be alive and well. And what we're doing in Ohio is that we're making cars for GM, Ford, Jeep, Honda. That's what Ohioans do. And I think that they see him as fighting for working class folks who have to get up and go to work every day. who are getting crushed by interest rates and inflation. And he's basically saying to them, I'm fighting for your jobs. And that sentiment will go a long way to helping him and the Republican team in Ohio.
You know, I just want to get your thoughts, too. Your Ohio Senator, the Republican, J.D. Vance, he's on some of these short lists as far as when it comes to who Trump might choose to be his running mate. Would you like to see Vance remain as a senator, or do you think that's a good pick from the former president if that happens?
Well, I think it would be great going as vice president. So if that's what President Trump and J.D. Vance want, then that's good for us, good for America.
And just, sir, lastly, we were covering last week the very deadly tornadoes that struck northwest Ohio, and especially the Indian Lake communities. How's the recovery going? Have you been since? We know you were there Friday.
Yeah, I was there yesterday. I was there Friday. The recovery is going very, very well. The outpouring of support, the resilience of the people there, the work that helping neighbor to clean up is really remarkable. But make no mistake, it was devastating. There were a lot of people whose homes were devastated, unlivable. They still are not able to live there, and many people won't be for a long time. So helping find accommodation, shelter, support, that outpouring's been wonderful, but it was devastating, and it will take a while to recover.
All right, we just wanted to send our thoughts there. That's a story we'll continue to follow alongside you. Lieutenant Governor Houston, thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, I want to put this up yet again. We're tracking some of these results once polls close there in the Ohio Senate Republican primary 2. All right, so actually, I'm told polls are beginning to close right now in Ohio. The polls have closed in the Buckeye State, I think, as of about, 17 minutes ago. And so, according to the Associated Press and Fox News Decision Desk, that's who we rely on here at LiveNOW. We will be bringing you some of these results as well there at the AP. Stephen Olemacher says the same. We'll let you know who won as soon as we can there in Ohio. So this is shaping up to be quite an exciting race there, because whoever wins this will take on Sherrod Brown. He's been in the Senate for 3 terms. He's a Democrat there. And so some of these states are so kind of politically interesting. They act as kind of political chameleons. Maybe one state has a Democratic governor, but 2 Republican senators, or vice versa. So we're tracking all of those kind of idiosyncrasies there as well in Ohio. In the meantime here, we are awaiting President Biden. He'll be taking
happy and proud to say that for the
podium there at El Portal Mexican restaurant in Phoenix. Let's just take a quick commercial break. And so you can see here, we also have Rick Davis at Fox 10 Phoenix, the intrepid photographer we rely on there, capturing the beast, the motorcade, going through the Phoenix area as well. So after the break, you'll be hearing from President Biden live in Phoenix. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Like I said before the break, we have President Biden speaking live there in Phoenix, Arizona on this western swing. Let's listen.
Historic investment, $15 billion investment in Hispanic serving institutions, including Arizona State now. But I should have started off by thanking Mary and Earl. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Small businesses like yours all across America are the glue that holds communities together. And we want to thank you for that. I really mean it. Thank you. Look, I want to thank my campaign manager you heard speak first. She is, it's a little bit in her blood. Cesar Chavez is her grandfather. He's the guy that got me interested. He came to Delaware when I was running in I won't even tell you when, 1871. He came to Delaware in the 1970s to help deal with the farm workers. And Delaware has a gigantic industry in agriculture. That whole thing called the Delmarva Peninsula, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. It's a $4 billion industry, primarily in agriculture, but particularly in chickens. And he was organizing, and I got involved with him and trying to make some headway. And in Southern Delaware, they talk at you like this, you know what I mean? And it was one of the best things I ever did in my life because I learned a whole heck of a lot that I didn't know. You know, one of the things is that someone who did so much to improve the lives of Latinos all across Arizona and all across the country. And it's in her blood. It's in her blood deeply. I'm sure it is a lot of you as well. I'm excited to be down the street from our new campaign headquarters. I don't think we could fit everybody in at this moment, but in the heart of the community. And we have 7 offices that are opening here and by the end of the month. Second thing, you know, last time you're the reason why, in large part, I beat Donald Trump. Yes. Let's beat him again. Well, you know, I need you. I need you badly. I need the help. Kamala and I desperately need your help. Because, look, there's only about 6 or 7 states that are going to determine the outcome of this election. They're toss-up states. This is one of them. And I made sure that, by the way, when I got elected, that I told you my campaign would look like America. My administration would look like America. We have, and I've followed through on that. For example, Secretary Becerra is lowering prescription drug costs. He's heading up one whole agency. Secretary Cardona is easing student debt, among other things. And Administrator Guzman is investing in small business. Look, I want to remind folks, because we turned out in 2020, we achieved the lowest unemployment rate for Latinos in a long, long time. We cut Hispanic child poverty to record lows. We lowered the health care costs. We made historic investments in Latino small businesses, and we addressed gun violence in the communities. And we're excited now that ASU is joining the ranks of other historic serving institutions because they can get part of that $15 billion now. Look, one of the reasons why I've spent so much time and effort in dealing with Latino universities and black universities is they haven't had the endowments these other universities have. So the jobs of the future, the high-tech jobs, they don't have the laboratories. They don't have the ability to train. Every student is as competent as anybody going to Harvard or Yale or Stanford or anywhere else, but they don't have the means to train. And so that's where the money's going primarily. It's going not only to get them in school, but to be able to put together the laboratories, to train them, to be the engineers, the technicians, the people who are going to lead the technology of the future. And look, the fact is that I shouldn't probably get started on it, but because I promised I'd be brief because I want to say hello to every one of you. But look, this election is not a referendum on me. It's an election between me and a guy named Trump. And And this is a guy who, who's the way he talks about the Latino community is, well, in 2016 he called Latinos criminal, drug dealers, and rapists when he came down that escalator. Now he says immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. What the hell is he talking about? No, I'm serious. Think about it. We are, in fact, the reason we're as good as we are is because we are the most diverse country in the world. Seriously, the most. And look, you know, that's not all. He wants to get rid of all the programs we put together, from healthcare to education to small business help. And Social Security he wants to cut. He said, no, he not want to cut. He just said, but there's a lot you can do to trim and cut. Well, let me tell you something. Folks, he only cares about the wealthy. I love this quote from him. At Mar-a-Lago, Trump told his friends, and I quote, "I know plenty of you, and you're rich as hell, and we're going to give you more tax cuts." That was recently, okay? Well, that's the last thing I'm going to do. I want to tell you. You may remember when we started off this campaign in 2020, there were 55 major corporations that made $40 billion and didn't pay a single penny in taxes. And I was able to get a 15% minimum tax on them and paid for every single thing we did and still cut the budget $1 trillion. And so, folks, look, let me I don't want to get going, give me the whole speech because I want to meet you. Let me just tell you one thing. The fact of the matter is, I come from a household that is like maybe a lot of yours. We weren't poor, but we were, I guess, technically, from a financial standpoint, lower middle class. When Cole died in Scranton, where I was born, we moved down to Claymont, Delaware, a little steel town. And we lived in what later became subsidized housing. It wasn't at the time, it was an apartment complex. And my dad kept trying to figure out how he can own a home. Because you own a home, you can build some equity in the home. And you build equity, you can then save and move on from there. And we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home in a development, they called it. 45 homes, built the same exact kind of homes. And there were 4 kids, and a grandpa lived with us in that home. We never thought we were poor. We never thought we lived around, but we had to figure out how to get scholarships to go to school. We had to figure out how to pay to get. My dad busted his neck to make sure we had whatever we needed. It could have whatever we needed. But the end result of it was that we used to have a thing called trickle-down economics, where if the wealthy did very well, it trickled down, everybody did fine. Well, I observed nothing ever trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. And so when I got elected, I decided I was going to build a country from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. That way, everybody does well. The wealthy still can do well. They don't pay their taxes very much, but they do well. I'm serious. And the middle class does well, and the poor have a way up. And so that's when we're able to create all these jobs nationwide. That's why we're able to grow the economy as we have. And it's just starting to kick in. And folks, look, you know, I'll end by saying this. The tax system now is not fair. Trump wants another $2 trillion tax cut. That's what he says he wants, the first thing he wants to do when he gets elected. Well, his administration caused the biggest deficit in American history in a 4-year period, the biggest in American history. And we've cut deficit by the time it's out, over $2 trillion. We've cut the deficit. But here's what he wants to do. He wants to make sure that the biggest corporations continue to benefit. Well, look, in the United States today, and I'll end with this, there are 1,000 billionaires. I'm a capitalist. If you can make $1 billion, wonderful. If you can make $1 million, wonderful. But I tell you what, you ought to pay your fair share. You know what the average, what the tax a billionaire pays, these 100 billionaires? 8.3% federal tax. Every one of you here would trade for that, wouldn't you? Well, let me tell you something. I'm going to make sure it gets raised to a minimum of 25%, which is still significantly lower than the top rate. But here's what that would do. If we raise that one thing, if we raise that 25%, tax. It would raise $500 billion over 10 years. $500 billion. We'd be able to have child care again for everybody at $300 per kid. We'd be able to make sure that everybody has an access to an education. We'd be able to have early education for families that don't have the capacity. We'd be able to do so much more. We'd be able to cut the deficit as well. So folks, I'm optimistic. America has the capacity to do almost anything. We just have to remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. And there is nothing. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We're the only nation in the world that's gone through, like as a researcher in history, the only nation in the world that has gone through every crisis we've ever gone through, we've come out stronger than we went in. Only case, only nation. Let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America. Nothing's beyond our capacity when we work together. And with you all, we're going to work together and change the world here. Not a joke. There's so much more to say, but I'm going to stop now. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so you've been watching here President Biden speak to supporters in Phoenix, Arizona. He just touched down, about 30 minutes ago. It's just a little bit after the 5 o'clock hour here on the West Coast. Biden now meeting with supporters gathered to hear him. This is at El Portal. It's a Mexican restaurant there in Phoenix. And you heard him talk about his economic principles and priorities, talking about the fact, and you've heard him say this, you heard him say it in the State of the Union. He said he's a capitalist. He said there's nothing wrong with making $1 billion. He says, but those billionaires need to pay their fair share. That is a line you've heard many times from President Biden. Also, remember, Craig Patrick and I, just last hour there in Florida, we were talking about the Hispanic vote for both Democrats and Republicans. What is it going to look like in the 2024 general election? You heard there from President Biden taking Trump to task over his perceived anti-immigrant rhetoric from the past, going all the way back to 2015 when Trump descended down the Golden Staircase at Trump Tower in New York City to announce he was running for president. So Biden brought up those comments, a clear juxtaposition that he is trying to make between how he treats this set of the American electorate to how Donald Trump treats them and speaks about them as well here. Also, a fun kind of historical fact, you heard Biden mention it. Biden's campaign manager is Julie Chavez Rodriguez. She is the granddaughter of the famed and historic farm and labor activist Cesar Chavez. So kind of interesting parallels there, especially for those of you watching in Arizona. All right, in the meantime here, we got to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we have results. We are monitoring all of these states that are holding their primaries today. We know polls are now closed in Ohio, and polls just closed there in Illinois. A gorgeous LiveNOW look there, the sun setting over the Chicago skyline. We're going there for results in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. All right, we do have results in. We're going to Florida right now. Gorgeous Live Now look there. We had there in Clearwater Beach, Florida. In the meantime, former President Donald Trump is projected to be the winner there in the Florida presidential primaries. Let's put the results up here, and you can see he is the projected winner. Of course, I believe Nikki Haley was still on the ballot in this contest, but you know she has suspended her bid. Trump is the presumptive nominee there with around 80% of the vote share, with around 85% of the estimated votes counted already. So wanted to make sure we got you this in Florida there. You see how many delegates are at stake, 125 delegates. They will all go to former President Donald Trump there. All right, and on the Democratic side as well, President Biden running uncontested there in the Democratic presidential primary. We talked about that with Fox 13 Tampa political reporter Craig Patrick. So Biden will receive all 224 delegates there in Florida. So wanted to make sure we got that in there as well. Let's move now to Ohio. President Biden projected to win the Ohio Democratic presidential primary with around 18% of estimated votes counted. You see there, overwhelmingly 90% of the vote share in, with only 18% of votes counted against Minnesota Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips, who was also on the ballot. There you see 90-10 split at this point in time. Biden takes the primary for Democrats in Ohio. All right, for Republicans in Ohio as well, Nikki Haley was still on the ballot, but Trump projected to be the winner there in Ohio. So in the presidential primaries, with just around 15% of the estimated votes counted there, and you see the split between he and Haley, 79 delegates at stake there in Ohio. They will all go to former President Donald Trump here. Now, in the Ohio Republican primary, the Senate primary, this is a key race we are following here. All right, 14% of estimated votes counted. All right, it is shaping up to be a very, very close race between Bernie Moreno and Matt Dolan. Moreno with a very minimal lead right now over Dolan. LaRose trailing with 24%. Frank LaRose is Ohio's Secretary of State, so he's trailing in third right now. Dolan and Moreno neck and neck at the moment. It's still early, only around 14% of estimated votes counted. We have a live picture as well here at Bernie Moreno's election night watch party. Once we get a race call, and once whether or not it's going to be Dolan or Moreno, it looks like, we'll bring you these speeches there from these candidates in Ohio. We'll also work to get you exact locations of where these speeches are in the Buckeye State. We also have this one, I believe this is at the Frank LaRose election night watch party as well here. So if you're an Ohio voter, if you're from Ohio, you have family in Ohio, you're keenly interested in these races, including the Senate primary, which is going to really matter for the makeup of the Senate going into November. Remember, Sherrod Brown, he's a Democratic incumbent, but he is vulnerable in this MAGA Trump-red state that has become Ohio. So in the meantime, wanted to get all of that in there as well here, but it's early. So we'll make sure to bring you that as well. Now, we are also following some of these down ballot House primary races for Republicans in Ohio as well. Let's put this up here. So the Ohio Republican primary there for U.S. House District 9. Now, if you're from, this is the Cleveland suburbs. This is the Cleveland area. Right now, Democratic Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur, she sits in this seat, and she has done so for a very long time. And so this is a Trump +5 district back in 2020, and House Republicans see it as a good chance to unseat Marcy Kaptur. They couldn't do it in 2022. They're getting another shot at it in 2024. So in the moment here, you see the candidates. Derek Merrin at 45% right now, Trump endorsed. This is at 15% of estimated votes counted. Craig Rydell at 41, Steve Lankenow at 14. Rydell was the feature of a Trump Truth Social post just yesterday. Trump going after Rydell, calling him a rhino, endorsing Derek Merrin over Rydell in a Truth Social post just yesterday. Trump endorsed very, very late in this race, only because one of these kind of highlights of a candidate, his name J.R. Majewski, dropped out of this race at the very last minute over a string and a slew of controversies. So he did not have Trump's endorsement. Trump endorsed at the last minute. Derek Marin there. All right, so we covered the Ohio races that we are focusing on here tonight on Live Now from Fox as well. But like I said, it's not only Ohio. We're moving there to the west in Illinois. Beautiful Live Now look in Chicago as well. Take a look at that twilight sunset there. All right, let's put up some of the results out of Chicago, or Illinois rather, at the moment. So for the GOP presidential primary, 0% of estimated votes counted. These races have not been called yet. The polls literally just closed about 10 minutes ago. There in Illinois, there are 64 delegates at stake, and Donald Trump is expected to sweep them as well here. Now, remember, for Democrats, Chicago is their locale, their chosen place for the convention later this summer. That's where they are holding their convention. Back out live to Chicago. Republicans, of course, holding it in Milwaukee, not too far away there in the Midwest as well. So wanted to make sure we got some of these kind of head-to-head matchups there. In Illinois, remember, we're also following not only the presidential primary contests in Illinois, but some of these down-ballot House primary races, and especially one in Congressional District 4 in Illinois. It's pitting two Democrats against each other in a really hard-fought primary. We've been speaking to our friends at Fox 32 Chicago there, Casey Cronus and Dane Placco, about who those candidates are. The incumbent, of course, Chuy Garcia, long-time, well-known Democratic operative, really, in the Chicago area, is facing quite a struggle. So we'll monitor some of these results there coming to us out of Illinois, and as well in Cook County. That's where Chicago is. Voters, rather, are going to the polls all throughout the day to choose who they want as their next state attorney, the prosecutor there in Chicago. So we'll be following that race as well. We just saw some of these speakers come up to the podium here at some of these election night watch parties. We have our eye on it as well. In the meantime here, remember, we were focusing a lot of our efforts today on the state of Florida, holding their presidential primary contest, and they have been called for both Trump and Biden. But something else happening tangential to the former president today there in South Florida, and that, of course, is the fact that the former trade advisor for President Trump, that's Peter Navarro, well, he reported to prison today. Remember, he was found guilty by a jury late last year over these contempt of Congress charges for defying a subpoena handed down to him by the now defunct House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. And Navarro and his legal team went to great lengths to prevent this from happening. The Supreme Court denying his emergency application just yesterday that would have prevented him from going to prison pending the appeal of his case. Chief Justice John Roberts denied that emergency application, and Navarro spoke right before he reported to prison there earlier today in South Florida. We want to take the opportunity to let you listen in to Navarro. Let's watch.
The second and related story has to do with the emergence of lawfare and the partisan weaponization of our justice system, which we have seen come to this country with a vengeance since the coming of Donald John Trump as president, and that keeps getting worse. So let me walk you through those two stories. And again, I'm hoping as journalists, you will do some background, some research. I'm asking you to fact check everything I say today, and write the bigger stories here, which I think are the important ones. So let's talk about some facts here. I am the first senior White House advisor in the history of our republic that has ever been charged with this alleged crime. And I say alleged because for hundreds of years, this has not been a crime, and for 50 years, the Department of Justice has maintained the principle of absolute testimonial immunity. And it was only with my case that somehow that has changed. And here's where the homework is, because the big constitutional separation of powers are these. Can Congress compel a senior White House advisor, what they call the alter ego of a president, to testify before Congress? And executive privilege goes back to George Washington and his remarks to the Congress regarding the Jay Treaty. And he said very simply and clearly, succinctly, elegantly, that to write to the Congress, he said, I cannot command you as members of Congress to come to me. You cannot command me to come to you. And the reason is the constitutional separation of powers. And as the legal doctrines have evolved, and the Supreme Court has been very adamant about the sanctity of executive privilege, that privilege has extended to what's called alter egos of the president, which is what I am as one of his highest advisors. And the principle here related to effective presidential decision-making is simply that if a president does not have the ability between and among his advisors to get confidential information in the sanctity of the Oval Office, he will make poor decisions which will harm the Republic. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. And as this case has worked through the legal process, there are a number of big issues that we will be going through on the appeal that Mr. Woodward in the back there will lead with Stan Brand, two of the finest scholars in this area imaginable. So the issues, again, please do your research. It's, can Congress compel someone like me to testify? The answer has been no ever since George Washington said that to the Jay Treaty. What constitutes executive privilege? Is it presumptive? If not presumptive, what does a formal invocation look like? In my case, I had an evidentiary hearing for the first time in history. I presented just a mountain of direct testimony and circumstantial evidence related to emails, correspondence, phone calls, and visits with the president and his top aides. And at the end of that day, the judge made the novel choice to say privilege had not been invoked. And it was absurd. It was probably the most absurd element of this case. So the appeals court and then the Supreme Court will ponder that issue, and it's a really important issue. A third issue has to do with the fact, and this should chill you, okay? If you're ever in my position and you have to go to trial, it should chill you to know that the judge has the discretion to strip you of any defense before you ever get to a jury. How can that be? That can't be the law. And the way that happened in this case was through the misapplication of an antiquated, misapplied precedent of the lower court that had no bearing on anything related to cases involving executive privilege. It was absurd. And in a related case with Stephen K. Bannon, Judge Nichols released him pending appeal with one line, released because I think this may be reversed. And the thing that Nichols said, top of the list, was licavoli. That's the four-letter word in this case. The last issue is something called the rule of lenity. Again, put yourself in my shoes. The law, up to the point where I was convicted, said one thing, which is to say, I was doing my duty to this country, the Constitution, and my oath of office, according to the Department of Justice, according to the Supreme Court. They flipped that. The rule of lenity says, if they flip that, I'm not guilty, okay? Try the next person who knows that the law has been changed, but you can't do that. So these are the big constitutional issues that we will fight first at the appeals court and then to the Supreme Court. Now let me turn to the partisan nature of this. Fact check me on this, folks. Fact check me. Every person who has taken me on this road to that prison is a friggin' Democrat and a Trump hater. Let me walk you through it. It starts with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who forms the J6 committee, blows away all the rules, improperly constituted, unduly authorized, and unlawful committee. She puts on 7 Democrats. Every single one of them, fact check it, every single one of those went after Donald Trump through 2 impeachments and the Russia hoax, and all they want to do is stop Trump. And the 2 Republicans on there were not Republicans at all. Liz Cheney, who hates Donald Trump because Trump told the truth about her daddy. Her daddy killed people with the Iraq and Afghanistan war, and everybody in this country knows that. Pelosi, the J6 committee, they subpoenaed me. The Congress itself, when they voted my contempt charge, a strict party vote line. If the House had been held by Republicans, I wouldn't be here. The Democrats pushed me, what? And then we get the Department of Justice. Boy, is that a misnomer now. The 2 prosecutors in the case, one of them, we got a letter she wrote to Bill Barr showing her never Trump credentials. And they are the ones who, during the trial, consistently insisted I was acting above the law when they wouldn't let me explain to the jury why I was obeying the law. I get convicted, then it goes to the jury. Did I mention the jury? Look, I love anybody.
All right, so we wanted to show you this, at least a little bit of it. We showed it to you live earlier today, but Peter Navarro kind of giving his final plea there to the press as he was about to, be remanded into custody in prison there in Miami. He's serving a 4-month sentence over his refusal to comply with a subpoena that got him brought up on contempt of Congress charges. This is stemming from the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. He appealed to the last minute. The Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts denied that emergency application for him to stay out of prison pending his appeal of the original case. And that is here we are for this story today. It's a story we brought you a lot. We're also monitoring all the Republican primary results coming to us in these down ballot races in Ohio, and a LiveNOW look there in Washington at the White House. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're approaching the bottom of the hour here. We got a lot more great political segments, reporters, analysts that we're bringing on tonight to help us make sense of it all. Now, you might be wondering, why are we still covering these contests even though Biden and Trump have already secured the requisite number of delegates? Well, we have to. Their states hold their own contests, and we got to talk about it, the delegate share, the math, all of that. Arizona is also holding some of these contests today when it comes to presidential preference. Now, you might have noticed the word primary is not in there. We're going to get an answer to why that is. Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Lauren Clark standing by there in Phoenix for us with the distinction here. So, Lauren, I think a lot of people have that question. What is the difference? What is a presidential preference contest versus a primary? What have you learned?
Hey there, Andrew. Yeah, there is a certain difference. Because this is a presidential preference election and not a primary, there's certain rules that apply, and that includes only members who are registered with the party participating on what's on the ballot. So in this case, that would just be Democrats, and Republicans can vote on that ballot. And so that's what we're going to be seeing today. Of course, this is also a lot of huge group of voters, independents. I mean, we're talking about 1/3 of the electorate here in Arizona cannot vote today as a result. That doesn't mean that there's no specific way that they, in theory, couldn't vote. They could, in fact, register a few weeks ahead as a Republican or as a Democrat, and then register again once they vote in the PPE as just an independent again. But if you are still an independent, not registered, you cannot vote. That's just the setup of how PPEs are here in the state of Arizona. Now, there is some people who are looking to change that. A current ballot is circulating with some signatures, for example. Some people are hoping that if it's the Republicans and the Democrats will either pay for the PPE or allow independents in the future to participate. Their argument there is that, this is state money and they think that there should be more participation. But we'll see what comes of that and if there will be any changes in the forefront there. But as of right now, that's just how our setup currently is.
I would argue it's going to be significantly different. I mean, we know how Democrats are going to vote. We know how Republicans are going to vote. We do not know how independents are going to vote. They're unpredictable. They're all over the place. And as I said, in 2022, they were 40% of the electorate. Independents will determine the election in November.
Yeah, and that was ASU professor Tom Riley, and he was really talking to why he thinks what we see here today in Arizona is going to be very, very different from what we see in November. As you know, Andrew, independent voters are really making a force here in Arizona. They've become a prime target for some Senate races that are going to be coming up here, for example, and certainly the presidential race, too. So they're really going to be the big movers and shakers in the November election, and they're not present here. So something to keep an eye on in the months ahead, too, is how independents are trending and how they're going to be voting in this upcoming election.
Lauren, that was my next question to you. Independents could decide this general election, and you were kind of alluding to this in your report that, some independents there in Arizona today, a little salty. They can't participate. Yeah, there certainly is that feeling. Professor Riley that we also spoke to says that there's a lot of people who are in support of the signatures that are going around with that petition. He said in some of his polling, they found around 80% of people believe that they should have some version of being able to vote and share their opinion there. Now, remember, we still do have primary races in the state of Arizona. That's certainly a very different situation. We have kind of an in-between between an open and closed primary. Basically, independents can show up and choose either a Republican or a Democratic ballot. So that does exist too, but for just the presidential preference election, right now, independents just not allowed to participate. Yeah. And so some people certainly want to see some changes. All right, Lauren Clark there live for us in Phoenix. Lauren, thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
All right, here we want to just take yet another quick commercial break. We're going to still talk politics as well. We'll be talking about Arizona throughout the night. Of course, we just brought you these live remarks. President Biden here in the state tonight, talking to his supporters, talking to his voters as well ahead of the general election on this western state swing for Biden. He'll also be going to Texas tomorrow as well. He came from Nevada. You'll be hearing from him in Nevada a little bit later on replay as well. We're going out to some of our reporters standing by in Las Vegas live when we come back to talk about how crucial that state is for both Democrats and Republicans. But when we come back, we are talking 2024 general election politics. Yes, we're still in the primary season, but all eyes are focused on the general. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're at the bottom of the hour now. We're still talking politics. We want to thank you for being with us here on this primary night. Yet again, if it's a Tuesday in 2024, it's probably a primary night as well. We're tracking some of these results. Remember, Kansas as well has some of these early contests. We're getting results in from Kansas as well in the Democratic presidential primary. 33 delegates at stake there with 24% of estimated votes counted. Biden right now at 88%. Now, the none of these option, it's something to watch. It's always an interesting kind of marker there on some of these primary ballots at 7% right now, which is beating Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson at the moment. Now, to Kansas Republicans, the GOP presidential primary, 39 delegates at stake with around 12% of estimated votes counted. Trump there at 66. Haley still on the ballot at 24. Also a none of these options as well. Interesting to note, but Trump far and away leading that contest as we speak here. Now, in the meantime, we do want to bring into the conversation our friend Tom LoBianco, and he joins me with 24-site political reporter there. Tom, we're not in Kansas anymore. I just wanted to make that joke. Okay, in the meantime,
obligatory.
All right. We wanted to talk to you about the kind of campaign architecture for both Biden and Trump. We're going to be speaking to some of these Trump campaign officials, I believe, in the next hour. We know you cover the Trump campaign so closely. What is their kind of focus right now? You know, what would you ask them if you had them on here with us right now? What do you want to know about how they are operating, how they are approaching the general? What should we know?
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'll tell you, I'd love to hear about whether this retaking January 6th as an issue for Trump, trying to corral it as opposed to trying to not talk about it, how that's going to work going into the general. You saw a lot of that this week, especially, coming out of Saturday with his rally in Ohio ahead of the Ohio Senate primary. I'd be very interested to see if there's a sense that, they can turn that around, or if that plays into the Biden campaign's hands. Because obviously, you saw really since the State of the Union, Joe Biden has been leaning even more into this. I'm very interested to see if they think there's any upside to that for them.
To that point, let's talk about Ohio. We're tracking the Ohio Senate primary. Tom, I know you are as well. If Bernie Moreno comes up short, that's Trump's endorsed candidate, and say Matt Dolan ekes out a victory here, how much of a blow would that be to, I guess, Ohio Republicans and the Trump campaign, that their preferred Senate candidate came up short? This is hypothetical. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but in some of the polling, Moreno's down. He's second.
Yeah, that's real interesting, the way these numbers are coming out of Ohio. Now, obviously not as energized as it was in the 2022 Senate primary, where J.D. Vance and Josh Mandel were really running head-to-head there at the top towards the end of that race. But, again, an interesting indicator. Obviously, Trump and his team saw it as important enough to actually go out there and hold a rally for Moreno on Saturday. And he doesn't always do that in these races. He's not going out and doing as many rallies as he used to. So, is it a reflection of where MAGA and Trump's control is of the GOP? Yes. Although I frankly, I wouldn't read too much into it, because Ohio is really very distinct in terms of Senate Republican primaries. Again, it almost broke down into thirds when you had Vance and Mandel back in 2022. And you look at it now, Dolan is running pretty strong. Moreno still looks like the favorite. I'll tell you, politics today, the adult friend finder twist in that Senate race just certainly elevated it.
Okay, so Tom, before we get what was that for our viewers who don't know what you're referring to there? What was that story?
For sure. So the Associated Press reported a story that Bernie Moreno years ago had signed up for Adult Friend Finder, which is it's an adult website for adults looking to get together. And the reporting was that he was looking for another man to have fun with. Now that said, the campaign replied and said, well, that was a prank done by an intern. And you did actually see, this came out of a data leak, I believe it was back in 2016. And you did see the president of the Adult Friend Finder post on Twitter and said, yeah, the email I think was manually entered, and it did look like a prank. There was no geolocation there. But what it really did, and especially, we talk about October surprises, broadly speaking, in politics, the concept of a last-minute surprise in a race that really had not been defined by terribly much else, at least on the national level. It came in as a surprise. It got a lot of attention, and so that is a big twist, certainly for a Senate primary.
Right. It was this kind of last-ditch Oppo file dumped there a week before the primary as well. Let's move from Ohio now to parts of the Biden campaign. Biden in Nevada today and Arizona, meeting with his supporters and meeting with campaign staffers in some of these kind of election headquarters in places like Reno and Phoenix. What's the play here? And I wonder if it's tied in any way to what the Biden White House put out today, Tom, this pretty lengthy statement. The first question, or rather sentence, is, across America, families want the same thing, the freedom to feel safe in their community. They are touting the fact that crime decreased in 2023 last year. What's the mood there? Because this is a very lengthy statement I have in front of me. They are touting the fact crime went down last year. What's the play?
Well, it's counter to the Republicans here because, the Republican messaging has been, certainly the Trump messaging, has been this concept of an American hellscape. Now, as Biden people point out, that's really not reflected in the data. Again, this is politics, basic campaign politics here. So much is about perception. And the question, of course, is how much can you move the needle one way or the other? And this is a big challenge for the Biden folks, to kind of pierce the veil and get out there with it. I mean, I'm here in suburban Washington, and, crime has been pretty rough around here. But if you get outside the Beltway, it's not as bad as it's being presented. So this is their pushback on it. And, again, the question is, will that work? How much can they drive that message? I mean, the thing that Biden has going for him, and it's really the inverse of Trump, is the ability to stay on message, and for his team and for the Biden reelect to drive a handful of messages, abortion, pro-choice, and especially this, you see them delving into immigration, certainly coming out of the State of the Union, trying to argue that they tried to work on it. Trump is the opposite. He throws 100 things out there. We saw that with the bloodbath comment on Saturday in Ohio. So, I mean, these are countervailing forces. I'm very interested to see which one prevails here.
Tom, just lastly, too, I asked you on the Republican side, if you had a one-on-one with a Biden campaign official, what are your questions for them?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I'd love to know, do you feel like you're getting Biden out there enough? And is that starting to change public perceptions? I mean, this, critical dynamic in this race is really unique in modern presidential politics, is how hard-baked public perceptions are of both the presumptive nominees, Biden for the reelect and Trump for the Republican nomination. And how can you move the needle? On over a 24 site, I interviewed Pat Dennis, the president of American Bridge, big Democratic opposition research group. We posted this for the latest podcast. And I asked that question. I said, look, what moves the needle right now? And I tell you, it was a great conversation, very candid. He said, anybody who tells you this, that they know the answer to this, is lying. Because it is just such a saturated environment in terms of trying to get through and try to push the needle one way or the other. I mean, part of the reason we're talking about RFK Jr. and a number of celebrities that might be his running mate.
Yeah, of course, Tom, we always appreciate your insight into all of this. We have to go here, but no doubt we're going to be speaking again. I have so many questions for you, especially where your reporting takes you. You're following the Veep stakes in the Trump side so very closely as well. We're also going to be doing a segment a little later tonight talking about all of Trump's legal problems and how that is going to be a factor once we get a little deeper into the general election. Tom LoBianco, thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we always appreciate Tom's insight and his reporting, but we are tracking a lot of these live events at these election night watch parties. Remember, we have really our eye focused on the Ohio GOP Senate primary as well. Also, the state of Nevada tonight. President Biden was in Nevada talking to voters there. We're going to Las Vegas after the break, talking about what the president's message was today. And I'm also being told here, we also are getting some of these, we're getting a race call. All right, let's go to Ohio right now. All right, so the Associated Press, the Fox News decision desk, I believe, has now projected Bernie Moreno to win the Ohio GOP Senate Republican primary there with around 25% of estimated votes counted there. So Trump endorsed Bernie Moreno, takes it away. Remember, I was just asking Tom LoBianco, whether or not this would be a blow to MAGA in Ohio if Moreno does not eke out a victory. Well, that question is now moot. Here we go. This is the projected results. Moreno beats Dolan, 25% of estimated votes counted there, to face off against Democratic Senate incumbent Sherrod Brown come November. So Bernie Moreno there with about 42%. We'll see if Dolan can catch up in any means here, but this is Moreno's race. So Moreno, he is a businessman, he is an entrepreneur, and we have his election night watch party there as well. We didn't show you this live, but I saw a lot of people at the watch party kind of hoop and holler there, and I probably would suspect they got the news that we just did. This race has now been called for their preferred candidate. So the Moreno Watch Party in Westlake, Ohio. If you're familiar, we will have some of these live remarks there from Westlake when the candidate steps to the podium. Also, we just got this live look there at the Matt Dolan Watch Party. This is in Independence, Ohio. Dolan, from the Dolan family that owns the Cleveland Guardians. Dolan is a state senator as we speak. That is the current position he holds. That is his election night watch party. We're going to track whether or not he has now conceded the race to Bernie Moreno. So a lot of Ohio political news in the Senate GOP primary. But like I said, let's take a quick commercial break. We're going to Las Vegas in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and it is a primary night here. We want to thank you for being with us. We're tracking all of these results there in Florida and Ohio and Illinois and Kansas and Arizona as well. We just got a race call in the Ohio Senate GOP primary for businessman Bernie Moreno. We're monitoring some of these election night watch parties to see when these candidates will speak to their supporters. In the meantime, let's move from Ohio to Nevada as well. President Biden heading west today there, both in Nevada and Arizona. This is a two-day swing to these key battleground states. He made a campaign stop in Reno. He then headed to Las Vegas. He's now in Phoenix. Well, let's go to Las Vegas. Fox News multimedia reporter Sonny Sy standing by there on the Strip with more. Sonny, what was the president's message today? What did people get out of it?
Hi, Andrew. Yes, just like you said, he did stop by Reno this morning. He came to Las Vegas to talk about housing, and now he's headed to Phoenix for another campaign event tonight. Nevada is one of the key battleground states in November, and according to the most recent Fox News power rankings, this means that the state could determine who takes the White House. Biden stopped in Reno to speak with volunteers and staff at his state campaign headquarters, and he says that he feels confident about defeating Trump.
Look, last week Donald Trump and I clinched the nominations. We're going to beat him again. The last four polls out, we're winning, okay? But guess what? None of these polls mean a damn thing this early on. So we just got to keep at it.
Today is Biden's first visit to Nevada after clinching enough delegates to be his party's presidential nominee. A senior official with the Biden campaign tells Fox News Digital his team is taking a, quote, aggressive strategy, starting off with all 6 critical swing states where Biden narrowly defeated Trump in 2020. While in Las Vegas, Biden spoke about his plan in bringing more affordable housing and rental and housing assistance to Nevada. The White House says the American Rescue Plan has already invested $1 billion in the Silver State. His rival, former President Trump, isn't campaigning out west this week, but was in Ohio over the weekend. Trump telling voters if he's elected in November, he'll go about reversing Biden policies over the past 4 years.
What these people have done to our country, it's almost hard to believe, frankly. The fastest way to reverse every single Biden disaster is to very simply just put me back in office. We'll get it done quick. We'll get it done very quickly.
President Biden heads to Phoenix next for another campaign event tonight and is slated to speak about semiconductor chips tomorrow. In Las Vegas, Sonny Sy, back to you.
All right, Sonny there in the crucial battleground state of Nevada, keeping tabs on all of this political news there. Sonny, thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to let you listen to President Biden speaking there in Nevada today. We'll also keep up some of these election night watch parties there in Ohio. We're also going to be tracking some of the response now that the Associated Press has called the race for Bernie Moreno in the Ohio Senate GOP primary. We'll see if former President Donald Trump has chimed in and others, including Republican Governor Mike DeWine. Remember, DeWine did not endorse Bernie Moreno. He endorsed Matt Dolan. We have Dolan's election night watch party shot as well. So once we see some of these speakers address their crowds there, we'll make sure to bring it to you. This is the Moreno watch party as well. A lot of people happy in that room tonight. But back to Nevada, let's hear from President Biden earlier today there in the Silver State.
Hello, hello, hello. Pablo, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your story. You know, you immigrated to America as a teenager, graduated from high school and spent 4 years as a union apprentice, which is like earning a college degree before you became a journeyman. You know, I'm a big pro-union guy. I make no apologies about it. Everybody talks about unions. It's interesting, people who don't understand, they go, well, you know, union. They like to walk in and say, I want to be an electrician, I want to be a plasterer. You got 4 or 5 years of apprenticeship. You earn it, and you deserve it. You help build homes for others and reach their dreams, so now you're in the market yourself to continue your dream. I also met another mother named Latree, Latrice Shue, where's Latrice? Latrice, excuse me. There she is. Who's able to buy her first home with a $15,000 down payment by the American Rescue Plan, which we wrote. All she needed was a fair shot. She found a good paying union job. She took home ownership classes to raise her credit score. She did her hard work, and now she owns a home in paradise with her 16-year-old daughter, a straight A student. Stand up, kiddo. We're fortunate to have great partners in Congress here today who are helping make these dreams possible. Representative Stephen Horsford, a great leader of the 4th District and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, who works every single day to reduce housing costs and close the racial wealth gap, which is happening. Representative Susie Lee, who's a driving force to cut red tape and build more affordable housing all across Nevada. Representative Dana Titus, God love you, Dana, you're an old friend. You've always had my back, and I've had yours, and you had people of this country and this city back. Housing is so much more than just a word. It's about people's lives. You know, you can't be here today because there are votes in Washington, but I also want to thank your outstanding senators, Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen, for their leadership in making housing more accessible and affordable. I also want to thank all the housing advocates here today. We're doing God's work. All the housing advocates, stand up. I really mean it. Doing everything. You're doing a great job. And by the way, you know, I won't go into that, I guess, but look, folks, when I came to office, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. Nevada was especially hard hit as tourism took a dive, a gigantic dive. Before I came to office, unemployment had reached 30% here. And we're turning things around today because of the folks I just talked about. And Nevada's created 274,000 jobs, bringing back lost jobs of the pandemic and adding another 129,000 jobs. Things are on the move. Unemployment is down dramatically, with more Nevadans working today than ever before in the history of Nevada. And thousands of cities across all of America are seeing this great comeback story. You know, my American Rescue Plan, which I might add, not a single solitary Republican voted for, provided $350 billion to state and local governments, including funds for every city, county, town, tribe in this state. And your state put that money to good use. You put cops on the beat, teachers in the classroom, kept small businesses on their feet and families in their homes. And that's not all. You can't have the best economy in the world, which we do now, if you don't have the best infrastructure in the world. My predecessor promised, remember, my predecessor kept talking about infrastructure weak for 4 years. We didn't build a damn thing. You all think I'm kidding, I'm not. I proposed and signed the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations. And now we're going to have an infrastructure decade. So far, 47,000 new projects modernize Americans' roads, bridges, ports, airports, public transit, and so much more is happening, creating jobs now and jobs for the future as well. $3.4 billion in projects right here in Nevada. $3.4 billion. When I was writing this and talking about it, all I kept thinking about was Harry Reid. We're connecting the entire state to affordable high-speed internet by the end of this decade. Every single part of the state will have high-speed affordable internet, and we're already saving 276,000 Nevadan families as much as $75 a month on their internet bills. And I know our friend Harry's looking down and saying, damn proud of it. The airport in his name is getting an upgrade as well. Couldn't do one without the other, you know. He's so proud of building America's first high-speed rail line that to take folks from Las Vegas to Los Angeles in 2 hours instead of 4. You know, that's going to create 35,000, first major high-speed rail line in America. 35,000 good-paying jobs. Take 3 million vehicles off the road and reduce pollution significantly. It's also taking the most significant, by the way, it's going to cut the time in half Now, I don't know why anybody want to get to L.A. in half the time, but I know why y'all want to come here. All kidding aside, it really is incredible. It's a gigantic project, and by the way, it's encouraged California and Central California to build a high-speed rail as well. You know, the idea that we haven't had one single high-speed rail built in America up to now is ridiculous. And so, you know, Chinese have a rail system that goes 130 miles an hour. Anyway, 230 miles an hour, I should say. But look, we're taking the most significant action to fight climate change ever. My policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investments from companies that are moving clean energy, factories and jobs back here in America where they belong. For example, in Reno, Redwood Materials is going to invest $3.5 billion, $3.5 billion, one of the country's major electric vehicle battery recycling and manufacturing plants, creating thousands of jobs here, thousands of jobs. Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow in Arizona, we'll be talking about America invented the semiconductor chip, the tiny chips the size of the tip of your little finger, which powers everything from automobiles to smartphones to weapon systems. We invented those chips. We made them better. And then we lost the market because a lot of the corporations said, let's send the jobs overseas where they're cheaper and bring the product home, which is more expensive. We don't do that anymore. We make it here. We keep the jobs here and we send products overseas. But the reason I mentioned, we've been able to bring the chips manufacturing back home. We attracted $240 billion in private sector investments to build chip factories here in America. And by the way, they're creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, both in construction and manufacturing. And the average salary in one of their, they call them fabs, the factories, is $100,000 a year. And you don't need a college degree to get that job. Across the country, folks have filed a record number of new business applications since I took office. The fastest growth of Latino-owned businesses in more than a decade. More black small businesses starting at the highest rate in 30 years. In Nevada, since I came to office, we've seen 195,000 small business applications. And every one of those applications is an act of hope. It's critical because small businesses, and the reason I keep talking about small businesses make up half the GDP, half the economy of America. Half of all the economy in America is generated by small businesses. But here's the deal. As more folks move to Nevada for good-paying jobs, we need housing that's affordable. The depth of the pandemic, and in the depth of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan delivered funds to keep 8 million families in their homes nationwide by preventing foreclosures and evictions. And here in Nevada, we use those funds to keep 50,000 people's rent be able to be paid. Hundreds of first-time home buyers be able to make a down payment. You invest more in building and renovating affordable homes than almost any other part of the country, any state in the country. For example, here in Clark County, nearly 1,000 brand new affordable units for seniors are under construction today as a result. 8,000 homes total for families, seniors, and veterans. And across the country, more people own homes now than before the pandemic. We're seeing fewer foreclosures than any time in decades. But we have a lot more to do. For too many people, the dream of having a good home still feels out of reach. I get it. Look, here's my plan. But, you know, everybody thinks because I was president, I was probably born wealthy and come from a significant background economically. Well, I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I got a phone call. My wife was campaigning up. I was campaigning up in New Hampshire back when that statistic came out in the 90s. And she called. I used to call when because the kids were little when I was away. And say, "How's everything going?" I got this, "Fine." But you know you're in trouble when your wife or husband says, "Fine." I said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Only elected officials, husband or wife, could understand this." She said, "Do you read today's paper?" I said, "They don't have today's paper. Wilmington paper, Delaware, up in Nevada,
All right, President Biden today in Las Vegas on part of this swing to the west, both Vegas and also Phoenix, Arizona. He's in Phoenix as we speak right now. We're also tracking so many of these primary results in several different states tonight. And a live now look there at the White House. Biden heads to Texas tomorrow for more campaigning and more fundraisers as well in the Lone Star State. Now, we are at a new hour. It is 6 o'clock here on the West Coast, and so we're still tracking some of these results as well there, including in Kansas. I want to put some of these results up. We have also Illinois with the result called there for the Democratic presidential primary. So you see there, we're tracking Illinois. Biden getting Illinois. He'll get all the delegates there as well. Same with Trump there. This has not been called for Republicans, but you can see Trump far and away outpacing Nikki Haley, who was still on the ballot there in Illinois. 64 delegates at stake as well here. So we're getting to Kansas. We're getting to Ohio. Let's talk about all of these states kind of in the center of the country. Want to do that with our friend at Politico, Jessica Piper. She joins us. Jessica, good to see you. Happy primary day yet again here. Let's first talk Ohio. We got a race call. So this is going to be quite a key race come November for control of the Senate. It's now Moreno versus Brown. Who are they?
Well, Bernie Moreno, brands himself as an outsider businessman. He won the Republican primary tonight with the backing of former President Donald Trump, whose endorsement, once again proved to be very pivotal. And Moreno won, relatively early in the night. We'll see how the tally ends up, but a very solid victory for him. He'll be facing, of course, Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democratic senator. Brown obviously has managed to get reelected several times, despite Ohio being a state that has shifted towards Republicans. But it's shaping up to be one of the most competitive Senate races for the general election and could help determine which party controls the Senate after 2024.
We have these Ohio results. We also wanted to bring you on to talk about Kansas as well. Recently, as of late, Ohioans and Kansans have voted on really heavy issues like marijuana and like abortion. And voters there overwhelmingly kind of codify them when put to them in referenda up and down the state about these particular issues. Now, at the time, many had said this is somewhat of a bellwether. Once we get to November, once we get to the general election, do you think those issues, abortion, marijuana, will factor in at all and make these states of play, so to speak, or not? Are they inconsequential? Were we looking too much into those at the time?
Well, I think Democrats are definitely hoping that the abortion issue is something that they can use to the benefit of Democratic candidates. We've seen, a state like Ohio is trending towards Republicans. A state like Kansas has been Republican for a long time. And yet, when it comes to abortion, a simple referendum, the abortion rights side has won in each of those states. Now, does that translate over to Democratic candidates who, make abortion rights central to their candidacy? I think that's still really an open question. I think we've seen in some other states that abortion rights far outperforms candidates at the federal level. For example, in Kentucky in 2022, there was an abortion referendum as well. The abortion rights side won that, but, Rand Paul easily won re-election. So it's not necessarily the case that abortion will automatically mean Democratic candidates get a win, but Democrats are certainly going to be running on it in those states.
Yeah, Jessica, you see the race calls here for both Biden and Trump there in Kansas. They'll get all the delegates as well. Kansas, even Ohio to some extent, they are kind of political misnomers, so to speak. Kansas has a Democratic governor, Laura Kelly, but many kind of, characterize it, interpret it, classify it as solidly red. The same can go for Ohio. Ohio has a Democratic senator in Sherrod Brown. Yes, they have more of a moderate Republican governor in DeWine. How are we to make sense of some of those, disparities, discrepancies, idiosyncrasies in a state that people think of as solidly red, solidly MAGA?
Well, I think it's funny because, now we think of states very often in solidly blue or solidly red terms. And, 10 years ago, there were a lot more states that were in the middle or were trending one direction or the other. Sherrod Brown was first elected in 2006, reelected in 2012. reelected in 2018, which was a very good year for Democrats, which I think maybe helped him kind of buck the tide of Ohio shifting towards Republicans. There are only a handful of states now that have, 2 senators from opposite parties, Ohio being one of them. And it's becoming increasingly difficult for red candidates to hold on in blue states and vice versa. But there's a few that Democrats are relying on, Sherrod Brown being one, Jon Tester in Montana being another. And I think this year will be a really good test of whether Democrats can kind of buck the partisanship in some of these Republican states. We saw it in 2020. Susan Collins in Maine was the only senator reelected whose state went the opposite direction in the presidential election, and we'll see if it happens in any state this time around.
Yeah, Jessica, that's something I'll be watching too as well. I keep reminding the viewers, it's not just a presidential election year. Live Now look there at the Capitol. Control for both the House and the Senate is also in play. Jessica Piper with Politico. Thanks so much for your time. We'll talk soon. All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take just a quick commercial break. We're moving from the Midwest. When we come back to Arizona, presidential preference elections happening here in the state while Biden is here as well. More on that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said before the break, we're moving from the Midwest now to Arizona. Some gorgeous live looks there over the Valley of the Sun in Phoenix, also in downtown Phoenix as well. Remember, we brought you live Air Force One landing at Sky Harbor International Airport. President Biden in town on this western swing as well. Let's talk about some of the political dynamics at play in the state. It's going to be one of these key battleground states. Everyone's going to be watching not only this primary cycle, but also this very long general election phase as well. To help us do that is Fox 10 Phoenix anchor, our friend John Hook. He joins us in the Live Now newsroom. John, thanks for being with us here. We just talked with Lauren Clark at Fox 10 in Phoenix. She was outside one of these polling locations for today's presidential preference election. I know that kind of sounds like a mouthful here. What does it mean? Is today consequential at all?
Maybe in the final, turnout that each of the candidates gets. What I'm seeing so far out of all the states is if there was an anti-Biden vote concerning the situation in Gaza, I'm not seeing it. Marianne Williamson is not delivering big numbers, and they were pushing that here in Arizona as well. I'm not seeing that in the other states that have come in. We won't get results here in Arizona until 8 o'clock. So that push to go Marianne Williamson, unless you're seeing something I'm not, Andrew, I'm not seeing her racking up big numbers. It looks like 1% of the vote or something. it's a small sliver. So that protest vote about what's going on with Israel and Hamas doesn't seem to be amounting to much. On the Republican side, I mean, as you said, it's a foregone conclusion. Former President Trump is going to win this in a walk. And we're in the longest general election cycle I think we've had in half a century, because this thing was wrapped up so quickly. With both of the candidates, this thing was over as soon as Nikki Haley exited. So.
Yeah. You know, John,
we're in for a long haul heading into the fall.
Yes, we are. You know, John, LiveNOW look there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington. It's not just presidential politics. It's also the makeup of the Senate, the U.S. Senate. We have some of these Senate candidates speaking live in Ohio. We're about to get to them right now. But Arizona has quite the Senate race as well. So many people are talking about it, with the news on Super Tuesday that one of Arizona's senators, Kyrsten Sinema, bowing out, retiring, not giving it a go at a second term. How did that shape or reshape, so to speak, the race here?
It really depends on who you speak to. Some people felt that it might have taken votes away from Kari Lake. So now you've got maybe a little bit more of a level playing field. It's hard to say. There were Republicans not happy with Kari Lake on the moderate side who might have actually voted for Kyrsten Sinema. With her off the field, now you've got a head-to-head with two people in an open Senate seat. This is remarkable. We've had a bunch of open Senate seats in Arizona in the past 10 years. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it was McCain was in there, Goldwater was in there, Kyle was in there. You know, you had stalwarts in those jobs that lasted for years. We've had a lot of churn in the U.S. Senate in Arizona. And this race, I think this race in Arizona, this would typically be, I think, a year that leans Republican because of the dissatisfaction with President Biden in a lot of quarters. But Kari Lake's carrying some things that are going to be tough to overcome, particularly in Maricopa County, which accounts for about 60 to 70% of the vote in Arizona. This has turned into a really purple or blue place. Maricopa County's, and that's going to be the lion's share of the vote. I think that's going to be a heavy lift. So this thing, and right now, as you know, Gallego is winning right now in the polling that's come out, up by anywhere from 6 to 7, 8 points.
You know, John, we were talking to Lauren Clark there about today's contest. Independents cannot vote today. And so we were asking her whether or not, and maybe you might agree with this, that this Senate race, even the presidency in November for Arizona, could come down to independents here in the state.
No doubt. No doubt. And actually the latest numbers that I got today, I looked it up. Republicans, 35% of the registered voters. There's 4.1 million voters in Arizona. 35% Republican, 29% Democrat, 34% other. So the independents are actually a shade behind Republicans, and the independents here tend to lean slightly right. So that would bode well for Kari Lake. But the question is, can she overcome some of the anti-McCain stuff that came up in the last election 2 years ago that turned some moderate Republicans off? She's going to have to win those people back and independents.
All right. John Hook there with Fox 10 Phoenix, of course. We can't thank you enough. So much insight and expertise here, politically speaking, in the state. John, we'll talk soon.
You got it, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, the candidates there are speaking live. We're going to Bernie Moreno's watch party in Westlake, Ohio, as he earns his victory there against Matt Dolan. We'll have it for you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's focus our efforts now on the Ohio Senate Republican primary. Bernie Moreno there, projected to win. I want to put up what the results are right now with a bit more of the votes counted, 50% at that. Moreno standing there at 45%, Dolan at 33%. So really Dolan not kind of narrowing that gap there, Moreno taking it away. Well, Moreno is speaking live right now to his room full of supporters there in Westlake, Ohio. It's happening live. We're going to bring it back to the beginning so you can catch this here. We missed it right off the top, but here it is, Moreno declaring victory. Let's watch.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. Thank you most importantly to this person right here. Incredible night. I also want to thank my daughters. Where are they? Coming up here, Emily. And where's Kate? Come on, Kate, come on up. And I'm bringing the girls up first. All right. And then Kevin, come on up. Everybody, you got it. All right. You know, we had a conversation about a year or so ago, and I said, you know, we're going to run for the United States Senate. It was a hell yes. Are you nuts? What does the Senate do? And she's an artist. She's an artist. And then Kevin's like, why would you do that? That sounds stupid. But here we are. You know, this is, for me, a family venture. You know, this is for my kids and grandkids and your kids and grandkids. That's what it's all about. So thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I also want to thank, we have an incredible, incredible team that was able to get us across the finish line. You know, I said a year ago, the most important thing that I'll do is picking my team. And then the second most important thing I'll do is listening to my team. They pointed out the second one all the time. So I want to just acknowledge Colton, our political director. Great job, Colton. Reagan, our comms director. David DeStefano, our campaign manager. Susan and Abby, who probably called all of you many times. Where's Jane? Jane over there. It came on as an early intern. Thank you, Jane. And then where's Robbie? Robbie. There you go, Robbie. I also want to thank the team over, Chris Grant's team, and of course, the great Andy Sarabian, who I actually say to you, Andy Sarabian is actually an AI bot that's plugged into Massachusetts somewhere. But Andy, if you're listening, thank you so much for everything. I also want to thank President Trump. I just got off the phone with President Trump. And, you know, the reality is we have an opportunity now. We have an opportunity now to retire the old commie and send them to retirement and save this country. Because that's what we're going to do. And I want to thank President Trump for all he did for me, for this campaign, for his unwavering support, for his love of this country. Because I don't think I've ever seen somebody who loves this country the way he does. So thank you to President Trump. I also want to thank our unbelievable senator. J.D. Vance is an incredible senator, but you should know he's an even better person. And he's an amazing, amazing human being. So JD, thank you. You know, he put his heart and soul into campaigning with me. So JD, if you're watching, thank you so, so much, and thank your wife and kids. I also want to thank a lot of the leaders in Ohio, political leaders in Ohio. Jim Jordan, who I spoke to also recently, just a great, great man, great fighter, was with me from the beginning. Warren Davidson, of course, Max Miller, and our Attorney General. Thank you so much for your early support as well. Could not have done this without your support. Really, really appreciate it. I also want to congratulate my opponents in this race. You know, one of the things that we do as Republicans is we have spirited debates. Now, maybe it's like a little too spirited. Could have been a little less spirited, all right? But we have spirited debates, and that's okay. That's okay, because as of today, I also spoke to State Senator Matt Dolan. Matt congratulated me very graciously. And I think what we have to do now is, as a fully united party, understand we have one mission, which is to get rid of Sherrod Brown. And by getting rid of Sherrod Brown, we're going to get back to the United States Senate. And then by getting back to the United States Senate, we're going to put this country back on track. Right? I also want to thank Frank LaRose for the service that he gave to our country. You know, as a Green Beret, he sacrifices for our country, and our country's better off as a result of the service that Frank has given to this nation. So thank you to Frank LaRose as well for running a good race. Now, let's talk about Sherrod Brown now. Isn't it great? We got to talk Sherrod Brown now. That's great. All right? Now, and you know, when I was a kid from South America and my family came over. By the way, I completely forgot. My God, I'm a terrible person. Jeez. My siblings, come on, all of you guys come up here. Come up here for a second. Come on up here. And the in-laws can come up too. Come up here. Thank you. Look at that. See, I told you we were high-performing Catholics. Look at all these people. All right, so this is so 6 boys and a girl. They all live in different parts of the world, but you guys all came here today to be with me. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. What's that? Yep. So when we were first got to South Florida when I was a kid, I was 5 years old. I thought it was a field trip. I didn't know what we were doing. And I wanted to become a U.S. citizen really badly. That was something that was really important to me. Even though I thought it was kind of cool that I had a card that said I was an alien, I thought maybe I wanted to be a citizen. That would be better. And as you may have heard this story, I studied our founders and the Declaration of Independence and the Constitutional Convention. And it's amazing because in 1789, when Sherrod Brown went into D.C., I never thought we'd be here with him still in office. But you know, in all seriousness, though, think about it. This guy's been in office since Richard Nixon was president. This guy's been in elected office, never had a job in the private sector. And what does he do? He says he advocates for working class Americans. So let's dissect that for a second. Under Sherrod Brown's watch, China has gone from a $4 billion trade deficit to a $235 billion a year trade deficit with America. The middle class in this country has shrank under his watch. We've lost factory after factory under his watch. We are now, with his leadership, so-called, of the Senate Banking Committee, we've seen an absolute obliteration of local and small and regional banks. That's all happening under Sherrod Brown's watch. This is a guy who is for unfeathered immigration. He is an open borders radical. What does that do? Who does that hurt? It hurts the very people he pretends to help. These are people who are getting crushed every single day at the grocery store, at the gas station. He's all for this Green New Deal. This idea that all of us should drive an electric car, have whatever stove he tells us to, live in some small hut somewhere, while, of course, he hangs out with his buddies in Martha's Vineyard. That's who Sherrod Brown really is. Exactly, right? So one of the things that came up during this campaign I want to address is this idea that Chuck Schumer put some money in to help me. And if helping me means running really mean and horrible ads about me, but one of the things that people say, well, yeah, but he said that you were tied to Trump. Well, let me just say something. I wear with honor my endorsement of from President Trump. I wear that with a badge of honor. Because under President Trump, this nation was safer. It was more secure. We had prosperity around the world. We had generationally low interest rates, and we had generationally low inflation. Under Joe Biden, everything is objectively worse. Here's what I wonder. I wonder whether Sherrod Brown is going to wear with honor his 99% voting record with Joe Biden. Whether Joe Biden is the kind of person that he likes to associate with, because I would predict this. If Joe Biden enters Ohio, Sherrod Brown's going to fly out of here like a scared cat, right? Because he's going to try to pretend he's not with Sherrod, but he's Sherrod Brown's absolute enabler in the United States Senate. And then who does Sherrod Brown answer to? He doesn't answer to we the people. He answers to Elizabeth Warren. Right? He takes his orders. He's literally her lapdog. She tells him to bark. He says bark. He barks. That's who Sherrod Brown is, and that's who will expose him. Now, here's the good news, and here's the bad news. The good news is we're going to win this race in November. Here's the bad news. The bad news is Sherrod Brown will have all kinds of resources from every corner of America except for Ohio. Because his support in Ohio will be minuscule, but he'll have big tech, he'll have Hollywood, he'll have Wall Street, he'll have special interest groups, union bosses, not the union members. The union members are going to vote for me because they know I'm going to be the one that looks out for them and make sure that we have jobs here in Ohio, but the union bosses will be behind him. And of course, the entirety of the media will be behind him. Right? In fact, I think maybe we should send a couple boxes of tissues to the Cleveland Plain Dealer tonight. What do you think? What do you think? Right? But they're going to twist everything I say. You know, if I said tonight our victory was a bloodbath, oh my gosh, what they would say. But you would never say something like that because there would be a scenario in which they would twist something like that. I know you guys can't imagine that. It's true. All right. So what I'm hoping we get, and I hope we get, is at least fair treatment, although maybe that's a little too much to ask for. But look, here's a message. Here's a message I want to leave all of you with. It's March of 2024. Things seem dire in our country today. They're probably going to get a little worse over the next 7 months because you have an administration that is completely controlled by the radicals in their party. There was a time I remember when there were rational Democrats, people who you could work with. Those people may still exist, but they're controlled by the absolute extremists in their party. So for the next 7 months, you're going to see Joe Biden try to recapture that extreme position in order to keep his base. So who knows what they'll do, but it's going to be a tough next 7 months. But here's what I'm going to tell you. I believe this as much as I say I'm standing in front of you right now. We're going to win this race in November. We're going to retake the United States Senate. We're going to have President Trump in the White House. We're going to get the America First agenda done. What does that mean? Let me give you 5 things we're going to do. Number 1, we're going to have a safe and secure border where people only come into this country legally. We're never going to ask another country for energy because we're going to be an energy-dominant nation. We're going to do massive reform of our 3-letter agencies to make certain that they understand spying on Americans is unacceptable. We're going to restore, General, we're going to restore law and order in this country, aren't we? Absolutely, right? And then for you parents out there that are sending your kids to school, and you're sick and tired of these schools indoctrinating your kids, by the end of next year, the Department of Education is gone. And by July 4th of 2026, we're going to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation on the face of the earth. And when we have that celebration, we're going to talk about how freedom and liberty's back, government's off our back, and I'm going to end where I started. What is this party all about? People say, I've lived the American dream. Started a tiny little car dealership with nothing. Say, that's not really, in my mind, what I view as the American dream. Where's my father-in-law? I'm going to pick on him again today. Where is he? Dennis, where are you? You're tall. There's my father-in-law right over there. Bridget's dad. All right? Dennis went to high school in Hobart, Indiana. He was born in Gary, Indiana. graduated from high school, reported to work at U.S. Steel. By the way, did you notice the name of the company? U.S. Steel? Because it's going to stay U.S. owned, all right? Goes to work there, was able to buy a home, buy a car, raise 3 kids, send them to good schools and safe communities, and he's able now to retire debt-free. That's the American dream. That's what's under assault.
All right, Bernie Moreno now becomes the Republican Senate candidate there in Ohio. He'll face off against the Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown later in November. Wanted to make sure you heard from Moreno himself at his election night watch party declaring victory there. In Westlake, Ohio, he said he just got off the phone with former President Donald Trump. Of course, Trump endorsed him. He also got off the phone with one of his main competitors, and that is State Senator Matt Dolan in the state, who conceded there to Moreno as well. Well, let's talk about Republicans. Let's talk about the Trump campaign going forward. This is a big win for them as well in the red state of Ohio. We're going to do that right now with Caroline Leavitt, Trump campaign press secretary. She joins me. Caroline, good to see you. I know we spoke last Tuesday night. You just heard Moreno there. Are the Trump folks like yourself, are you taking a victory lap after this endorsement?
Absolutely. Tonight was a big win for President Trump, for future Senator Bernie Moreno from the great state of Ohio, and for the Make America Great Again movement. What this victory for Bernie Moreno proves is that President Trump's endorsement is still the most powerful endorsement in American politics. Of course, the president was in Ohio this past week and at a rally hosted by a super PAC supporting Bernie Moreno, talking about why he was the best choice in this race. And Ohio voters listened, just as they agreed that President Trump is the best candidate to move our country forward and to evict Joe Biden from the White House in November. Ohio is 100% a state that we are confident we will be victorious in. We'll continue to campaign there. We'll continue our volunteered and our paid staff efforts on the ground. We're not taking anything for granted. We're going to turn out every single American in November who wants to change the trajectory of this country. And tonight's victory in Ohio and also in Florida, in the great state of Illinois, for President Trump in the Republican primary is just a few more wins to solidify his support amongst the Republican base.
Caroline, let's go back to that Ohio weekend rally. And still a lot of folks are talking about this word the former president used, the word bloodbath. What did he mean by that? What was the context? I know everyone is still talking about this. If you care to explain, contextually speaking, why did he use that word? Was that the right word to use?
The definition of bloodbath, one of the 3 definitions, according to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, is economic turmoil. It's the devastation of an economy. And that's exactly the context President Trump was using the term in. He was talking about how Joe Biden's tax and spend policies and his radical electric vehicle mandates are shipping auto industry jobs over to China. And don't take that from us or even President Trump. Take it from leaders in the auto industry across this country who have said that Joe Biden's electric vehicle mandate is causing them to push for mass layoffs in the Rust Belt, and it's sending jobs overseas because people can buy EVs cheaper in China than they can than the ones made here in America in Detroit. It's shutting down the American auto industry. Yet, of course, the mainstream media did not use it in that context. They pulled the president's words out of context and they ran with headlines trying to allege that he was somehow trying to incite violence or literal blood. It's unbelievable and outrageous.
Okay, so Caroline,
what the media tries to do by spinning his words.
Caroline, yeah, you know, we're in a general election now where each and every word of these candidates is going to be parsed, you know, so much. I want to talk, though, about some of the president's plans if he were elected, having to do with the economy and with trade, specifically in a state like Ohio. There's a lot of car manufacturing plants, and there's been some reporting to suggest that the former president wants to add tariffs upwards of 50 to 100% on auto part and auto imports coming into the United States. Is that going to go over well with, you know, auto workers in Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan? Isn't a tariff just a tax on the consumer? How will he explain that?
It's going to help workers in Michigan, in Ohio, and in Rust Belt states across this country because it's going to protect their jobs. If we don't get tough on China through tariffs and through trade, as President Trump did in his first term, then those jobs are going to continue to be slept overseas. We will continue to see the lights go out in auto manufacturing, car plants and facilities across this great country because the big companies are utilizing cheap labor overseas to import cheaper vehicles. And that's exactly what's happening under Joe Biden's industry right now. As President Trump has said, you can either be with China and with the radical environmental extremists who are pushing for policies that will wipe out the American auto industry, or you can stand by the American worker. There's really no in between, and President Trump stands on the side of the American worker. As a matter of fact, he's put forth an entire policy agenda. I'd encourage your audience to go look at it, donaldjtrump.com. Click on Agenda 47 on how we can specifically revitalize the American auto industry, and protecting those jobs is the utmost priority.
All right, Carol, I know you got to go, but I got to get you to comment on this. LiveNOW look there at the U.S. Capitol. There was a report of the Associated Press today essentially saying that the Trump campaign is going to be focusing on the January 6th Capitol riot in some of its political campaign messaging. Now, historically speaking, hasn't that been a political loser for some of these Republicans post-January 6th? Why would the campaign choose to focus on that specific issue going into the general? What will it get you?
We are focusing on equality and justice for all Americans. And President Trump has promised that on day one, this two-tier system of justice that we see from Joe Biden's administration is going to end. Joe Biden's Department of Justice has spent more time targeting and imprisoning and sentencing protesters who made their voices heard on January 6th.
Who assaulted police officers.
Then he has illegal criminals who have invaded this country, nearly 10 million of them, many of them committing heinous crimes, and then are released back into American communities. That's a two-tier system of justice. President Trump will ensure that criminals are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, but that the justice system is not being abused to target Americans based on their political ideologies.
All right, Caroline Levitt, we have to leave it at that. We do appreciate your time. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be talking about the former president and so many of the legal travails he has found himself in, including the fact that he cannot find a bond surety there after his New York civil fraud judgment to the tune of $400+ million. Remember, he can't get the bond until he can appeal, so to speak, and vice versa. So we're going to be breaking all of that down with some of our legal analysts and experts when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here on this primary night. We're tracking all of these results nationwide for these 5 states holding these primary contests tonight. In the meantime here, remember, we're going to focus our efforts on Ohio once again. We did hear from State Senator Matt Dolan, the Republican who conceded the race to Bernie Moreno. Dolan coming up short as well. Remember, this is the second time. This is the second Senate Republican primary that Dolan has now lost. The first was back in 2022 where he lost against J.D. Vance, and so now he concedes for a second time. Let's watch.
Tonight, I have a lot of people in this room who are disappointed that we lost. A lot of people who spent a lot of time, treasure, and talent. So I'm going to focus on them tonight and thank them for all their hard work. We'll have time later.
The impact of the endorsement of Donald Trump.
Well, I think it's pretty self-evident that Donald Trump's endorsement for Bernie Moreno was a key factor for Bernie winning.
Senator, some said that with the Trump endorsement, and if you lost tonight, if Moreno won, that spells the end of kind of the old guard of the Republican Party. What do you say in Ohio? What do you say to that?
I'll let you guys debate that. And right now, I knew what I wanted to accomplish in this race, and I came up short.
Would you preach a message of unity for the Republican Party to fully support?
All throughout the race, I said any one of the 3 of us would be better than Chair Brown, and we'll continue with that.
Last question.
Are you surprised at all, Moreno said, oh, well, I'm not a career politician. He was going against people that hadn't held public office. Are you surprised that he was able to get this big of a lead despite not the experience?
Well, again, I think the Trump endorsement was very influential in the race.
What's next?
I'm going to go talk to a room full of people who worked really hard on my behalf, and I feel for them. That's what I'm focused on.
Thank you, everybody. What did Moreno say to you when you conceded?
And what did you say to him?
Wished him congratulations and said...
All right, so Matt Dolan there, you can see kind of forlorn there after his loss. When he was asked what did he say to Bernie Moreno, he said he congratulated him as well there. And he said, he acknowledged when asked whether or not the Trump endorsement for Moreno hurt his campaign, and he acknowledged yes, that it did. Somebody even asked whether or not the old guard, so to speak, of the Republican Party in Ohio dead after tonight. There, Dolan remaining somewhat optimistic, even after his now second Senate primary loss in just 2 years' time. All right, in the meantime here, we're still talking about former President Trump. We want to get into so many of his legal troubles that are facing him, including after the judgment was rendered in the New York civil fraud case to the tune of $450+ million. Well, former President Donald Trump can still not find a surety bondsman to back that at all. And some are speculating whether or not he even has the money to do just that. Remember, he can't do that. Well, he has to do that first before he can go through with the appellate process. So we spoke with Fox 5 New York reporter Robert Moses about this kind of battle royale that is playing out. Let's watch.
Despite approaching about 30 companies, attorneys for former President Donald Trump said in a court filing that so far he has been unable to secure a bond to cover the $454+ million judgment against him. That indicates that he does not have enough cash on hand. So what's his recourse? Well, here are a few options. He could appeal to New York's highest court, sell assets to generate the cash he needs, or appeal to a wealthy benefactor for the money. Assuming that Attorney General Letitia James does not extend Monday's deadline, once it passes, she could start moving quickly to seize his properties to cover the judgment. That looming Monday deadline is far from the former president's only legal headache. His first criminal trial, centered around hush money payments, is scheduled to begin in mid-April. Yesterday, the judge in that case, Juan Merchan, made some key rulings ahead of the trial. He will allow the infamous Access Hollywood tape to be referenced, but not played. Merchan will also permit testimony from the former president's longtime fixer Michael Cohen, as well as porn star Stormy Daniels and former Playboy model Karen McDougal, both of whom allege that he had affairs with them, which he denies. Merchan will also allow testimony from a former doorman who claims to have knowledge about the former president fathering a child out of wedlock. Daniels, McDougal, and the one-time doorman all claim to have been paid off to stay quiet. The former president has not stayed quiet as he campaigns again for the White House. He made these accusations about Democrats on a podcast hosted by Sebastian Gorka, one of his White House aides.
I actually think they hate Israel.
The former president was not done.
Any Jewish person that votes for Democrats hates their religion, they hate everything about Israel, and they should be ashamed of themselves because Israel will be destroyed.
Now to the criminal case against the former president in Georgia. Yesterday, attorneys for him and 7 of his co-defendants told Judge Scott McAfee that they want to appeal his ruling from last week, which allows Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis to remain on the case. At Trump Tower, Robert Moses, Good Day, New York.
Robert, thanks so much. Robert there with a rundown of all the latest developments in the Trump legal cases as well. Now, remember, the Stormy Daniels hush money trial has been put on hold for 30 days after the introduction of thousands of pieces of evidence that both sides agreed they needed more time to sift through. So remember, that trial date was supposed to be March 25th of this month. It's not going to happen until next month now, at least at this point. In the meantime here, let's talk about some of Trump's bond issues, so to speak, with our friend legal analyst Randy Zellen there in New York. Randy joins me. Randy, good to see you. Okay, so we were talking to some legal experts like yourself just yesterday about what Trump's options are. But I think at this point it is safe to say, maybe you agree with me, you know, he does not have the requisite funds to put up here. What are the ramifications? What happens then?
Well, I think it's important to take a step back and understand the significance of having a bond, or really more to the point, not having a bond. When someone gets a judgment, let's say someone gets a money judgment against me, the court rules that I owe you money. I owe you, Andrew, money. And now, Andrew, you have a judgment against me. While I may disagree with the decision and file an appeal, the filing of the appeal does not stop you, Andrew, from going after me to collect that judgment. That's called enforcing or executing on your judgment. And there are a whole host of rights that you have to get your money. You can go to my job and go to my boss and say, a piece of Randy's paycheck goes to me. You can do a search of my bank accounts. And if you find money in a bank that I have, you can freeze it. If you find out that I have real estate, you can file liens, take your judgment, file a lien, foreclose on that lien. You can look for people who owe me money and say, nope, you're not paying Randy, you're paying me now. You can notice me for a deposition and find out where the money I got this morning to pay for my cup of coffee or to pay for my dry cleaning.
Wow.
You can make my life an absolute living hell. You can look, if you have a brokerage account, I have a brokerage account, you can grab onto that.
Yeah.
So right now, the fact that Mr. Trump can't get a bond, what that means is the bond is the only real way to stop you from enforcing your judgment, because the bond now creates a fund where now, Andrew, you don't have to worry about collecting. When the appeal is over, if I lose the appeal, your money's sitting there in the form of an insurance policy.
Okay. You know, Randy, though, if you're a bond surety, why aren't you giving former President Donald Trump, you know, the collateral he needs in this judgment? Is it, you know, are they risk averse? Do they not want to take it on? Do they not have the collateral because it's a huge judgment? What are the reasons why you think? I think the Trump legal team said they've gone through 30 plus who've all said no. Why?
Sure. Okay, so again, let's talk about a bond. What a bond is, it's an insurance policy. So that insurance policy basically says to you, Andrew Kraft, who you have a judgment against me, that if in fact the higher court says, no, Randy, you're wrong, you lose, Andrew, you win. Well, at that point, you go to the bonding company and say, okay, cash me out. That insurance policy is my money. And the insurance company is obligated to pay you on the judgment. Now, of course, the insurance company doesn't want to be out the money. That's why they get collateral from me, or in this case, from Mr. Trump. It's not a matter of being risk averse. It's a matter of not being insane. You do not want $464 million in real estate, because remember, that real estate does not put food on your table, doesn't pay your employees, doesn't keep the lights on. You have to liquidate that real estate. And we're not talking about selling off a single family home. You're talking about selling off skyscrapers. Those skyscrapers have liens and tenants and partners and investors. That's a nightmare in and of itself. Plus, you probably have to give it away at a fire sale because everybody knows that you're screwed. So the bonding company, they want cash. Give me $464 million in cash. You lose, I got my money. We're all good.
But Randy, too, I'm conceding somewhat, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you agree. Does former President Donald Trump have a point? Say he gets the bond, or he doesn't, and he has to put up all of these real estate properties, and then they're sold off, that he doesn't own them anymore. So all that happens, and the appellate process happens, and the appellate process goes through, and the judgment or the settlement is reversed. He doesn't have that real estate anymore that was in his portfolio, but the judgment was reversed. This is a hypothetical situation. A lot of the legal analysts I speak with think that he will be much more successful at the appellate level. So then what?
Well, of course, if he were to lose in the appellate division, he would have the right to seek permission of the Court of Appeals to take on the case. I mean, once the Court of Appeals looks at it, that may be all she wrote, but at that point, he would have the ability to say, okay, I'm going to the Court of Appeals, so everybody just chill. That's not his dilemma. His dilemma right now is that there is no one on God's green earth from an insurance company that's going to take real estate as collateral. Maybe some real estate, but overwhelmingly, it's got to be cash because, again, it's not liquid. It's already liquidated. You have your money. You don't have to worry. Nobody wants to be in the real estate business. Nobody wants to worry about fire sales and what happens if you come up short, because remember, that insurance policy gets paid out immediately. Then no one's interested that it may take you 6 months to sell off the real estate to recoup all of that money that you as the insurance company are now going to be out because that policy is going to be paid out. So right now, Mr. Trump's dilemma is he can't do this without cash. So if I'm him, 75 million people voted for me, ask him each for $5. If half of them kick in $10, you'll be fine. You have to reach out to a wealthy benefactor, a wealthy family member. Filing for bankruptcy clearly isn't an option, and it may not be dischargeable anyway. And I don't know that the appellate division is going to help him out. Let's say the appellate division cuts the amount in half and makes it $235 million. He still doesn't have that. What he needs to do, and probably the only thing he can't do, because he burned that bridge, if it were me and my client was a human being to an adversary, you go to your adversary, you go to the AG and say, listen, let's help each other. You don't want to be in the real estate business. What are you going to do? You're going to start seizing office buildings and golf courses? What are you going to do with them? So why don't you give me a little bit of breathing room? Why don't you give me some time to put this together with cash? So this way, if you beat me, you got your cash. So what skin is it really off of your nose?
I see.
That's what you do when your back is up against the wall. And quite frankly, the Attorney General would have the incentive to work with me because, again, aside from the optics and the hysteria and the gloating and the fun of destroying the man who invented the art of the deal by taking all of his toys away, what do you have? You have his toys, now you have to liquidate them.
Yeah, politically speaking, and we talk politics sometimes here, but politically speaking, there have been some prominent voices on the right. Mark Levin was one of them, essentially like calling out, where are all these billionaire Republican mega donors? Why haven't they set up a Trump legal defense fund or donated to some fund that could go to the bond? It seems like, so that has not happened yet as well here. But my question to you is essentially, say, for example, he does have to give up some of these properties and he doesn't get them back. Does he have any recourse as far as, to your point about donors and supporters and voters, you know, who really love the guy, who can maybe contribute. Is that even, one, legal on campaign finance? And I have another question. I just lost it, but it came to me. You're also hearing from some of these prominent Republican right-wing voices, loud ones at that, talking about Eighth Amendment concerns here. Have you heard that, and is that valid?
Yes, I have. The Eighth Amendment simply says you can't engage in an act that would be constituted as or considered to be cruel and unusual punishment. An excessive fine can be viewed as a cruel and unusual punishment, which would be prohibited under the Eighth Amendment. So the argument is that a $460 whatever million judgment violates the Eighth Amendment. It's an excessive fine. It's cruel and unusual punishment. Of course, Justice Engoron went to great lengths to demonstrate how he arrived at that number. It's not some arbitrary figure. He basically said, okay, the interest that the banks lost by virtue of not having properly set the loan documents because of the fraud, this is what the banks lost. Is that going to pass the smell test? I have no idea. But again, when you're talking about these kinds of numbers, even if someone to say, you're right, it's excessive, we'll cut it in half. Does the man have $235 or $240 million in cash to put up? And by the way, there's not one fiber of my body that doesn't think an hour before the deadline, he will walk in and say, gotcha.
Interesting. All right, Randy Zeller, we got to leave it at that. It's always fun, Randy. Thanks so much. Talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, it is the top of the hour, 7 o'clock here on the West Coast, 10 o'clock there on the East Coast, and we have more results to show you. We're going to start from kind of east to west across the country as well here. Let's start with Ohio. We have some of these race calls here as well. In the Ohio Senate Republican primary there for Bernie Moreno, it was called. He has now 49% of the votes. Dolan's 33% with around 68% of estimated votes counted. So Dolan really trailing. Many had wondered whether he could maybe make up this very wide margin or gap that he had with Moreno. Not the case as well. You heard live from Moreno declaring victory. You also heard from Dolan as well conceding the race. All right, over to Ohio Republican primary in U.S. House District 9. Remember, this is the seat held right now, long time held, by Democratic Congresswoman Marcy Kaptur. This is the Cleveland suburbs. This is the Cleveland area. Derek Marin, the projection call win for this race there. You can see with around 65% of estimated votes counted. Marin has around 49%. Craig Rydell at 38%. So that margin closer than Moreno and Dolan. Marin was the Trump-endorsed candidate. Now, in the Ohio Democratic primary for this open seat on the Ohio State Supreme Court, the race has been projected and has been called for Lisa Forbes at 64%, over Terry Jamison at 33%, with around more than half of the estimated votes counted there. And, of course, Biden sweeps Ohio's delegates over Dean Phillips, and the same for Trump over Nikki Haley as well. You can see there 79 delegates for Trump there sweeping this presidential primary. So that's the Buckeye State there. Those were the races we were following. Live Now Look, you also just saw Bernie Moreno there speak to his crowd of supporters in this ballroom, and it looks like they have kind of gathered out of there as well. In the meantime here, we want to move from Ohio now to Illinois. We're getting some race calls there. Let's put some of these head-to-heads up. All right, in the GOP presidential primary, Trump sweeping the primary there for Illinois, sweeping all 64 delegates with around more than half of estimated votes counted. Illinois for Democrats, Biden with a win there over Williamson. And you see there in the upper right with around 60% of estimated votes counted. Biden, Trump handedly getting these delegates. All right, now remember, we were following this very interesting Democratic primary for U.S. House District 4. This is part of Chicago. Chuy Garcia, the incumbent Democrat, with a pretty sizable victory over Raymond Lopez. Lopez is a Chicago alderman. All right, with around 49% of estimated votes counted, it is Garcia's, and Garcia will keep his seat here as well. So there also, remember we were following as well, and this is too close right now We don't have this race called just yet. This is for Cook County State Attorney in the Democratic primary. And you see there, Eileen O'Neill Burke at 52, Clayton Harris third at 48% here. So I'm not entirely sure how many estimated votes are in at the moment. We'll get that to you right now, but it is, within around 4 percentage points for O'Neill Burke. And there you can see Harris trailing behind. This is for the Cook County State Attorney. Remember, the current State Attorney, this is Chicago, remember, Kim Foxx. You know that name. Remember, she was front and center, became really one of these players in the Jussie Smollett saga. Well, she is term limited, and this will be for who will replace her. So O'Neill, Burke, and Harris. All right, we got it. 77% of estimated votes counted there for the Illinois Democratic primary for Cook County State Attorney. All right, for Kansas, we're moving east to west here. In the presidential primary, Biden sweeps there, 85% of the vote. Now, interesting to note, none of these candidates getting and garnering around 10% of the vote share. Remember, there's only around 65% of estimated votes counted. That's well more than Phillips and Williamson garnered there. Always interesting to see how much that option garners. Also, it was on the ballot in the Republican primary there for president. Kansas with 39 delegates at stake. Trump getting all of them over Haley, and the option, none of these. All right, we are having a real-time tracker for delegates. Remember, they've each secured the requisite number, and they are the presumptive nominees of their parties, but the delegate share goes up after tonight. Trump now with 1,565 there, and Biden with 2,336. So you see there, their delegate share going ever so up before I should say, we get to the conventions this summer. So wanted to make sure we got all of that in there as well. We're about 5 minutes past the hour, and the conventions are happening this summer for Democrats in Chicago and for Republicans in Milwaukee. All right, let's take a quick commercial break. I believe we're going to Illinois when we come back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. All right, we are focusing our efforts on Chicago right now. Gorgeous Live Now look there over the Chicago skyline. And you can see here, courtesy of our partners there at EarthCam, skyline nighttime view of Chicago. Well, in the meantime, we're focusing on the race in the Democratic primary for Congressional District 4. This is Chuy Garcia against Raymond Lopez. Garcia with the victory tonight. The race has been projected there for Garcia. He is the incumbent Democrat who sits in this seat right now. Almost half of votes are counted. Well, he just spoke to his supporters there in Chicago. We have about 5 minutes of this. Let's listen.
A better nation when we uphold the great traditions that have made America the land of opportunity and justice for all. Thank you so much for being with me. Muy buenas noches a todos los voluntarios y voluntarias que se encuentran aquí esta noche. No voy a repetir todos mis comentarios en español, pero sí les quiero dejar saber tres cosas. Una cosa es que existe una coalición en el cuarto distrito que entiende la importancia de vivir bajo principios que reconocen la igualdad de todos los seres humanos. Esa coalición aprecia que podemos unirnos como latinos, como inmigrantes, como grupos étnicos europeos y de otras partes del mundo y defender y proteger los derechos de todos. Esa coalición que nos elige para otro término esta noche reconoce la importancia de seguir trabajando para avanzar el bienestar de todos, la salud, el acceso a la medicina, los derechos constitucionales, la reforma migratoria y también el avance de una economía que ofrezca prosperidad y oportunidad para toda la gente que contribuye a esa economía. Eso es lo que yo tomo de esta elección. Mañana retorno a Washington como representante del cuarto distrito. Esta noche le agradezco a todo el pueblo del cuarto distrito, a todos los electores que votaron hoy, a los que no votaron, les urjo que por favor voten en noviembre.
Okay, so we know we do have some Spanish-speaking viewers. So Chuy Garcia, he's the Democratic incumbent congressman in Congressional District 4. He has just won this primary against Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez there. I want to put this up. So we wanted to show you some of these remarks there. We kind of missed the top of them in English. You heard them there in Spanish, speaking to his crowd of supporters there in Chicago, thanking them for their support as he declared victory. This is the breakdown of the vote, with around 55% of estimated votes counted. Garcia with nearing 70% of the vote to Lopez's 31%. Well, Lopez also addressed his crowd of supporters mere moments ago. We want to take the opportunity to let you listen into those. Remember, it's not only Republicans against Republicans in some of these primaries and some of these down-ballot races, this primary cycle, but also Democrats against other Democrats as well here. Let's listen to Raymond Lopez.
Good evening, everybody. I don't care what anyone says. I have the best campaign crew on the southwest side of Chicago. Every single one of you deserve an award for the hard work you've put in on not just getting me elected, but standing up for what we believe in, standing up for common sense, standing up for the values that make us who we are, and letting the whole city hear it loud and proud. Yes! I cannot thank you enough for your sacrifice, for your dedication, and for your conviction. You truly are an inspiration at a time when so many were being told that they had to do this or they owed them that. You came out because you believed in us, you believed in me, and you believed that we could do something better. And I will never forget that. Before I start going down, I try to make this as quick as possible because I know our bartenders want to get back to work. But there's some people that I have to thank. And you know who the very first one's gonna be. I have to thank someone say his name. Yes. I have to thank my husband, Hugo. I'll even give him a big hug and a kiss on you. He said no matter what happens, we're done campaigning for at least a year or so. But we have been able to bring forth our message, bring forth our vision, and Hugo has been the guiding light for putting that not only to paper, but to social media and putting it to where people see exactly who we are in the most beautiful arrangement of flyers, ads, you name it. His creativity is something that I can only match a tenth of. And I could not do any of this, whether it's running for alderman or running for committeeman, which, by the way, I won. Without my husband. To my staff, who have been holding down the fort in the office while I've been trying to go door to door, thank you for what you do. I will definitely be back at office tomorrow. To all of our volunteers and all of our coordinators, to Patrick Lalo, to Ed right here, who's been driving me crazy and he knows it, but I think he does it on purpose, to Jesse, to everybody who's been out there. I could literally spend the next half an hour naming you all, but I will address you all privately. But I thank you, because we have been the little engine that could keep going. We did not have paid staff, we had volunteers, we had people who put their time in because of their commitment, and all of you will always have a special place in my heart. And I also want to thank all of those individuals who thumbed their nose at incumbency to help this little firecracker move forward. You know, it's crazy when you think about it, because I can actually raise more money running for alderman than I can for Congress because of the restrictions and how they like to play games with things. And you know what? One day, that will change. But whether you gave me $3 or $3,300, I think we were good stewards of your money, because this was your campaign, and we put your money to work in very targeted ways to ensure that we were smartly reaching our voters, smartly connecting with people, smartly showing how to do what it is that we do, which is put our values front and center for the world to see. I will tell you this, tonight's outcome, not exactly what I think any of us wanted, which is why in true political class, as much as I've talked about bringing things back, I did something that no one has ever done to me. I called to congratulate my congressman on his victory. Because this isn't about me. This is about the people of the 4th District. This is about showing that leaders can disagree and yet still come together even when they've been at odds with each other. And I think there are many things that we can focus on, that we need to focus on, because there are things that I still believe in. I still believe that Congress needs to get off its ass and raise the minimum wage. I believe that Congress needs to start helping our veterans in a much better fit, not just because Jesse's walking in front of me. He did not see my speech, so he did not know I was going to do that, but thank you, Jesse.
Okay, so Raymond Lopez, the Chicago alderman, conceding victory there, talking about priorities that he thinks Chuy Garcia should talk about in Congress as well here. Now, we're staying with this race because our friend at Chicago, Fox 32 there, Dane Placco, he was covering the Chuy Garcia race and the Chuy Garcia election night watch party. He just had a one-on-one interview with Garcia after Garcia's victory there, and a pretty handedly victory as well. Let's watch this interview.
You saw the results in Chicago, in Cook County, and in DuPage. Across the board, very supportive. That's coalition politics. That's being effective, and I'm very proud of that. And relieved.
You've never had to face an opponent in a primary election as a congressman. There is no Republican declared right now. Did you treat this as essentially a proxy general election?
Well, because it's an overwhelmingly Democratic district, the primary is very critical and ensures, almost guarantees that one will be elected, but we take nothing for granted and continue to work as hard as we did when I was first elected. We need to lower the cost of living for ordinary people. We need to make sure that people have access to daycare, that we have home care that is well compensated for those workers, and that people can retire and live in dignity as well and be cared for. The care economy is essential, creating good jobs and making the economy, which is booming and doing so well, the best anywhere in the world. We need to make it work for more people, and those will be my priorities. And of course, immigration reform and more resources to address the migrant issue in Chicago remains a priority while we work on the larger problem of fixing the broken immigration system.
You said something interesting, and you said it twice during your victory speech here tonight. You said this was a defeat for the forces of hate. What do you mean by that?
There are forces across America, especially in the Republican Party, that are seeking to stoke intolerance and hatred. You see it in the rhetoric of the Republican nominee for the president. You see it in many of the followers, and you see it increasingly in terms of anti-immigrant sentiment among some Democrats as well. This is a rejection of those politics. The fact that I received support across the board in DuPage, in suburban Cook, and in Chicago, I think is a repudiation of that. People have good values. People want to do the right thing. They just need good policies to make things better for everyone.
Now, earlier today, there was some controversy, some news when your campaign made an allegation, an accusation really, against your opponent, Alderman Lopez, that he was seen, or people working for him were seen handing out envelopes with cash at a polling place. What do you know about that, and what do you think should happen?
I don't know all the details, but I know that workers witnessed the exchanging of envelopes that had cash in them at a polling place. This not only looks bad, but it suggests that bad things are going on in Chicago. We have been dismantling the Chicago machine longer than anyone, fighting against corruption, fighting against bad influences in politics. Those types of things should never be exchanged in a polling place. You want to bring people donuts? Fine. We do it all the time. We bring food to the polling places to care for the judges. We buy them coffees and we provide them other treats. You don't need to do it in the form of money in envelopes, bad optics, and it suggests that Chicago may be slipping back to the bad old days of the machine.
The campaign is over, but do you think there still needs to be an investigation of this?
I think the complaints have been made. It's incumbent on the Board of Elections and other law enforcement to chime in and to say that these kinds of things should not happen on Election Day in a polling place.
Did you have a chance to talk to Alderman Lopez tonight?
I have not. I haven't had a chance to answer my phone in the last hour or so.
What would you say to him? Or what do you plan to say to him?
I would acknowledge that he worked hard in this campaign and hope that maybe we can have some dialogue in the future.
Congressman, congratulations again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Fox 32 Chicago reporter Dane Placco asking some great questions to Chuy Garcia there. Garcia, and maybe you didn't know this was news to me as well as we're covering these races. Garcia had never faced a Democratic primary there. This was his first time there against Raymond Lopez, the Chicago alderman, and the Garcia camp making quite a heavy and lofty allegation against the Lopez camp as well. So Dane Placco was asking about that in particular as well. Allegations caught on video of Lopez people handing out envelopes of cash to voters. And so that was quite an accusation there. So we'll see what happens from that as well. I want to put this tweet up here. You can see there from Fox 32 saying this. Congressman Jesus Chuy Garcia defeats Alderman Raymond Lopez there in the Illinois primary election. So I know we've been covering a lot of these Republican primaries tonight. This is definitely, was definitely, I should say, one of these main Democratic races that we were following tonight here on Live Now from Fox. Let's put up the results here. You can see there Garcia really taking this away from Lopez with quite a victory here, 70-30 there as the vote count stands at the moment, 55% estimated in. So wanted to make sure we kind of covered Chicago and Illinois tonight from all angles. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We're still talking politics. When we come back, we're focusing our efforts here in Arizona. Beautiful LiveNOW look there over Tempe Town Lake in the Valley of the Sun. It's almost 7:30 here. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on what's been a really busy primary election night in states like Florida and Arizona and Illinois and Ohio and Kansas. In the meantime, let's focus our efforts, like I said before the break, on Arizona. Polls closed in Arizona about 25 minutes ago. Remember, this is just a presidential preference election. Independents, they can't vote today. This is not Senate candidates or down ballot races as well. Remember, a lot of you probably are very keenly focused on the Arizona Senate candidates, Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake. Now, the Senate primaries for both Democrats and Republicans are later this year in August. But this race was really shaken up on Super Tuesday. You'll remember we got the news. Kyrsten Sinema, the independent from Arizona, the senator, calling it quits, will not run for re-election. She's only been in the Senate for one term. So this really shook up the race here in Arizona. We just talked to Fox 10 Phoenix anchor and reporter John Hook about that race. Well, Kari Lake herself voted today in the presidential preference election here in Arizona, and she spoke with reporters after casting her vote. This is what she had to say.
Guys, that was actually the easiest voting experience. Took me, there wasn't a 4-hour line, thank God. And I think you can all guess who I voted for, the greatest president we've ever had, Donald J. Trump. I voted for him every single time he's been on the ballot, and I can't wait to vote for him on November 5th when I'm on the ballot with him, and we're going to take back our country and make America great again.
How does he win this November?
How does he what?
As an Arizonan, how does he win this November?
He wins by continuing doing the same things he's doing. I mean, he's got a record, and his record is improving the lives of every American. We had strong, safe borders. We had an excellent economy. We had record low unemployment, record low inflation, record low mortgage rates. We had world peace, and I think the people miss that. They miss it greatly.
There's been a lot of talk about you extending olive branches to some conservatives here in the state who you had spurned previously. My question to you is, do you regret any of your past statements about Republicans in the state?
You know what, we're all human. We make mistakes occasionally. I do as well, and I'm not perfect, and I never want to hurt anyone's feelings. But, you know, politics is a rough and tumble game, and sometimes things are said. But right now, we have a lot of issues facing our country, and we need to come together as Americans to solve these problems. And I think we will. I know we are. I'm seeing it every day. I'm all over the state. I'm all over the country, and people say, thank you for being a fighter, fighting for our rights, fighting for security. And here in Arizona, I'm giving the same exact response. Any other questions?
Yeah, Carrie, Libby with ABC News.
Hi, Libby.
Hi. I followed your governor's run, and I remember there were some concerns with mail-in ballots at that time. I'm wondering, have your views changed at all on that method for Arizona?
Well, unfortunately, we have to just vote in the system that we're in, and the system is not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. And so we're going to vote, as I said last go-around, vote however you're comfortable. Vote, if you want to vote mail-in, vote mail-in. If you want to vote election day, but you shouldn't be punished for voting election day. And unfortunately, the county really punished people who chose to vote on election day with those long lines and an election that was run just in the most egregious, awful way. And our vote is sacred. Your vote is sacred. My vote is sacred. And I want everybody's legal vote to count. And we're going to work really hard to make sure that happens. But we got to vote in the system we're in right now. And sometimes things aren't fair. So we're going to work really hard to make sure every ballot sitting on every kitchen countertop is filled out and turned back in. And we're going to see a huge victory on November 5th.
We could expect this race for your U.S. Senate seat to be close this November as well, like it was in 2022. To those Republicans and independents that didn't vote for you in 2022, how would you say you have changed here in 2024?
Well, I think we reached out. We reached a lot of people. I'm the most popular Republican in the state with independents, if you look at polling. And people love our policies. You know, it would have been very hard. I haven't changed. I'm still the same person that people invited into their homes for nearly 30 years here in Arizona. What I think hopefully will change is that there won't be 5-hour, 6-hour lines on election day. I hope that changes, because if we had an honest, fair election, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. Anybody else?
I'm curious, when's the last time you talked to Blake Masters?
That's a random question.
Just because I saw you
I can't even remember. I can't even remember the last time I talked to him.
What do you think of him running against Dave Hamadeh?
I haven't even heard anything about if he's even running, if he's gotten the signatures yet. Has he made the ballot yet? Not sure. We'll find out. Unless he filed today and he made the ballot, I don't even know who's really on the ballot for that race. I'm supporting Abe Hamadeh for that congressional seat. Anybody else have any questions?
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm Vanessa Pimentel from Frontline News. I was just wondering if you have anything to say to voters out there today.
Get out and vote. Get out and vote. We know that President Trump is the nominee, but go out and vote. Show your support for him. He's been such an incredible fighter for this country. He's done so much for all Americans, and we need to get him back in the White House. We're heading in the wrong direction right now. We know that. Everyone knows it. I think you guys even know it. We're going in the wrong direction here in Arizona with the wide open border. It's killing a young generation, the fentanyl pouring across. We are on the verge of World War III, if not already starting it. And people are struggling, and I don't want to see that struggle anymore. I want to see a great future for our country, and a vote for President Donald J. Trump will give us that great future.
Have you had any conversations with former President Trump about coming here to self-campaign for you?
He's going to be coming to Arizona, yes, indeed, and we have had conversations about that, and so hopefully soon. You know, there were other campaigns, and he was in Ohio this last week. There were other campaigns where he went and helped out some of the people he's endorsed. I wasn't on the ballot today, so we can wait. We're patiently going to wait for President Trump to come to Arizona, and I know the people of this great state are eagerly awaiting him to come and do a rally and take a visit, and we'll make sure that happens.
What do you need to do to beat Ruben Gallego in 7 months?
Did you have one, Cameron?
Yeah, so we're about a couple of weeks away from potentially seeing federal funds drying up for certain border processing matters. We could be seeing high levels of street releases in Phoenix, Tucson, some of the border communities. Want to get your thoughts on that and the request in a Homeland Security bill for, I believe it's $700 million in federal funds to kind of resolve that issue.
I don't want to keep funding this problem. There's a real easy way to make it go away, and that is to fund a border wall. get that thing built in a matter of weeks or months, and actually stop people from coming across. These are not asylum seekers. This is a big joke. These are not asylum seekers. 97% of these people are not seeking asylum. They're coached to say that. They're invading our country, and we've got to stop. We're putting Americans last. And so any money we put into it should be put to stop people from coming across. And when they do get across, not putting them in a bus or on a plane at Sky Harbor Airport and sending them to cities in all of these different states, to sanctuary cities. We want to put them on a plane and send them back to their homeland. And we're going to do that. When President Trump gets in office, when I get into the Senate, we are going to have the largest repatriation operation this country has ever seen. If you come here illegally, you cannot stay. We're not going to support people who commit crimes and come here illegally. We're going to start supporting the American people. It's been a long time since that happened. We miss President Trump because he always put the American people first. Anybody else?
What do you need to do to beat Ruben Gallego?
Anybody other than Vaughn have a question? Vaughn, you're like the kid in the front. Over here, over here. You know what? When people get to know Ruben Gallego, they're not going to like him. And so we're going to define who he is, which is a Marxist radical. And I'm not using that. That's not hyperbole. That's a fact. This guy is a radical. He is against the border wall. He actually threatened ICE agents who wanted to push the immigration laws that they were required to enforce. He threatened them. He attends defund the police rallies. He, in his district, has the largest homeless population, and it's growing, and he hasn't done one thing to help alleviate that. He actually wanted to raise gas prices by $1 and allow states to ban gas-powered vehicles. He's radical. This is not where Arizona is. So when people find out more about him, they're going to be appalled. And then we're going to talk about our great First America First policies. And everybody knows that that's what works. People in Arizona know me. They trust me. We have a great relationship. I'm going to continue to fight for them. I'm going to take that same fighting spirit I have here and take it back to D.C. and fight for the people. We want safe borders, safe streets. We want strong schools that prepare our children for the future. We want to have an economy that's thriving, not faltering. We want to have a strong energy sector like we did under President Trump, so we're not at the teat of the Middle East and with every single move that happens in the Middle East on the verge of having an energy disaster as well. So we got a lot of work to do ahead. We're going to reach every voter in Arizona, and I think we're going to win by a healthy, comfortable margin. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Here. Thank you.
All right, so Kari Lake, former Arizona gubernatorial GOP candidate, now current Arizona GOP Senate candidate, voting today in the presidential preference election here in Arizona. So in the meantime, we're going to talk about Arizona in just a moment here. Before we do just that, take a look at some of these pretty cool LiveNOW looks there in and around Phoenix. You see there as well over Tempe Town Lake. You also see over downtown Phoenix as well. So some beautiful skyline and nighttime views there in the Valley of the Sun. In the meantime here, we do want to talk about all of this happening in Arizona even further with our friends Brian Sobel, political analyst, and Jessica Boehm there with Axios, who's been reporting on all this here in Arizona for so long here. You guys, thanks for being with us tonight. I know it's busy for you. Jessica, my first question to you is, you were watching Kari Lake there after she voted today. She took questions from reporters, and you can still kind of sense and feel how much Senator Sinema, not running for re-election, is really reshaping this race. And so I want to ask you, who did it help and who did it harm, Sinema backing out? And do you feel like, whatever your answer is, we're still, you know, kind of feeling the ramifications of that decision today and will in the future?
Absolutely. I think what is interesting is that although most of us kind of had figured out she wasn't going to run, because she could be so unpredictable, we had to wait till this moment to really believe it. And so now we are facing this impact. And so what we know is that that polling had showed that had Senator Sinema ran for re-election, she was more likely to poll Republican voters than Democrats. That was her plan all along. We saw some of her literature. That's her pitch to donors, that she could pull these Republicans who wouldn't like people like Kari Lake, who they feel are extremists. So obviously now Kari Lake is trying to go after those voters. It'll be interesting to see if those folks are persuadable. Those are moderate Republicans. We call them our John McCain Republicans in Arizona. They're not big fans of Kari Lake. And so, in some early focus group work that Axios did last year, most of our swing voters, folks who voted for Trump in 2016 and Biden in 2020, they would have voted for Sinema had she run this time around. But when presented with that option of you either get Gallego or Lake, they were more likely to pick Gallego over her.
All right, Brian, to that point, if you're a political novice like Kari Lake was last cycle, and you've never run for anything before, shouldn't have your whole goal been to get as many voters as possible? The conventional wisdom is now, 2 years after the fact, that she turned off some segment of the Republican electorate. And to Jessica's point, she's going to need to get them back. Can she do it, or are they lost? How hard is it to get voters back that you have somewhat antagonized in whatever way?
Well, when voters decide that you're not their candidate, it's very hard to get them back. And Kari Lake has an edge, sort of a Trump-like type of edge. You saw her in her media conference there. She doesn't take prisoners. She is convinced that Arizonans are going to back her, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Before we went on air, Jessica and I were talking a little bit about Arizona politics and how it's been transformative over the last few years. And the question is whether the border situation, the economy, and other things will drive some of those voters who may not care for Kari Lake a whole lot back into her camp. It's an open question.
Yeah. Obviously, in 2020, Arizona went blue for the first time in a generation. And I think a lot of people who watch this so closely, including us, are wondering whether or not that was an outlier, or is that here to stay. We were speaking with Fox 10 Phoenix anchor John Hook. He says especially Maricopa County is purple, no matter how, if you like it or not. It is solidly purple, so to speak. So what does your reporting suggest, Jessica, about how Arizona might go in November? Was 2020 an outlier, or will it be the norm from here on out?
I don't think it was an outlier, because if you look at it, it was a barely blue. And so I think it could easily go back the other direction, and you could make the argument that it's not an outlier. That being said, I think what we learned in 2020 and what we're still seeing now from talking to voters is it's not that they're so hardcore Democrat all of a sudden. It's that they don't necessarily agree with how far right the Republican Party has gone. And so I think that is an important thing to remember, that it's not necessarily that people in Arizona have become more blue as much as it's that they have rejected certain parts of the Republican Party, specifically the Trump-aligned parts.
Brian, Biden is in the state as we speak. I mean, he's here. He spoke in Phoenix earlier. He'll be overnighting here as well. If you're a Democratic campaign operative, if you're a member of Biden campaign staff, these are the battleground states where you really need an operation that is organized, that is fleshed out. I mean, we are just 8 months to go. Is that in place? And if not, why? And if not, how detrimental will that be to Democrats' chances?
Well, Democrats have to make obviously a strong showing in Arizona. The president was earlier today in Reno, so he's on the trail. Whether, again, Arizona is going to lean Democrat or Republican is up in the air. But, Arizona, as I was saying, has been a state in transformation to some extent. Arizona has seen a lot of people come in from California, bringing their politics along with them, by the way. And because of that, they want to be involved. They want Arizona to be purple at best, blue if they can get it. And that's where it stands today. And that's why President Biden has to spend time in Arizona, and he has to support the candidates there. And that's really what this comes down to. They have to make their case that the president needs to be reelected to continue his path. Meanwhile, for Donald Trump, these core issues, particularly the border situation and immigration in general, and you heard Lake talk about that. This is an issue that is making news, obviously, across the United States. We saw it in the Ohio Senate race. And it's just, we've got 8 months, so it's a long time yet to go. But it's going to be a state that's going to see all of these efforts by both parties, including a lot of money being thrown at this.
Yeah, it's so interesting, too. It fascinated, really, that, states that are not border states are now border states, so to speak. And, Jessica, let's move on to the general kind of writ large here. You're based in Arizona, you cover Arizona politics, but you have your kind of finger on the pulse of so much of this nationally. I know it's still early, but this is shaping up to be the longest general election cycle in recent memory. It's only mid-March. What do you have your eye on going forward this month? What themes, what kind of reporting are you going to be following?
Oh, goodness, you scared me when you told me it's only mid-March. It certainly feels later than that in this cycle. But, I think as we've been talking about, it's really going to come down to discipline on both sides of this. The economy, the border, things like that. Those have to be the bread and butter issues. Everything else is going to be a distraction on both sides of this. And to reach the voters you need to reach in Arizona, those are our very, notorious independent voters. Sure. They're the ones who make all of our decisions. It's really going to come down to those two things. And I think the economy being the main one. And that's why you see the president here now. I expect that we will see the former president here many, many times before November. But it's all going to come down to the economy and convincing Americans that the economy is going well or going poorly. Yeah, it's a messaging game at this point.
And tomorrow we're going to get some type of decision from Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell on whether or not he's going to keep interest rates steady or if he's going to cut them. Brian, help us explain where your mind is at going into mid-March now for the general election. What do you have your eye on?
Really, I'm looking across the United States, and Arizona is one very important state, but there are many others. And what we're seeing is, and it's way out from the election, but the former president is picking up momentum, obviously, in a lot of these key battleground states. And this is despite the fact that he has so many distractions in his own life. With respect to New York and other places. I don't know how one person does it, but he's disciplined, to use Jessica's word, in his campaigning. I agree with her. You're going to see Donald Trump really on the campaign trail all over the nation. This is in contrast to continuing to send out the president, who clearly has some issues in terms of his ability to communicate and to deliver the Democrat message. I think that is going to be the key to this race as we move forward. Yeah. The president is going to have to debate. If he doesn't debate, that's going to be a real mark against him. If he cannot do simple sit-down interviews, that's going to be a problem. And even for people who don't like Donald Trump, they've got two choices. One is don't vote. And two is vote for Biden because he isn't Donald Trump. But we're going to see this ebb and flow, Andrew, between now and November. And as you suggest, I mean, it is a long, long ramp up to November.
Yeah, I'll be looking. I'm going to add my 2 cents in here. I'm going to be looking for, gaps in enthusiasm. That seems to be a theme here as well, this general election cycle. But, it is somewhat ironic. We're talking about the discipline, the stamina, the endurance that these two very old men need to maintain in order to, affect whatever they want to affect in their campaigns. Trump is 77, Biden is 81, and so that is, somewhat ironic. It's kind of cognitive dissonance there, but it is a reality of this election, and so many have already reckoned with that fact as well. Jessica Bain with Axios, Brian Sobel, thanks so much for your time. Talk soon.
Have a great evening, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to take a quick commercial break, really our final one of the hour. As we kind of reset, we'll bring you results from some of these states that we have been monitoring all night here, and then we'll dive back into the top stories of the day about the issues that matter most to you, including and especially immigration. We were just talking about it. Major news at the Supreme Court and out of Texas today. More on all of that in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, my colleague here at Live Now, Austin Westfall, is soon to get up here to guide you through the night's top headlines for the next couple of hours. Before we make the switch here, we want to go through some of these results from some of these primary states tonight. Let's start there with Florida. Florida Democrats not necessarily holding a primary because Biden went uncontested there in the Sunshine State. He'll receive all the delegates. Now, for Florida Republicans, Trump projected to win there, the state's presidential primary there. Almost all votes counted, and you see there Trump will win his home state there of Florida in the primary as well. Moving on to Ohio, Biden sweeping Ohio in the presidential primary. 127 delegates at stake. They'll all go to Biden. And for Republicans as well there in Ohio, Trump projected to win there the presidential primary over Nikki Haley. Now, Nikki Haley, yes, suspended her bid, 2 weeks ago now, still on the ballot in some of these primary states, but Trump has it in Ohio. 79 delegates will go to him. All right, in Ohio as well, though, remember, we were following these down ballot primaries, Senate and House races there for the U.S. Senate on the GOP side. Businessman Bernie Moreno beats pretty handedly Matt Dolan, the state senator there, and he will face off against Democratic incumbent Senator Sherrod Brown this fall. It's a key Senate race, but it's not over yet. We're still watching it come November. Now, on the House side in District 9, Derek Merrin, Trump-endorsed candidate, 52% projected to win right now with almost all of the votes accounted for, beating Craig Rydell handedly as well. Merrin was Trump-endorsed, and now he will take on Democratic Congresswoman, really Democratic powerhouse. She's been there in the same seat for years, Marcy Kaptur. This is the Cleveland area. All right, moving on from Ohio to Illinois here. Actually, no, we have one more race there in Ohio, the state Supreme Court, the Democratic primary, this open seat. Lisa Forbes projected to win there over her challenger, Terry Jameson. All right, moving on to Illinois. Democrats for their presidential primary. Biden sweeps over Williamson handedly as well, getting 147 delegates there in Illinois. For Republicans, Trump sweeping the presidential primary there as well against Nikki Haley. 64 delegates will go to Trump. Now, this Democratic primary in this House seat that Chuy Garcia sits in currently, he had a challenger the first time ever in his congressional career, Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez. Lopez falling up short in a 2-to-1 margin. Garcia takes it with quite an easy victory. We heard from both of these candidates today. Also, for the Cook County State Attorney in the Democratic primary there, the race has not been called just yet. 83% of estimated votes counted. Eileen O'Neill Burke there up against Clayton Harris III. Really just marginally here. The kind of margin has shrunk a little bit. Burke with the clear advantage right now as we speak. So this race has not been called yet. We will monitor this race throughout the evening here. Moving on to, I believe, Kansas. All right, so Kansas, the presidential primary for Democrats, called for Joe Biden. There you can see as well. Now, none of these options, that's always interesting to watch, garnering 10% of the vote share. That's somewhat sizable, more than Phillips and Williamson got. For Republicans, though, Trump handedly won there in Kansas, the delegates in the Republican presidential primary as well. I believe also that none of these options was on the ballot as well. Almost 100% of votes accounted for there. Trump takes the delegates in Kansas. All right, and remember, in Arizona, still monitoring some of the vote share as well. The vote, at least the polls rather, have closed for almost an hour here in Arizona. 72 delegates at stake. Joe Biden over Marianne Williamson. So we'll track some of these results for you throughout the course of the evening, as well as for Republicans, for both Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. 43 delegates at stake there in Arizona for Republicans. All right, let's go now to our delegate tracker. Trump with 1,580 delegates right now after the night is all said and done. We're still, remember, waiting for Arizona race calls as well for both Republicans and Democrats, and Biden with 2,340 delegates. And remember, we are still months away from each party's convention, where the delegates will take to the floor and make it official. All right, so wanted to make sure we got all of that in there as well. It's kind of a marathon. We want to thank you for being with us throughout the course of this pretty fun primary night. If you love politics, we're your place to be. And if you don't even know that much about politics, we're also your place to be. If you want to be informed, if you want to be educated, when you go into the ballot box in November, live, raw, and unfiltered. And speaking of live, raw, and unfiltered, we're keeping it moving here. We have a police chase right now in Southern California. Let's watch.
Do appreciate my colleague Andrew Kraft guiding you through the last 4 hours of live election coverage. As you can tell, we're pivoting gears here. We're going to cover this police pursuit taking place out of the San Fernando Valley in Southern California. I'm Austin Westfall. I'll be with you for the next couple hours here as we wrap up the night's top stories. You see that police helicopter following this suspect. Ooh, and now we do see two people exiting the vehicle on foot. We'll see just how closely police were tracking behind this suspect. And we did see two people escape, and now we see at least one of them running up the sidewalk. No doubt, police are going to light this area up. You see the night sun shining a light on this suspect. And again, we will underscore the fact that two people got out of this vehicle. Our chopper following this person as they make their way through what appears to be a dispensary. Again, we are in Sylmar. This is in Los Angeles's San Fernando Valley. So those familiar with the area know this is roughly the northern portion of Los Angeles. This is a portion of LA that's between downtown LA and Santa Clarita, if you want to call it that. A lot of people travel through Sylmar when they're traveling on Interstate 5. And I will mention that this suspect taking a very casual demeanor as he walks through city streets. And I will remind the viewers that the night sun is lighting up this suspect, so it's very likely that the police know where this person is. They know that this person is walking where they're walking. I wish we had visual of the second person that exited this vehicle. And you see police finally coming into this immediate vicinity. This suspect throwing his arms up. We may see, and now police going to be giving specific instructions to this person so that they can detain him, and there we go. A forceful takedown. A lot of times these officers tell these people to slow down, to stop moving. It didn't appear that that suspect was abiding by the immediate commands of those officers as they moved in closer. And now you see, and I wish we had an update on what happened with this second person that was in the suspect vehicle. I didn't myself catch whether or not this person that we're following was the passenger or the driver. Skyfox has been over the scene as this suspect, who was inside a possibly stolen black SUV, led the LAPD on a chase. Over the course of that chase, the suspect drove through parts of West Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Culver City, Mid-City, downtown LA, and Sun Valley. At one point, the suspect was believed to be live streaming the pursuit while avoiding the cops, according to Fox LA. Is this the person that was streaming this pursuit? We don't know. There were two people inside the vehicle. Our Skyfox cameras haven't gotten any visuals on where that second person might have ended up. We don't know if that person is also being taken into custody right now. But we can say, at least for now, this suspect was tackled and is now being detained after leading police on a pursuit through, and I'll again read, parts of West Los Angeles, Santa Monica, Culver City, Mid-City, downtown LA, Burbank, Glendale, and the Sun Valley. And now this chase ending up in an area known as Sylmar. That's a community that's in Los Angeles' San Fernando Valley, right along Interstate 5. Now these officers walking with the suspect back to their police car. Again, I'm staying with this because I'm curious if we'll get any other visuals on where that second person might have gone. That's something our Skyfox camera didn't happen to catch. We saw both people fleeing from the vehicle, this man being one of them. This one, we will say, ran from the vehicle and then after some time actually took a more relaxed stance, almost casually strolling through the sidewalks and on these streets of Sylmar, California. You see people waiting by on the train tracks. So this is where I'm going to have to put on my, and again, sometimes with these live images, all we have to work off of is officers' body language. And right now, I'm just putting 2 and 2 together that there were 2 people that escaped from that vehicle. We've seen one of them go into custody. And now police walking around this area with flashlights. We are waiting to confirm with our affiliate, KTTV, if they perhaps have any information on where that second suspect ended up. The suspect was believed to be live streaming the pursuit while avoiding the cops. Officials have not said where the car may have been stolen from. What we do know is that we're still waiting to see what ended up happening with the second suspect that got out of this vehicle. So I'm going to keep eyes on this because just from looking at the body language of these officers, it very much is possible that they're still searching for somebody. And what we know from our affiliate in Los Angeles is that this was a possibly stolen black SUV that was leading the Los Angeles Police Department on a chase. So we watched earlier as one of the 2 suspects made their way down the street from where the car was left. Now, our cameras did not capture if and when that second person was brought into custody. We watched as one person was brought into custody, and now Skyfox panning away from the scene. We're gonna hit a reset here. Let's take a quick commercial break. It appears Skyfox either may be readjusting their shot or they may be leaving the scene altogether. We're gonna hit the reset button. We're gonna take a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more on the situation out of Sylmar, California. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Well, it does appear that Sky Fox is leaving the scene. This is Sky Fox's raw feed as they were just over a police pursuit in Sylmar, California. Last we saw, one suspect was detained. A second person, who we don't know if they were the passenger or the driver in this chase. We did see on camera one person getting detained, a second person fleeing the area. It looks like the shot from Sky Fox just dropped. So, in the meantime, let's move on to other coverage. I'm going to do a little round robin of some of the live images we have coming into the newsroom at this time, including 2 images out of the nation's capital. Let's look at the U.S. Capitol tonight as well as the White House. President Biden is not there tonight. He's instead here in the Southwest. He made a stop in both Phoenix. He also made a stop in Nevada earlier today. I want to play a little bit of Biden's remarks from the Nevada event in particular. Let's play out a little bit of the president's remarks.
Hello, hello, hello. Pablo, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your story. You know, you immigrated to America as a teenager, graduated from high school and spent 4 years as a union apprentice, which is like earning a college degree before you became a journeyman. You know, I'm a big pro-union guy. I make no apology about it. Everybody talks about unions. It's interesting, people who don't understand, they go, well, you know, a union. They like to walk in and say, I want to be an electrician, I want to be a plasterer. You got 4 or 5 years of apprenticeship. You earn it, and you deserve it. You help build homes for others and reach their dreams, and now you're in the market yourself to continue your dream. I also met another mother named Latree. Latree Shoe. Where's Latree? Latrice, excuse me. There she is. Who's able to buy her first home with a $15,000 down payment by the American Rescue Plan, which we wrote. All she needed was a fair shot. She found a good paying union job. She took home ownership classes to raise her credit score. She did her hard work, and now she owns a home in paradise with her 16-year-old daughter, a straight A student. Stand up, kiddo. We're fortunate to have great partners in Congress here today who are helping make these dreams possible. Representative Stephen Horsford, a great leader of the 4th District and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, who works every single day to reduce housing costs and close the racial wealth gap, which is happening. Representative Susie Lee, who's a driving force to cut red tape and build more affordable housing all across Nevada. Representative Dana Titus, God love you, Dana, your old friend. You've always had my back, and I've had yours, and you had people of this country and this city back. Housing is so much more than just a word. It's about people's lives. You know, you can't be here today because there are votes in Washington, but I also want to thank your outstanding senators, Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen, for their leadership in making housing more accessible and affordable. I also want to thank all the housing advocates here today who are doing God's work. All the housing advocates, stand up. I really mean it. Doing everything. You're doing a great job. And by the way, you know, I won't go into it, I guess, but look, folks, when I came to office, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. Nevada was especially hard hit as tourism took a dive, a gigantic dive. Before I came to office, unemployment had reached 30% here. And we're turning things around today because of the folks I just talked about. And Nevada's created 274,000 jobs, bringing back lost jobs of the pandemic and adding another 129,000 jobs. Things are on the move. Unemployment is down dramatically, with more Nevadans working today than ever before in the history of Nevada. And thousands of cities across all of America are seeing this great comeback story. You know, my American Rescue Plan, which I might add, not a single solitary Republican voted for, provided $350 billion to state and local governments, including funds for every city, county, town, tribe in this state. And your state put that money to good use. You put cops on the beat, teachers in the classroom, kept small businesses on their feet and families in their homes. And that's not all. You can't have the best economy in the world, which we do now, if you don't have the best infrastructure in the world. My predecessor promised, remember, my predecessor kept talking about infrastructure week for 4 years. We didn't build a damn thing. You all think I'm kidding, I'm not. I propose and sign the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations. And now we're going to have an infrastructure decade. So far, 47,000 new projects modernize Americans' roads, bridges, ports, airports, public transit, and so much more is happening, creating jobs now and jobs for the future as well. $3.4 billion in projects right here in Nevada. $3.4 billion. When I was writing this and talking about it, all I kept thinking about was Harry Reid. We're connecting the entire state to affordable high-speed internet by the end of this decade. Every single part of the state will have high-speed affordable internet, and we're already saving 276,000 Nevadan families as much as $75 a month on their internet bills. And I know our friend Harry's looking down and saying, damn proud of it. The airport in his name is getting an upgrade as well. Couldn't do one without the other, you know. He's so proud of building America's first high-speed rail line that to take folks from Las Vegas to Los Angeles in 2 hours instead of 4. You know, that's going to create 35,000, first major high-speed rail line in America. 35,000 good-paying jobs. Take 3 million vehicles off the road and reduce pollution significantly. It's also taking those significant, by the way, it's going to cut the time in half. Now, I don't know why anybody want to get to LA in half the time, but I know why y'all won't come here. All kidding aside, it really is incredible. It's a gigantic project. And by the way, it's encouraged California and Central California to build a high-speed rail as well. You know, the idea that we haven't had one single high-speed rail built in America up to now is ridiculous. And so, you know, Chinese have a rail system that goes 130 miles an hour. Anyway, 230 miles an hour, I should say. But look, we're taking the most significant action to fight climate change ever. My policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investments from companies that are moving clean energy, factories and jobs back here to America where they belong. For example, in Reno, Redwood Materials is going to invest $3.5 billion, $3.5 billion, one of the country's major electric vehicle battery recycling and manufacturing plants, creating thousands of jobs here, thousands of jobs. Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow in Arizona, we'll be talking about America invented the semiconductor chip, the tiny chips the size of the tip of your little finger, which powers everything from automobiles to smartphones to weapon systems. We invented those chips. We made them better. And then we lost the market because a lot of the corporations said, let's send the jobs overseas where they're cheaper and bring the product home, which is more expensive. We don't do that anymore. We make it here. We keep the jobs here and we send products overseas. But the reason I mentioned we've been able to bring the chips manufacturing back home. We attracted $240 billion in private sector investments to build chip factories here in America. And by the way, they're creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, both in construction and manufacturing. And the average salary in one of their, they call them fabs, the factories, is $100,000 a year. And you don't need a college degree to get that job. Across the country, folks have filed a record number of new business applications since I took office. The fastest growth of Latino-owned businesses in more than a decade. More black small businesses starting at the highest rate in 30 years. In Nevada, since I came to office, we've seen 195,000 small business applications. And every one of those applications is an act of hope. It's critical because small businesses, the reason I keep talking about small businesses make up half the GDP, half the economy of America. Half of all the economy in America is generated by small businesses. But here's the deal. As more folks move to Nevada for good-paying jobs, we need housing that's affordable. The depth of the pandemic And in the depth of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan delivered funds to keep 8 million families in their homes nationwide by preventing foreclosures and evictions. Here in Nevada, use those funds to keep 50,000 people's rent be able to be paid. Hundreds of first-time home buyers be able to make a down payment. You invested more in building and renovating affordable homes than almost any other part of the country, any state in the country. For example, here in Clark County, nearly 1,000 brand new affordable units for seniors are under construction today as a result. 8,000 homes total for families, seniors, and veterans. And across the country, more people own homes now than before the pandemic. We're seeing fewer foreclosures than any time in decades, but we have a lot more to do. For too many people, the dream of having a good home still feels out of reach. I get it. Look, here's my plan, but you know, everybody thinks because I was president, I was probably born wealthy and come from a significant background economically. Well, I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I got a phone call. My wife was campaigning up. I was campaigning up in New Hampshire back when that statistic came out in the 90s. And she called. I used to call one because the kids were little when I was away and say, "How's everything going?" I got this, "Fine." Well, you know you're in trouble when your wife or husband says, "Fine." I said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Only elected officials, husband or wife, could understand this." She said, "Do you read today's paper?" I said, "They don't have today's paper. Put Wilmington paper, Delaware, up in where I'm with Leahy, up in Vermont." And she said, "Well, let me read it. Top of the fold, headline, Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true?" I thought, I don't know what the hell is true, but it turned out it was true. But here's the deal. My new budget works to lower housing costs for owners and renters alike today. I was raised in when Scranton, where I was born, and in my early years were raised, when Scranton went dead in terms of the economy, we moved down to a little place called Claymont, Delaware, where my dad had started off as a kid. And we couldn't afford anything. We lived in a duplex called Brookview Apartments, which became public housing years later. And my dad kept trying to figure out how we get the down payment to get the first home. Well, we rented and we saved, he saved, and we were able to buy a 3-bedroom home in a new development because of these areas are building 40 and 50 homes at a shot. We had 4 kids, 3 bedrooms, and a grandpa living with us. And we weren't poor, but we never had anything at the end of the month. And so what my dad used to always say was that the way you build equity in your home is the way you build wealth. So when you build enough equity in your home, then you have enough money to borrow to get something new and move and so on. And that's how everybody makes it. Everybody in the middle class makes it there usually through equity in their home. Well, look, it works. What we've been doing works to increase housing supply and keep costs down in the future. First, for homeowners, if inflation keeps coming down, and it's predicted to do that, mortgage rates are going to come down as well, but I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to wait. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgage when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space if they come from a middle-class background. They come from a family that has well under $200,000 or less. We're also making it more affordable to refinance your home by eliminating title insurance fees on federally funded mortgage-backed mortgages. That's going to save folks as much as $1,500. The federal government can afford to do that. In addition, last week, the National Association of Realtors agreed for the first time that Americans can negotiate lower commissions when they buy or sell their home. On a typical home purchase, that alone could save folks an average of $10,000 on the sale or purchase. I'm calling on realtors to follow through on lowering their commissions to protect home buyers. And folks, we're also working to end the legacy of discrimination on the basis of home valuations. It's exacerbated, as you know. It's exacerbated a racial wealth gap and held back black and brown families. And it's simply wrong. You know, if you build if a developer came along and built 20 homes on one side of a highway and 20 homes on the other, and the one side had people with black and brown backgrounds, and the same exact home was built in a white neighborhood, guess what? The day you bought that home, that black home was worth 20% less than the white home, or the Hispanic home is worth 20% less. It's wrong. Second, my plan goes to work so we can bring the rents down. My administration is cracking down on big corporations who break antitrust laws by price fixing to keep the rents up. That's how they work it out. Landlords should be competing to give folks the best deal, not conspiring to charge them more.
All right, during this brief pause in this speech, we're going to take a really quick commercial break here on Live Now. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. We're going to hit some international headlines for now. We are going to be speaking with Dr. Alon Burstein in roughly 5 minutes to get the latest on the Israel-Hamas war. I wanted to bring you a little bit of what President Biden said earlier today as he makes his trip out west. Again, he was in Nevada at the event you were watching before the break. I also want to play out a little bit from the State Department. Let's watch their briefing. They hit on a number of topics, including international relations. Let's watch a little bit of this while we await Dr. Alon Burstein. Again, that interview coming up in roughly 5 minutes.
In Hong Kong, there's the approval by the legislature of the security law. Some rights groups have said that this will further clamp down on free expression, on media freedom. Does the United States have a reaction or any preview of things it might do as a result of this?
Certainly, Sean. We believe that these kinds of actions have the potential to accelerate the closing of Hong Kong's once open society. We're alarmed by the sweeping and what we interpret as vaguely defined provisions laid out in their Article 23 legislation. We think that this was fast-tracked through the non-democratically elected Legislative Council after a truncated public comment period. We also believe that a lot of the phrasing and crimes that are outlined are poorly defined and incredibly vague. They use phrases such as external interference, which is incredibly vague. So we're analyzing this legislation, and we are taking a look at what the potential risk could be to not just U.S. citizens, but other American interests that we might have.
Sure. I just want to follow up on that.
Yeah.
There have been calls, in particular from the Hill, for the U.S. to stop treating Hong Kong entirely as a separate entity that's been more integrated into the PRC. Is there any policy change you think that will happen as a result of this?
I don't want to speculate or go down any rabbit hole of a sort of potential outcome, Sean. But what I can say is that we're not going to hesitate to call out those responsible for the erosion of Hong Kong's promised autonomy. And when we see things like this that happen, we won't hesitate to not just use our voice, but should the circumstances require it, use other actions that the United States has at its disposal. But I'm not in a place or to announce any policy change or anything like that.
Sure. Let me switch to Gaza, unless anybody else wants to talk about Hong Kong. A few things, but the UN Human Rights Chief, Mr. Turk, said today that Israel may be using food or lack of food as a weapon of war, which of course would be a war crime. Does the U.S. have a reaction to his remarks?
So let me just say that is not something that we have observed or witnessed, but we continue to be deeply concerned about the report that's indicating that famine is imminent in Gaza. This report makes clear that the amount of aid reaching the people in Gaza is insufficient, and that more needs to be done. We need to redouble our efforts to ensure that aid can get to the places that it needs to go. Both, you heard me talk about this a little bit yesterday, via land routes, via airdrops, and this forthcoming maritime corridor as well. There is a lot of work that needs to be done to ensure that this kind of aid can get to the kind of places that it needs to go. I will just also add, though, Sean, that yesterday we saw 69 trucks enter via Rafah. In response to, I believe, Simon's question yesterday, I spoke about an 18-truck convoy making its way from the south to the north, and we've also seen reports of 182 trucks entering yesterday via Kerem Shalom. These are all helpful metrics and good steps in the right direction, but to echo again what I said yesterday, more needs to be done to help address this stark and devastating reality in Gaza right now.
Just to follow up on that,
yeah.
Of course you mentioned things that are being done to include by the United States to alleviate the situation. Well, why is it that the U.S. disagrees with the assessment of Mr. Turk that it's being used as a weapon of war?
Because we're seeing aid and food and these kinds of provisions enter Gaza. They're not entering at the rate or clip that they need to be. They are not entering fast enough. They're not getting to the places that they need to go. And that's why we've called for more. But I'm not in a place to offer any kind of like legal or geopolitical assessment, and it's certainly not one that we have seen or characterized.
Just one more before I turn it over to colleagues, but I was wondering if you have any follow-up on the conversation we had yesterday about the UNRWA chief, Mr. Lazzarini. Do you have anything more to say? Yesterday you said that you're basically deferring comment on it. Does the United States see anything abnormal about him not being let
go? So as it relates to the specific incident, I will let the United Nations and Israel speak to that specifically, but to just say more broadly, all regional governments need to do what is necessary to enable the humanitarian response, and this of course includes allowing the free movement of international staff and the freedom of this movement to help with that kind of response. Commissioner General Lazzarini and UN staff, our belief is that they should be able to visit UNRWA's fields of operation, including in Gaza, and we're going to continue to work with the government of Israel to rapidly approve all requested visas for UN and NGO workers in an expeditious fashion.
That actually sounds really specific. Is there a call for Israel actually to rapidly approve Mr. Lazzarini's entry?
Again, I don't want to speak to that situation in specificity because I'm not aware of the circumstances of what transpired and why he was specifically denied entry. But I will just echo again that we believe that the free movement of international workers is a key part of the humanitarian response, and Mr. Lazzarini and his staff, we believe, should be able to assess their operations. And so we're going to continue to work with the government of Israel and other appropriate interlocutors to push for that to happen. Simon?
If we can come to so the call between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, obviously that's the White House, but this speaks to broader U.S. policy. So you've sort of talked about, it's been talked about from this podium that the offensive in Rafah would be disastrous, and that seems to be, the warning is even made even more strongly on this call yesterday. But Prime Minister Netanyahu said today they're determined to complete an elimination of the Hamas battalions in Rafah. There's no way to do that except by going in on the ground. So, do you have any response to basically this pushback to what U.S. government is trying to tell the Israelis?
It should come as no surprise that when it comes to this, we are just squarely in a different place and have a different viewpoint than our Israeli partners. You saw National Security Advisor Sullivan speak about this a little bit yesterday. But I will also note that in this very same call, President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu agreed to have their teams meet, for them to meet soon here in Washington to exchange views and discuss alternative approaches that would target the key elements of Hamas, help secure the Egypt-Gaza border, and do so without a major ground operation in Rafah. We continue to feel quite strongly that such an operation in Rafah, where there are more than 1 million people seeking refuge, a region that continues to be a key conduit for the entrance of humanitarian aid, that doing something like that without a credible and clear plan, something that without a plan that also doesn't address for the various humanitarian pieces, would be a disaster. And we hope that through this mechanism, our officials will be able to discuss some of these issues in greater detail and find a path forward.
So in that mechanism, there will be, what you're saying is the U.S. will have some suggestions of how, basically Netanyahu is saying it's not possible to do it without a ground operation. You're saying it is, so you're going to give them ideas on how.
I don't want to get ahead of the process here, Simon. We'll have an exchange of views with them and discuss approaches that we think are in line with our shared objective of degrading Hamas and ensuring that October 7th can no longer be repeated, while simultaneously also being cognizant, mindful, respectful of the more than 1 million people seeking refuge in Rafah, and being mindful of the important conduit that Rafah continues to be for humanitarian aid.
Are you able to say when that meeting's going to be?
I don't have any.
Okay, we did want to play out a little bit of the State Department briefing. You hear him talking about this ongoing situation in Rafah. Of course, we talk about this with our analysts and experts all the time. We've been waiting for some sort of more extensive ground invasion of Rafah. That's what we've been talking about for weeks at this point. We do have a lot to get to on the Israel-Hamas war. We're going to take a real quick commercial break. On the other side of that, we're going to be talking the latest on the war with Dr. Alon Burstein. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get to the latest on the Israel-Hamas war, and for that, we bring in Dr. Alon Burstein, UCI visiting assistant professor and Israel Institute fellow. Doctor, let's get straight into the news. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as you can see on your screen there, we are talking about some news coming out of the White House. The White House says that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has agreed to send a senior delegation to Washington, D.C. early next week to discuss an alternative strategy to an Israeli ground invasion of Rafah. Netanyahu has not been shy alone about saying that Israel will push forward with the Rafah assault regardless of international pressure, but the fact that this delegation is headed this way, does this indicate that there could actually be some room for negotiation? Is this Israel's way of working with the international community?
First of all, good to see you. And yes, this is really a reflection, at least, of the international pressure that Israel is under. I mean, more and more countries are announcing openly their objection to an Israeli ground invasion. It's not just the United States, right? I mean, the United States is obviously Israel's most important ally and the most influential actor. But, Italy announced today that they object to it, the United Kingdom, the EU. But really, it comes down to, is the United States going to support Israel? Because what will end up happening, if and when Israel does invade Rafah, where pressure is going to mount is in the Security Council. Will there be a Security Council resolution that will call on Israel to withdraw its forces, to go to immediate ceasefire? And Israel will be relying on the U.S. veto in order to stop that. So really, until the United States says, yes, you can go forth, Israel's unlikely to do that. The United States has been escalating its rhetoric, not downplaying. It's been escalating more and more, with some rumors already last week suggesting that around President Biden, they're not shy to already talk about the idea of suspending the weapons exports or limiting them to Israel if Israel does carry out this invasion without the sort of blessing of the United States. In their conversation yesterday between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu, Biden essentially told Netanyahu not to carry out the invasion until the U.S. approves it. He said that he would like a delegation to come to the United States to present the plans and discuss alternatives. And the two reportedly agreed that no invasion or even large operation in Rafah will be carried out until the two speak again, and that is scheduled for this weekend or early next week. Really, what we're seeing is Biden mounting more and more pressure on Israel to not carry out this invasion, to possibly look for alternatives. I will say that the story that's being told is a little bit different in both countries. In the U.S., it is being reported as this delegation is coming to discuss alternatives. In Israel, it's being reported that this delegation is coming to the U.S. in order to present the plans for Rafah and hear about alternatives, but that the aim is to explain the plans to the Americans. So there are two different narratives going on side by side. It remains to be seen how it'll actually play out.
So one entity is saying, well, they're coming over here to talk about the plan. The other entity is saying they're coming over to possibly edit the plan. But of course, we're still waiting to see if anything materializes on that aspect. I wanted to bring up this tweet with you, Alon. Bloomberg reporter Zach Cohen says that Netanyahu will speak with Senate Republicans via video conference call tomorrow, Wednesday. That's according to a spokesperson for Senate Republican Conference Chairman John Barrasso. This is curious to me because the lead Senate Democrat didn't make Netanyahu happy last week. Democratic leader Schumer, as we all recall, called for elections for a new government in Israel and harshly criticized Netanyahu's handling of the threat of Hamas. My question for you, what could Netanyahu gain from talking to Senate Republicans specifically?
You're absolutely right to be raising eyebrows. It's starting to be a little reminiscent of the last year of the presidency of Barack Obama, when the relationship between Obama and Netanyahu was getting worse and worse, and the Iran nuclear deal was sort of on the cards, and Netanyahu was invited by the Republicans to come speak at the House against the wishes of the White House. And it's not exactly at that level yet, but it's starting to be reminiscent of that. What we're seeing is more and more pressure on the Democrat side of the House and in general of DC to restrain Israel's activities. In turn, we have seen a lot more support in the Republican side, sort of blind support for Israel, no matter what it does, and belief in its mission to destroy Hamas and sort of do whatever it takes in order to destroy Hamas. I think what Netanyahu is hoping to gain here is two things. One, he's hoping to again rebuild that sort of automatic support that he gets, at least from the Republican side, with an eye to the U.S. elections and possibly seeing if the Republicans retake the House. Then I want to make sure that, all the Republicans still support Israel. But at the same time, he's hoping to pressure the Biden administration and say, look, you may be receiving internal pressure from maybe the progressive side of the Democratic Party or something like that. You may be receiving pressure to criticize Israel, but you're going to start to look bad because meanwhile, the Republicans can be more and more supportive of Israel. They don't have any pressure. They don't have the same pressures to restrain Israel's activity, to call for Israel to allow more humanitarian aid. And they're not facing the same pressures that the other side is facing. So I think he's hoping through this to, first of all, show that he still has support in the United States, show the Israeli public that there are still American lawmakers who want to hear him speak, who like him, I'll say it bluntly, and who want to support Israel, quote unquote, no matter what. At the same time, he's hoping to use this both as leverage should the Republicans gain more strength in November, but even before that, to gain more leverage on the Democrats and say, look, you're going to not look good because you can pressure Israel all you want, but it's going to start to look like it's a partisan issue. Like on the one hand, the Republicans are in favor of Israel, whereas you're just doing nothing but criticizing the prime minister. So that's what he's hoping to gain. It remains to be seen if he can maneuver it. Again, last time it worked for him, and he's usually pretty good at playing these sides against each other. I'll just remind everyone that the White House National Security Advisor also stated explicitly yesterday when he was asked, it does not, Schumer and what Biden is saying does not constitute intervening in the internal matters of another country. And the National Security Advisor actually answered, maybe, but that's nothing compared to how they intervene in our internal politics. And when I saw that a day later, Netanyahu is due to speak to the Republicans, that's my alarm bells. I don't know if the National Security Advisor knew about this in advance or something like that, but that's really the reflection of what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's very possible he didn't. I believe the reports, at least the reporting on the internet, started about an hour or so ago, I want to say, when we heard about that talk. I will say, I want to hope that the National Security Advisor, though, knows more than we do on reports on the internet. You would hope so. Let's keep talking about this international tug of war that's going on. It was announced that Canada is ceasing arms exports to Israel after a motion. Alone, is this another significant step here? Have we heard of any Western countries taking a step like this?
Canada's the first. Canada's the first, and Canada is by far not a large exporter of arms and weaponry to Israel. This is not going to hurt Israel's war effort in any way. There's been already for a few months, Canada's been withholding a shipment of, I believe, 11 armored vehicles that Israel purchased, and Israel's been complaining. But again, that's the level that we're talking about on the one hand. On the other hand, there's a lot of fear in Israel that this could start a domino effect, that this could be something that if Canada, a country that is very well respected in the world, also known to be one of Israel's closest allies and friends, if Canada is taking this step, it's nowhere near as significant as if the United States took this step, but it's significant. It's something that could then mount pressure in the EU, for example, on EU countries or in the United Kingdom to say, look, you want to support Israel, that's fine. We're not telling you to stop supporting Israel. Look at Canada. No one can argue that Canada is not a good friend to Israel, is not a good liberal country, is not on the right side of history, is not a good Western country. Even Canada has taken this step. So I think that is the significance of this move, and that is the reason that in Israel there's been a lot of backlash already. The Israeli foreign minister stated that Canada is delegitimizing Israel's right to defend itself, is supporting Hamas in this move. Again, Canada's move is not going to help Hamas. It's not going to actually curtail Israel's war effort, but the political ramifications, the domino effect, simply how it looks, in the same way as Israel being in the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, being accused of genocide. That unto itself is not changing the war and how it's being run, maybe changing something with regards to the entrance of humanitarian aid. But the image of being on the side of being indicted for genocide, whether you come out innocent or guilty several years from now, doesn't matter. Just that image is problematic for a country that is trying to fight for its moral compass. In the same way, being told by Canada, a country that is known in the world to be sort of on the right side of history often, a country is being told by Canada, we're going to stop selling weapons to you because we're not happy with the way you're running the war. It's just raising alarm bells in Israel. Something's not going right with the way Israel's explaining itself to the world. Today, Netanyahu said that in the Knesset. He said that something's wrong with our international diplomacy. I don't know if he was referring specifically to Canada, but it's certainly a reflection of where the winds may be blowing, and it will scare Israel if it starts to be a domino effect.
Let's talk about another nation state that's been in the headlines lately, Egypt. Egypt's foreign minister said on Monday that the U.S. should make clear to Israel what the consequences of a military push into Rafah would be. People who don't follow this war closely may be asking, why is Egypt piping in here? Well, Egypt shares a border with Rafah. We've seen them reinforcing their borders in recent memory alone. I'll just ask you, from a layman's standpoint, what is Egypt's main concern right now? Is it still that there may be some kind of periphery going through the barrier at this point?
So yes, there are still the same amount and increasing amount of internally displaced Palestinians that are all taking refuge in Rafah and in the refugee camp north of Rafah, the Al-Mawasi refugee camp. Since the beginning of the war, Israel's been calling on Palestinians in the northern part of the Gaza Strip to evacuate down south. Over 1 million internally displaced people have evacuated down south, and again, this is out of roughly 2.3 million people in the Gaza Strip. The vast majority of the population is now crammed into this area. This area is adjacent, as you said, to Egypt. Rafah is actually a divided city. The border between Gaza and Egypt goes through the middle of Rafah. That's where the Rafah crossing is. In Egypt, there's great fear that several things are going to happen. First of all, that there will be a mass fleeing of Palestinians simply bursting through the border and entering Egypt, which will not only be a major burden on Israel's social services, all of a sudden dealing with, anywhere from several 100,000 to 1 million refugees, but there's also a question, will they be allowed back into Gaza, and when will they be allowed back into Gaza? Gaza is under turmoil right now. It's under a war. It's unclear what the resolution is going to be. Who's going to govern Gaza? Is it going to be Israel? Is it going to be an international force? Is it going to be the Palestinian Authority? If it is Israel, are our refugees going to be allowed back in? How's that going to happen? Egypt is very scared of that, number one. The first facet of the mass evacuation of Palestinians that may result from this, because if we think geographically, Rafah is down south, so if they're pushed down south, now there's nowhere to go, so to speak, other than the border. That is the reason that there's a lot of pressure in Egypt on Israel to develop a different plan to evacuate Palestinians to a different place in the Gaza Strip, anywhere but pushing them further down south. So that's the first fear. The second fear is the spilling over effect of violence into Egypt. Up until now, even though Israel has carried out several bombings right along the border, it is extremely careful to not have any accidental bombing that goes and may affect Egyptian citizens, Egyptian military forces. There's been 1 or 2 times since the war began, and if you think about the amount of bombing that has been going on, the amount of fighting, that's really not a lot to have mistakes along the border when you have Egyptian soldiers right there. However, if all of a sudden you do have mass evacuation of Palestinians, you're going to have Hamas fighters within them. You're going to have people who are, setting up a rocket launcher, which doesn't take more than, 2 people positioning a rocket launcher and firing. That could happen all of a sudden from Egyptian territory. Then what happens? Is Israel going to retaliate into Egypt? The Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty, as is right now very tense. So all these things come together and make Egypt very nervous. And Egypt is really putting pressure on the United States, saying, make clear to Israel that unlike the invasion of northern Gaza, this is not something that Israel can do, and after the fact, figure out how's it going to work, what's going to happen. Make clear that all the plans have to be in advance, and we're seeing that pressure is working. Israel, so far for well over a month, has been saying that its plans are ready. It has concluded most of its operations in Khan Yunis. It has not invaded yet. It has not even began the process of evacuating Palestinian civilians to these humanitarian islands or whatever they want to do. They're waiting for the go-ahead from the United States. And Egypt is trying to tell the United States, do not give them that go-ahead. Wait until maybe a truce, a ceasefire, maybe plans are more well-developed. But most importantly, wait. That's what Egypt is trying to say.
Yeah. And the IDF has said that they will be moving, and just to expand on the humanitarian island angle of this, the IDF had said that before any more extensive ground incursion takes place, they're going to move Palestinian civilians to humanitarian islands further up the Strip. That's something that you and I know we're still waiting for further clarity on alone. I want to move to another thing that caught my eye in the headlines. Armed and masked men from an array of clans and factions have started providing security for aid convoys in Gaza as Hamas tries to keep its influence in the enclave, Palestinian officials and sources in the militant group told Reuters. I remember a few weeks back, Doctor, I asked you about a vigilante group that appeared to begin patrolling over the streets of Gaza. They aimed to deter trade, profiteering, things of that nature. Do we know if this is the same group protecting the aid? Is it a similar group? Do we have any way of knowing? Is this a completely different group of people?
So as far as we know, these are actually different people, and it would seem actually rival people. Because what we spoke about several weeks ago is, I'll start somewhere else. The Hamas police force has been crashing. It has suffered not only from the war and Hamas operatives being killed in the fighting, it has also suffered from the fact that Israel has begun systematically assassinations of the chiefs of police. Today, the chief of police in Al-Nusrat refugee camp was assassinated. Yesterday, the head of Hamas's internal security force in the entire Gaza Strip was killed in Al-Shifa hospital. The police force has been disintegrating. This is one of the things that heavily contributed to the humanitarian disaster, because aid trucks, according to international treaties, need to be escorted by police. What we spoke about several weeks ago was a Hamas initiative. It was Hamas establishing its own new force of pretty much street thugs to try and enforce security, because Hamas wants to show that they're still the governing body. So it's not anarchy. If our police force can't function, great, so we'll hand out weapons to people who are, nominally trained and we nominally trust, and send them out to the streets, primarily in Rafah, to enforce prices leading up to Ramadan, etc. What we're seeing now is different. What we're seeing is the process that Israel is trying to develop to bypass Hamas and also to bypass UNRWA, and actually to make contact with local Palestinians and employ them indirectly to offer protection, almost like private security companies. We saw already in the northern parts of the Gaza Strip that Israel tried to make contact with a very powerful family called the Dagmash family, and there they tried to arrange with them, okay, we're going to coordinate the entrance of aid trucks with you, and obviously pay you or give you some of the aid, and in turn you are going to offer security for the trucks. Hamas in turn executed the head of the Dagmash family for collaboration with the IDF. So there's this power game going on. What we're seeing now is another force was reported several days ago, and that's, I think, what you were talking about that Reuters reported. Another force was reported several days ago, a security force not belonging to any clan family, escorting trucks in the Gaza Strip. This is not a Hamas force. It's not been reported who it is, so it may be another strong family in the Gaza Strip. There was another rumor circulating that these are actually members of the Palestinian Authority security forces that Israel has allowed in to the Gaza Strip in order to escort the trucks, because they're no friends of Hamas either. So to let them have sort of this private security force, but whoever it is, it's not actually the same thugs that we were talking about that were patrolling the streets of Rafah. It's actually their rivals. It's people who the IDF is trying to employ in order to counter Hamas and say Hamas is not going to provide security for the aid trucks, because then Hamas ends up stealing the aid. It's going to be someone else, either these private families, possibly Palestinian Authority security forces. We'll likely find out more about it in the coming days. These things don't tend to stay secret. But right now, what we do know is it's not Hamas or the same police forces. It's someone else.
Let's hit on one last thing before we go here. You brought up Shifa Hospital. The IDF says that dozens of terrorists have been eliminated and approximately 300 suspects were apprehended during IDF activity at the Shifa Hospital. The forces apprehended dozens of prominent Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists at the hospital involved in directing terrorist activities in Judea and Samaria, and operatives in the rocket unit of Islamic Jihad, according to a post by the IDF. Not a lot of details have been given in this post that we're looking at, but I want to ask you, do we know anything further about what has been happening in Shifa Hospital throughout this war alone?
Well, since the war started, the IDF centered around Al-Shifa Hospital as one of the main headquarters that Hamas had built. Al-Shifa Hospital is one of the biggest hospitals in the Gaza Strip. I'll add as a moment of anecdote, ironically, it was built by Israel when the Gaza Strip was under Israeli occupation, which is one of the reasons that Israel actually has all of the schematics of how Shifa looks and where Hamas operatives may be. Since the beginning of the war, Israel has said that Hamas had set up its headquarters underneath Shifa Hospital. In November, the IDF ended up raiding the hospital already. It did find a very extensive array of tunnels and networks underneath Al-Shifa Hospital. It did not find the headquarters that it expected to find. It thought that it was going to find all the communications arrays, all the different hideouts of the Hamas leadership. It found extensive Hamas activity, but not what it expected to find. What is, though, a fact in every single hospital we've seen this. This is happening in Nasser Hospital, Kamal Adwan Hospital, it's happening in Al-Aqsa Hospital. hospitals are a staging ground that Hamas has been using strategically because Israel has not bombed down hospitals from the sky, at least not on purpose. And so it's to some extent a safe zone for operatives to try to at least gather their forces and sometimes actually launch attacks from these areas. Israel has systematically shown that it is not going to be shy of entering hospitals. Again, Kamal Adwan, Nasser, a bunch of hospitals that I could mention, Israel has raided. What happened in Al-Shifa Hospital is Israel concluded its operation there already in December and evacuated. And since then, the hospital is somewhat functioning with limited resources it has. And there's also thousands of internally displaced people who routinely come to the hospital because it's a place of refuge, it's a place that there are no bombings, it's a place where you get humanitarian aid. What has happened over the last several weeks, the IDF has stated that Hamas has recognized that leading up to a hostage exchange, leading up to a 6-week truce, Hamas needs to have as many forces as it can on the ground in order to retake the northern parts of the Gaza Strip, to send its forces out to start governing. So they have been gradually sending their forces back into Al-Shifa Hospital to set up new command centers, new structures of government. That is one of the reasons that, again, the chief of internal security in the entire Gaza Strip had come to the hospital several days ago in order to start beginning the plans for the northern parts of the Gaza Strip. This led to the IDF's invasion. Now that operation is still going on. We're still going to hear what's happening in the coming days.
All right, we'll leave it there for now. Dr. Alon Burstein, as always, we appreciate your time, and we always look forward to your daily YouTube updates on the war as well. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right, let's slide away for a real quick commercial break. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back in Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Well, we have been covering politics much of the day here. We do have some more results to bring you, most of them coming in from Arizona at this point in the night. Here in Arizona, they do not have a presidential, we shouldn't really call it a primary. What we should say here is we're getting results in for some of the presidential preference votes that we're seeing. Joe Biden, not surprising anybody, a commanding victory right now over his only real competition in the state, Marianne Williamson. Right now, Biden up by 86 points, 89% versus 3%. I believe we have results also on the GOP side, if we can move over to those. And we have, as you can see, the only real competition to Donald Trump at this point is Nikki Haley, who has bowed out of this race as of yet. We weren't expecting too high of stakes. No surprises were expected here in Arizona. Nonetheless, delegates being handed out to both President Biden and former President Trump. Both of them have already secured the nominations for their respective parties. Nonetheless, Arizona results coming in. You see Trump up with 56 points in this case, beating Nikki Haley out by a score of 76% to 20%. Right now. 68% of the votes have been tallied in the Grand Canyon state. In the meantime, let's continue on with more coverage. We were listening into the State Department a little bit before we were speaking with Dr. Alon Burstein. I want to play out a little bit more of the State Department. Let's listen into a few more minutes of this. Let's watch.
Happens on January 7th is not consistent with evidence that they found. I don't know if you saw this report. But it shows, according to Washington Post, that there was no Israeli military presence around them, both of them. They were alone. They were conducting a story for us. And they were targeted and killed both in January 7. And I remember, I was in Tel Aviv at that time, but I remember Matt was asked here in this room about if they reached to the Israeli partners for clarification. And he said that you did. And I'm asking you here, did you hear back from them?
I don't have any updates for you. First, let me just say, though, you heard me talk a little bit about this yesterday. We believe that journalists and the right to free speech needs to be protected, and especially in the situation, in the context of what's happening in Gaza, journalism is more important than ever. I will also say that we've been crystal clear that Israel needs to treat all detainees humanely and with dignity and in full accordance with international law. Go ahead. On Gaza?
Yes, on Gaza.
All right.
Vedant, why you are talking publicly about your disagreement with the Israeli, and this is a departure from your policy, is it because you don't have any kind of leverage? Is it, what are you trying to tell us?
Have you been to any State Department briefings
yes,
the
I
past
have been, yes.
couple months? Are you sure?
I mean, I'm not talking about this month. I'm talking lately. At the beginning, you were very reluctant in talking publicly about the disagreement.
That's not true. That I would just respectfully disagree with the premise of your question. Dating back to October, we have been clear-eyed about a couple things. First, we have been clear-eyed that Israel has every right to defend itself, that Israel's right to security is something that we agree with. We also agree with every step must be possible. Every step must be taken to degrade Hamas, so such an event like October 7th can't be repeated. We also, when it has come to the provision of humanitarian aid, when we've talked about the protection and well-being of Palestinian civilians, and even recently, in the context of Rafah, when we have had disagreements on policy, disagreements on course of action, we've not hesitated to say those and raise those privately, but when we're asked about them in this briefing room or when the secretary takes questions from you, we've not hesitated to make our point of view from the United States of America, from the State Department, crystal clear.
Just I want to clarify why I'm asking this question, because yesterday Jake Sullivan, when he was laying down the arguments why the administration doesn't support a military operation in Rafah, he said the Israeli, instead of stabilizing areas, they are planning. This kind of criticism didn't come publicly this way before.
I'm not sure that I would interpret, I saw the National Security Advisor's comments as well. I'm not sure I would categorize those as criticisms either. Look, in the context of what we believe needs to happen with Rafah, we just have a different viewpoint. We have a different strategic viewpoint on what we believe is necessary to help target the key elements of Hamas. And our goal is, through this meeting that the Prime Minister and President Biden spoke about on their call, we hope that we'll be able to have an exchange of views and discuss an alternative approach that, like I said, will target the key elements of Hamas, secure this border in the Rafah area, but also not negatively impact the more than 1 million people who are seeking refuge in the area, not negatively impact the important work that's being done to further enhance the flow of humanitarian aid. Anything else on Gaza before I go back to Jillian, who's been patiently waiting on Gaza? Okay, go ahead.
2 quick questions on
Sure.
the aid drops.
Yeah.
Question number 1. U.S. officials have said that the rations airdropped in Gaza are pork-free, but I wanted to ask, was it...
Are what?
Pork-free. Like, there's no pork products. But I wanted to ask, was it ensured that all of the food provided was halal, including preservatives and such? And then question number 2 is, it also seems that the packaging was labeled in English. Was there any Arabic language material provided in those aid rations?
As it relates to both of your questions, as it relates to both of your questions, I don't have the technical level of detail. I will just say if we've previously stated that that these rations are pork free, I would have no reason not to say that that's accurate. And in all of these circumstances, we try to be incredibly mindful of the local culture and food customs when it comes to these things, but I'm happy to check with the team if we have a more specific answer we can give you. Jillian, go ahead.
Republican of Florida, Corey Mills, saying today that his office has evacuated 23 Americans out of the capital in Haiti. Wondering if that is something that was coordinated with the State Department, if it's an action that you support.
So look, we are relieved when any American citizen is able to make its way to safety. We, of course, closely coordinate with Congress on a number of issues, but I will just note that operations like these that are sort of done deviating from formal State Department operations, they can be high risk. We're talking about a country that's been a level 4 do not travel country since 2020. And so we want to make sure that we are not that actions that are taken are not further inciting additional risk or putting individuals into harm's way. But again, we find it welcome news when any American citizen makes its way to safety. I will just note from the State Department's perspective, you're aware of the operation that was conducted over the weekend that was able to facilitate the safe departure of over 30 U.S. citizens. We continue to explore options that we have at our disposal when it comes to American citizens interested in departing Haiti from specifically the Port-au-Prince area, and we'll remain in touch with American citizens who have expressed an interest in staying in touch with the embassy and learning about options through not just our crisis intake form, but Smart Traveler and the other mechanisms we have at our disposal.
Yesterday, you had said that nearly 1,000 people have registered through the portal, the website. Any update on those numbers or Americans generally in Haiti?
Let me say 2 things. First, when we talk about the population of people who register, we have to remember not everyone who registers with this form or contacts us necessarily is requesting departure assistance. Some just want to stay in touch with the embassy. Some just want to see what information we have to share with them, advice on how they may be able to remain safely, and to potentially stay in touch if they choose to potentially depart in the future. Like in any country around the world, we do not ask American citizens to register with the U.S. government when they travel abroad. So numbers of how many American citizens are in X amount of country is always, they always vary and they're constantly changing, but the embassy uses estimates from Smart Traveler enrollments and from other measures to have a rough number to work with. I will note that in terms of our crisis intake form, the number continues to be approaching 1,000, and we'll continue to remain in touch with those American citizens to answer any questions that they might have.
Thank you. Last question. You mentioned yesterday that there was going to be some action today or communication today with adoption agencies. We've been hearing from American parents who say that they have adopted children who are stuck in Haiti. They're unable to get them out because maybe they don't have their U.S. citizenship yet or visas. any more specific information on what state is doing on that front?
I don't have more specific information. We are continuing to communicate with adoption agencies as well as prospective families regarding recent developments and assessing the situation as it unfolds. We're working with the Haitian government to figure out what options are for children at the various stages in the adoption process, and we're working through individual inquiries as well as working and collaborating closely with adoption service partners, but I don't have a more specific breakdown to offer you. As you know, there are limited consular services available given the conditions in the country, but this is something that we're continuing to work through. We recognize how difficult this situation might be, and we encourage prospective parents to remain in regular contact, not just with us through our embassy channels, but also through their adoption service providers. And we encourage everybody to enroll in Smart Traveler to continue to stay up to date as the situation on the ground is quite fluid. Anything else on Haiti before we move away? And go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
On those departure options from Port-au-Prince, potential departure options, I should say, we're in contact with Americans who've received communication from the State Department that there might be helicopter airlifts leaving the capital city for the Dominican Republic. Do you have any updates on that?
I'm not going to speak in specificity to these options, just given operational security, but I would just say that, as I just said, we are exploring options for American citizens to depart Haiti from Port-au-Prince to Santo Domingo, the Dominican Republic. From there, American citizens would be responsible for their own onward travel to the United States from Santo Domingo, and we're continuing to look at what options might make sense and what will make the most sense for the impacted American citizens. And we, of course, as this is a very fluid situation on the ground, as more develops, will continue to stay in touch with the impacted folks.
And just a quick follow on the
All right, while the State Department takes this another quick question, we are going to take a quick commercial break. We'll bring it back into this where we leave it. Welcome back into Live Now. Let's get you back out to the State Department. They're answering questions from reporters.
We, of course, as this is a very fluid situation on the ground, as more develops, will continue to stay in touch with the impacted folks.
And just a quick follow on the humanitarian condition, of course, it remains very dire and is getting worse. We've seen reports that the capital city may be completely out of food in the next week or so. Is the U.S. doing anything to enable aid to move into Haiti right now?
For those of you that joined us in Kingston, Jamaica last Monday, the Secretary announced an additional $33 million in humanitarian aid. I believe our colleagues at the White House followed that announcement up later in the week for some additional funding that was announced to help address the humanitarian situation in Haiti. The situation is dire and every day matters, and that is why we are hoping as soon as possible our partners at CARICOM, in close coordination with this forthcoming transitional presidential council, announce the members of that council of who the makeup of that group will be, so that they can take on the very important task of selecting an interim prime minister who can help seek out stability on the ground, work closely with our Kenyan partners on the deployment of the multinational security force, and we'll take this process step by step. Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned it yesterday as well, the transitional council. Do you have any update? I know CARICOM's in the lead, but any update on
I don't at this point. Again, we've been coordinating closely with our partners in CARICOM and its chairman, President Ali of Guyana. I don't have any updates for you, but our hope continues to be that this transitional presidential council is announced as soon as possible. We believe that it is vital to paving the way to not just free and fair elections, but the deployment of this MSS as well. Milley, I saw you had your hand up on Haiti. Good. Okay. Anything else on Haiti before we move to something else? All right, Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard.
Yeah.
A few questions for me, starting from
Hopefully,
Russia.
just let's do a couple so we can get to your friends.
The Secretary issued a statement on a Russian election. He stopped short calling it undemocratic. Isn't it a bit soft assessment given all the violations, Russian crimes that he depicted in a very statement?
I would not read too much into the word choice, Alex. We believe this to be an undemocratic process. I said so yesterday. It's something that I know the Secretary agrees with.
On the occupied territories, Matt told us last week that the U.S. will use all the available tools to punish those who serve as election observers for the Kremlin sham election in occupied territories of Ukraine. I know you don't telegraph any sanctions, but are you guys working on it? And secondly, is it going to be limited with Ukraine only, or you will also consider election observers who served in Georgia's and Moldova's occupied territories?
I'm just not going to preview actions, but I just want to use this opportunity to echo that all of those territories, we believe them to be Ukraine.
And on the Ukrainian front, does Secretary agree with his European colleagues, most notably, the EU Commission Chair Michel, and also previously French President Macron, that Europe needs to be prepared for war?
Sorry, I didn't understand the first part of your
Europe
question.
needs to be prepared for war if it needs peace. These statements, have been, recently reflected by European leaders. Does Secretary agree with that approach?
So look, we have been very clear that the U.S. is not going to send troops to fight in Ukraine, and NATO Secretary General has also ruled out sending any NATO troops to fight in Ukraine. We believe that the most immediate and helpful path forward to stop Putin's aggression would be for the House of Representatives to pass the National Security Supplemental. So our Ukrainian partners have the weapons and ammunition they need to defend themselves, and they'll continue to fight courageously to defend their democracy and to push back against this infringement on their territorial integrity and sovereignty. Jalil, go ahead. I'm gonna work through.
Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead.
On South Caucasus, the
Yeah.
Armenian Prime Minister today was quoted as saying that quick border demarcation needed to avoid a war. How alarmed are you right now, given this statement?
Look, this is an issue that we are continuing to pay close attention to. It's something that not just the Secretary, but Assistant Secretary O'Brien, as well as Senior Coordinator Bono, are continuing to focus on, engaging with appropriate interlocutors. I don't have an update for you, though, beyond that. Jalil, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Only two questions, please.
Great.
One question is about these two innocent kids that just got some relief from Pakistani courts today, and the public of Pakistan believes that this administration has a big role in it. these two kids had no money to pay their tuition fee when they were 16, 18 years old. And then just a couple of years later, then they had almost 500 million rupees. They were the children of former Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif. They just got finally acquitted today in the corruption case that was registered against them after Panama Papers. Does the U.S. not feel bad that such corrupt people are back to Pakistan to rule again? And at the same time, Ambassador Bloom is meeting the Pakistani finance minister about the economic situation of Pakistan. These are two very contradictory things happening in Pakistan.
So first, I just don't really have anything for you on a Pakistani court case. That is an internal matter for Pakistan. What I will say, though, is we spoke a little bit about this yesterday in discussing Ambassador Bloom's bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Sharif. There's a number of issues that I'm sure he looks forward to discussing with the finance minister, and so I will let our team in Islamabad speak more about that at its conclusion.
Just one more. Go
ahead.
Today there is a hearing in Congress on Afghanistan. As you know, Pakistan and Afghanistan had a tussle yesterday, and I've been raising this. And I have been raising this issue of Taliban expansionism with Matt quite a bit. That today the Chief Minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, which is the next door province to Afghanistan, just got non-bailable arrest warrants for the raids that happened on some military installations. Do you think such situation is still not, this current administration is not seeing this, what is happening in Pakistan is giving a room to the Taliban expansionism in the region?
Well, look, we've been very clear about the fact that we do not want Afghanistan to be or become a safe haven for terrorism. And when it comes to counterterrorism cooperation with our Pakistani partners, that's something we engage with them on quite regularly, including other important bilateral consultations with them as well. Michelle, go ahead.
On Niger, do you have any updates on the talks with the authorities?
I don't have any updates for you. Again, we are remaining in touch with the CNSP and seeking additional clarification of their comments, as well as discussing potential next steps. I will just reiterate what I said yesterday, is that this was at the conclusion of a meeting with senior U.S. officials as part of a delegation who were meeting to discuss a number of areas, but also making it quite clear that we believed that the CNSP was heading down a path that we just disagree with and took a lot of issues.
And on Cuba, what's your understanding of what's going on there? Did you track any demonstrations?
So I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, Michelle. We are continuing to monitor the situation closely. There are protests across several cities in Cuba that were calling for electricity, food, and fundamental freedoms, and we are urging the Cuban government to refrain from violence and unjust detentions and calling on authorities to respect Cuban citizens' rights for peaceful assembly.
Do you support demonstrators there?
We stand with the Cuban people and continue to support their demands of human rights, freedom, prosperity, and a future for greater dignity. Go ahead.
Yeah. Russian Foreign Intelligence Chief Naryshkin said today that France is preparing to deploy 2,000 troops to Odessa in Ukraine in the coming days. And there are even some media reports that France has already deployed them to Romania, and they are about to cross the border to Odessa from Romania. Do you see this move as an escalation in the conflict, and do you support it or not?
Well, first, I would just say it would take anything that coming from Russian officials with a grain of salt. Secondly, this is something for our French partners to speak to. If true, I will just echo what I just said to Alex, that President Biden has been incredibly clear that the United States is not prepared to send troops to Ukraine, and that is something that the NATO Secretary General has also echoed as well. Go ahead. I'm going to work the room a little bit. Go ahead.
Could you please elaborate on Thomas Swift's trip to UAE and India? Is he meeting the Taliban officials this time?
I'm happy to check with the team to get back to.
Second, tomorrow is the first day of New Year in Afghanistan, and normally schools are open for the kids, but this is third year girls are banned from school. Is the U.S. pushing these topics, including the other topics, with their meeting with the Taliban officials? And last question, I'm repeating my last week's question. Could you please give us some information that the Taliban officials are asking for those military airplanes that they were taking to Uzbekistan and Tajikistan in 2001 when Kabul collapsed? They say this belongs to Afghanistan, but U.S. is not allowing them to be brought back to Afghanistan. What's the U.S. stance on this?
On the last question, I don't have an update for you, but I'm happy to check with the team. And on your first question, look, the fair treatment of Afghan women and girls continues to be one of our highest priorities when it comes to our engagements on policy as it relates to Afghanistan. We also believe that this is something that should be important to the so-called Taliban government, and think that it is vital when talking about their own stated desire for international recognition. And so the fact that this is another year in which Afghan women and girls don't have access to these kinds of schools, it's heartbreaking and it's troubling. Goyle, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. 2 questions, please.
Okay, so while he takes another question, we did want to bring you just a little bit of the State Department. They were discussing so many international headlines in detail there. We're going to slide away for a real quick commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. Some breaking news coming out of Texas tonight. We do have a breaking story coming out, the court order that has, and I think we have a tweet from Stephen Dowell to pull up here. Let's actually pull this up. So you see Stephen saying, breaking again, hashtag SB4, which is Texas's controversial immigration law, has been blocked again. The Fifth Circuit panel filed an injunction tonight. The dissenting judge is a Bush appointee. Oral arguments still going to be taking place on Wednesday morning. We have been following this SB4 story for much of the day. The AP says that the decision by the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals comes weeks after a panel on the same court cleared the way for Texas to enforce the law by putting a pause on a lower judge's injunction. But by a 2-to-1 order, the AP says, a panel of the appeals court lifted that pause ahead of arguments before the court tomorrow morning. Texas authorities have not yet announced any arrests made under the law, according to the AP. Earlier Tuesday, a divided Supreme Court had allowed Texas to begin enforcing a law that gives police broad powers to arrest migrants suspected of crossing the border illegally as the legal battle over the measure played out. The conservative majority order rejected an emergency application from the Biden administration, which says that the law is a clear violation of federal authority that would cause chaos in immigration law. We will, of course, have you covered tomorrow morning as any more details come out on that. Well, we're going to take another quick commercial break. On the other side of that, my colleague Andy Mack answers the question that so many people are asking around the world. Where is Kate Middleton? The obviously important question that everybody is dying to get the answer to. Let's take that commercial break. We'll be right back with more on that in 2 minutes.
Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us, and we continue to follow these international headlines in the curious case of Kate Middleton, as we did spot the Princess of Wales for the first time since that abdominal surgery. We're looking live there in London as we continue to follow this very pressing story. We're going to be joined right now by Fox's Alex Hogan. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. And how much did this image, this video of Kate Middleton put some rumors to rest in these international headlines?
Hi, Andy. Well, thanks for having me. So a lot of attention on this, although it hasn't quite been able to stop the rumors from continuing to spread, but it did give some people some solace, I would imagine, after more and more people were calling for some more proof about the health concerns that there had been about the Princess of Wales. So these are some photos that were blasted all over newspapers. This is the newspaper The Sun here in the UK, showing some of the images of that spotting over the weekend. So the Princess of Wales and Prince of Wales, Kate and William, were seen walking in their hometown of Windsor, where they live, going to the grocery store. The princess appearing to be wearing leggings and a black zip-up, her husband wearing a jacket and a baseball hat. And according to The Sun, they were in good spirits, they were smiling, seeming to have a good day and to be healthy. That has been the main concern after about A week and a half earlier, the princess on Mother's Day here in England posted a photo which was later retracted by news agencies because of clear photoshopping. The princess issued an apology saying that she, like other photographers, is an amateur editor and that was the reason for some of those photoshopping parts of that photo. All of this comes after it was about 2 months ago when she was hospitalized for about 2 weeks. The Kensington Palace says that was because of an abdominal surgery for this undisclosed condition, but because of that, it's really caused these rumors, conspiracy theories to spread like wildfire. And while there are still people today who say that the images coming out of Windsor are not enough, that they want to see more, hopefully for some people it will be able to calm some of those concerns. Andy?
Yeah, and seeing those images for the first time since that surgery is a good thing to see. And I do have to ask you, just from the perspective of people in the United Kingdom, of course, the Sun there, tabloid as well, saying it's great to see you again. Maybe what's the reaction from the people there on the ground in the United Kingdom seeing the Princess of Wales for the first time since the surgery?
Well, interestingly enough, the differences are quite stark from how much people are talking about it here versus in the U.S. There's a lot of interest back in the U.S. right now after these photoshopped photos came out. More of the interest here in the U.K. was really a couple months ago when she initially was hospitalized and the concern of why she was being hospitalized. That's when we saw most of the concern here in the UK, more concern now coming out after these photoshopping, editing allegations and the apology that she later issued. But Buckingham Palace and Kensington Palace, I should note, have said that we should not expect to see the princess again until at least after Easter, which is at the end of this month. It could be possible that we do see her make a formal appearance, at least in going to an Easter service with her family on the holiday itself. But the last time that she was seen on any official engagement with the royal family was actually on Christmas Day. Andy?
Very, very interesting. And my last question for you, of course, after that picture came out there where she admitted to some Photoshop as well, their motto, never complain, never explain, kind of went out the window. But now we're back to that. Have we sensed maybe the fact that they're not going to reveal too much to the public and go back to that motto that they've held on to for so long?
Well, it has been the motto for a long time, and I would be surprised to see too much more come out of that. I think seeing even these photos today, having this outing, going grocery shopping, the two of them in their town, while that's nothing new, to see that happen after there has been a lot of speculation, I don't think that we'll likely see too much more coming out on official channels from Buckingham Palace or Kensington Palace anytime soon.
All right,
Andy?
we will continue to watch a very fascinating story, maybe more so just internationally than in the United Kingdom. Alex Hogan, thanks again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks very much.
All right, glad we could bring you some royal coverage before we sign off for the night. This will do it for our live programming for the evening. I've been Austin Westfall. Our very able Orlando crew will pick up our live coverage early tomorrow morning. For now, I'm going to send it to a commercial break, and then after that, you will see our overnight playlist. Have a good night.
Hello, hello, hello. Pablo, thank you for the introduction. I appreciate it. Thanks for sharing your story. You know, you immigrated to America as a teenager, graduated from high school and spent 4 years as a union apprentice, which is like earning a college degree before you became a journeyman. You know, I'm a big pro-union guy. I make no apology about it. Everybody talks about unions. It's interesting, people who don't understand, they go, well, you know, a union. They like to walk in and say, I want to be an electrician, I want to be a plasterer. You got 4 or 5 years of apprenticeship. You earn it, and you deserve it. You help build homes for others and reach their dreams, and now you're in the market yourself to continue your dream. I also met another mother named Latree. Latree Shoe. Where's Latree? Latrice, excuse me. There she is. Who's able to buy her first home with a $15,000 down payment by the American Rescue Plan, which we wrote. All she needed was a fair shot. She found a good paying union job. She took home ownership classes to raise her credit score. She did her hard work, and now she owns a home in paradise with her 16-year-old daughter, a straight A student. Stand up, kiddo. We're fortunate to have great partners in Congress here today who are helping make these dreams possible. Representative Stephen Horsford, a great leader of the 4th District and chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, who works every single day to reduce housing costs and close the racial wealth gap, which is happening. Representative Susie Lee, who's a driving force to cut red tape and build more affordable housing all across Nevada. Representative Dana Titus, God love you, Dana, you're an old friend. You've always had my back, and I've had yours, and you had people of this country and this city back. Housing is so much more than just a word. It's about people's lives. You know, you can't be here today because there are votes in Washington, but I also want to thank your outstanding senators, Catherine Cortez Masto and Jackie Rosen, for their leadership in making housing more accessible and affordable. I also want to thank all the housing advocates here today who are doing God's work. All the housing advocates, stand up. I really mean it. Doing everything. You're doing a great job. And by the way, you know, I won't go into it, I guess, but look, folks, when I came to office, the pandemic was raging and our economy was reeling. Nevada was especially hard hit as tourism took a dive, a gigantic dive. Before I came to office, unemployment had reached 30% here. And we're turning things around today because of the folks I just talked about. And Nevada's created 274,000 jobs, bringing back the lost jobs of the pandemic and adding another 129,000 jobs. Things are on the move. Unemployment is down dramatically, with more Nevadans working today than ever before in the history of Nevada. And thousands of cities across all of America are seeing this great comeback story. You know, my American Rescue Plan, which I might add, not a single solitary Republican voted for, provided $350 billion to state and local governments, including funds for every city, county, town, tribe in this state. And your state put that money to good use. You put cops on the beat, teachers in the classroom, kept small businesses on their feet and families in their homes. And that's not all. You can't have the best economy in the world, which we do now, if you don't have the best infrastructure in the world. My predecessor promised, remember, my predecessor kept talking about infrastructure weak for 4 years. We didn't build a damn thing. You all think I'm kidding, I'm not. I proposed and signed the most significant investment in our nation's infrastructure in generations. And now we're going to have an infrastructure decade. So far, 47,000 new projects modernize Americans' roads, bridges, ports, airports, public transit, and so much more is happening. Creating jobs now and jobs for the future as well. $3.4 billion in projects right here in Nevada. $3.4 billion. When I was writing this and talking about it, all I kept thinking about was Harry Reid. We're connecting the entire state to affordable high-speed internet by the end of this decade. Every single part of the state will have high-speed affordable internet, and already saving 276,000 Nevada families as much as $75 a month on their internet bills. And I know our friend Harry's looking down and saying, damn proud of it. The airport in his name is getting an upgrade as well. We couldn't do one without the other, you know. He's so proud of building America's first high-speed rail line that to take folks from Las Vegas to Los Angeles in 2 hours instead of 4. You know, that's going to create 35,000, first major high-speed rail line in America. 35,000 good-paying jobs. Take 3 million vehicles off the road and reduce pollution significantly. It's also taking those significant, by the way, it's going to cut the time in half. Now, I don't know why anybody want to get to LA in half the time, but I know why y'all want to come here. All kidding aside, it really is incredible. It's a gigantic project, and by the way, it's encouraged California and Central California to build a high-speed rail as well. You know, the idea that we haven't had one single high-speed rail built in America up to now is ridiculous. And so, you know, Chinese have a rail system that goes 130 miles an hour. Anyway, 230 miles an hour, I should say. But look, we're taking the most significant action to fight climate change ever. My policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investments from companies that are moving clean energy, factories and jobs back here to America where they belong. For example, in Reno, Redwood Materials is going to invest $3.5 billion, $3.5 billion, one of the country's major electric vehicle battery recycling and manufacturing plants, creating thousands of jobs here, thousands of jobs. Tomorrow, by the way, tomorrow in Arizona, we'll be talking about America invented the semiconductor chip, the tiny chips the size of the tip of your little finger, which powers everything from automobiles to smartphones to weapon systems. We invented those chips. We made them better. And then we lost the market because a lot of the corporations said, let's send the jobs overseas where they're cheaper and bring the product home, which is more expensive. We don't do that anymore. We make it here. We keep the jobs here and we send products overseas. But the reason I mentioned, we've been able to bring the chips manufacturing back home. We attracted $240 billion in private sector investments to build chip factories here in America. And by the way, they're creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs, both in construction and manufacturing. And the average salary in one of their, they call them fabs, the factories, is $100,000 a year, and you don't need a college degree to get that job. Across the country, folks have filed a record number of new business applications since I took office. The fastest growth of Latino-owned businesses in more than a decade. More black small businesses starting at the highest rate in 30 years. In Nevada, since I came to office, we've seen 195,000 small business applications. And every one of those applications is an act of hope. It's critical because small businesses, and the reason I keep talking about small businesses make up half the GDP, half the economy of America. Half of all the economy in America is generated by small businesses. But here's the deal. As more folks move to Nevada for good-paying jobs, we need housing that's affordable. The depth of the pandemic, and in the depth of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan delivered funds to keep 8 million families in their homes nationwide by preventing foreclosures and evictions. And here in Nevada, we use those funds to keep 50,000 people's rent be able to be paid. Hundreds of first-time home buyers be able to make a down payment. You invest more in building and renovating affordable homes than almost any other part of the country, any state in the country. For example, here in Clark County, nearly 1,000 brand new affordable units for seniors are under construction today as a result. 8,000 homes total for families, seniors, and veterans. And across the country, more people own homes now than before the pandemic. We're seeing fewer foreclosures than any time in decades. But we have a lot more to do. For too many people, the dream of having a good home still feels out of reach. I get it. Look, here's my plan. But, you know, everybody thinks because I was president, I was probably born wealthy and come from a significant background economically. Well, I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I got a phone call. My wife was campaigning up, I was campaigning up in New Hampshire back when that statistic came out in the 90s. And she called, I used to call one because the kids were little when I was away. And say, how's everything going? I got this, fine. Well, you know you're in trouble when your wife or husband says, fine. I said, what's the matter? She said, only elected officials, husband or wife, could understand this. She said, do you read today's paper? I said, they don't have today's paper. Wilmington paper, Delaware, up in Nevada, where I'm with Leahy, up in Vermont. And she said, well, let me read it. Top of the fold headline, Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true? I thought, I don't know what the hell is true, but it turned out it was true. But here's the deal. My new budget works to lower housing costs for owners and renters alike today. I was raised in when Scranton, where I was born, and in my early years were raised, when Scranton went dead in terms of the economy, we moved down to a little place called Claymont, Delaware, where my dad had started off as a kid. And we couldn't afford anything. We lived in a duplex called Brookview Apartments, which became public housing years later. And my dad kept trying to figure out how we get the down payment to get the first home. Well, we rented and we saved, he saved, and we were able to buy a 3-bedroom home in a new development.